victory. We'll get to that. Baseball's playoffs continue to roll on. The Yankees trying to stay alive against the Blue Jays. We'll chat about that with Gabe Lax from USA Today. And then we have the Donkster and our best bets heading your way in just 40 minutes. Also, how do you do? Tip of the cap to our audience on Stadium during our final hour. Always great to have you with us. And if you want to stream us, we make it nice and easy for you. Just go to BallySportsLive.com or download the Bally Sports Live app. You can also find us on YouTube TV, DirecTV, Amazon Prime, Samsung TV Plus, and more. We begin with wrapping up Week 5 in the National Football League. Last night in Jacksonville, the Jags topping the Chiefs 31-28. The Jags getting 3.5. They went outright on the money line at plus 165. Total set at 45 and a hook. The over hits. What a wild finish. Looked like the Chiefs would run away with this game. I mean, they stopped Trevor Lawrence on a 4th and 1. A 4th and goal where he tried to reach over the goal line. It was knocked away. It was a fumble. So the Chiefs defense holds. They go on a 93-yard drive the other way, go on top 14-0. But the Jags eventually get back in the game. They trail 28-24, under 30 seconds to play. And then Trevor Lawrence derps his way into the end zone.
1st and goal with 30 seconds left. Now Lawrence goes down, has to get up. Breaks a tackle. Touchdown, Jacksonville.
Joe Buck and Troy Aikman on the call for ESPN. Lawrence throws for 221 yards and a score. Leads the team in rushing with 54 yards and 2 touchdowns. The Jags in their 8-game losing streak against the Chiefs. This all happens on Lawrence's 26th birthday. And when you heard the reaction of Troy Aikman, who's seen it all as a Hall of Fame quarterback, saying, no way. You know it's a special play, kind of a dorky play, kind of awkward, but you know what? The Jags get the dub.
Yeah, it certainly wasn't pretty, but listen, it's the full Trevor Lawrence experience. Jenks, I think this might be my favorite highlight of the entire year. Just because it wasn't the fact that he just fell down. He was almost flat on the ground.
Mm-hmm.
Like, he was down to the point where there were several Chiefs players who stopped going. And they're like, okay, the play's down. No. He kept running, and, it eventually cost the Chiefs the game. Like, maybe Trevor Lawrence would have scrambled past him, but still, what a resilient play from Trevor Lawrence, and a resilient win from the Jags, who overcame some really big, miscues in the first half of this game where Trevor Lawrence didn't know where the line of scrimmage was, and he made a forward pass. You're like, they're paying this guy $275 million? And then he fumbles at the goal line, but that's why you stay in the game. And we've seen this over the past couple weeks in the NFL. You can overcome some of these miscues if you just stay in the game. And what a massive win for the Jags. I feel like this is a team where I was thinking this last night because they were telling us, oh, they've got the throwback uniforms on. You're like, throwback to what? 15 years ago? It feels like a team that doesn't have a ton of history. So they need these big primetime wins to kind of like build some culture in a team that I feel like a lot of us kind of find untrustworthy. So I felt like this was a massive game in primetime for Trevor Lawrence and the Jags as an organization.
Yeah, the Jags just don't have much of an identity. They play in Jacksonville, which doesn't have a lot of pro teams. They don't have a great history. They've had some moments over the years, but then they've been so dysfunctional in their front office for so long. There was the whole Urban Meyer debacle. And they brought in a bunch of head coaches who just couldn't get it done. So they bring in Liam Cohen and they draft Trevor Lawrence. So they're trying to sort of identify who they are and what they stand for. And look, they've already matched their win total from all of last season. They're now 4-1. And to give credit to Trevor Lawrence here, it's so interesting watching him play. Also, on that final play where he stumbled into the end zone, it wasn't just because he was uncoordinated. His right guard stepped on his right foot, which is why he fell to the turf initially and then found a way to get in. But he'll have a play where, he's rolling out to his left and Travis Etienne is right in front of him for an easy 6-yard pass. And instead he's like, I'll look to the end zone and try and find BTJ, who's completely covered, and, throws it away. And you're like, what are you doing? Or you talk about when he passes the line of scrimmage, then tries to throw it. And so those are maddening. And then he'll have a moment where it's a brilliant throw downfield or it's a heads-up play at the end of the game. So you see that talent right there, which is why They drafted him number 1 overall. And you would think if they can win a game like this and Trevor Lawrence can continue to grow under Liam Cohen, the Jags are really opportunistic on defense. They might have something here.
Oh, absolutely. And I think that's the question that we've been asking ourselves for a while now is Trevor Lawrence going to take the next step? And I'm not sure if like one game sample size, you're like, oh yeah, Trevor Lawrence is officially back because of this like crazy play at the end of the game. But I also think that it's very easy to look at quarterbacks like this and say, oh, well, they're all over the place. Patrick Mahomes threw a 99-yard pick 6 last night. Whoa. So my point being is that even the best quarterbacks in the league are going to have bad games. Like, there is no quarterback that's just straight up good, the entire season, with the exception of maybe Josh Allen. But he had some turnovers, in that game in which they lost to the Patriots. So I think people need to, lower their expectations and just remember, dominance is not really a thing in the NFL. Like, occasionally we'll see it, but it's certainly not the norm.
Yeah, that's why when you have the Patriots or you have the Chiefs who win multiple Super Bowls in a short period of time, and it's a big deal because it's so hard to do in the National Football League. What do we think about the Chiefs right now? Where are the Chiefs? Taylor Swift's album is getting crucified when it comes to reviews. A lot of people don't like it. I've heard that. Oh, my God. Yeah, it's getting crushed. Yeah. Travis came out, got a touchdown early. Nice job, Travi. You and your wood. But I will say, after that first touchdown, or was it the second touchdown, where there was a flag thrown, and I think it was the first touchdown when it was 7-0 Chiefs, and Mahomes and Kelsey went immediately over to the officials, and they're arguing about the call. They picked the flag up. I was like, I am so tired of these guys. So I'm being biased here. But Kansas City sitting at 2-3. Look, they're a team you don't want to face in the postseason, but they still got to get there, and they got the Lions coming up.
Yeah, I think that's probably the bottom line for me, is that everybody is still going to be a little afraid of the Chiefs if they make it to the postseason. But the problem is when you are one of the marquee teams in the NFL, you are going to play a tough schedule. And I think that's the tough part for the Chiefs, is that this year they have played a lot of tough teams, and it doesn't get super easier, especially when the teams in your division have improved noticeably. Because, it's not just going to be the Chiefs Invitational, it feels like, winning the AFC West every single year, because now you have the Broncos, who have one of the best defenses in the NFL. You've got the Chargers, who I know their offensive line is really banged up, but still it is a quality team. And it just feels like the margin between the Chiefs and the rest of the AFC West is getting, getting closer.
No, there's no question about that. So the gap is narrowing. It's narrowing right there. But I mean, the Chiefs certainly have the talent, they have the coaching, and you can see on some of their drives where, those quick, short passes to all that explosive talent that they have, like a Xavier Worthy, or even Travis Kelce is still effective at his age. It's just Andy Reid able to scheme these guys open and make that offense dangerous. Some critical mistakes last night that they need to clean up, but just because I may not like Kansas City, I might be tired of them and have Chiefs fatigue, I'm not going to suddenly act like they're not a good football team. Coming up this weekend, we get the Chiefs-Lions, Sunday Night Football. The Jags will welcome the Seahawks. We also have baseball to talk about, where the Dodgers down the Phillies last night at the Citizens Bank Park. 4-3. Dodgers minus 130 on the money line. Total set at 7.5. The under just hits. Scoreless in the 7th. Dodgers start generating runs. It's 3-0 when Shohei steps up to the plate.
Ohtani hits it sharply through for a base hit. This is going to bring in another run. Muncy will score. Over to third goes Smith. And the Dodgers are rolling offensively now.
Call courtesy of TBS. It's 4-0 LA, but the Phillies start to threaten in the 9th inning. They pull within 1. They've got a runner on second, Nick Castellanos. And then the Dodgers pull off the wheel play where the Phillies were going to bunt. That's what the Dodgers anticipated. They did. So Max Muncy charges the plate, grabs the bunt, turns and throws it to third base where Mookie Betts was covering. So he tagged out Nick Castellanos. That was huge. That was a play suggested by Betts when those guys were huddling, which ended up sort of turning away that Phillies rally. And so here we are now, Philadelphia, one of the favorites with the Dodgers to win the World Series, Chelsea, but they are in a huge hole and their big bats aren't hitting at all.
Absolutely. You look at the top of the lineup, Trey Turner for the postseason hitting 143. Kyle Schwarber has yet to register a hit. Bryce Harper hitting 143, Alec Bohm 167. Meanwhile, you look at the top of the Dodgers lineup, and it's like Ohtani doing it every night. Mookie Betts had a hit in this game. Teoscar Hernandez feels like he's hitting home runs every single night as well. But it just feels like last night was like the complete package for the Dodgers. Like their bullpen came in and almost blew it, and we knew that that was going to be like maybe their Achilles heel coming into the postseason. But it shored up things having elite and flawless defense in the biggest moments of the game, because the Phillies, came on strong in the ninth inning. But not only was it that great play at third base, it was also the final out of the game where Freddie Freeman made an amazing play at first base to keep his foot on the bag despite a bad throw from Tommy Edmonds. So maybe not flawless, but my point being is that the defense came up big when it absolutely mattered. And I feel like the story for the Phillies, it's too little too late. Like you got to start scoring runs before the ninth inning, and you got to start winning games before the third game of the series. It's a 5-game series.
Yeah, and it's played these guys, in the middle of the lineup, like Schwarber, like Turner, like Bryce Harper, who we've seen this now for a couple years, where in big moments they just have not delivered, And so that's a real issue for these guys. And now, I mean, my God, you go to L.A., you're down 0-2, you have to win 3 straight. I mean, is this series over? They had to get 1 at home, right?
It does feel over. And this is what we've seen from the Phillies. It's crazy. On paper, this team looks like they should be the favorites to win the World Series. And I do think they were one of the favorites before the postseason started. It's just, they even said this on the broadcast last night. I was like, whoa, dagger out of nowhere. They were like, and the top of the lineup fails to perform. Feels like something we've been saying for the last 3 years. Because normally the broadcast tries to keep it like pretty straight across.
Yeah.
But you're like, even they're noticing. It's something that cannot be avoided. And here's the thing. These are the guys that you pay big money, and these are the guys you're supposed to be counting on. Like, not everybody has a Dodgers lineup where, like, even the last guy in the lineup for the Dodgers is hitting 429 this postseason. Like, that's not a normal thing. So it just stinks for the Phillies, because normally you say, okay, if Luzardo comes out here and shoves, which he did, 6 innings, 2 earned runs, which I think both of those were cashed in by the reliever, and he had 5 strikeouts. That's all you can ask from your starter. And hell, even the bullpen was pretty good. I know it was Kirkering that came in and gave up those earned runs, but still, you give up 4 runs to the Dodgers. That is a game you should be, close to winning, because the Dodgers have a great lineup.
Yeah, Game 3 tomorrow night in L.A. Also, last night in Milwaukee, the Brewers take care of business against the Cubs 7-3. Brewers minus 125 on the money line. The overhits total set at 8. The Cubs jump all over Aaron Ashby early on. 3 runs in the first inning, but then the Brewers answer right back.
Middle finger on your left hand.
Contreras with a drive to left field, and the Brewers have the lead.
Andrew Vaughn, 1 for 3 with that long ball and 3 RBI. Then Jacob Mizorowski comes in, pitches 3 innings of shutout baseball. Jackson Churio, 2 for 4 with a homer. Wilson Contreras, 2 for 4 with a home run. So the Brewers now 1 win away from winning a postseason series for the first time since 2018 when they made the NLCS. What a great response in the bottom of the first.
Oh, absolutely. And now I feel stupid for not playing the Brewers on the run line. Because, Jenks, this has been like an auto bet for us for most of the regular season. And here's why. The Brewers had the best run differential in all of baseball by a wide margin. This is what we saw during the regular year, where they score a ton of runs, and it takes a lot of stress off the pitching rotation. Because when you have a couple runs to work with, like, you're pitching a lot looser, especially in these postseason games. So it's just been smooth sailing for the Brewers. Even giving up that early home run, it's never too much for a team that can score all these runs.
Yeah, really disappointing from Imanaga, who showed it was so good early on, but late in the season has faltered in a big way, and especially last night. Coming up next here on the show, we're going to stay on the diamond and bring in our friend Gabe Lax, who covers Major League Baseball for USA Today. It is the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Stay right there.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. The Messenger on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Welcome back. Great to be with you on a Tuesday as we get the week going here. Michael Jenkins, Chelsea Messenger coming up. The Yankees have their backs against the wall against Toronto. We'll get more insight on that series and more when we talk with Gabe Lax from USA Today. Oh, Chelsea, my lucky day. Guess what I just got in my email inbox? That's right, $5 off my next purchase at Best Buy. Thanks, guys.
Oh.
Yeah, don't go out of your way here. There's nothing like $5 off when you're spending $1,000 on electronics. Do these things ever sway you? Like, I'm someone who, when I get stuff like this, I'm like, unsubscribe. Like, I'm almost insulted. $5, okay. In this economy? No. But some people, they get a deal. Could be a 5% off. I guess it depends on the deal. But if you're giving me $5 off for something that's generally pretty expensive, that's not moving the needle for me.
I feel like I get these type of deals all the time for either my credit cards or like Bank of America, where they're like 10% off your total purchase at Ray-Ban. It's like, great, I don't need sunglasses. And it's like 10% off. Like, okay, thanks for these $3 off like this $45, dollar pair of sunglasses. So you're right. I think it's just to get you in the store. Because some people, if they have a coupon, they will find a way to use it. But that's the plan for these companies, is they get you in the doors.
When's the last time you were at Best Buy? Been a while. Been a minute.
I think I got my mom a computer a while back. And like she likes desktops. So like that's the place to go if you like technology from like 2005.
Get yourself a gateway. Something like that sits on top of your desk. Oh, there's one here in D.C. I'll go in from time to time because I do love electronic stuff, but it's going to be a while. And the $5 is not going to sway me. I'd rather take that money and maybe put it on a baseball game tonight. So let's talk about what's going to happen tonight and throughout the playoffs as we bring in our good friend Gabe Lax, Major League Baseball writer for USA Today. Gabe, good morning to you. And I'll ask this very simply. Are the Phillies losing this series against the Dodgers because their big hitters just have gone so cold?
Largely, yeah. You're talking about a really big three there: Turner, Schwarber, and Harper. This can happen in the postseason. This can happen in a small sample, and as you get into the playoffs and the margins are so thin, it's also kind of exposed Rob Thompson managerially. He caught a fairly good amount of heat for his maneuvers last year when they fell to the New York Mets in a 5-game division series or 4-game division series. Kind of got outflanked by Dave Roberts in game 1, where he ended up with some really bad pitching matchups that Teoscar Hernandez exploited for a 3-run homer, and then they were able to pull away and win the game. It's those little things just tend to add up a little bit, but everything looks bad when your stars aren't hitting. And, I don't think those guys have had so much as an extra base hit so far in this series. It all goes quiet really quick. And again, the opposite of that is things can turn on a dime. You can get a walk and a blast, and all of a sudden, the notion of those guys struggling can kind of be in the past, and you have a chance to win a ball game. But it's awfully hard to do what they like to do when you're talking about Bryce Harper being 1 for 7, talking about Kyle Schwarber 0 for 7, and then Trey Turner 1 for 7. That's short-circuited, and the bottom of the lineup just doesn't have the juice to kind of pick up the slack.
Yeah, and meanwhile, on the flip side, like it does feel like a tough draw to face the Dodgers in the divisional round, but this Dodgers lineup almost feels like inevitable, where every single day they're going to score at least 4 runs. And it's not even top heavy. Like their first 3 batters are probably going to be in the Hall of Fame. But then you have guys like Kike Hernandez, who just turns it on in October. You have Max Muncy, who came in as a pinch hitter last night and got a big hit as well. So it just feels to me like this Dodgers lineup you can count on every single night of the week. But let me ask you this. Are the problems in their bullpen enough to be worried about in this series?
I don't think so. I feel like Dave Roberts got extremely cocky last night. He's wanting to rehab all of his guys, and that's a laudable thing. And October is a month. It's crazy, and relievers can go from unbeatable to unable to get a guy out to back to being unbeatable again. And, he wanted to get Emmett Sheehan right last night. And he did. 2 innings, 1 run, 2 really big innings when Blake Snell, gave him 6 really strong innings. And so the easiest thing in the world would be just to, hey, let's give the ball to Roki Sasaki in the 9th. He's been untouchable, But no. Let's try to get Blake Trinan back on the beam here, And it darn near cost him the game, And I'm thinking to myself, geez, how deep is this going to go? Is he going to try to get Tanner Scott and Kirby Yates back in the circle of trust? Let's try to win a game here. It's crazy. And, he did raise the point that, okay, Sasaki has only just been in the bullpen for, a couple weeks. Has he even pitched 2 out of 3 days in his career ever? I don't believe so. So, yeah, you can see how he might have wanted to stay away from Sasaki until absolutely necessary. But nonetheless, you've got the ability to go up 2-0 in Philly in this division series, in what is basically the World Series a couple weeks early, So I think every Dodger fan was wincing when they saw Blake Trinan trot in, and then the worst nightmare was almost realized.
Gabe, I know there's been so much focus on, Phillies, Phillies, and Dodgers that Milwaukee's sort of been like, hey, what about us? Look at us right over here. Are people going to finally start paying attention to what the Brewers are doing?
Man, it's about that time.
Yeah,
There's not many teams left when you get down to the League Championship Series, and they're 1 win away from getting there. I've never poo-pooed these Brewers. I've never said, they're not legit. But you also just don't know. And I still feel like we kind of don't know about these guys just because the Cubs are simply out of gas. Matthew Boyd hit the wall right after the All-Star break. Shota Imanaga, same kind of thing. He's never pitched this long in a season before, and gone into a playoff situation. So they jumped on those guys in the first inning of both games, and were able to kind of gain that leverage, gain that upper hand, and ride it out. But my gosh. You're talking, Jackson Chourio and William Contreras combined 9 hits so far. Unbelievable. Andrew Vaughn, off the scrap heap, he hit a little bit of a wall earlier, in the season after this really nice resurgence after the Brewers kind of, fixed him a little bit. But, man, massive home run last night, absolute game changer. And then, Christian Yelich also banging out 4 hits as well. It all looks really good right now, but it's also kind of has to be put in the context of this was a Cubs team that wasn't particularly deep to begin with and just came off a 3-game battle in their own little wild card series. So, I think I look at the fact that they had to use a bullpen game in game 2 in the second playoff game that they played, this year as not a particularly great sign. If they felt that good about Quinn Priester, they would have started him in a game 2 instead of a game 3. A lot of jokes about the Dodgers last year, spending $300+ million on payroll and having to resort to bullpen games. And, that was kind of crazy, but that was their game 4. Okay, that's fine. You've gone through, your Yamamotos and all that. You're going to use a bullpen game in game 4, whatever, we'll get past that. But, here's a team that's been resting for a month and they're rolling out a bullpen game in game 2. I don't think that's the best sign when you get into the best of 7 format, just because, how thick is their pitching? How will they match up, especially against a Dodger team that, all of a sudden, is just overflowing with pitching. They don't even have enough innings to get Cy Young Award winners and future Hall of Famers in the game. So it's I say the Brewers are legit, but also hold a little back in reserve just to see what they might do against the Dodgers team. And the exciting thing is we're about to find out. This is this would be a David Goliath mid-market scrappy team versus, the big bucks behemoth from the coast. So it's, I will definitely look forward to that just to see, let's see exactly what the Brewers have going here.
We got to talk about the Blue Jays and the absolute beatdown that they have been putting on the New York Yankees. So now New York is one loss away from their season ending. But tonight, at least the odds makers have some faith in the Yankees. They are big favorites tonight at home. How should Yankees fans be feeling tonight in this deciding Game 3?
Yeah, I mean, pretty good because Carlos Rodon pitched with the team's back to the wall last week against the against the Red Sox. Pitched really well. They came back. It's tough to say that they can make it all the way back. I think they do win tonight. I think Rodon, he can kind of be that guy. You put it on his shoulders and he gets it done. Shane Bieber, a bit of an unknown still, a nice handful of starts down the stretch, but you face all those left-handed hitters in Yankee Stadium, and all of a sudden, the Ben Rices of the world and the Trent Grishams and maybe even an Austin Wells, a little bit more favorable of a matchup for them. So, I think they get, assuming that there's any juice in the Yankee Stadium crowd after that beatdown, I think they get, a nice little bump from their home crowd. I think Rodon shuts it down. But if I'm a Yankee fan, I do feel kind of highly discouraged about the notion of coming back now down 2-0. I think maybe they tie the game, but tie the series, but I can't see them winning a Game 5 in Toronto with the way the Blue Jays were hitting there. Just kind of insane. And you want to see stars. You want to see stars do their thing in the playoffs for as much as as the Ernie Clements of the world and and the Davis Schneiders and all that are neat little stories. For Vlad Guerrero to have 6 hits and 9 at bats, including a home run to start the scoring, and then a grand slam in Game 2. That's pretty awesome. This guy is basically Mr. Canada, and his playoff sample is so small that you couldn't exactly say, oh, he's not a postseason player. The Blue Jays have been 2-0 in his past three appearances. So for that guy to get his feet on the ground and start raking is really cool, and obviously makes the Jays a very live presence in these playoffs. But I do think the Yankees salvage one tonight, even for as grim as things look right now.
Dave, we got a couple minutes remaining. Is there any chance for the Tigers, or is it a matter of time before the Mariners close this thing out?
Yeah, it's the battle. I don't want to call this a slap fight necessarily, because both of these
Right.
teams are better than that. The Mariners are definitely better than that, and I feel like the Tigers have been able to kind of like drag them down into the mud a little bit. Comerica is not an easy place to play. That place has kind of gone nuts. 43,000 strong. Jack Flaherty started a playoff game. I would have pause in almost any situation, but at the same time, this Mariners team, as improved as it is offensively, I still think they can be pitched to, and they can. Again, it's a matter of suppressing the stars. Cal Raleigh and Julio Rodriguez, both 4 for 9, both with big extra base hits in this series. So that's that is a problem. But you get beyond that, and I think they can be pitched to. You give up 2 home runs to Jorge Polanco, that let them back in the series. You hate to see that, but oh gosh, the Tigers so similarly punchless. So it's it goes 5. I think the Jays probably win it, but I think the Tigers have just enough and can remember that mojo of remember back in June when we were good, and maybe we'll see Tarek Skubal in a Game 5 on the road. That would be fun. I think they get to that point, but I think the Mariners probably will have one more good offensive game in them to kind of win the series, but definitely not over by any stretch of the imagination.
You can check out his fine work as the Major League Baseball writer for USA Today. It is our good friend Gabe Lax. Gabe, always love your insight and having you on the show. Thank you so much.
And don't sleep on Best Buy. You can get $5 you can get towards a cell phone charger or something, you know?
Let's get some batteries.
Yeah. I'm glad someone's stepping up. And you know what? I like Circuit City as well. Don't forget about those guys.
Oh, my gosh, yes.
Thank you, Gabe. All right, have a good one. Coming up next on the show, what a charge into our bets for tonight. Where are we going to go? No football? We sort of like the baseball card? Maybe some hockey? We're going to tell you where. We're going to talk with the Dongster. All that is coming up next here on the Daily Tip, and it is here on the BetMGM Network.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Let's get back to the Daily Tip with Chelsea Messenger and Michael Jenkins on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Welcome back on a Tuesday. Great to have you with us. I'm Jake. She is Chelsea. Coming up, Bet Sweats. Bet Sweats. Our favorite bets, Donkster as well. Chelsea, I forgot to tell you this. On, what was it, Friday? Yeah, Friday. So I was waiting for the lovely Catherine to get back from Gatorland in Orlando. A little site visit for work where they're having a huge get-together, a post-conference get-together here in a few months. So she was down and back in like 24 hours. So I said, okay, when you get back, we'll meet. We'll go have drinks somewhere. It's kind of an evening together, which was really nice. And so until then, I went down the street until our reservation opened up, and I just sat at the bar. I haven't been at this bar in a while, but I know everyone there. And so I was just sitting there and saying hello and just waiting for Catherine to get close. And so there's a guy next to me, and this happens all the time where someone will strike up a conversation, and I have never handed out so much life advice in my life. Like where I felt really bad. Like I'm like, am I talking this guy's ear off? I'm trying to shift the conversation like, what do you do? How are things going? Nice to meet you. And it was just like, so how important do you think looks are in a relationship? So I answered that question. Okay, well, this is the job I have now, but I have a passion for this. What do you think I should do? And I answered that question. And he said, okay, well, so you've been in a relationship before in your 20s. I was like, I have. Do you think a long distance relationship can work? And I mean, it wasn't just making conversation. Like he was just captive audience. And then I would say something, he'd be like, yeah, that makes a lot of sense. That makes a lot of sense. And I'd be like, okay, yeah, And like, I'm just some random dude. And by the end, I'm like, I'm trying to help, but also I am not an expert on any of these issues. I'm just trying to help. And so I hope he took away something, but it was kind of strange because I kind of caught myself like, I'm not just vomiting information, right? Like he just keeps asking questions. I don't know. I think he just needed someone to talk to.
Well, it's wild to me how like social norms are so different in bars. And like, especially when people start drinking, people want to ask the important questions. Like I feel like I've had these discussions with random girls in line for the bathroom where they're like telling me their whole life story. And you're like, I don't even know this girl, but sure, I'll chime in. Break up with him. He sucks. So I don't know what it is about bars, but like, I think this is part of the charm. Is it like you go to a bar and it feels like some of the, I don't know, like inhibitions are peeled away. I don't know if this guy was drinking. Maybe that was part of it.
Barely.
But it does feel part for the course in bars. Like people do this all the time.
Yeah, I kind of felt bad just based on the story I got. He was he'd come down from New York City. He was a young kid. I mean, he was probably like 24, something like that. And he had a nice job, and he had just moved to Arlington in Virginia, which is right outside D.C., and he had come to the city for like a hot second and was just popping in to have a drink. But I just felt like there was probably a lot going on. He was trying to figure things out. And also it's tough when you move from a place, that you enjoy or that you're from. You move to a new city, and you're trying to get to know people, and I think probably that had something to do with it as well. And also I'm older. Maybe that was part of it, but maybe I'll just become a part-time counselor. Do that.
Ah, yes, because you were alive during all these times, and you have so much wisdom from being on this earth that long. But at least he is open to advice.
Yeah.
Because I think that's the worst thing usually about talking to people who are like in their 20s is that they think they know it all. So it is refreshing for somebody to respect advice from his elders.
Also when I'm not offering it, like I wasn't just like, let me tell this kid how it is.
Let me tell you something.
Let me tell you something, kid. You have no idea what's coming. There's a storm coming. It's called life, all right? And there's no escaping it. And I got some game on, and I'm like, oh, yeah, I'll help. I'm not trying to bother you. But nice guy. Ryan, I believe was his name. So I hope Ryan is doing well. What's coming up next on Bet Sweats? I don't know, but I guarantee they're going to have a take on last night's Monday Night Football game. Bet Sweats, Chiefs and Jags. I'm curious to hear what Sammy P thinks about the Chiefs. We were on opposite sides last night, but we were talking about what we believe or who we believe the Chiefs are now. And we don't know. They're very fascinating. One of the more fascinating cases, I feel like, in the NFL where you have this talent. Nobody expected a 2-3 start. Now you've got the Lions coming to town. You're a good football team, but how good are you? So maybe we'll ask him about that. One thing I do know is that we aren't a fan of the card today, Chelsea, but we got to come up with something.
Time to place your bets.
My advice to you is, please give us the dub.
Well, I will try my best. As I mentioned, I'm not a huge fan of anything today, but this is the bet that I can make the strongest case for. So we're going to go with Shane Bieber, starting pitcher for the Toronto Blue Jays today, over his outs prop of 14.5. It's pretty juicy over at BetMGM at -155, but this is all the way up to -168 at some other places. So maybe some value there. But my point being is that this does not feel like a quick hook situation for the Blue Jays. They're up 2-0 on the Yankees, and they've had plenty of run support. And plus, Shane Bieber is their big mid-season acquisition that they got at the trade deadline for these very situations. Like Shane Bieber, they add him because they said, hey, like this is a guy that's pitched in the postseason in the biggest of moments. And hell, he's even pitched at Yankee Stadium back when he was with, I think it was the Indians back then, back when he was with Cleveland in 2022. And he's pitched well. Last time he went to the Bronx, he struck out 7, 5 2/3, and only gave up 2 earned runs. So I think he gets to 15 outs here. I think he gets to 5 innings. Why would you yank him early, especially when you have a 2-game cushion? And plus, he's one of your best starters. I think maybe he doesn't shut down the Yankees, but I think he is just fine. He gets through 5. Let's go over his outs prop of 14.5 for -155.
Let's go. Okay, I looked at the baseball card today, and I leaned Mariners, Tigers, I lean Mariners money line. I just don't have a good feel for anything baseball related today. But guess what? We get hockey tonight. 3 games on the schedule in the NHL, so get ready for a lot of hockey bets that maybe you didn't ask for. I got one for you. And even this one, I'm like, I don't know. Let's go Rangers. 3-way money line. It's -134. What does that mean? It means they need to win in regulation. That is the 3-way money line. If it goes to overtime tied, you lose, but you get to lay less juice. So that's the advantage there. That is the trade-off. This is a Penguins team that is old. Have you ever heard the names Evgeny Malkin and Sidney Crosby? Yes, you have. They've been around since the days when the Beatles were around, like we were talking about earlier. They've been around forever. They're as old as me, okay? But going back to last season, they had a goal differential, the Penguins did, of -50. They give up a ton of shots, a ton of goals. Last year, they allowed 287 goals. That ranked 29th in the league. So I'm always looking for an advantage between the pipes. I listen to different hockey bettors, and that's a very small niche, and they go really into the metrics, and you certainly can. You want to find out who's playing, who's not, the different line combinations, all that goes into that. Sometimes you can really simplify it by looking at the guys between the pipes. That's certainly something I do, and the Rangers have the advantage here. Igor Shesterkin, not the best record last season, disappointing year for the Blue Shirts in 2024, but he did have a goals against average of 2.86. Also, Pittsburgh on the road last year, and this game is at the Garden. Pittsburgh on the road, 13-21-7. So they were bad away from home. I like the Rangers to win it in regulation, so let's go Rangers, 3-way money line, -134.
You're right. I didn't ask for hockey bets,
I
but
know.
we got them anyway.
Got him.
So we were
Had to
safe.
do it. Okay, Dogster, you make it quick. We got to talk to Sammy P. What's on your mind?
This Sunday, on the season premiere of Matlock, Kathy Bates is back as a sassy 77-year-old lawyer looking to show Cal Raleigh that she's the real big dumper.
Oh, I don't know. I don't think that's the storyline.
It is if you watch the way I do. Sound off. Hitting the rewind button again and again, and watching Kathy shake it all the way to the courtroom as she wins another trial. Case closed.
All right. That's enough, Dogster.
Double D knows what I'm talking about.
Okay, yes, we get it. Can you please give us a bet?
Seattle, money line, -130 against the Tigers.
God, you get worse every day. Okay. Kathy Bates getting some serious run on this show, along with Best Buy. Wow, what a combination. Here's a guy I always buy stock in, Sammy P, getting ready for Bet Sweats. Good morning, Sammy P. How you doing? What is your take on Kansas City after last night?
I don't know. I'm still trying to figure out who's good. Is Baltimore good? No, they're not good. Is Buffalo good? Yes. New England's decent. Kansas City's incomplete. Penn State, though, Double D, very, very bad. I do know that.
Oh, that was unfair. And
out of nowhere.
Was it? Was it unfair?
You didn't say anything about Texas.
Well, Texas is bad.
Yeah, well.
Not Penn State bad, but they're down there together.
You have Cooper Manning's kid. What do you expect? He's not Peyton Reilly's kid.
No, that's true. I think I'd rather have Cooper at this point. Yeah, moving forward, that's a possibility. Got some eligibility left. I know. Double D.
What do you think of the Jags, though? Can we ask about the Jags? Like, are they a good team?
Their defensive coordinator, Campanile, is awesome. And, I mean, that whole play where they pick Mahomes off at the goal line and go 99 yards, that changes the game. That's what they do. They remind me a lot of Lovey's Bears. I don't know how they keep turning you over, but they keep finding a way.
And let me ask you about this, too, because we were discussing this as well. Is Trevor Lawrence to the point where he can still take a next step under Liam Cohen? Like, he's crazy to watch because if he's not falling over or throwing a pass past the line of scrimmage, he'll throw a dart, take off with his legs. I mean, you see the talent there, but can he continue to sort of get towards his ceiling, or is this who he is?
I think it is who he is.
Yeah.
I was also laughing at Liam Cohen, laughing at Trevor Lawrence falling to the ground, like just how they scripted it up, fall down and then score. He might not have to take that next step if this defense can keep doing what it's doing. I thought he was fine. As long as he doesn't turn the ball over, that team has a chance to win.
Yeah. When Liam Cohen is saying, it was kind of a goofy play, I'm like, you're saying that? You? Liam Cohen? All right. Sammy P., good to see you as always. Have a great show, buddy.
Bye.
Bye, buddy.
Goodbye, Sammy P.
Dogster, whoa, hey, end of the show. That's going to do it for this edition of the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. For Chelsea, I'm Jenks and the entire crew. We have a great crew here. Have a great Tuesday. We'll see you.
You've been listening to the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. If you missed any of the show, listen back anytime on the new and improved Odyssey app.
Tuesday. Welcome into Send It In, presented by BetMGM here on the BetMGM Network. I'm your host, PJ Glasser. We got a great show for you guys today. We're going to talk NFL. We already got Week 6 upcoming. We'll dive into some of that. College football, we'll look at some of the top 25 matchups that we have for Week 7. 2 more playoff baseball games tonight that we'll dive into. And the NHL season starts tonight. Casey Hudson standing by, going to get her thoughts on what to expect for the upcoming year. Nick Kenyon will join us later on in the show as well. So a jam-packed show, lot to get to over the next 30 minutes. As always, any questions, comments, best bets that you guys have for us, let us know at the BetMGM Network. And if you guys miss any part of the show today, make sure you check out the Send It In podcast, which is available wherever you get your podcast. Let's get rolling on a Tuesday. Glasses in session. We go to the Glasser guest line. We check in with Casey Hudson. Give her a follow on X at The Sports Case. Host on the Hockey Hub on Nesson. Casey, always great to see you. And whenever I talk to you, that means we are in hockey season. So it's great to have it back. And definitely the big storyline coming into this year is, can the Florida Panthers three-peat? So talk to me about Florida, and what do you think their biggest obstacle, Casey, is going to be this season if they want to get that third straight Stanley Cup?
PJ, thank you for having me. I always get excited to chat with you and Sean. I missed you guys during playoffs, but of course I was running around trying to get acclimated in Boston like a psychopath. But yes, the season is finally upon us. The big question being, will the Panthers be that team? I know a lot of friends from Tampa Bay are saying, do not say it, which I won't, because we have 2 things that we have to worry about with this team right now. Not having Barkov in the mix, not having Tkachuk in the mix. These are 2 major injuries that, can kind of change a little bit of the DNA of this team. I think that that's probably their largest obstacle, just upon the return, more than likely, of Matthew Tkachuk. But we've seen some movement take place with their training camp lines, and you're talking about this team that actually heavily relied on the production of their third line, Lucieranen being one of them, Lundell being another one. And then, I don't know, the sample size that this team got from Brad Marchand and what he did in the playoffs. So the ability of moving these guys around, almost making your third line your second line, just to make sure that there's no kind of gap in production there. I think the Panthers are going to be fine. That first year that they ended up going and grabbing their Stanley Cup, they had an ugly start to the season. And I mean, questionable play from Bobrovsky. And then all of a sudden they turned into this electrifying team that was hard to play against and ended up going to a Stanley Cup final. So I would say the injuries are their biggest obstacle, but I don't think it's that concerning. I think we're going to see that depth that we have often seen out of this team over the past 2 years. And it also comes into play about Paul Maurice being a really quality coach for a team such as this.
No doubt. Florida 11-1 right now on BetMGM to win their third straight Stanley Cup. Casey, looking at the offseason, if you had to point to one player acquisition, maybe a team getting a new head coach, what did you think was the most impactful move that a team made in your eyes as you look through all the teams right now?
Yeah, there's a couple of them in my book. I think one of the first ones I have to go to is the Utah Mammoths, because JJ Peterka was a hot name in terms of like being able to be an addition to a roster, be able to level up on a roster. And he's going to a bit of a younger team that kind of made a push and made a lot of noise considering what they were expected to do last year. And then the talent that he's going to be surrounded with also, like Dylan Guenther. I mean, the guy was so hot last year and a very consistent pillar for that Utah Mammoths team. So I like him as an addition to be able to kind of help edge this team up a little bit more, and also their ability to kind of be more competitive. They're going to ramp up their scoring chances and opportunities also, as long as health stays on their side. From the coaching perspective, I don't think you can look away from Tocchet. We know that the Flyers were one of the toughest teams to play against in terms of them consistently generating on-man rushes. They were so good at doing that. Now they've got an extra layer of scoring from Seagrass, but that's if he can live up to the plate, but he mentioned seasonal depression. He mentioned a number of factors that just weren't working for him on the West Coast. A happy player in a system that works for them, that's something to keep an eye out for. So this is a team that's trying to reestablish their physical DNA, which they can do under Tocchet, and then their power play, which they can also do, because you're looking at a Mitchkov that really didn't get along with his head coach last year, wasn't seeing eye to eye, and pulling the best potential out of a player like that, yeah, it's going to make a team kind of difficult to play against. So I'd say Tocchet in terms of head coach and kind of how quickly certain things can turn around for a Flyers team that was always in a conversation last year. But then more importantly, I wanted JJ Peterka in Boston. I know that wasn't going to happen, but I think that he is looking for a different path, system, and just a way to play free hockey, and he can do that with Utah.
All right, very good. Yeah, Utah Mammoth now. No more hockey club out there in Salt Lake City. Yeah, Casey, honestly, I'm glad you said something. I'm like, that's right. They are the Mammoth this season. So getting our brush up on the NHL season. Before you hopped on, you're like, PJ, I think I might do it again. I like this Dallas Stars team. You go to war with them every season. I feel like the Carolina Hurricanes are the team that I always like every season. They're like the Bills and the Ravens, Casey, of the NHL, right? We look at these rosters every year and we convince ourselves that it'll be different. Of those two teams, though, would you buy in again this year with either Dallas or Carolina?
Oh, yeah. I mean, we said it off camera. Like, I've gone to bat for Dallas for 3 years now, and just want to see great things for them, especially with the addition of Mikko Rantanen. And we all loved Rantanen's revenge in the postseason. I feel like I'm going to be that crazy person to go with it again for a few reasons here, because you get a full season of Mikko now with no contract drama on his back, no conversation of last season. He's one of those gear forward guys, and we know that he could put up the numbers or dish it out to serve it, puck opportunities, scoring opportunities for his line mates. So I feel like they're going to be a really fun team to watch. And my biggest thing, which I said to you 100 times here on Send It In, was like, I didn't trust Ottinger for the longest time. He made such a leap of growth last season. And if he can just be that guy again, and even like a smidge more, I mean, my goodness, I really feel like Dallas can finally get something situated. So I'm rooting for them always, because I feel like they have a lot of players that are just ready to cash in. Again, they didn't have Tyler Seguin for majority of the season last year. Hopefully, everything's going to pan out for him. I know Jamie Benn had his scare and isn't going to be a part of anything, but they have a lot of talent. They have young guys that need to prove themselves. They have Matt Duchene, who they need to get a lot more out of. So just considering the talent pool with Dallas, and then Ottinger stemming off of what he did last year, I really want to root for Dallas one more time. Carolina's been hard because they get there and then something falls apart. For the most part, it's kind of been too many things getting past their goaltending. We knew that goaltending was going to be something they were maybe going to look further into, but then, of course, they commit to both of their goaltenders. Then you add Ehlers to the mix. Well, he's unignorable. So some of the talent that they have over there, I feel like maybe this is the year for them to finally push through, but it's just been tough. Like, if I had to choose one over the other, I feel like I might trust Dallas just a smidge more than Carolina, because something just falls apart with Carolina every single time. But they have high expectations now, adding Keandre Miller to their back end for one. But then you've got two significant defensemen that are no longer a part of the mix over there. Gostisbehere has been tremendous. Sean Walker was a hot commodity sitting at +9 when he was being evaluated to come out of Philadelphia. So I feel like they have a lot of good pieces, them being Carolina. And I don't think Ehlers would have chose over there if he didn't think that they can make a deep run, if not make it to the Stanley Cup final. But we have to see how they do collectively with chemistry, because sometimes it just heavily becomes reliant on one line getting the job done, regardless of how much talent Carolina tends to have. And that's part of what's hindered them from pushing through in the postseason.
Makes sense. We're talking with Casey Hudson here on Send It In, host on the Hockey Hub on Nesson. Give her a follow on X at The Sports Case. Casey, about 30 seconds on each of these answers. Kind of want to go rapid fire with you, get your thoughts on some teams that you like, don't like this upcoming NHL season. Who do you think is going to be the surprise team this year in the NHL?
Maybe not the biggest surprise, but the Islanders, keep a look on them to kind of make things a bit edgy in the East yet again. I mean, they still made things pretty competitive regardless of how fractured their roster was, but Ilya Sorokin has been tremendous for this team goaltending-wise. You've seen everything out of Matthew Schaefer on social media kind of living up to the hype there, and then, Jonathan Drouin now playing wing on their top line. Barzal, when he's healthy, going to be centering that second line. They've got a lot of talent that they can spread out through four lines, and I feel like, again, not being a great team last year, still staying in some conversations, they made some of the best offseason moves in my personal opinion. So that's one of them. Canadians, I like Bolduc going over to them, and I feel like they've got a good product just to build off of from last season. Utah Mammoths, I already mentioned them, but then the Minnesota Wild. I mean, Matt Boldy is one of the best wingers out there, and he's only going to get better. Kaprizov now has to live up to the expectation of his payday, and you've got Tarasenko on your second line playing over at right wing, I believe. So I feel like they've got so much talent as well to where they can stir things up in the West.
How about on the other side, biggest disappointment you think we could see this year in the NHL?
Ooh, might be a bit of a hot take, but for some reason, something doesn't feel as sexy for me when it comes to the Capitals. I just don't know if they're going to be able to repeat what they did last year or go as far. Don't have too much reasoning behind that, crazy enough. They probably have one of the most chemistry or guys that are coming back together after a following year competing in the playoffs. But for some reason, something's not clicking there for me. But on the other flip of the coin, you got the Winnipeg Jets. I mean, you just got Taves and found out he's on IR today. This team tends to get a bit banged up, which kind of hinders them from being able to do too much. And some teams that did strengthen out west, I feel like that can become kind of harder for the Winnipeg Jets team. So I'd say the Jets more so based on like resources and like valuable expectation, but then maybe Washington, I think, could end up being like not as great as last year.
Casey, 20 seconds. Who do you like to win the East? Who do you like to win the West? What's your Stanley Cup matchup this year?
Oh, PJ, this is always my worst nightmare. You know this. I looked at it too, and I still really couldn't like lock in on anything. East. I'd say Panthers or Carolina coming out of the East. Okay. I'm going to stick with that, even though everyone knows I would really love for Tampa Bay to be able to pocket through. And then as for the West, I'm going to go Dallas or Minnesota.
Dallas or Minnesota. Okay. Let's
Yeah.
say, I mean, that's the beauty of hockey, right? I mean, so many different teams can win
So much can change.
So much can change. It all gets started tonight, opening night. They drop the puck for the NHL. Casey Hudson, give her a follow on X at The Sports Case. Host on the Hockey Hub on Nesson. Casey, have a great season. We'll catch up with you soon. Always great seeing you.
Thank you, guys. Have a fantastic week.
All right, great stuff there from Casey, guys. Let's keep it rolling here on Send It In. Talk a little college football. We got a good slate this week. A lot of good top 25 matchups, and we have a good one on Friday night in the American. Number 24, South Florida, taking on North Texas. North Texas actually opened as the 1-point favorite in this game. We've seen some USF money come in. They're now a small favorite at -1, -115 on the money line. I don't have a play yet in this game. I do feel like North Texas is definitely going to be the contrarian play, right? USF had the big win against Florida. They had the big win against Boise. North Texas is undefeated, but not a lot of people have gotten a chance to watch them play. I think they're probably the right side in the game, but ultimately I don't know if I'm going to end up with a bet in that one. Number 1, Ohio State takes on number 17, Illinois in Champaign. Buckeyes favored by 14.5. I'd lay the lumber with Ohio State in this game. Look, we already saw Illinois go up against one decent team in Indiana, and we saw how that went, losing by 50. Now they're going up against arguably the best team in the country. I just don't know how much Illinois is going to score on that Ohio State defense. So I'd look to lay it with Ohio State against Illinois. Number 8, Alabama at number 14, Missouri. Bama 3-point favorite in this game with a total 51.5. Very interesting game, right? That spread feels a little tricky, but it makes a lot of sense because this is a very difficult spot for Bama. Off the bye week, they've played 2 Super Bowls, essentially. You play Georgia at night, massive game to save your season. Then you get the revenge game against Vandy, College game days there. Next week, they host Tennessee under the lights. And then you get this like sandwich game against Missouri when they're coming off a bye. It's at noon Eastern time, 11 a.m. local. It's a very tricky game. Missouri's got a very good run game with Pabula, the quarterback, and Ahmad Hardy, the running back. I still kind of like Bama in the game, though. I would lean towards them -3, but I think it's going to be a very close game. Might be a game that you just want to end up and live betting. Number 7, Indiana takes on number 3, Oregon. Ducks a 7.5-point favorite. Total is 55.5. I think Indiana's a pretty easy team to handicap. They're so well coached. They don't beat themselves. They don't make mistakes. They don't turn the ball over. But we have seen that when they go up against teams that are more talented than them, that's when they tend to struggle. We saw what they look like against Ohio State and Notre Dame last year. Now they're going up against a very talented Oregon team that's very well coached. Cignetti is terrific off of a bye week. I'm hoping this thing continues to go down. If we can get a 7 with Oregon, I'm going to lay it with the Ducks. We also have Oklahoma and Texas Red River. Texas, a 2.5-point favorite. Total in the game is 42.5. Talked about this one yesterday. Anything under 3. I like the Longhorns in the game. Now, there is some rumors swirling out there that John Mateer might be back in this game for the Sooners. If he is, that would kind of make me like Texas more. I don't think Oklahoma should rush him back, but it's a do-or-die game for Texas, must win. I like the Longhorns. Florida, 7.5-point dog at Texas A&M on Saturday. Total in the game, 46.5. This is going to be the best defense that Texas A&M has faced all season. Florida, I mean, you know, in these games against great teams, LSU, they were hanging in there. If it wasn't for the 5 interceptions from Lagway, Miami, who might be one of the top 2 or 3 teams in the country, they hung with them for about 2.5 quarters. and then had the nice win against Texas last week. I think Florida can keep this game close. I'd probably look at them plus the points. Georgia and Auburn should be a good one under the lights on the Plains. Talked about the under yesterday. I like under 46.5. I think Georgia wins the game, though, and I think Georgia minus 160 on the money line. Good bet in that one. I just trust Kirby, and I think they find a way to win a close game. Number 15, Michigan at USC. The Trojans are 2.5-point favorites with a total of 57.5. For me, it's simple. USC's at home. They're off of a bye. I think they're going to find a way to win this game. I'm still not really sold on Michigan all that much. Yes, Michigan should have a big advantage on the trenches with the way that they can run and USC's inability to stop the run. But I think coming off a bye and this game being in LA, again, we talk about it all the time with the Big Ten, these teams that have to travel through multiple time zones, big disadvantage. I'll take USC. Number 18, BYU is on the road at Arizona. I would look at zone of the home dog at plus 2.5. I just think BYU is fraudulent. I don't think they're very good. And I like this Arizona team at home. And then Arizona State, number 21 team in the country at unranked Utah. And the Utes are laying 5.5. I think the line would tell you to take Utah. But I don't know, man. In Big 12 play, when they've been going up against decent teams, they have really struggled. Dillingham's a terrific coach. Levitt's a very good quarterback. Don't think I'm going to bet that game. But if I had to, probably would lean towards Arizona State plus the points. All right, let's talk a little NFL. Dive into the Week 6 slate. My guy, Johnny Sharp's telling me we got some breaking news per Ian Rappaport that the Bengals are trading for Joe Flacco as well to help them out. Jake Browning has obviously been very disappointing so far for Cincinnati. Our guy Nick Kenyon is going to join us here in a little bit. Interested to get his thoughts as Flacco is trying to complete the AFC North quadruple, I guess. He's now played for the Ravens, the Browns, and the Big. Go ahead.
Peach, it's just so Ian Rappaport just tweeted out saying that it's a 5th with Joe Flacco for a 6th round pick, it looks like.
5th and Joe Flacco for a 6th round pick. Okay, so there you go. I would assume it's still going to be Browns.
Sorry, Joe Flacco and a 6th rounder for a 5th.
Perfect.
Flip the picks there.
Did it say, Sean, whether or not they expect him to start? I wouldn't imagine so, right? They're just bringing
nothing yet, but if they do, I'll let you know.
Okay, sounds good. We'll talk about that game tomorrow, the Bengals and the Packers. Some of the games I want to look at today, the Thursday night game, Eagles and Giants. Philly is a 7.5-point favorite. The total in the game is 41. I don't really have any strong thoughts on this game. I kind of lean towards the over. With Dart in there, the Giants have been moving the ball, and I think being on a short week, there's still not a ton of film on him. I think they'll be able to move, and I think Philadelphia should be able to score on the Giants too. So would probably look at the over if I had to make a play on the game. Sunday morning out in London, I really want to bet the Jets. This is such a great spot to back the Jets, plus 7.5. Denver coming off the biggest win in the Sean Payton era. At Philadelphia, beating the defending Super Bowl champs. Now you get on a plane, that long flight, feeling good about yourselves to go to London to take on the Jets, who are 0-5. They're desperate for their first win. Their defense is just so bad, and I just don't know if I can do it. Usually in London, the favorites cover. Usually these international games, the better teams just win and cover the spread. So I want to be on the Jets. I just can't get there with them against the Broncos. I really want to fade the Colts again this week. Didn't work out too well for me last week against Indy. But I'm looking hard at Arizona this week. If we can get a 7 with Arizona, I think I'm going to have to bet it against Indianapolis, right? Because then they're saying that Arizona and Las Vegas are similar teams if they price the game at 7, and that's just not true. Even though Arizona's not very good, Vegas is horrendous. It looks like I was way wrong about them, was way wrong about Geno. But Arizona, I am worried about what that loss to the Titans is going to do to their locker room. Gannon, even though he apologized for what he did to DeMercado, it's not great watching your coach punch a player, kind of. They're in big-time disarray. That was a horrendous loss. The vibes around Indy right now are immaculate. That team is absolutely rolling. So you do feel like you're betting against a buzzsaw a little bit. But look, I mean, it's all about the number. And if we get a +7 with Arizona, that is the way I would probably lean in that game against the Colts. The Chargers are a 4.5-point favorite at Miami. I want to be on the Chargers in this game, but these injuries are really killing this Chargers team, right? I mean, no Alton Slater on the O-line. Now Hampton is banged up. They have guys on defense that are banged up. They have to make another cross-country trip. They flew to the Meadowlands to take on the Giants, back to LA for the Commanders, now back to Miami to take on the Dolphins. It's not a team I really want to lay points with right now, even though I did want to bet LA this week. I just can't get to the window. That game will probably be a pass for me. I love the Saints this week, plus 3.5 against the Patriots. The Saints are exactly in the same spot that they were against the Giants last week, right? The Giants had the big upset against the Chargers. And then we talked about how much we love the Saints because the Giants, off that big upset, be feeling great about themselves, going on the road. They end up turning the ball over 5 times and lose that game. I mean, it's the same thing with the Patriots, right? Everybody loves Drake May right now, talking about him being a superstar, talking about the Pats going to the playoffs, maybe winning the AFC East. That was a Vrabel game. That game, I mean, he did that all the time in Tennessee when he was a big dog and he would get his teams to play up to the Chiefs. He'd get them to play up to the Ravens. That's what Vrabel does. They forced 3 turnovers in that game and they did what they had to do to win it. But again, Drake May's only won 4 games as a starting quarterback. And now here he is on the road as a favorite of 3.5. And again, the Saints have been a competitive team this season. I understand they're 1-4, but they have been competitive in 4 of the 5 games that they have played. They've been competitive in all their home games, and it's a great spot right now because everybody's loving the Patriots. That was the biggest win that they have had in a while. I'll take the Saints plus the 3.5. I also like the Steelers -5 against Cleveland as well. I mean, look, you got Pittsburgh coming off a bye. You got the Browns coming back from London after a tough loss with the rookie quarterback making his first true road start. The Browns have lost 21 straight regular season games in Pittsburgh. That's not a misspeak. 21 straight regular season games in Pittsburgh. And doesn't this just feel like a Tomlin voodoo magic rookie quarterback, 3 turnovers, Browns dominate the stats, Pittsburgh wins by 10. It's just going to be one of those games. If you want to take the Steelers in a money line parlay, I think that's a great way of going about it. I think you can lay the 5 as well. I like Pittsburgh. And then Cowboys and Panthers, I'd probably lean towards Dallas. I like backing Carolina as a home team. But Dak is great against bad competition. He wins those games. He usually covers spreads. He beats up on the bad teams. He's playing another bad team this week in Carolina. So it'd probably be Dallas -3.5 or nothing for me against the Panthers. All right, let's check in with our guy, Nick Kenyon. Give him a follow on X at Nick Kenyon, senior writer for BetMGM. All right, Nick, a lot I want to get into with you here for a little bit, but just your initial reaction to Joe Flacco going to the Bengals now, and did you have any thoughts on that Packer-Bengal game where the Packers are favored by 14.5?
Yeah, always good to see you, PJ. It's a very stupid decision, in my opinion. Like, whenever you can put an immobile quarterback behind a bad offensive line, like, you have to do it, right? Like, Flacco, no chance. Like, I really like this game this week. I like the Bengals' first half team total under. I got it at 6.5 late last night. Joe Flacco just played this Packers defense, so if he does play again, like, they didn't score in the first half against Green Bay. So, yeah, like they have better wide receivers than Cincinnati, but I don't know how they keep him upright. Obviously, I think Jameis Winston would have been a better fit. Maybe the price was a little too rich for, Cincinnati getting him from the Giants. But, yeah, like it's Green Bay or nothing. The only question is whether they let their foot off the gas late in the fourth quarter like you saw the Lions do with such a big lead. So, but I do like the Bengals' first half under look against the Packers, who are off a bye week.
Very good point. Yeah, I think that's a good look in that game. Nick, who do you think's the best team in football right now? Rams lost, Eagles lost, Bills lost, Chiefs lost. Who do you think's the top team right now in the league?
I'll give you 2 answers because I think one, you have to adjust for the opponents you played, and one, you don't really have to do that. The best team in the NFL right now is the Lions at 4-1. They lead the league in total DVOA, but they really haven't played anybody yet. The only real opponent they played was Green Bay in week 1, and they lost that game pretty handily. I don't like the Ravens are a good team, but they're hurt right now, and their 2 best run stoppers were out against the Detroit team that dominates the run, so I don't really think that win counts for much. And yeah, they've beaten the Browns and the Bengals in the last 2 weeks. Those teams aren't very good. So I think the Lions, without opponent adjustments, are the best team. But with opponent adjustments, I still think it's the Green Bay Packers. What we often talk about in EPL betting, sometimes you just get, quote-unquote, soccered when you lose a bet. I think that's what's happened to Green Bay in the last 2 weeks. Like it's just been variance that has screwed this team after a 2-0 start. And I think as we get later in the season, you're going to see those wins over the Lions and Commanders age pretty well. So I think although they've slipped up a little bit of late, I still think the Packers are the best team in the league.
Yeah, plus 850 right now. You like the Packers to win the Super Bowl. Nick, you messaged me yesterday saying, PJ, I want to talk NFL MVP. So, Nick, I'll give you the floor. Excited to see what you have to say. What are your thoughts?
I'm reaching the point in the season where I'm starting to evaluate whether I might have been wrong in terms of my preseason perceptions of some teams. What if we were wrong about the Lions? What if we took this team and said they lost all their brain power, they have an injury-prone defense, and their schedule is absolutely brutal? Jared Goff is 16-1 to win MVP, and this offense does not look like it has lost any beat since Ben Johnson left. The running backs are just as good. They've stayed just as healthy, even though there was some potential injury regression coming along the offense. You've seen it with Taylor Decker a little bit, but the offensive line is still just so good. What if he goes into Kansas City this week and delivers a masterclass like he did in Baltimore a few weeks ago against a Chiefs defense that I don't think is very good? That price is going to plummet this week. And I think Jared Goff, the only question is whether the Lions are a top 2 seed in the conference this year. That's halfway, getting yourself halfway to the handicap for MVP. If I was wrong about Detroit, that price is absolutely crazy. And I really like a live bet on Jared Goff MVP right now.
I think it makes a lot of sense, especially if you like him to beat the Chiefs this week. I mean, to your point, Nick, that price is going to definitely dwindle down quite a bit. So Goff to win MVP. Looking at week 6, you mentioned the Bengals bet that you like. Was there anything else that you've already bet, Nick, here in the upcoming week?
Yeah, I'm surprised, PJ. We're going to be oppo on a couple of bets here. Slightly opposition on Thursday Night Football because I like the Giants team total under. It's at 16.5 right now. The Eagles have played the hardest set of opposing offenses by a mile to start their season. Through the first 5 games, their opponents are averaging a 14% offensive DVOA rating. That is the hardest in the NFL. Tied for second and third are the Titans and Jets. Their opponents are averaging plus 8.6. So it is just a get-right spot for this Eagles defense. The Giants have looked good against Dallas, who we know is not a good defense. And they cleared this number against the Chargers, but it basically came because Justin Herbert just turned into a turnover machine and kept giving the Giants short field. So I don't see it this week. I think the Giants finish under the team total. And then I'm going to be the sucker. Give me New England minus 3.5. Like, this is insulting to the Patriots because, and I talk about this in the game preview on the BetMGM blog, which I encourage people to go check out. It is an enormous mismatch between the Patriots' passing game and the Saints' secondary. And do I actually think the Saints can win 2 games in a row? No chance. Absolutely not. They have no answer for the Patriots' wide receivers. And the Saints scored 2 touchdowns against the Giants over 80 yards, a Rashid Shaheed bomb that was 87 yards, and an 86-yard fumble recovery. If this game is going to be a shootout, give me the Patriots all day. And then I don't know how there aren't points on Sunday Night Football in Chiefs and Lions. The Chiefs can't stop the run. The closest opponent they've played in terms of rushing quality to Detroit was last night against Jacksonville. They allowed 31 points. I know 7 was on an interception return, but it's kind of offset by Lawrence fumbling at the 1-yard line. And then the Lions defense is good by DVOA rating, but they haven't played any good offenses. The Chiefs offense by a mile is the best offense they'll have played all season. So I think you see just points galore on Sunday Night Football. I know the total is around 51.5 or 52. I think this could get into 60s or 70s range. So I think there are a lot of points scored on Sunday at Arrowhead.
Great stuff from Nick Kenyon. Nick, appreciate it, man. Senior writer for BetMGM at Nick Kenyon. We'll see you next week.
See you next week, PJ.
All right, great stuff. Real quick, guys, a promo from our friends at BetMGM, an MLB postseason odds boost token. Swing big on your next bet with an MLB postseason odds boost token. Use your token to net a bigger payout on a winning bet. Make it legendary at BetMGM. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. All right, guys, we got to go rapid fire, like 10, 15 seconds on this pick. So here we go. Julio Rodriguez, our guy in going streaking. Logan Gilbert, over 15.5 ounces, our prop lock. Blackhawks, dog of the day on the puck line, plus 1.5. Blue Jays, Yankees, over 7.5 is going to be our best bet. Thank you. Happy Tuesday. Welcome into Send It In, presented by BetMGM here on the BetMGM Network. I'm your host, PJ Glasser. We got a great show for you guys today. We're going to talk NFL. We already got Week 6 upcoming. We'll dive into some of that. College football, we'll look at some of the top 25 matchups that we have for Week 7. 2 more playoff baseball games tonight that we'll dive into. And the NHL season starts tonight. Casey Hudson standing by, going to get her thoughts on what to expect for the upcoming year. Nick Kenyon will join us later on in the show as well. So a jam-packed show, lot to get to over the next 30 minutes. As always, any questions, comments, best bets that you guys have for us, let us know at the BetMGM Network. And if you guys miss any part of the show today, make sure you check out the Send It In podcast, which is available wherever you get your podcast. Let's get rolling on a Tuesday. Glasses in session. We go to the Glasser guest line. We check in with Casey Hudson. Give her a follow on X at The Sports Case. Host on the Hockey Hub on Nesson. Casey, always great to see you. And whenever I talk to you, that means we are in hockey season. So it's great to have it back. And definitely the big storyline coming into this year is, can the Florida Panthers three-peat? So talk to me about Florida, and what do you think their biggest obstacle, Casey, is going to be this season if they want to get that third straight Stanley Cup?
PJ, thank you for having me. I always get excited to chat with you and Sean. I missed you guys during playoffs, but of course I was running around trying to get acclimated in Boston like a psychopath. But yes, the season is finally upon us. The big question being, will the Panthers be that team? I know a lot of friends from Tampa Bay are saying, do not say it, which I won't, because we have 2 things that we have to worry about with this team right now. Not having Barkov in the mix, not having Kachuk in the mix. These are 2 major injuries that, can kind of change a little bit of the DNA of this team. I think that that's probably their largest obstacle, just upon the return, more than likely, of Matthew Kachuk. But we've seen some movement take place with their training camp lines, and you're talking about this team that actually heavily relied on the production of their third line, Lucieranen being one of them, Lundell being another one. And then, I don't know, the sample size that this team got from Brad Marchand and what he did in the playoffs. So the ability of moving these guys around, almost making your third line your second line, just to make sure that there's no kind of gap in production there. I think the Panthers are going to be fine. That first year that they ended up going and grabbing their Stanley Cup, they had an ugly start to the season. And I mean, questionable play from Bobrovsky. And then all of a sudden they turned into this electrifying team that was hard to play against and ended up going to a Stanley Cup final. So I would say the injuries are their biggest obstacle, but I don't think it's that concerning. I think we're going to see that depth that we have often seen out of this team over the past 2 years. And it also comes into play about Paul Maurice being a really quality coach for a team such as this.
No doubt. Florida 11-1 right now on BetMGM to win their third straight Stanley Cup. Casey, looking at the offseason, if you had to point to one player acquisition, maybe a team getting a new head coach, what did you think was the most impactful move that a team made in your eyes as you look through all the teams right now?
Yeah, there's a couple of them in my book. I think one of the first ones I have to go to is the Utah Mammoths, because JJ Peterka was a hot name in terms of like being able to be an addition to a roster, be able to level up on a roster. And he's going to a bit of a younger team that kind of made a push and made a lot of noise considering what they were expected to do last year. And then the talent that he's going to be surrounded with also, like Dylan Guenther. I mean, the guy was so hot last year and a very consistent pillar for that Utah Mammoths team. So I like him as an an addition to be able to kind of help edge this team up a little bit more. And also their ability to kind of be more competitive. They're going to ramp up their scoring chances and opportunities also, as long as health stays on their side. From the coaching perspective, I don't think you can look away from Tocchet. We know that the Flyers were one of the toughest teams to play against in terms of them consistently generating on-man rushes. They were so good at doing that. Now they've got an extra layer of scoring from Zegras, but that's if he can live up to the plate, but he mentioned seasonal depression. He mentioned a number of factors that just weren't working for him on the West Coast. A happy player in a system that works for them, that's something to keep an eye out for. So this is a team that's trying to reestablish their physical DNA, which they can do under Tocchet, and then their power play, which they can also do, because you're looking at a Mitchkoff that really didn't get along with his head coach last year, wasn't seeing eye to eye, and pulling the best potential out of a player like that, yeah, it's going to make a team kind of difficult to play against. So I'd say Tocchet in terms of head coach and kind of how quickly certain things can turn around for a Flyers team that was always in a conversation last year. But then more importantly, I wanted JJ Peterka in Boston. I know that wasn't going to happen, but I think that he is looking for a different path, system, and just a way to play free hockey, and he can do that with Utah.
All right, very good. Yeah, Utah Mammoth now. No more hockey club out there in Salt Lake City. Yeah, Casey, honestly, I'm glad you said something. I'm like, that's right. They are the Mammoth this season. So getting our brush up on the NHL season. Before you hopped on, you're like, PJ, I think I might do it again. I like this Dallas Stars team. You go to war with them every season. I feel like the Carolina Hurricanes are the team that I always like every season. They're like the Bills and the Ravens, Casey, of the NHL, right? We look at these rosters every year and we convince ourselves that it'll be different. Of those two teams, though, would you buy in again this year with either Dallas or Carolina?
Oh, yeah. I mean, we said it off camera. I've gone to bat for Dallas for 3 years now, and just want to see great things for them, especially with the addition of Mikko Rantanen. And we all loved Rantanen's revenge in the postseason. I feel like I'm going to be that crazy person to go with it again for a few reasons here, because you get a full season of Mikko now with no contract drama on his back, no conversation of last season. He's one of those gear forward guys, and we know that he could put up the numbers or dish it out to serve it, puck opportunities, scoring opportunities for his line mates. So I feel like they're going to be a really fun team to watch. And my biggest thing, which I said to you 100 times here on Send It In, was I didn't trust Ottinger for the longest time. He made such a leap of growth last season. And if he can just be that guy again, and even a smidge more, I mean, my goodness, I really feel like Dallas can finally get something situated. So I'm rooting for them always, because I feel like they have a lot of players that are just ready to cash in. Again, they didn't have Tyler Seguin for majority of the season last year. Hopefully, everything's going to pan out for him. I know Jamie Benn had his scare and isn't going to be a part of anything, but they have a lot of talent. They have young guys that need to prove themselves. They have Matt Duchene, who they need to get a lot more out of. So just considering the talent pool with Dallas, and then Ottinger stemming off of what he did last year, I really want to root for Dallas one more time. Carolina's been hard because they get there and then something falls apart. For the most part, it's kind of been too many things getting past their goaltending. We knew that goaltending was going to be something they were maybe going to look further into, but then, of course, they commit to both of their goaltenders. Then you add Ehlers to the mix. Well, he's unignorable. So some of the talent that they have over there, I feel like maybe this is the year for them to finally push through, but it's just been tough. If I had to choose one over the other, I feel like I might trust Dallas just a smidge more than Carolina, because something just falls apart with Carolina every single time. But they have high expectations now, adding Keandre Miller to their back end for one. But then you've got two significant defensemen that are no longer a part of the mix over there. Gostisbehere has been tremendous. Sean Walker was a hot commodity sitting at +9 when he was being evaluated to come out of Philadelphia. So I feel like they have a lot of good pieces, them being Carolina. And I don't think Ehlers would have chose over there if he didn't think that they can make a deep run, if not make it to the Stanley Cup final. But we have to see how they do collectively with chemistry, because sometimes it just heavily becomes reliant on one line getting the job done, regardless of how much talent Carolina tends to have. And that's part of what's hindered them from pushing through in the postseason.
Makes sense. We're talking with Casey Hudson here on Send It In, host on the Hockey Hub on Nesson. Give her a follow on X at The Sports Case. Casey, about 30 seconds on each of these answers. Kind of want to go rapid fire with you, get your thoughts on some teams that you like, don't like this upcoming NHL season. Who do you think is going to be the surprise team this year in the NHL?
Maybe not the biggest surprise, but the Islanders, keep a look on them to kind of make things a bit edgy in the East yet again. I mean, they still made things pretty competitive regardless of how fractured their roster was, but Ilya Sorokin has been tremendous for this team goaltending-wise. You've seen everything out of Matthew Schaefer on social media, kind of living up to the hype there. And then, Jonathan Drouin now playing wing on their top line. Barzal, when he's healthy, going to be centering that second line. They've got a lot of talent that they can spread out through 4 lines. And I feel like, again, not being a great team last year, still staying in some conversations, they made some of the best offseason moves in my personal opinion. So that's one of them. Canadians, I like Bolduc going over to them, and I feel like they've got a good product just to build off of from last season. Utah Mammoths, I already mentioned them, but then the Minnesota Wild. I mean, Matt Boldy is one of the best wingers out there, and he's only going to get better. Kaprizov now has to live up to the expectation of his payday, and you've got Tarasenko on your second line, playing over at right wing, I believe. So I feel like they've got so much talent as well to where they can stir things up in the West.
How about on the other side? Biggest disappointment you think we could see this year in the NHL?
Ooh, might be a bit of a hot take, but for some reason, something doesn't feel as sexy for me when it comes to the Capitals. I just don't know if they're going to be able to repeat what they did last year or go as far. Don't have too much reasoning behind that. Crazy enough, they probably have one of the most chemistry or guys that are coming back together after a following year competing in the playoffs. But for some reason, something's not clicking there for me. But on the other flip of the coin, you got the Winnipeg Jets. I mean, you just got Taves and found out he's on IR today. This team tends to get a bit banged up, which kind of hinders them from being able to do too much. And some teams that did strengthen out west, I feel like that can become kind of harder for the Winnipeg Jets team. So I'd say the Jets more so based on resources and valuable expectation. But then maybe Washington, I think, could end up being not as great as last year.
Casey, 20 seconds. Who do you like to win the East? Who do you like to win the West? What's your Stanley Cup matchup this year?
Oh, PJ, this is always my worst nightmare. You know this. I looked at it too, and I still really couldn't lock in on anything. East. I'd say Panthers or Carolina coming out of the East. Okay. I'm going to stick with that, even though everyone knows I would really love for Tampa Bay to be able to pocket through. And then as for the West, I'm going to go Dallas or Minnesota.
Dallas or Minnesota. Okay. Let's see. I mean, that's the beauty of hockey, right? I mean, so many different teams can win.
So much can change.
So much can change. It all gets started tonight, opening night. They drop the puck for the NHL. Casey Hudson, give her a follow on X at The Sports Case. Host on the Hockey Hub on Nesson. Casey, have a great season. We'll catch up with you soon. Always great seeing you.
Thank you, guys. Have a fantastic week.
All right, great stuff there from Casey, guys. Let's keep it rolling here on Send It In. Talk a little college football. We got a good slate this week. A lot of good top 25 matchups, and we have a good one on Friday night in the American. Number 24, South Florida, taking on North Texas. North Texas actually opened as the 1-point favorite in this game. We've seen some USF money come in. They're now a small favorite at -1, -115 on the money line. I don't have a play yet in this game. I do feel like North Texas is definitely going to be the contrarian play, right? USF had the big win against Florida. They had the big win against Boise. North Texas is undefeated, but not a lot of people have gotten a chance to watch them play. I think they're probably the right side in the game, but ultimately I don't know if I'm going to end up with a bet in that one. Number 1 Ohio State takes on number 17 Illinois in Champaign. Buckeyes favored by 14.5. I'd lay the lumber with Ohio State in this game. Look, we already saw Illinois go up against one decent team in Indiana, and we saw how that went, losing by 50. Now they're going up against arguably the best team in the country. I just don't know how much Illinois is going to score on that Ohio State defense. So I'd look to lay it with Ohio State against Illinois. Number 8, Alabama at number 14, Missouri. Bama, 3-point favorite in this game with a total 51.5. Very interesting game, right? That spread feels a little tricky, but it makes a lot of sense because this is a very difficult spot for Bama. Off the bye week, they've played 2 Super Bowls, essentially. You play Georgia at night, massive game to save your season. Then you get the revenge game against Vandy, College game days there. Next week, they host Tennessee under the lights. And then you get this sandwich game against Missouri when they're coming off a bye. It's at noon Eastern time, 11 a.m. local. It's a very tricky game. Missouri's got a very good run game with Pabula, the quarterback, and Ahmad Hardy, the running back. I still kind of like Bama in the game, though. I would lean towards them -3, but I think it's going to be a very close game. Might be a game that you just want to end up and live betting. Number 7, Indiana takes on number 3, Oregon. Ducks a 7.5-point favorite. Total is 55.5. I think Indiana's a pretty easy team to handicap. They're so well coached. They don't beat themselves. They don't make mistakes. They don't turn the ball over. But we have seen that when they go up against teams that are more talented than them, that's when they tend to struggle. We saw what they look like against Ohio State and Notre Dame last year. Now they're going up against a very talented Oregon team that's very well coached. Cignetti is terrific off of a bye week. I'm hoping this thing continues to go down. If we can get a 7 with Oregon, I'm going to lay it with the Ducks. We also have Oklahoma and Texas Red River. Texas, a 2.5-point favorite. Total in the game is 42.5. Talked about this one yesterday. Anything under 3, I like the Longhorns in the game. Now, there is some rumors swirling out there that John Mateer might be back in this game for the Sooners. If he is, that would kind of make me like Texas more. I don't think Oklahoma should rush him back, but it's a do-or-die game for Texas, must win. I like the Longhorns. Florida, 7.5-point dog at Texas A&M on Saturday. Total in the game, 46.5. This is going to be the best defense that Texas A&M has faced all season. Florida, I mean, you know, in these games against great teams, LSU, they were hanging in there. If it wasn't for the 5 interceptions from Lagway, Miami, who might be one of the top 2 or 3 teams in the country, they hung with them for about 2.5 quarters and then had the nice win against Texas last week. I think Florida can keep this game close. I'd probably look at them plus the points. Georgia and Auburn should be a good one under the lights on the Plains. Talked about the under yesterday. I like under 46.5. I think Georgia wins the game, though, and I think Georgia -160 on the money line. Good bet in that one. I just trust Kirby, and I think they find a way to win a close game. Number 15, Michigan at USC. The Trojans are 2.5-point favorites with a total of 57.5. For me, it's simple. USC's at home. They're off of a bye. I think they're going to find a way to win this game. I'm still not really sold on Michigan all that much. Yes, Michigan should have a big advantage on the trenches with the way that they can run and USC's inability to stop the run. But I think coming off a bye and this game being in LA, again, we talk about it all the time with the Big Ten, these teams that have to travel through multiple time zones, big disadvantage. I'll take USC. Number 18, BYU is on the road at Arizona. I would look at zone of the home dog at +2.5. I just think BYU is fraudulent. I don't think they're very good. And I like this Arizona team at home. And then Arizona State, number 21 team in the country at unranked Utah. And the Utes are laying 5.5. I think the line would tell you to take Utah. But I don't know, man. In Big 12 play, when they've been going up against decent teams, they have really struggled. Dillingham's a terrific coach. Levitt's a very good quarterback. Don't think I'm going to bet that game. But if I had to, probably would lean towards Arizona State plus the points. All right, let's talk a little NFL. Dive into the Week 6 slate. My guy, Shawnee Sharp's telling me we got some breaking news per Ian Rappaport that the Bengals are trading for Joe Flacco as well to help them out. Jake Browning has obviously been very disappointing so far for Cincinnati. Our guy Nick Kenyon is going to join us here in a little bit. Interested to get his thoughts as Flacco is trying to complete the AFC North quadruple, I guess. He's now played for the Ravens, the Browns, and the... Go ahead.
Peach, it's just so Ian Rappaport just tweeted out saying that it's a 5th with Joe Flacco for a 6th round pick, it looks like.
5th and Joe Flacco for a 6th round pick. Okay, so there you go. I would assume it's still going to be Browning.
Sorry, Joe Flacco and a 6th rounder for a 5th. Flip the picks there.
Did it say, Sean, whether or not they expect him to start? I wouldn't imagine so, right? They're just bringing
nothing yet, but if they do, I'll let you know.
Okay, sounds good. We'll talk about that game tomorrow, the Bengals and the Packers. Some of the games I want to look at today, the Thursday night game, Eagles and Giants. Philly is a 7.5-point favorite. The total in the game is 41. I don't really have any strong thoughts on this game. I kind of lean towards the over. With Dart in there, the Giants have been moving the ball, and I think being on a short week, there's still not a ton of film on him. I think they'll be able to move, and I think Philadelphia should be able to score on the Giants too. So would probably look at the over if I had to make a play on the game. Sunday morning out in London, I really want to bet the Jets. This is such a great spot to back the Jets, +7.5. Denver coming off the biggest win in the Sean Payton era at Philadelphia, beating the defending Super Bowl champs. Now you get on a plane, that long flight, feeling good about yourselves to go to London to take on the Jets, who are 0-5. They're desperate for their first win. their defense is just so bad, and I just don't know if I can do it. Usually in London, the favorites cover. Usually these international games, the better teams just win and cover the spread. So I want to be on the Jets. I just can't get there with them against the Broncos. I really want to fade the Colts again this week. Didn't work out too well for me last week against Indy. But I'm looking hard at Arizona this week. If we can get a 7 with Arizona, I think I'm going to have to bet it against Indianapolis, right? Because then they're saying that Arizona and Las Vegas are similar teams if they price the game at 7, and that's just not true. Even though Arizona's not very good, Vegas is horrendous. It looks like I was way wrong about them, was way wrong about Geno. But Arizona, I am worried about what that loss to the Titans is going to do to their locker room. Gannon, even though he apologized for what he did to DeMercado, it's not great watching your coach like punch a player, kind of. They're in big-time disarray. That was a horrendous loss. The vibes around Indy right now are immaculate. That team is absolutely rolling. So you do feel like you're betting against a buzzsaw a little bit. But look, I mean, it's all about the number. And if we get a +7 with Arizona, that is the way I would probably lean in that game against the Colts. The Chargers are a 4.5-point favorite at Miami. I want to be on the Chargers in this game, but these injuries are really killing this Chargers team, right? I mean, no Alton Slater on the O-line. Now Hampton is banged up. They have guys on defense that are banged up. They have to make another cross-country trip. They flew to the Meadowlands to take on the Giants, back to LA for the Commanders, now back to Miami to take on the Dolphins. It's not a team I really want to lay points with right now, even though I did want to bet LA this week. I just can't get to the window. That game will probably be a pass for me. I love the Saints this week, +3.5 against the Patriots. The Saints are exactly in the same spot that they were against the Giants last week, right? The Giants had the big upset against the Chargers. And then we talked about how much we love the Saints because the Giants, off that big upset, be feeling great about themselves, going on the road. They end up turning the ball over 5 times and lose that game. I mean, it's the same thing with the Patriots, right? Everybody loves Drake May right now, talking about him being a superstar, talking about the Pats going to the playoffs, maybe winning the AFC East. That was a Vrabel game. That game, I mean, he did that all the time in Tennessee when he was a big dog and he would get his teams to play up to the Chiefs. He'd get them to play up to the Ravens. That's what Vrabel does. They forced 3 turnovers in that game and they did what they had to do to win it. But again, Drake May's only won 4 games as a starting quarterback. And now here he is on the road as a favorite of 3.5. And again, the Saints have been a competitive team this season. I understand they're 1-4, but they have been competitive in 4 of the 5 games that they have played. They've been competitive in all their home games, and it's a great spot right now because everybody's loving the Patriots. That was the biggest win that they have had in a while. I'll take the Saints plus the 3.5. I also like the Steelers -5 against Cleveland as well. I mean, look, you got Pittsburgh coming off a bye. You got the Browns coming back from London after a tough loss with the rookie quarterback making his first true road start. The Browns have lost 21 straight regular season games in Pittsburgh. That's not a misspeak. 21 straight regular season games in Pittsburgh. And doesn't this just feel like a Tomlin voodoo magic rookie quarterback, 3 turnovers, Browns dominate the stats, Pittsburgh wins by 10. It's just going to be one of those games. If you want to take the Steelers in a money line parlay, I think that's a great way of going about it. I think you can lay the 5 as well. I like Pittsburgh. And then Cowboys and Panthers, I'd probably lean towards Dallas. I like backing Carolina as a home team. But Dak is great against bad competition. He wins those games. He usually covers spreads. He beats up on the bad teams. He's playing another bad team this week in Carolina. So it'd probably be Dallas -3.5 or nothing for me against the Panthers. All right, let's check in with our guy, Nick Henyon. Give him a follow on X at Nick Henyon, senior writer for BetMGM. All right, Nick, a lot I want to get into with you here for a little bit, but just your initial reaction to Joe Flacco going to the Bengals now, and did you have any thoughts on that Packer-Bengal game where the Packers are favored by 14.5?
Yeah, always good to see you, PJ. It's a very stupid decision, in my opinion. Like, whenever you can put an immobile quarterback behind a bad offensive line, like, you have to do it, right? Like, Flacco, no chance. Like, I really liked this game this week. I liked the Bengals' first half team total under. I got it at 6.5 late last night. Joe Flacco just played this Packers defense, so if he does play again, like, they didn't score in the first half against Green Bay. So yeah, like they have better wide receivers in Cincinnati, but I don't know how they keep him upright. Obviously, I think Jameis Winston would have been a better fit. Maybe the price was a little too rich for, Cincinnati getting him from the Giants. But yeah, like it's Green Bay or nothing. The only question is whether they let their foot off the gas late in the fourth quarter, like you saw the Lions do with such a big lead. So, but I do like the Bengals first half under look against the Packers, who are off a bye week.
Very good point. Yeah, I think that's a good look in that game. Nick, who do you think's the best team in football right now? Rams lost, Eagles lost, Bills lost, Chiefs lost. Who do you think's the top team right now in the league?
I'll give you two answers because I think one, you have to adjust for the opponents you played, and one, you don't really have to do that. The best team in the NFL right now is the Lions at 4-1. They lead the league in total DVOA, but they really haven't played anybody yet. The only real opponent they played was Green Bay in week 1, and they lost that game pretty handily. I don't like the Ravens are a good team, but they're hurt right now, and their two best run stoppers were out against the Detroit team that dominates the run, so I don't really think that win counts for much. And yeah, they've beaten the Browns and the Bengals in the last 2 weeks. Those teams aren't very good. So I think the Lions, without opponent adjustments, are the best team. But with opponent adjustments, I still think it's the Green Bay Packers. What we often talk about in EPL betting, sometimes you just get quote-unquote soccered when you lose a bet. I think that's what's happened to Green Bay in the last 2 weeks. Like it's just been variance that has screwed this team after a 2-0 start. And I think as we get later in the season, you're going to see those wins over the Lions and Commanders age pretty well. So I think although they've slipped up a little bit of late, I still think the Packers are the best team in the league.
Yeah, plus 850 right now. You like the Packers to win the Super Bowl. Nick, you messaged me yesterday saying, PJ, I want to talk NFL MVP. So, Nick, I'll give you the floor. Excited to see what you have to say. What are your thoughts?
I'm reaching the point in the season where I'm starting to evaluate whether I might have been wrong in terms of my preseason perceptions of some teams. What if we were wrong about the Lions? What if we took this team and said they lost all their brain power, they have an injury-prone defense, and their schedule is absolutely brutal? Jared Goff is 16-1 to win MVP, and this offense does not look like it has lost any beat since Ben Johnson left. The running backs are just as good. They've stayed just as healthy, even though there was some potential injury regression coming along the offense. You've seen it with Taylor Decker a little bit, but the offensive line is still just so good. What if he goes into Kansas City this week and delivers a masterclass like he did in Baltimore a few weeks ago against a Chiefs defense that I don't think is very good? That price is going to plummet this week. And I think Jared Goff, the only question is whether the Lions are a top 2 seed in the conference this year. That's halfway, getting yourself halfway to the handicap for MVP. If I was wrong about Detroit, that price is absolutely crazy. And I really like a live bet on Jared Goff MVP right now.
I think it makes a lot of sense, especially if you like him to beat the Chiefs this week. I mean, to your point, Nick, that price is going to definitely dwindle down quite a bit. So Goff to win MVP. Looking at week 6, you mentioned the Bengals bet that you like. Was there anything else that you've already bet, Nick, here in the upcoming week?
Yeah, I'm surprised, PJ. We're going to be oppo on a couple of bets here. Slightly opposition on Thursday Night Football because I like the Giants team total under. It's at 16.5 right now. The Eagles have played the hardest set of opposing offenses by a mile to start their season. Through the first 5 games, their opponents are averaging a 14% offensive DVOA rating. That is the hardest in the NFL. Tied for second and third are the Titans and Jets. Their opponents are averaging plus 8.6. So it is just a get-right spot for this Eagles defense. The Giants have looked good against Dallas, who we know is not a good defense. And they cleared this number against the Chargers, but it basically came because Justin Herbert just turned into a turnover machine and kept giving the Giants short field. So I don't see it this week. I think the Giants finish under the team total. And then I'm going to be the sucker. Give me New England minus 3.5. Like, this is insulting to the Patriots because, and I talk about this in the game preview on the BetMGM blog, which I encourage people to go check out. It is an enormous mismatch between the Patriots' passing game and the Saints' secondary. And do I actually think the Saints can win 2 games in a row? No chance. Absolutely not. They have no answer for the Patriots' wide receivers, and the Saints scored 2 touchdowns against the Giants over 80 yards, a Rashid Shaheed bomb that was 87 yards, and an 86-yard fumble recovery. If this game is going to be a shootout, give me the Patriots all day. And then I don't know how there aren't points on Sunday Night Football in Chiefs and Lions. The Chiefs can't stop the run. The closest opponent they've played in terms of rushing quality to Detroit was last night against Jacksonville. They allowed 31 points. I know 7 was on an interception return, but it's kind of offset by Lawrence fumbling at the 1-yard line. And then the Lions defense is good by DVOA rating, but they haven't played any good offenses. The Chiefs offense by a mile is the best offense they'll have played all season. So I think you see just points galore on Sunday Night Football. I know the total is around 51.5 or 52. I think this could get into 60s or 70s range. So I think there are a lot of points scored on Sunday at Arrowhead.
Great stuff from Nick Kenyon. Nick, appreciate it, man. Senior writer for BetMGM at Nick Kenyon. We'll see you next week.
See you next week, PJ.
All right, great stuff. Real quick, guys, a promo from our friends at BetMGM, an MLB postseason odds boost token. Swig big on your next bet with an MLB postseason odds boost token. Use your token to net a bigger payout on a winning bet. Make it legendary at BetMGM. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. All right, guys, we got to go rapid fire, like 10, 15 seconds on this pick. So here we go. Julio Rodriguez, our guy in going streaking. Logan Gilbert, over 15.5 ounces, our prop block. Blackhawks, dog of the day on the puck line, plus 1.5. Blue Jays, Yankees, over 7.5 is going to be our
With you on a Tuesday morning. Thanks for hanging out. You've got Bet Sweats, BetMGM Network, BetMGMNetwork.com, also YouTube and Twitch. Check out the podcast as well. We bring in our buddy Will Brinson every single week at Will Brinson over on X, CBS Sports NFL writer. And I wasn't sure that we'd start with this, but what the hell? You had another upset last night. It was a shorter number, but what a performance. That game-winning drive from Trevor Lawrence. I was not expecting to say that with an amazing touchdown run. What'd you think of last night, Will?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if amazing is the word for falling down twice. And it was amazing, but like it wasn't, you know, like the end result. Yeah. Look, I was high on the Jaguars coming into the season. I thought Liam Cohen, pretty big coaching upgrade. He's had some mistakes here and there, but generally I think, the defense has been dramatically improved, which has been a big shock for Jacksonville. There was that report they had like some like surprise stuff down the field for Travis Hunter. He's been a bit of a disappointment overall this season, but I thought had a better game. Brian Thomas finally showed up last night, which was nice. And when you look at the AFC as a whole, with that win and the Bills losing, Buffalo's probably going to get the 1 seed, but I think New England's frisky in that division. I don't think it's out of the realm of possibility that for the second time in a few years, we get a random pop-up number 1 seed in the AFC coming from the AFC South, whether it's the Colts, who quite frankly look kind of sustainable, or the Jaguars, who, Trevor Lawrence, former number 1 overall pick. Like he was a surefire thing coming out of Clemson. People have been really quick to bail on him. I don't know if my Trevor Lawrence 50-1 MVP ticket is live, but it's not dead. I mean, go get the 1 seed and let's scare some people.
Who do you trust more in the AFC West? Chiefs, Broncos?
Oh, that's a good question. It's interesting too that you didn't include the Chargers in that because I don't know how you can trust them right now with the offensive line issues they have. Amari Hampton going to miss 4 games. I think you sort of default to the Chiefs. They're going to get Rashee Rice back. The defense is good. Travis Kelce is not retired yet. And they have Patrick Mahomes. But I do think that the difference in like Denver, previous iterations of Denver and Denver now is I trust Sean Payton with my life. I think he's one of the obviously Andy Reid probably the greatest offensive coach ever, but Sean Payton is right up there, just in terms of game planners and that defense is so. I think it's very good. I think it's coming around, and Bo Nix sort of stabilizing after a slow start to the season. So I think I'll default to the Chiefs, but Denver's right there. I mean, Denver's a playoff team, and I wouldn't be surprised at all. You see the odds on the screen, plus 185. I mean, I would rather bet the Chiefs or the Broncos than the Chargers at this point to win the division.
100%. Why are the Baltimore Ravens still favored to win the AFC North?
It's wild. I think if we had some clarity on Lamar Jackson's injury and like how long he was going to miss, or like the severity of the hamstring injury, that would sort of codify the odds a little bit. But the Bengals aren't getting Joe Burrow back for a while. The Browns are just 18-1 to win the division, which is kind of like weird. I mean, the Browns could have stolen a few more games, honestly. And I think with the Steelers is the answer to your question, Joe, is I don't think anybody really believes in the Steelers as a genuine sort of AFC team that can make some noise. Maybe we should, because they do have a quarterback who has a long history of playing good football. They've got enough weapons in the passing game between DK Metcalf and Jalen Warren, I think, is a underrated aspect of that as well. But if the defense starts to play more consistently, I think we would trust the Steelers. But I think that's the answer: is there's no one else there, and Baltimore, when healthy, has shown they can be explosive on offense, of course. And then we saw this last year from them. They were terrible on defense to start the season and really kind of gelled mid-season and put it together, and were a very good football team. They rolled out they rolled out like a AAA team against the Texans on Sunday. Like, that wasn't people asked me radio hits yesterday, like, what's wrong with the Ravens? It's like, well, they're not healthy. Like, I mean, it's not like John Harbaugh did anything wrong. They just they didn't have any bodies out there. I mean, they were down like a start, dogs running around. They were down like starters at every position basically except wide receiver.
Who's the dog like in Dallas, Carolina? Ask the dog.
Carolina Labradoodles are probably Tar Heel Labradoodles are probably the Panthers. I mean, they were bad to start the game. The defense at home. I don't know if that's a thing, but the Panthers defense plays better when they're in Charlotte. Now, they've done it against the Falcons and the Dolphins, who just, Miami kind of turtled completely after jumping out to a 17-0 lead. I would lean on taking the 3.5. You get below 3, and I'm going to be a little hesitant to back Carolina, just because I think Brian Schottenheimer's doing a really good job. I've been surprised at how good of a head coach he's been. Dak playing some awesome football, and they're going to score against Carolina. It's just whether or not Dave Canales and this Panthers offense decides to, we always talk about, why didn't that team just run their 2-minute drill all the time? Like, Carolina needs to act like they're down 17 points at all time and just kind of whip it around a little bit, instead of trying to pound the ball. By the way, Rico Dowdle revenge game. He's been talking about it. This isn't a me thing. He's been talking about it. The Cowboys ownership, the Cowboys coaching staff, Cowboys management have all made comments that they are aware that Rico Dowdle wants his vengeance upon those who smited him, I guess, and he's planning on getting it 200 yards against the Dolphins. No drop off whatsoever from Chuba Hubbard. If anything, maybe even an upgrade. I expect he gets plenty of chances to do it. The question is, can Carolina slow down Dallas early enough to stay in the game and run the game plan they want? They're definitely live to come through the back door if they're losing, just because Dallas's pass defense is so bad. I'd lean towards a dog here, but I don't know if I'd want to take them on the money line.
I'm still pissed about the Rams. The Cardinals thing was insane. Are you alive in any survivor pools? I know you were all over the Devontae stuff.
Yeah, that was a burner. I think actually I'm still alive in your small one, Joe.
There you go.
like the whatever old splash. I've got 3 teams live. So I had 6 teams and went 3 Rams and 3 Colts. Obviously Colts across the board was the move. The Rams should have. I mean, credit to Kyle Shanahan. Awesome coaching game plan. The team came and played a game they could have packed up and just said screw it, let's pump this game and let's get to next week and try to get healthy. The Rams had plenty of chances to win that game. Pretty infuriating. But yeah, I had the Colts in 50% of my survivors, so I'm still alive. But I mean, 60% of the field wiped out. Finally, week 5, we get a little chaos.
Yeah, we got wiped on Buffalo. Save Buffalo for this spot, and then just get Drake made and Stephon Diggs. It is what it is. There are so many bad games on the board this week, and from a storyline standpoint, of course. But then you got a game like Chargers and Dolphins. The Dolphins can't stop the run, and the Chargers have no running backs and no offensive linemen. Where do you even start there? I know
it's Kamani Vidal season. Is that what we've come to already? No, you're right. There are, I think the Packers stand out as if we're just talking survivor, as a team that you could you feel kind of safe with. I think the Bengals team total. I put this in my column for CBS today, but the Bengals team total 14.5. The under on that feels pretty good early as an early bet. I know you're not going to see a team total drift too much further down than 14.5, but the Packers are coming off their bye. They have to come out and just shut down Jake Browning. The Bengals shouldn't have done anything on offense. The Lions were sort of in cruise control, I think. And Green Bay at home, I think they completely eradicate that Bengals offense. And then the other thing about the Packers too, they run the play clock down. They're a slow tempo team. They're going to feed Josh Jacobs in the second half. I don't think that we see Cincy get north of 15 personally.
With Will Brinson here, this is BetSweat's BetMGM Network. A game that is sneaky good that stands out to me involves the team that played last night. Seahawks at the Jaguars. The Jaguars, now they're short favorites. Flip that role. Coming off the big upset win. We know about the turnovers and all that. They get the 99-yard pick 6 last night. Amazing scene last night. And then you got Seahawks. They end up in a shootout, end up losing to the Bucs. Baker does it to another team. Once again, they're flying across country. What do you think of this matchup?
Yeah, it's one of those where you saw the line. I was looking at that line yesterday, and it's all right, if the Jaguars win, this is going to cross 0, right? I mean, it almost has to. I think I would lean towards the Jaguars here, but it's definitely a coin flip. I mean, no bleep Sherlock, right? I mean, look at the money line. It's a coin flip game. I think I trust Trevor Lawrence a little more than Sam Darnold, and I think the Jaguars defense, the total is surprisingly high, 46.5 for 2 pretty good defenses. I think the under is the look I would have in this particular game if I was betting it right now, just because I lean towards the Jaguars, but don't love it. But I agree, sneaky great game between I don't think anybody expected before the season man, can't wait for this Jaguars Seahawks game in week 6.
Yeah, it should be a fun Jersey game as well. I think those Jags uniforms last night were so hot. I mean, on national TV, you got the teal and the black, and man, those are hot.
My first NFL game was at my mom's family's all from Jacksonville, and my grandfather was one of the original, the OG season ticket holders for the Jaguars. So my little brother's a Jaguars fan, which is weird. But so yeah, I've been doing. I'm a little Duval at heart, man. So I'm with you. I like the uniforms.
Mark Brunell, Jimmy Smith, and who was the running back at the time? Can't even remember.
Fred Taylor.
Fred Taylor.
Yeah.
Duh. Of course, Fred Taylor. Keenan McCardle. Detroit, Kansas City. Huge game. Sunday night. Where do you want to start there?
I mean, I think Detroit's a truck right now. And by the way, why did we get jammed with 2 random Monday Night Football games this week? That was weird. But I think the Lions are just sort of on a. Yeah, I know. It's the final 3 games of the week. You get Bills, Falcons, Bears, Commies, and then of course Sunday night Chiefs, Lions. I think they're all lined at like 47 plus. So should be some shootouts, should be some fun football in primetime to close out the week. Look, I think you're giving me points to the Lions. I'm going to take the points. The Chiefs look like they're coming around. They're probably better than their record says they are. We talked about them already, but Detroit, that week 1 game is, I think, just looks like an anomaly from the perspective of, Detroit lost the coordinators. They're not going to be very good. They can't run the football. Like they can do whatever they want, and they're great on defense and great on offense. This is a spot where we've seen the Lions as big underdogs go in and win against the Chiefs in week 1 with the Chiefs defending Super Bowl champions. Don't think Dan Campbell backs down from anybody. Think he'll go for every 4th down he gets a chance to go for in this spot. And 51.5 total. Should be a shootout. Should be fun. I'll take the Lions. They just have more weapons. And I think, as unbelievable as Patrick Mahomes is for his entire career, I think Jared Goff's playing at a pretty comparable level right now.
Any other games that you want to discuss? NFL, even college? I see John Mateer questionable, by the way. Just saying.
Who was?
Mateer, questionable.
I thought we were going to – what do you guys think about – did you guys see the whole thing with Belichick yesterday? And I'm sure you did. Yes. Like the Ross Martin of 247 reported that Bill won't allow the Tar Heels to tweet about anybody Patriots related. It's like Drake Mays. It was just like every college team is like hyping up their alumni. Like the Tar Heels like social media team was tweeting about Javonte Williams on Sunday, but then like nothing about Drake May in this electric Sunday night performance until they get bullied into it. There's a lot of articles out there right now. There was one on, I think Dan Wetzel had one, or not Dan Wetzel. Dan Wolken had one on Yahoo, and then there's a WRAL, which is the local Raleigh news station. They are like they got their like I team crawling around Chapel Hill right now looking for stuff. Yep. I think from a gambling perspective, the Clemson poo-poo platter is in play where it's like Clemson first half, Clemson full game, Clemson first half team total. This is a really bad football team, and I don't think things are going to get better. And I do think that every coach on the planet, a la the Deion Sanders stuff, will want to run it up on Bill Belichick if they get the chance.
Ooh, yeah, that's a good point. Good looks moving forward. Will Brinson, CBS Sports. Thank you, Will. We'll talk next week. Best of luck with all your wagers. Joe O, Sammy P, BetSweats, the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to BetSweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network. Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM Network.
Joe O, Sammy P. Well, Brinson might be right. Teams are just going to lay it on Bill Belichick, North Carolina, moving forward. Now we are coming off the big Clemson loss over the weekend. They sit 2-3 on the season, wins over Charlotte and Richmond, and that's it. The 3 losses, they got whipped in all of them. TCU, UCF, Clemson, and now they've got 7 games left. 2-3 record, 7 games left, Sam. The updated win total over at BetMGM is 5.5. Any interest on under 5.5?
Not really.
Are there 4 wins on the schedule for them? I don't know.
There could be. I mean, the schedule, the one thing about the schedule, it's not great. Now, the counter to that, they're not great. But, I mean, Stanford's on there. Wake is on there.
Bad. It's bad.
You could beat Cuse on Cuse's backup quarterback, I think. And then, I mean, you're going to lose to Virginia. You probably lose to Cal. I lean under, obviously, but I'm kicking myself that I didn't just bet under 7.5 coming into the season when I had multiple guys tell me no talent. Don't overthink it. And look, I didn't bet the over. I didn't get involved either way. To the point about running it up, Clemson pulled all their starters at half.
They did.
I mean, they could have scored 70 if they wanted to. Clemson scored 3 points in the second half. So I think Dabo has a little respect for Bill, but I don't know how every other coach feels. I don't know what Wilcox is going to do at Cal. I don't know what Tony Elliott's going to do at Virginia. What's Fran going to do at Cuse? I don't know. I don't know what these coaches are going to do. I have no interest in the number at 5.5. Again, I just wish I would have bet North Carolina under 7.5 wins back in early July or early August when it was hanging right there for us. 7.5. Come on and get it. And did not do it.
Yep. And the reason we didn't was because of that schedule. And so do you want to come in and bet 5.5? Yeah. With a little more intel, it's a little bit tougher to do. But yeah, the stories that Will was referencing, we saw them too. Oh man. Yeah, it's not looking pretty over there. Joe O, Sammy P, you've got Bet Sweats. One award we did not get to in the NFL that I feel is worth a few minutes. Is there value on the board? Like, give you a couple guesses who's on top for NFL Coach of the Year. Without even looking, you should be able to know. One of them won last night. Yeah.
I'll be honest with you. I did look this morning, so I already know. I know who's 1 and who's 2. At least
it's obvious.
You knew Steichen. You knew Steichen would be 1.
Yeah.
I'm a little surprised, though. I'm surprised Vrabel isn't a little bit shorter than he is. I saw Vrabel 17-1. I thought that number would take a nosedive after beating Buffalo. But it's funny. You're like, guess who it is? I had already looked, and then the rail got revealed on video. So I'm not going to lie to you. I'm not going to act like I didn't know the answer. I knew it was Steichen and Liam Cohen 1-2.
Did you bet Dan Campbell?
I did not know.
Okay, he's 5th in the odds, which I think is shocking. 11-1 for a team that was expected to win. They're favorite in the division, one of the favorites in the conference. I'm like, okay. Shanahan, I don't see him winning. I know they have a million injuries. He's your 4th favorite. That's why I bring him up. So it's Steichen Cohen. Let's see. Steichen Cohen, Vrabel at most spots. Then you get to Shanahan, Campbell, Ben Johnson. But outside of those top 4, you're quickly getting to double digits, and you quickly see some long shots. There are 2 names that jumped out to me, and I thought, okay, maybe they could win it. Maybe. These are not new names. It's not breaking any new ground by bringing them up for Coach of the Year. They've been brought up many times in the past. I only bring up these names because of the numbers. It's talked about every year, every single year. Pittsburgh going to win the division?
They should. They have every opportunity to do so.
Mike Tomlin's 40-1. Every year people talk about how He's never won Coach of the Year. He's never won Coach of the Year, and how ridiculous it is. But there's also, at some point, a reason not to bet him. We're here again. They're going to be the favorite probably very shortly to win the division. And he can't control what happens with Joe Burrow with the injury. He can't control what happens with the Ravens. They're very likely, I think they should be the favorite to win the AFC North because there's a good chance they're 5-1 and the Ravens are 1-5 coming up. Tomlin at 40-1, and the team that it sounds like you are really warming to this morning, Denver. What if Sean Payton wins the AFC West? What about Sean Payton at 50-1? Like, if the Broncos have a good year, who's getting the credit? We're just going to say flat out defense. I think Sean Payton's going to get a lot of credit. So Tomlin 40, Payton at 50. Both of those numbers pop to me.
50 on Payton is crazy because I see him 25 at another book. BetMGM just actually took their Coach of the Year market down. So they have nothing up right now on Coach. It was up this morning. It is not up right now.
Those 50s are gone now. Sorry.
Oh, are they? Yeah.
When I was looking a couple hours ago, there was a 50. The highest I see on Payton is 30, and Tomlin, there's still a 40.
Yeah, and then one book has an 18 on Tomlin. So obviously, if you're betting Coach of the Year, please get the best of the number. There are so many interesting names and situations, though. I mean, Kyle Shanahan. How does he not get more love for what they're doing? I mean, they're tied to be the 2 seed right now in the NFC, and the entire offense is hurt outside of Christian McCaffrey. I see one book has Shanahan at 9-1. You know, if they win 12 games with this offense, he should be the Coach of the Year. And he also made one of the best coaching moves of the offseason, bringing in Robert Saleh to run the defense. I mean, granted, that's maybe a front office move, but I assure you, Kyle Shanahan was like, let's go get Robert Saleh. So that should be a part of the souffle, if you will. So Shanahan kind of speaks to me. You know, Todd Bowles. Todd Bowles is 25-1. He's got Tampa, you know, with one loss right now. And a very impressive performance given all the injuries on that side of the ball, on the offensive side of the ball. We know he's a defensive guy, but they've been able to make a lot of things work with injuries. So, you know, you could paint it however you want with these coaches. You know, Kevin O'Connell, what happens if the Vikings, you know, with 2 injured offensive linemen and your starting quarterback out for who knows how long and all the issues they've had on the defensive side of the ball? You know, I think it's a better way to gauge how coaches handle injuries. Like John Harbaugh's got no chance right now. He's 150-1. Mm-hmm. But some of these other teams have just been crushed by injuries and they're still winning. I think what Shanahan has done this year is remarkable. And he's 9-10-1. Like, I don't have any skin in the game. That's sort of where I would go because they're still good enough to win 11, 12 games, win the NFC West with Mac Jones and, you know, all the backup receivers and running backs. To me, that's an insanely impressive coaching resume so far this year.
With Cleveland and Cincinnati next, I think the timing is right if you want to buy anything on Tomlin. But again, we have this conversation every year. I don't know if you want to jump in there right now. But to your point, there are some really interesting names at some good numbers that could knock Steichen and Cohen down. One of them is going to be knocked down. They're not both going to be great all year, right? That's really interesting. And I think you're right on Vrabel. And you're not knocking him by saying third favorite. Like, he's in that conversation. I get it, third favorite. What I don't get is the number. Like, you could make a case that he could be the favorite, especially after the win on Sunday night, and you can get a plus 850. That's a good number for Vrabel. If you told me before the season, Vrabel, who was a co-favorite entering the year, okay, in week 5, they're going to win in Buffalo. Here's the record, and look at their schedule. And by the way, when they play Cincinnati, there's going to be no Burrow in November. All these wins on the schedule, man, am I talking myself into Vrabel? It's nuts. I usually play the longer shots with Coach of the Year, but I think his number should be much shorter.
This morning, BetMGM had Vrabel at 15-1. And I thought that doesn't even make sense. And now, of course, BetMGM is off the board. I'm refreshing furiously, and they're not going to put this back up until they recalibrate their numbers properly. So we can't even talk about the MGM odds because they're not up right now. McDonald, Peyton, Quinn, D'Amico Ryans, if they could figure this out. I mean, you obviously want to buy the right person at the right price. D'Amico Ryans before the year is 12-1, 15-1. Now he's 40-1. What if they can get hot?
There's 100 on him.
Yeah, exactly. Well, right. I don't have the entire market up right here. It's very frustrating exercise when half the books are up and half the books are down. But I mean, D'Amico Ryans is a guy that you would, relatively speaking, buy the dip on. Because Houston was supposed to win the division. They were favored to win the AFC South. Now they're behind the 8 ball, but you still have 12 games left, right? We've only seen a very small sample of games so far. And a lot of these markets react to what we've seen in the first 4 or 5 games. And in fact, they overreact. Like Shane Steichen, 3-1. I'm not betting that ever. 3-1? No. Now would be the time to find that horse at 20, 25, 30 and pick the one you like. If I had to pick one right now, again, I have one sports book up. I have Peyton up at 25-1. You say there's a 30 on Peyton, that would be the one that I would pick at this point in time.
The one I would pick today is Tomlin, because I think they're going to rattle off a couple of wins here, very winnable games, and they're going to be 5-1, and his number is going to be like 10-1 for Coach of the Year. But have I made that bet before and it didn't work out? Yes. But it is set up for them to win that division, and he's going to be in that conversation. Peyton one, I obviously agree with. It was one of the first 2 names that I mentioned. But there are a lot of different ways to go. If you're back in Seattle, McDonald, could that happen? Sure. I understand it. Also, just cleaning up a few things on the awards. Benito, there was a big move for DPOY. He's 5-1. He's one of the favorites in the top 4 or 5 after his performance over the weekend. Offensive rookie. We've talked the most about this. Ibuka is even money at BetMGM for offensive rookie. Genty, Dart, McMillan, they're up there. I don't know if they have a great chance. Of the other names, not named Ibuka, the one that I think has a legit chance is Judkins.
I knew you were going to say it.
So much usage. He's been getting into the end zone. I don't think he did this week, but he had a couple of big runs in the London game. I think his number is going to get shorter and shorter after every game.
They need him too, because the passing game is just not explosive. And he had a couple runs against Minnesota where you're like, oh, he's down in – oh, no, he's not down in the backfield. He's got 12 yards. Just a physical, tough runner. And you were talking about Judkins before the year, but then he had that suspension thing and the number got way wonky. But now, you see 12-1 at one book. Let's see, Judkins 13-1 at BetMGM. It's a fascinating race, man, because Dart had 110 passing yards against the Chargers, and then they lost to the Saints. I think some of the luster is off Dart a little bit. There's so much time left. How about Krosky Merritt? I see him 30-1 at one book, 30-1 at multiple books. If Daniels and Krosky Merritt stay healthy, those two could take off together.
Man. Can Daniels win MVP and Krosky Merritt win offensive rookie? Probably not.
What's the parlay there? Parlay that one. See what the odds are.
Jenks would do it. I'll have to bring that up to him. Yes.
Krosky Merritt and Jaden Daniels to win both awards cannot be parlayed anywhere. Of course not.
Who's going to have a better performance on Monday night against the Bears defense? I would say Jaden.
Oh, Jaden's going to have – I think he's going to have a field day against the Bears.
Yep. Are you going to bet that game, you thinking?
Probably, yeah. I just wish, as I said yesterday, I wish we didn't have the Commanders, and I wish the Commanders didn't win. Well, I'm glad we had the Commanders last weekend, but I wish they didn't win so convincingly because the NFL is very reactionary. People tend to bet what they've last seen. Oh, well, that happened on Sunday. it'll happen this Sunday. That's not how life works. I wish the Commanders weren't so sexy right now off of that win over LA.
They are betting the Commanders. It's 4.5 now. We didn't see that before. If Chicago's not ready to play, like, that's on Ben Johnson. You're coming off the bye, and it's to Monday night, and Washington's coming off a Chargers game. First game back, they've got multiple injuries on the offense. We don't know about the receivers if they're going to be back, so Bears aren't ready, man. They're going to come down on Ben Johnson hard. Lightning Bets on the other side. Where's the room? This is the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network. Welcome back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM Network.
All right, we got to get to the room coming up. Last night, 3 games for the room. The room goes 5-10, including losing a -185 favorite. So we've got to find out where they are with the 2 games today. Remember, one is pretty early afternoon before we get to the evening game. BetMGM account holders will receive and any sport parlay boost tokens. Score a bigger payout if your wager with the parlay boost token hits. Tokens can be used on parlays and SGPs. We'll get to lightning bets coming up in a few minutes, but first, let's go to the room.
Where's the room?
EP Paul Aspen here to share the good news. Find out where the room is at. We can go the other way. Paul?
It is good news for our Detroit Tigers, I will say.
Oh, okay. Good.
All right. We'll do Mariners Tigers.
Sectional.
Yeah, early game. Afternoon game. Good to have on the background on a Tuesday. So the top 5 most bet props at BetMGM for Mariners Tigers. Number 5. This is a Jake bet. Victor Robles over half a stolen base at plus 475.
What? How?
Can't really fade that one.
No, you can't. Continue.
Man, this dude hit a missile the other night. Kerry Carpenter over 1.5 hits, runs, and RBI at plus 120.
See, but if you fade that one, you got to lay $1.50.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
When I saw that ball get out of the ballpark in about 3 seconds, I was like, do I look at Kerry Carpenter for World Series MVP? But I let the moment pass, and we can come back to that. All right. Big dumper. You knew he was going to make the list.
Mm-hmm.
Cal Raleigh, over half a home run, to hit a home run basically, plus 260.
See, these are all like unfadable. That's why it stinks. Because you can't, like, I'm not laying, what's the price? 2 what?
260.
Yeah, so I got to lay 320 or something.
Yeah, we're not doing
for him
that.
Not the homer. Then he homers.
We're not doing that.
You're like, oh,
Well,
great.
Maybe we have options at the top, though. These are the ones we really are probably more interested in.
Yep. Number 2, back on Victor Robles. Over to get a hit. Minus 110. Over half a hit.
Okay. He's not getting a hit today. I just decided.
I wonder how. It's funny. Freeman, they were fading Freeman, multiple props last night, and then he stepped up and had a big hit, like one of the biggest moments of the game. It's hilarious. What's number 1?
Victor Robles has not had a hit in a game, by the way, since September 20th.
Come on.
What?
Why are they betting him to get a hit then?
Weeks.
History?
My guess, isn't the hits prop usually you're laying a pretty decent price on guys?
Yeah.
So he's minus 110 on this. Like most guys.
Without looking at splits, I'm going to guess he has a couple hits against the starting pitcher. That's probably what it is.
They heard somebody say it somewhere, or like, MLB Network, somebody's on Robles. Mid-major
Victor
Matt,
Robles, 3 for 10 in his career against Jack Flaherty.
There you go. Oh, he's hitting 300. That's it.
167 expected batting average, by the way.
Wait till that ends up in a newsletter today. Robles over on hits. Full fade.
What's number 1?
Number 1. This might be the best news for us as Tigers fans or whatever we are.
Mm-hmm.
Logan Gilbert, over 6.5 strikeouts, minus 110.
All right, good. That's good. I like
so
it.
all this pro Seattle stuff. Wait, I'm hearing Robles this, Robles that, Gilbert over, Raleigh to homer, I'm betting the Tigers.
Let's go.
Tigers.
Yeah, Paul, we need to check in. We were dead an hour ago. Where are we at now?
Now we're
Oh,
back.
we're back. We are so back. The room has magical healing powers.
Yep. Love the room. Love it. Did you get the Blue Jays Yankees ones?
We do. Hot off the
good.
presses about 6 minutes ago. All right. There might be some fadeable stuff in. Oh, yeah. All right. Number 5, Blue Jays Yankees most bet props. George Springer under half a single. Doing the singles, not even hits. Singles.
Such
Under
a
a single.
weird bet.
Minus 118. Yeah.
Very strange bet. Yeah. Okay.
All right. Is this the one? Shane Bieber over 14.5 outs at minus 154.
I don't get it. Like, Toronto's not the desperate team. Bieber might have a longer leash. I don't understand it. Maybe it's just minus 154 too. I don't know. I'm just not interested in that one.
I got a bad feeling about the Jays tonight, so I understand it, like going under, but we'll see.
All right. This is not.
Wow.
Yeah. This points towards the Yankees. Rodon under 4.5 hits allowed, minus 120.
Okay.
Number 2. Aaron Judge to hit a home run, plus 220. What would be the price if you go the no on Aaron Judge and Cal Raleigh? Anyway, we can come back to that.
Probably like minus 110.
Yeah. Number 1 most bet prop for Blue Jays Yankees at BetMGM. Vladdy Jr., because of course we heard it in French, over half a home run at plus 500.
I don't know that there's one to fade unless we go Rodon. Yeah, it's tough. Like, if Rodon starts giving up hits, so if you're going to bet fade the room, go over 4.5 hits. Let's play that out. He starts giving up hits. He's gone, right? Does he even get to 5 hits allowed? Their season's on the line.
Are they saying over? Like over on outs for Bieber, so we would go under, and then Rodon under on hits, so we would go over. Both starters out early.
I don't think Rodon's going to be out there to give up 5 hits, so I know why. I see why they're betting it.
Okay, so not a ton to fade there.
I'm doing the Judge under and the Raleigh under on homers. This is very difficult to pull off. Minus 125.
We got to do a Robles bet. What's the bet?
No hits.
Yeah.
Abducted by aliens.
Yes. Springfield mystery spot.
Yeah, no hits. That's you're at even money on that. No hits. I think that makes sense. Total bases. Yeah, let's just go hits. I like it. All right, Sam, start us off. Lightning bets. What you got?
I'm going to turn Paul's frown upside down. Tigers money line plus 115. Let's get that in. And then let's go Sammy Pucks here. LA Kings tonight against the Colorado Avalanche. Even money.
Look at that. It's back. Okay, Robles not to get a hit. We're all bet. That seems like that's the show bet. Robles no hit. I'm backing off the Flaherty. I'm feeling better about the Tigers now suddenly. So I don't want to be rooting for under on the outs recorded there. Let me go Vladdy Jr. Yeah, we'll go Vlad. Total bases over 1.5 at plus 115. Has good history. 10 for 17 against Rodon. And man, Paul, are you betting MVP? I really think that's a good bet. Jaden Daniels.
Oh yeah. Yep. Bet it.
Yeah, I'm gonna join you on that one at 35-1.
Yeah, 35 was the best number I saw. Speaking of the room, I think I know where the room's gonna be on Sunday. So I'm seeing this team atop power rankings, which is not that big of a surprise. I'm seeing What is it? Lions have the chance to score, on pace to score the second most points in a season in NFL history. Some news came out this morning. They got cluster injuries in the secondary. You do not want to be facing the Chiefs, messed up offense or not, with cluster injuries in the secondary. That I saw it move from, I think, -1.5. We're getting. I don't think we'll get to 3 because you probably get a ton of buyback on the Lions. I think Lions plus 2.5 is going to be in the room. So Chiefs get through that game. Couple better games after that before things pick back up and get a little bit tougher for them. This is the time. Chiefs 10-1. Super Bowl.
Wow. I thought about it. 10-1. This is the time, huh?
Yeah. They win that Lions game, and
it's 5, right? It's 5 if they win.
And then they go Raiders. And then Commanders, again, we're making the case for Jaden Daniels MVP, which, I mean, he at least has to have a really good game that game in primetime against them. So kind of trying to thread the needle. But the back half, the end of the Chiefs schedule, if they're kind of, I mean, Texans, Chargers, Titans, Broncos at home, Raiders. It's a pretty nice into the finish line.
Yep. Makes sense. I like it. I'm thinking about it some more. But, yeah, we're lying today, I think. Jake Assad, where you at?
Yeah, a Robles under, obviously. And I liked the Tigers. I think even coming into today, before the room, I liked the Tigers. Because even though you lost the Scooble game, you proved you can win the non-Scooble games. I think they're going to be fine. Gilbert's terrible on the road. Give me the Tigers. Unfortunately, I do think the room's going to be right on Vlad Jr. I love him for a home run today. It's 5-1 at BetMGM, which is an outrageous price. He's out here saying how much he hates the Yankees and their fans, which makes my heart very happy, obviously. I love it. I love the spite play. And I do think the Yankees are going to win today because you know what's going to happen. They're going to say, oh, Schlittler in the do-or-die game after we won the Rodon game, and then he's just going to poop the bed, and it's going to be awesome. But Vlad home run in that game tonight.
Good stuff. Lucy Burge is going to be doing national interviews afterwards. It's going to be great if we get that Schlittler game. All right, this has been Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network. Talk tomorrow morning right here.
Thanks for listening to Bet Sweats. If you missed anything on today's show, make sure to listen back on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
It's time to laugh, to win, and to live the thrill of the action.
Hey, baby, let's go out there like a bunch of crazy dogs. What the hell's going on out here? No idea what's going on, but I am excited.
Every pick, every play, every game-changing moment. Unbelievable! This is You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
It's a great day to be alive, and it's a great day to be a better. Welcome to another edition of You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM, right here on the BetMGM Network. I'm Femi Abebefe, hanging out with you guys over the next 4 hours, where you can find us across a multitude of platforms. Make sure to watch us live 24/7 on the BetMGM Network and directly on the free Odyssey app. You can also check us out on Twitch at BetMGM Network and on YouTube at the BetMGM Network. You can watch us on Roku, Fubo TV, Samsung TV Plus, and more. And if you'd like to listen to us, you can go ahead and do so at Sirius Channel 160 and Sirius XM 205. And throughout these 4 hours, make sure you hit us up on social media. You can find me on Twitter at Femi Abebefe. You can find me on Instagram at Femi_Abebefe. Check out the show on Twitter at You Better You Bet, and the entire network at BetMGM Network over on Twitter. You like our show, you like Bet Sweats, BetMGM Tonight, Daily Tip, all the shows that we have across the network, weekdays and weekends at BetMGM Network is where you can find the Wagertainment. We have the whole crew hanging with us here on this Tuesday. We have Tyler Morales, Jake Hassan, Bill Zimmerman, Mike Brown, Sean Haw, Addie Bates, Nick Costos. He joins us at the top of the hour with his thoughts on last night's Monday Night Football game. What a game it was down there in Duval County. That's all the Jacksonville Jaguars pull off the upset over the Kansas City Chiefs. The Chiefs, 2-3, perhaps 2-4 after this upcoming weekend. We'll see. We'll talk about it all throughout the show, but Nick will be hitting us with his thoughts on the Jags beating the Chiefs last night. But as always, because we're going to get to a lot of NFL, we're going to get to a lot of college football on the show, Major League Baseball, my Mariners taking on the Tigers, Game 3 at the top of the next hour. And of course, puck drop, baby. We got hockey. Frozen Femi is back with goal scorer bets tonight as the NHL regular season gets underway in about 2 hours. Cannot wait to see the hockey a little bit later on this afternoon. Some live sports during the show, which is always a blessing when we get live sports. But if you miss any of this throughout these 4 hours, make sure you check us out in podcast form. Just search You Better You Bet wherever you get your podcast. And while you're there, because we're so kind and putting it on there in on-demand fashion for everyone to consume, the least you could do is to subscribe, rate, and review wherever you get your podcast. We have 3 guests who will be joining us throughout the program, starting at 5 o'clock Eastern Time. Odyssey NFL insider, 3-time Super Bowl champion, color commentator for the NFL on Fox, Mark Schlerick, will join us for his weekly Tuesday spot. Always good catching up with Stink, host, of course, of the Stink and Truth podcast, as he's going to help us recap what we saw during Week 5 in the NFL. At 6 o'clock Eastern, to begin the Power Hour. Cannot wait for this one, baby. Oh, baby, let's go. Stanley Cup champion, NHL on TNT analyst, our buddy Eddie Olczyk, back with us here on You Better You Bet, as he'll help us preview the NHL season. Puck drop once again in 2 hours. We got the defending champion Florida Panthers hosting the Chicago Blackhawks. We're talking all things puck with our guy, Eddie Olczyk, at 6 o'clock Eastern. And then at 6:20 Eastern, during that same Power Hour, betting analyst for NBC Sportsbet, co-host of the Deep Dive podcast, our buddy, you know and love him, the whale capper, Drew Dinsick, will join us once again to give us his early bets for Week 6 in the NFL, which gets underway on Thursday between the Eagles and the Giants. But let's get into what we saw last night to begin the show today, with the Jacksonville Jaguars beating the Kansas City Chiefs 31-28 down there in Duval. I mean, what a night for the Jaguars. And for me, unfortunate. The betting market got all the way down to 3. I laid 3 minus 110 with Kansas City. At certain points, looking great. At other points, looking bad. And at the end of the day, you lose the game outright. So that kind of sucked from a betting standpoint. But for the Jacksonville Jaguars, that is as great a night as you'll find. And honestly, their biggest win probably since they beat the Steelers in that AFC divisional round, or I'd actually say biggest win since they beat the Chargers, the comeback in the playoffs, for sure. Like, I don't want to shortchange them. Trevor Lawrence has won a playoff game. Don't want to shortchange them. We don't have to go all the way back to the Bortles years. But the biggest win for sure since that comeback against the Chargers and that Brandon Staley Chargers team a few years ago in the playoffs. But like, Duval was on fire, man. That stadium, the atmosphere was electric. And as a country, we all got the full Trevor Lawrence experience. It was out there for everyone to consume, for everyone to behold and to watch it. The full Trevor Lawrence experience was on display in the Jacksonville Jaguars win. Because I honestly think, and this is not something that I think is like mind-blowing. I think most people probably feel this way as well. But like, Trevor Lawrence is becoming like the Rorschach test quarterback. Like, the beauty is in the eye of the beholder. You see what you want to see. Like, he is the Rorschach test quarterback. Last night, there was something for his defenders. There was something for his detractors. It was all out there. And some of the throws that Trevor Lawrence makes, I mean, this guy, the deep sideline shot to BTJ on the final drive, my goodness. Like, that's the kind of throw that's like, whoa. That's why he went number 1 overall. That is a special, special throw. In the face of pressure, to drop it right there in the bucket to Brian Thomas Jr., unbelievable. And also made another great throw on that drive to set them up inside the red zone. Like, Lawrence was cooking on that final drive. But also, earlier in that drive, with no timeouts, here's Trevor Lawrence just running around behind the line of scrimmage and taking a sack. Because that's what you get. You get that with Trevor Lawrence. You get the good, you get the bad, you get the in-between, you get the ugly sometimes. Like, that's the Trevor Lawrence experience. And even the go-ahead touchdown that he scored late in the game, his offensive lineman steps on him, and he's like squirming around on the ground, able to get up and somehow make his way into the end zone. The highs, the lows, the in-between, it was all out there. And that is why Trevor Lawrence is so damn polarizing as a quarterback. Because, I mean, prior to that final drive, which ended up being the game-winning drive for the Jacksonville Jaguars, you can go to the first half in the game where he's taking delay of games. You know, he's out here hard counting, trying to get the Chiefs to jump off sides. Bro, it's like second down, you're taking a delay game. What are we on planet Earth? Like, where are we at here? What's going on? But also, he has the fumble on the goal line on 4th and goal, which I don't really give him that much blame for that one. I think that was just a hell of a play by Nick Bolton. It was also 4th down. Like, you need to do everything you can to try to get into the end zone. There's no point in getting stopped. And hey, we held on to the ball, but we got stopped at the 1 because you're going to give it right back to Kansas City anyways. More of a great play by Nick Bolton. So like, he has that issue. Also has an interception in the second half. But early in the third quarter, I mean, the ball that he throws to Travis Hunter, where we finally saw that connection make an explosive play, like, that was a great pass, and it ended up setting up what would be a would-be touchdown drive, ending in a 10-yard Trevor Lawrence TD run. Like, he was great, and at some points, he was really bad. But that's what you get with Trevor Lawrence. That's why you see the debates of, is he good? Is he bad? What is he? That is the Trevor Lawrence experience. And also a part of the Jacksonville Jaguars experience, as we saw last night. This defense keeps making plays. And they make timely plays when they absolutely need them. And that is how this game turned. Because Kansas City and Jacksonville, they were tied up at 14. And I was feeling pretty good near the end of the third quarter. All right, like, you know, didn't take advantage of the middle 8 or whatever, end of the first half, early in the second half, didn't take advantage of that. But the Chiefs still had a chance to still be in control of the game as they were deep inside the red zone, 2nd and goal from the 3-yard line, and Mahomes gets picked off by Devin Lloyd. Not just picked off. That bad boy's going 99 yards the other way to pay dirt. A pick 6. Devin Lloyd, who is playing out of his mind this season, comes up with the biggest play of the game. And as somebody who bet Kansas City, at that very moment was when I knew we're in trouble. When Devin Lloyd picked 6, that's when I'm like, all right, it's hard to overcome those when you're laying points. We are officially in trouble when that happens. Because think about the swing. It's about to be Kansas City 21-14. Nope, it's now Jacksonville 21-14. Like, this team, with these turnovers, as they now lead the league with 14 turnovers, 4 clear of the next closest team, they've already intercepted 10 passes this season. We've only played 5 games. And there's some teams that might not pick off 10 passes the entire year. And they've done it in the first 5 weeks of the season, sitting here at 4-1. They lead the league in turnover margin with +8. Like, they are making all the right moves, pressing all the right buttons. And for some reason, I guess turnovers, they come in bunches. And for the Jacksonville Jaguars, at least early on in the season, that is exactly what is happening. Now, I'll say all that to say this as well. It's all great. It's all fine and dandy. And at 4-1, everyone should be feeling great about the Jacksonville Jaguars. But me personally, I still don't trust them. I don't. I do not. I think the team is way too inconsistent, and it was great, and that is a hell of a victory. You got to give them full marks for that win over the Kansas City Chiefs, because that's the standard. Kansas City, they are the standard, which we'll get into them here a little bit later on in this segment. But for Jacksonville, you see the highs, but you also see the lows. And a team that's as inconsistent as the Jags are, who is as turnover reliant as Jacksonville is, and I know last night they lost the turnover battle and still won the game, but by and large, over the first 5 weeks of the season, they have dominated in the turnover margin, which is why they lead it so far in the NFL at +8. I just don't believe this team is the best team in the AFC South. When I compare them to what I see from Indianapolis, a team that looks very buttoned up, and yes, their quarterback might not have as high a ceiling, but the actual team, the collective, I feel better about when you look at the skill guys around Daniel Jones, the offensive line, what they're doing on defense with Lou Anarumo. He seems to be cooking with gas once again. I like their team a lot more than I like the Jacksonville Jaguars. And for me, when I take that opinion to the betting market and I look at the upcoming schedule for a team like Jacksonville, I feel like right now, as much as everyone is praising them, now's the time to sell. This is the time to sell the Jacksonville Jaguars. Look at their upcoming schedule. So this upcoming Sunday, they host the Seattle Seahawks. Coin flip game. I think Seattle's going to beat them. I think Seattle's defense is the best unit in the game. I think Seattle will be able to move the ball on that Jacksonville defense. I think Seattle's going to win on Sunday. After that, they're in London taking on the Rams, where they'll be an underdog. Not to say they can't win. They just beat Kansas City as an underdog. But they will be an underdog against the Rams in a couple of weeks in London. And then they'll have their bye week. The schedule is not super daunting, but they have some tough games against Denver Broncos on the road. They got some tough games down the line. I just don't think that this team, who's going to be competing with other teams like the Broncos, like the Chargers, like the Chiefs, like the Bills, like the Patriots, for those playoff spots, and the teams in the North, whether Pittsburgh or Baltimore, whoever, out of all those teams, I think I like Jacksonville the least about these AFC contending playoff teams. I don't like Jacksonville. So right now, for me, even coming off of the win, I think the bet going forward is the Jaguars to miss the playoffs at +230. You are getting a big plus money price because everyone has Duval fever. We're all buying in. Liam Cohen, Trevor Lawrence. This is what it's supposed to be. Nah. I'm going the other way. I want to sell Jacksonville. I think we might be talking about a Jags team that's 4-1 right now, potentially 4-3 heading into the bye week. And all of a sudden, all of that shine that's coming off of this Monday Night Football victory in primetime in front of the rest of the country, it starts to wear off. And then reality sets in of, hey, maybe this team ain't that good. Now, the team that they beat, we all believe in them, I think, for the most part, being the Kansas City Chiefs. I think they're going to be fine. They'll be okay. They're 2-3. That's not great. Obviously, you would not like to be 2-3. Mahomes even said it last night. We're losing way too many games. But last night, for some reason, did not look like the Kansas City Chiefs from a discipline standpoint. 13 penalties, 109 yards. The biggest penalty of the game, Harrison Butker kicking the ball out of bounds on the final drive for Jacksonville, setting them up at the 40-yard line. This landing zone thing has these kickers absolutely I don't know what's going on. They're short-circuiting out there with some of these critical kickoffs. But that was a massive, massive penalty because they gave Jacksonville a short field because they needed to score a touchdown. A field goal was no good for them. Giving them those free yards, that's a huge deal. But they did it anyways. It just looks sloppy. You got the DPI in the end zone as well, adding to all these penalties. And now here we are for the first time since 2021, rather, that the Kansas City Chiefs are under 500 in the month of October. Now, this Sunday is a very, very massive game for Kansas City. Sunday Night Football hosting the Detroit Lions. They're about a 2.5 point favorite, depending on where you do your shopping. I I'm a sicko. I'm like almost dying for the Chiefs to lose this game. Like right now, I like their prices, win total, AFC West, AFC Super Bowl. I like those prices. But imagine what those prices are if Kansas City's 2-4. And imagine what the conversation is about the Kansas City Chiefs if they lose this Sunday. I think Kansas City right now, if you like them on Sunday, you must bet these prices over 9.5 on the win total, plus 185 AFC West, 5-1 AFC, 10-1 to win the Super Bowl. If you like them on Sunday, you got to bet that stuff. If you don't like them, I think you got to bet it next week. Right now, this week and next week, I think is the buy point for Kansas City, a team that will only get stronger as we go on, because guess who's coming back in a few weeks? Rashee Rice at wide receiver, and this offense that's looking to find its way and start to click a little bit, 470 more yards last night, I think it's going to carry them to the postseason and carry them to an AFC West division title. On the other side, we'll get to all the biggest headlines from around the world of sports here on You Better You Bet.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
They're somehow still plus money to miss the playoff. They're 1-4. They're going to be 1-5. They're not beating the Rams this week. I understand Lamar and a bunch of these guys are supposed to be back after the bye week, but they still have to go on the road to Green Bay. They still have to play the Steelers twice. They still have some tricky games left on their schedule. It looks like this team's starting to quit on Harbaugh. They have the worst defensive coordinator in the NFL in Zach Gore, and they've put themselves behind the 8 ball so much that there's really no room for error. If the Ravens lose this week and the Steelers win, that's a 3-game lead in the division for Pittsburgh. I'm still shocked the Ravens are plus money, so I'd bet that for them to miss the playoffs. Jacksonville, I'd also look at them to miss the postseason at plus 154. I think they're going to lose tonight to the Chiefs. And again, their schedule is easy. It is favorable. But I just don't think Trevor Lawrence is any good. And I think when this defense stops forcing turnovers, they're going to start to lose some games. So the Jags might be worth a look at plus 154. The Patriots at plus 172 to miss the playoffs still could be worth a look. You're not going to get them really in any other situation like you did last night where they're a big dog against a team on the road. Maybe the Ravens later on in the year if the Ravens are still playing hard and they're healthy and those kind of things. But the Patriots at plus 172, they're going to be a favorite a lot, and I like fading them in those kind of games, so that might be worth a look. And then San Francisco, plus 360 to make the playoffs. I think the price is worth it. Just had a great win on the road against the Rams, but, I mean, they're so banged up, right? Bose is out for the year. Purdy can't stay healthy. McCaffrey's probably going to get injured at some point. Kittle's in and out of the lineup. They got a lot of injuries. They play in a very good division and a good NFC. Plus 360 to miss the playoffs, think it might be worth it for San Francisco. So those 4 teams, Ravens, Jags, Patriots, Niners, may be worth a look to miss the playoffs.
Let's get back to You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network.
Welcome back. This is You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM on the BetMGM Network. Femi Abebefe hanging with you guys here this Tuesday afternoon. Ain't no football tonight, dog. On this Tuesday afternoon, as we will have hockey tonight. That's later on in the program. We'll get into a little bit of a NHL action with our guy Eddie Olczyk at 6 o'clock Eastern. 40 minutes from now, though, Nick Kostos with his thoughts on last night's Jags win over the Kansas City Chiefs. Jacksonville now 4-1, and Kansas City falls to 2-3. First time below 500 since 2021. Does not happen often for the Mahomes-led Chiefs. First time under 500 in the month of October. So Nick will give us his thoughts on the Chiefs and the Jags coming up in 40 minutes. 20 minutes from now, we'll take a look at the Heisman Trophy betting market as we head into what is a monster weekend in college football. Got Oregon, Indiana, massive game there. So many big games. Red River, OU, Texas. It's a lot that we got to get into, and we'll tackle it all coming up in 20 minutes with the Heisman Trophy betting market. But joining us right now, like he does each and every weekday at 3:20 Eastern, it's our executive producer, Bill Zimmerman. Bill, how you doing? How was your sports viewing experience last night? Got football, a couple of baseball games. There was a lot of excitement on a Monday night.
It was a loaded slate. That Chiefs Jaguars game, to me, that was just a lot of fun. Now I know, like, Nick Kostos is always hammering the Chiefs. But that one, that was just pure entertainment. Trevor Lawrence roller coaster all night long. The baseball games, not as compelling, although Phillies Dodgers got interesting late. But that football game was just fabulous.
It had everything, didn't it? Like big plays,
it sure did.
You had turnovers, you had a defensive touchdown, you had weird officiating. Like that's the NFL experience. Like if what the NFL wants to market itself and what they're packaging, it's last night's game. And it's a close game, and it's fun. Everybody was engaged from minute one. So, it was a great game. And unfortunately for me, I have less money because I bet the Kansas City Chiefs. But, hey, from an entertainment standpoint, can't complain. All right, let's get to the top stories that we have here on this Tuesday. Bill, what's the number one thing we need to know this afternoon?
Well, Femi, we talked about it yesterday that Jake Browning is not the answer for the Cincinnati Bengals, but they're hoping that Joe Flacco is. The Browns traded Joe Flacco to Cincinnati. They traded him with a 6th-round pick, and the Bengals send a 5th-round pick back to Cleveland. So Cincinnati pivoting to Joe Flacco to see if he can right the ship here without Joe Burrow. Now, that is a rare interdivision QB trade, just the 3rd one in the last 25 years. The other two, Femi, Donovan McNabb when he got traded from Philadelphia to Washington, and Drew Bledsoe once Tom Brady emerged getting traded from New England to Buffalo.
Yeah, and with those two other trades, it shows you when that happens in division, it means the quarterback is cooked. like that's what it means. like the Eagles were like, yeah, here you go, Washington. Here's Donovan McNabb, probably the best QB we've had up until this point in franchise history. Here's McNabb. Oh, all right, yeah, here's Drew Bledsoe, Buffalo. Here's Bledsoe. We don't need him. Yeah, come on, like this. The Bengals are done. It's over for Cincinnati. It's absolutely done. And I know there's being the cases being out there like, well, Cincinnati's going to try to stay in the playoff race because look at the AFC. It's so wide open. Maybe the Bengals, guys, enough. Like this idea that the Bengals were some kind of contender with Joe Burrow is fan fiction. It is fan fiction. The team sucks with Burrow. And now here's Joe Flacco. Like, come on. What are we talking about here? Maybe their games are a little bit more fun. Do they cover last Sunday against the Lions if Flacco's playing quarterback? Perhaps. They probably cover the game. But guess what? Detroit's probably putting up a 40-burger too, and Detroit's still winning the football game. Like, from a betting standpoint, yeah, maybe it opens some things up, and maybe they're a little bit more of a live underdog. Maybe you want to take them catching 2 touchdowns at Lambeau Field since it sounds like Flacco is going to be starting on Sunday. At least that's what the plan is right now here on Tuesday. Maybe you want to do all that stuff. But this notion that this trade was taking place because they want to see if they could potentially make the playoffs, yeah, I'm sure that's what they're thinking. And they're going to always think that, as they should think that. They should believe in themselves. Great. Knock yourself out. But for those of us on the outside, just analyzing what has been happening for more than a year, the defense sucks, the O-line sucks, and all they have going for them is an awesome quarterback in Joe Burrow and 2 awesome receivers in Jamar Chase and T. Higgins. What else do you like about the roster? Honestly, what else? I mean, I guess Trey Hendrickson, yeah, he's a good player. Great. Led the league in sacks last year. You missed the playoffs. Come on. What are we doing? What are we talking about with this nonsense? This is Zach Taylor and this Bengals front office trying to save their jobs. And yes, great, they should. But at the end of the day, we all know how this goes. They're going to miss the playoffs again because the team's not good. And there's going to be a new head coach in Cincinnati. And hopefully that new head coach knows what he's doing. And then maybe, just maybe, Joe Burrow can be in the playoffs once again and be a true contender. But as it stands right now in 2025, it's all fan fiction. Get it out of your mind. It's not happening. Cincinnati's going nowhere. I don't care who's playing quarterback. Burrow, Flacco, Montana, one of the Joes, whichever one, does not matter. They're not going anywhere. Bill, hit me with the next story.
Let's switch over to the Diamond because we said we had 2 playoff games yesterday. Dodgers held on to beat the Phillies 4-3. Dodgers win both games in Philadelphia to take a 2-0 series lead. Phillies did have the tying run at third base in the bottom of the ninth, but Trey Turner grounded out to end the game. Femi, with a 2-0 lead and the series pivoting to Los Angeles, the Dodgers have quite a stranglehold on this one.
Yeah, I'm glad I jumped off this bandwagon yesterday, huh? like betting the Dodgers was one of the smart things that I did yesterday because you can just see it. Once the Phillies lost that game 1 Sanchez performance where you're up 3-0 and Sanchez pitches well and you blow that game, it's like, all right, that's just a body blow that you can't recover from. And yesterday, once again, the story, because it's not necessarily the Dodgers. The Dodgers are their own thing. The story, once again, in a Phillies playoff game is the top of the order doing absolutely squat. Now, Trey Turner had the RBI and was part of the rally late in the 8th inning and what the Phillies were trying to do in the 9th. I guess you got to give him some credit there. But where was Kyle Schwarber? The Schwarbombs. Where were the Schwarbombs? Haven't seen him. 0 for 3, 2 strikeouts. Where's Bryce Harper, the former MVP? 0 for 3 with a strikeout. Another 5 strikeout performance from the top of the order in Philadelphia. The lineup just has nothing. And I don't know if it's just they get nervous or or what's going on, but this team used to dominate the Dodgers. And all we saw last night was Blake Snell shoving. And Blake Snell was a typical Blake Snell. He walked 4 guys in the game. Blake Snell was giving you chances. He was giving you opportunities, but they couldn't get past him. He was striking out Harper, striking out Schwarber. He was awesome. 6 innings, gave you 9 Ks. That's what a big-time player is supposed to do, as opposed to what the Phillies guys were doing. I don't even blame Jesus Luzardo. I know he technically gave up a couple earned runs. The guy can only do so much over a course of 6 innings against this Dodger lineup. You got to give him some run support, and the Phillies did none of that until the very end. And then, of course, here we are trying to bunt all this nonsense. And come on. This team, they're scared of the Dodgers. They're scared of the big moments. And I'm more mad at myself for trusting them before the playoffs even started, thinking that, the Phillies, man, they check all the boxes. Look what they can do. At the end of the day, they're just not getting it done. And I don't know if they're ever going to be able to get over that loss to the Diamondbacks from a couple of years ago where they were up 3-2 in the series going back home for games 6 and 7, and they couldn't win any of those games against that Diamondback squad. The fact that they lost that, it feels like they're just not going to be able to get over this October hump. And for the Dodgers, hey, just another day at the office as they continue to chug along and be the best team in baseball. I think they're going to sweep the series. They're going to win tomorrow night. And let's see what happens whether they play the Brewers or the Cubs. Probably going to be Milwaukee based on how that's been going, which we'll get into here shortly. But the Dodgers, I think, are going to cruise the World Series and probably just cruise to winning the title because there's nobody in the American League that's touching them. That's very uneventful, but hey, sometimes that's how it goes. Bill, hit me with the next one.
Not shortly, Femi. We're going to talk about it now. The other game yesterday, Brewers also take a 2-0 series lead against the Chicago Cubs with a 7-3 win. Cubs did jump out to a 3-0 lead in the top of the first. Brewers come right back with 3 in the bottom of the first, score the next 7, and cruise 7-3 in this one. Femi, every run in this game was scored thanks to a home run, and the series now pivots back to Wrigley as the Cubs need to win 3 in a row to get past the Brewers.
Speaking of home runs, I just saw the note that Tyler put in the chat that the Phillies have not hit a home run since game 2 of the NLDS last year. Good God. I think this team is just, they're just not getting it done. But back to this Cubs-Brewers game. For a second there, and by a second I mean 5 minutes, I let my brain actually get to the point to where, hey, maybe Chicago answers back. Seiya Suzuki hit the home run in the first inning, 3-run jack. I'm like, okay, we're cooking, Chicago. Hey, maybe we tie this thing up. And then here's Andrew Vaughn. And Andrew Vaughn said, nope, we're all tied up after 1, folks. And at that very moment, I knew the Cubs were cooked. Imanaga, you can only get so much out of him. And, like, I don't even really blame him that much. Like, he is what he is. He's a fly ball pitcher. In the postseason, those guys aren't to be trusted. That's why you give him 2 2/3, give up 4 earned runs and a couple of jacks. Like, it wasn't even an Imanaga thing. Like, the Cubs, like, they're just not good. Like, that's just the reality. And I thought that maybe they could be frisky, and I thought that maybe some of the Octobers past for Milwaukee would get them. And who knows, maybe the Cubs can win Game 3 and put some pressure on the Brewers in Game 4 to try to close it out on the road. But I'm just very uninspired by Chicago. I am very, though, inspired by Jackson Chourio. Like, that dude, we thought there was a hamstring issue there for a second. It looked okay yesterday with a home run, 2 for 4, making plays in the outfield. He looked pretty solid, didn't he? Like, he was awesome. Contreras is doing his thing as well behind the plate and what he could do at the plate. Like, the Brewers, I mean, maybe it was just very simple. They were the best team in the regular season, and maybe this was just a layup series, and all of the October failures of yesteryears were what was kind of suppressing what should have maybe been like a minus 175 series price, as opposed to like minus 125, minus 130. Like, the Brewers just looked like the much better team. They got Mizorowski out there pitching too. Like come on. Like this is going to be over, whether it's in 3 or 4. I don't think we're going back to Milwaukee. I think this thing ends on the north side, and the Brew Crew advance to where they'll get slaughtered by the Dodgers. Bill, hit me with the next one.
All right, Femi. First of all, before we get to the next story, we have inclement weather. Mariners-Tigers is delayed. We don't have any update as to when that game is going to start. We'll keep people posted. But the other game today is tonight at 8:08 Eastern. It's the Blue Jays heading to the Bronx to take on the Yankees in Game 3 of this ALDS series. Blue Jays took the Yankees behind the woodshed in the first 2 games, took a 2-0 lead in Toronto. Femi, the Yankees have the backs against the wall, and Aaron Boone says there might be some lineup changes as the Yankees try to fend off elimination.
Yeah, it's always a good thing when Aaron Boone starts tinkering with the lineup. Paul Goldschmidt, you're up, buddy. That's what it sounds like we're doing. Goldschmidt at first base, Ben Rice back to the bench. We'll see what Aaron Boone has cooked up here for this Bronx Bomber squad as they're facing elimination tonight. Now, unlike the Cubs-Brewers series, I actually think this series is going the distance. I do think we're going back to Toronto. Like, Rodon in a must-win situation, he can be volatile, and the Yankees are getting bet. Like, people know the score to that game. Like, I think looking at the betting market right now, New York is already out to like a minus 170 price at one spot. Like, getting a little bit too crazy. Like, let's pump the brakes here. Like, just because they must win doesn't mean they will win. What's the old saying? Like, must win must mean you're not that good. Like, I get a little bit worried with that price here, but I do think they find a way to pull it off tonight. And they're going to be favored again tomorrow. The way that I'm betting tonight's game, honestly, is Yankees to win the series. Do I think they're going to win the series? I don't know. But I think Game 5 Friday night will be a coin flip game in Toronto. So let me grab a near 4-1 price right now to where once we get to Friday, we could potentially hedge off and bet some Blue Jays and just lock in a profit and watch an elimination game together as a family. Like, that's what I intend to do. I think the Yankees win tonight. I think they'll be favored again tomorrow for Game 4. So maybe the Blue Jays win it in 5. Maybe the Yankees win it in 5. I just think that the Yankees right now, this is the buy point. And please, Carlos Rodon, just hold it together tonight on the mound. Bill, hit me with the next one.
Femi, how about we do a little college football? Because this Saturday we have the Red River Shootout, Texas, Oklahoma in Dallas. Texas is actually currently a 1.5 favorite. Of course, them being the preseason number 1, they are now unranked, sitting at 3-2. Oklahoma, 6th in the nation at 5-0. But their QB, John Mateer, who's been covering from hand surgery from that broken bone, he is pushing and trying to play in this game despite not being completely recovered from that injury. Femi, a lot on the line for both these teams this Saturday.
Yeah, this is like my favorite rivalry. Outside of the Apple Cup, of course. Like, the Apple Cup is near and dear to my heart as somebody who grew up in the state of Washington. But outside of that, like, Red River is awesome. I love Red River. Like, it's just like the aesthetics and like the whole, like the state fair and everything going around it. I think it's amazing. I love Red River, and I can't wait to watch this game on Saturday. I suspect, based on the movement in the betting market, because this was at one point Texas -3. We're now down to pick 'em at a sports book. I think John Mateer might end up playing on Saturday. Will he look good? I have my doubts. Like, he broke his hand. It will be 17 days removed since surgery. Doesn't seem like a great setup for John Mateer, but it's Red River, and I'm sure he wants to play, and I don't think anyone in that OU program is going to stop him. This might actually be the buy point on Texas. It really might. Like, let's see where this betting market goes. But I'm going to be very interested if we flip favorites, which we might if we get some material news later on this week. And when that happens, it'll be hook 'em horns. And hopefully it will not be less money in the pocket. Arch, just win the damn game. Get it done for us. Because I think this Texas defense, after all the criticism over the last couple of weeks, I think Texas rises to the occasion and beats OU on Saturday. Bill, hit me with the last one before we head to break.
Femi, the NHL is back. We've got 3 games. Blackhawks at Panthers at 5 Eastern, Penguins Rangers at 8 Eastern, and we finish it off with Avs Kings at 10:30. All these games are on ESPN.
Welcome back, NHL. Florida will be interesting to watch early on in the season. I mean, all throughout the season for that matter, with Barkov out for the year, their captain. Obviously, Matthew Tkachuk sounds like he's looking to heal up for the Olympics later on in February. How do the defending champions handle all of that? Like, that's what I want to see starting tonight. I will have a goal scorer bet in the game. And also, we'll be chatting with Eddie Olczyk at 6 o'clock. Hockey here on YBYB as we celebrate opening night. Heisman talk coming up next here on BetMGM Network.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
So we're going to go with Shane Bieber, starting pitcher for the Toronto Blue Jays today, over his outs prop of 14.5. It's pretty juicy over at BetMGM at -155, but this is all the way up to -168 at some other places. So maybe some value there. But my point being is that this does not feel like a quick hook situation for the Blue Jays. They're up 2-0 on the Yankees, and they've had plenty of run support. And plus, Shane Bieber is their big mid-season acquisition that they got at the trade deadline for these very situations. Like Shane Bieber, they added him because they said, hey, like, this is a guy that's pitched in the postseason in the biggest of moments. And hell, he's even pitched at Yankee Stadium back when he was with, I think it was the Indians back then, back when he was with Cleveland in 2022. And he's pitched well. Last time he went to the Bronx, he struck out 7, 5 2/3, and only gave up 2 earned runs. So I think he gets to 15 outs here. I think he gets to 5 innings. Why would you yank him early, especially when you have a 2-game cushion? And plus, he's one of your best starters. I think maybe he doesn't shut down the Yankees, but I think he is just fine. He gets through 5. Let's go over his outs prop of 14.5 for -155.
Let's get back to You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network.
Let's get back to it here on a Tuesday on You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM on the BetMGM Network. Femi Abebefe kicking with you guys this afternoon. 20 minutes from now, we'll be joined by Nick Costos with his thoughts on the Jags' upset victory over the Kansas City Chiefs. Jacksonville now 4-1. Some buzz about Liam Cohen, Coach of the Year. We'll talk some NFL awards coming up tomorrow on the program. Coach of the Year on Thursday. You'll have to wait for Thursday for that bad boy. But we're going to talk some college football awards right now. The Heisman Trophy is heating up across college football as we head into what will be an awesome week 7, as we got Red River, we got Indiana, Oregon, Alabama, Mizzou. There's some awesome games. Didn't even mention like USC hosting Michigan, Georgia's at Auburn. A lot of fun matchups that we have this Saturday in college football. And as we always do with the Heisman Trophy, like we begin with the favorite, and the favorite in the market is Miami's Carson Beck. And it makes a lot of sense coming off of the win over Florida State. You can see why a lot of bettors would be gravitated towards Carson Beck because he has some pretty good numbers and the team is really, really good. The team success is there. They're undefeated, probably one of the 3 best teams in the country. Now, here's where it gets interesting, though, with Carson Beck. I don't know if media people are on board with Beck being the Heisman. That's where I think makes this market very, very fascinating, because I think if you talk to a lot of bettors, hey, Carson Beck, winning team, quarterback, good stats, that's the Heisman Trophy winner. He should be the favorite. And in most years and in most instances, that would make a lot of sense. But for the people who are in the media, who are either Heisman voters or voter adjacent, they don't seem to be moved by Carson Beck so far this season. And I was very, very surprised early this morning when, after thinking about what the hell is LeBron going to be announcing today, which was a Hennessy partnership. How about that? But after thinking about that, I went over to The Athletic as they post their weekly Heisman Trophy straw poll. They've been doing it now. This is the second week they've done it this season. It's usually once we get to October, they do it all the way until the end of the regular season. And the Heisman straw poll at the top is the same as last week. The first 2 guys, it's Oregon's Dante Moore at number 1, Indiana's Fernando Mendoza at number 2. Those 2 guys play each other this Saturday. Those were the top 2 guys in last week's straw poll. But number 3, it's a Miami Hurricane, but it's Ruben Bain. Ruben Bain Jr., the edge rusher for Miami, is number 3 in the straw poll. Number 4 is Alabama's Ty Simpson. And then at 5 is where you finally get Carson Beck. Look, Miami has been in some high-profile games so far this season. Notre Dame, Florida, Florida State this past Saturday. For Carson Beck to win all of those games, put up good numbers, and to only be 5th, that to me almost tells me that people aren't interested in Carson Beck being the Heisman Trophy winner. Fair or unfair, right or wrong, I don't think people are moved by Carson Beck. And I think at 5-1, Carson Beck, who is now heading into a bye week where he'll be sight unseen, out of sight, out of mind, I think he's a vulnerable favorite. I do. I do think he's a vulnerable favorite, which leads us to 2 of the guys that will be playing this upcoming Saturday. Oregon's Dante Moore and Indiana's Fernando Mendoza, as I outlined, 1 and 2 in the Athletics Heisman straw poll, which polls a bunch of writers and editors, people who cover college football. Now, Dante Moore is 7-1 over at BetMGM. If you've been following along all throughout the offseason, I like Dante Moore quite a bit. Back in July to win the Heisman Trophy, talked about him at 25-1, 20-1. He's now down to 7-1. If you like Oregon in the game, I like Oregon in the game against Indiana. They're 7.5-point favorite over at BetMGM, total sitting at 55.5. I mean, how is the Dante Moore price not shorter than 7-1 once we wake up Sunday morning? How is that price not 4-1, plus 450 in that range? Inherently, there is value on Dante Moore if you believe Oregon will win, and especially if you believe Oregon will cover. Like, I think Oregon's going to cover the number. I think some sportsbooks have gone down to 7. I'll gladly lay 7 with the Ducks at home against Indiana, having to cross over 3 different time zones. I'll gladly take that bet all day long. And if Oregon wins and they cover, like, that is just another data point of Oregon in a marquee spot dominating. And if Moore plays well in the game, he will be your Heisman Trophy favorite come Sunday morning. And of course, Oregon, from a team quality standpoint, it's all there. They're minus 2,000 to make the playoff. Like, them beating Penn State was pretty much their ticket to the postseason. The schedule is not that difficult. They have a game against USC at Washington to end the year. That could be a little bit tricky with Damon Williams and that Husky squad, but maybe that just is another opportunity for Dante Moore to play in a marquee spot. But Dante Moore is at 7-1. That would be a bet for me. As somebody who has some Dante Moore, I'm going to add a little bit more this week for him to win the Heisman Trophy. Now, you could say the same thing for Fernando Mendoza. I just don't believe that Indiana's going to win the game. So Mendoza right now is 13-1 at BetMGM. If you at home watching and listening, if you believe in Indiana and you think they're going to win on Saturday, you should 100% bet Fernando Mendoza. I'm not there, so I'm not doing it. But just speaking for you at home, if you believe the Hoosiers can get it done, I mean, what a moment that would be to go across the country in a 3:30 Saturday afternoon time slot and to beat Oregon. That would be a big boost to Heisman Mendoza, as they're calling him out there in Bloomington. Now, that's not the only marquee matchup that we have on Saturday. Of course, you have the big noon kickoff game, Ohio State going to Champaign to take on Illinois. Now, Jeremiah Smith, Ohio State's wide receiver, he is at 8-1 to win the Heisman Trophy. His stats aren't like super gaudy, like 35 catches, 463 yards, 6 touchdowns through 5 games. Solid, good numbers. But the thing with Jeremiah Smith is that if you poll any college football fan or any college football media member and say, who's the best player in college football? More often than not, you're going to get Jeremiah Smith. And there's something to be said about that. Like, I think Jeremiah Smith just having the reputation of best player in the country, that carries weight. And Ohio State, down the line, they have some marquee games. Hosting Penn State, which, I mean, I guess it's not as marquee, but it'll probably still be on Big Noon Kickoff. But hosting Penn State, they have, of course, the game at Michigan, which doesn't matter what the records are. That game is always like the marquee game during rivalry weekend. So he has some marquee games on the horizon, as well as potentially a Big Ten title game against perhaps Oregon and Dante Moore, potentially. So Jeremiah Smith, I am not betting him because I struggle with non-quarterbacks. Like, it's why I didn't bet Travis Hunter last year. And hey, he won the award. Good for him. But at the price, I would not get involved, but he can definitely win the award, especially if he starts to put up big numbers against these big time opponents in marquee spots. Also, in a marquee game, Alabama quarterback Ty Simpson taking on Missouri. As somebody who holds Dante Moore and also has some Jada Mayava as well, but like Dante Moore feels like he's the horse that like I could probably go to war with the rest of the way here. Ty Simpson scares me at Alabama. And you could say, well, Femi, why don't you just bet him? I mean, they're only a 3-point favorite on the road. They could definitely lose the game. They don't have to beat Missouri. And if they lose to Missouri, maybe that would be a buy point because Alabama has a bunch of marquee games. Home Tennessee, home LSU, home Oklahoma, at Auburn for the Iron Bowl. There's a lot of spots where Alabama's going to be kind of in like the national stream of consciousness. I don't want to bet it now, but I must admit at 8-1, the thought has crossed my mind. And Simpson is another player who I think can win. Like, to me right now, the guys in my group of potential winners, upside winners, it's Dante Moore, it's Jeremiah Smith, and it's Ty Simpson. Those are the 3 guys I think can win. And I think at this point, you want something on one of those guys. Whether it's Moore if you like Oregon on Saturday, or if it's Simpson if you like Alabama on Saturday, or if it's Jeremiah Smith. Ohio State's like a big favorite. They're a 14.5-point favorite. So I'm assuming a lot of people like them to win the game at least. Maybe they're not cover, but at least to win. You want some of one of those guys. Maybe you got some of both. Good for you, but you want at least something on one of them because I think those are your winners. Now, there's some other interesting guys that I think we should bring up here before we get to a little bit of baseball. Once again, the Tigers-Mariners game, unfortunately, in a rain delay. No word on when that game will get underway. But some other guys in the Heisman Trophy market, like John Mateer at Oklahoma, I mean, we just talked about it in the last segment. I think he's going to try to play. He's definitely pushing to play. I think Oklahoma's going to let him do it. He's 30-1 now at BetMGM. It's so tough when you miss a game. Like, it really is. And that sounds so harsh because it's not his fault that he broke his hand. You know, that's just unlucky. It's football. Things happen. And I don't think he's a guy that can win because he missed the game. And also, his stats, and I talked about this when he was healthy and he was the favorite and everybody had like that Mateer, like mania and all that going on. His stats are not that good. Like, in QBR, he's 29th in the country with a QBR of 75.5. Let's say he plays on Saturday against a Texas defense that I know they got kind of torched against Florida, but like by and large, they've been really good this season. Like, what if he's not good in the game? And like the next time we see John Mateer, which would be this Saturday, is, oh, OU lost and Mateer was bad because he was inaccurate because his hand is still broken or is like recovering from surgery. Like, I don't think at 30-1 it's enticing because people love Mateer. I would not be betting John Mateer. The last guy that I'll bring up here for this week before we turn our attention to baseball, it's last dance for my guy Jaden Mayava here. It's the last call, buddy. USC needs to win this game against Michigan if Mayava wants any chance to win the Heisman Trophy. His stats are sick. He's the best quarterback in the country according to QBR. He's 30-1 right now, coming off of the Illinois loss in a bye week this past week. USC's 2.5 at home against Michigan. If they lose, Mayava is done. If they win, he stays in the chat. And they have a game next week in South Bend against Notre Dame, another big-time spot. This, though, is the last call for Jaden Mayava. Like, and if you have some Mayava stock, like I have Mayava stock, like, hey, like, great. I'm not adding more. Let's just see how this weekend goes. But if it goes well, let's maybe revisit this conversation next week. But Jaden Mayava, just from a statistical standpoint, he is that dude. The team success, not necessarily there. Let's go ahead and bring on our guys, Jake Hassan and Tyler Morales, to break down this baseball game that we don't know when it's going to start, but will hopefully be played at some point today. Jake, you are a baseball aficionado. I'll give first word to you. How are you attacking this Mariners-Tigers Game 3, pivotal Game 3, with Logan Gilbert and Jack Flaherty on the mound?
I have been anti-Mariners for going on 3 months now, maybe longer. Yeah. I'm not going to back down now. Logan Gilbert on the road, in weather, great. Have fun. I know Jack Flaherty doesn't inspire a ton of confidence, but I'll take the better manager. I'll take the home team. I like the Tigers on the money line. I think this is going 5, and you get Scooble in that final game, and then you're going to have to beat him twice. Good luck. Okay. Have fun.
Oh. Well, we got Jorge Polanco. Scooble doesn't want to see him. Tyler,
yes,
what do you like? Tyler, what do you like in today's game that's about to who knows when it's going to start once again?
Yeah, actually, I like the Mariners going against Jake here. And Logan Gilbert would scare me, but he's actually been really good his last 5 starts, 2.30 ERA. They only have the better manager. Mariners have better everything else, so I'll take the Mariners.
Yeah. I'm going to ride my Mariners series price bet. I bet Mariners in 4 before the start of the series. We'll ride this one out. Soto Mojo, get it done. I don't know when this game is going to start. We're going to get an update on that, I'm sure, shortly, but let's go Mariners, take down the Tigers. All right, Nick Costos joins us on the other side with his thoughts on the Jags' win last night over the Chiefs.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
To me, it feels like they win the division or they're out. Like, I don't think the AFC North is getting 2 teams.
Correct.
So if you're going to bet Baltimore, I would rather you just bet the division than bet the minus 140 or whatever, minus 150 to make the playoffs. It doesn't feel like it's a 2-team division. There's a long way to go, of course, but these defensive injuries are not going anywhere. And my big issue with Baltimore is that the team might just give up. You know, how many more losses can you take before you wave the white flag and just give up? I've covered teams in Chicago, gave up week 8, week 9. The year Brandon Marshall was screaming at the team in the locker room, none of y'all have any heart. And then they all just gave up because they're like, I hate everybody. I hate Brandon Marshall. I hate the coach. We're not going to try anymore. We're not going to tackle. Like, that's a thing in the NFL. And a team like Baltimore, to its core, is based on winning. Look at the Ravens with Lamar Jackson. Look at what they've been through together. 12-5, 13-4, 10-7 the last 3 years. They're used to winning. They're used to having a good 10. They're used to being better than you. But if they go 1-6, what's the point of trying anymore? So they have a huge game this week against the Rams, and I don't think Lamar is going to play. Current number in the game also says Lamar is out because Baltimore is a 7.5-point dog at home. So let's assume they lose this one. Why would you bet any Ravens stock right now? You'd have to basically wait until they go 1-5 because you're going to get a bad number. They're going to lose this weekend. So why would you bet plus 105 or minus 140 when they're likely going to lose? So now they're 1-5. Let's play this out. Now you got to take on Chicago. You're at home, and maybe Lamar comes back to save their season. Is he healthy? Can he do what he's supposed to do? Can he do what we've expected him to do? Man, it's very difficult for me to get to any pro-Ravens bet. If anything, I'm looking at this plus price on the no. You could bet them to miss the playoffs right now plus money. They're going to be 1-5 on Sunday.
The BetMGM Network presents to you the most unique show in sports.
Sorry for hating. No, I'm not. I love being a hater when it comes to winning money.
A show so unapologetically original, it needs its own word to describe it. Wagertainment.
Money won is twice as sweet as money earned.
Featuring the prop king himself, Nick Costos.
Drake May has arrived. And the next great quarterback in the NFL? Do you know who it is? I'll tell you. It's gonna be May. Jonathan Gannon and Drew Petzing have got to go. I'd like to know if, they practice. Do the Cardinals practice? Is Kyler Murray playing Ghost of Yotai for PlayStation 5? Or is he, studying film? If you had Arizona in Survivor, I'm sorry.
This is You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
What's up, everybody? Happy and merry, terrific Football Tuesday to you and yours. This is You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network. Nick Costos, Femi Abebefe, our crew, and you here on the Odyssey app, on SiriusXM, on YouTube, youtube.com/the BetMGM Network, on Twitch, twitch.tv/the BetMGM Network, and heard on radio stations nationwide. We are in your hearts and in your minds as we bring you the fastest show in all of Wagertainment. Talking all things sports betting. The show presented today and always by BetMGM. Make it legendary by downloading the BetMGM app and visiting BetMGM.com. Coming up today on the show, Joe Flacco is the new QB1 for the Cincinnati Bengals. We now have questions that we, as sports bettors and sports fans, need to try and answer. Can Joe Flacco keep the Bengals in playoff contention for when Joe Burrow comes back? And what the hell are the Cleveland Browns going to do at quarterback? Is Shadur going to be the 2? Is he going to be the emergency 3? How many games are they going to win the rest of the year? We will talk about today's shock NFL trade. Joe Flacco, the new QB1 in Cincinnati. How about this? The NBA season starts 2 weeks from tonight. 14 days from the start of this year's NBA season, the 25-26 NBA campaign. And I'm going to tell everybody on today's show, 2 weeks in advance of the season starting, who's going to win the Eastern Conference. You're welcome. We'll talk the Major League Baseball playoffs and if the Philadelphia Phillies or the Chicago Cubs can come back from 0-2 series deficits in their National League Division Series. We look forward to that. 3 tremendous guests will join us today on the show. Odyssey Sports NFL insider, the great Mark Schlereth. NBC Sports betting analyst, the one, the only, the whale capper, Drew Dinsick. Can't wait to talk about the upcoming week in the NFL, Week 6, with both Stink and the Whale. That sounds like a show. And Eddie Olczyk of the NHL on TNT stops by in the Power Hour to preview the NHL season. Puck drops in the next hour with the first game of the season. We will give you NHL thoughts and NHL futures bets with the great Eddie O. He will join us later in the show. And in the final hour, which is the Power Hour, all our bets for tonight. And that'll be, for the first time this season, the National Hockey League in Game 3 of the Yankees and the Blue Jays in the Bronx. The Yankees just released their lineup card for tonight. It's the same as it's been. No shakeups. Grisham batting leadoff. Ben Rice batting cleanup. Nothing has changed for the Yankees. Aaron Boone has opted to roll the ball out and see what happens with the same lineup that's gotten shelled for the first 2 games. What could go wrong? All our bets are coming up at the end of the show for the Yankees and the Blue Jays and the National Hockey League. But we begin. Terrific Football Tuesday edition of You Better You Bet. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. What a football game last night on Monday Night Football. And bets aside, whatever your bet was, side bet, total bet, props, whatever. And we'll pour one out for Femi's Island. Can't hit every first touchdown score, but you know what? It's not going to stop us from trying. Femi will be back with the Island on Thursday night for the Giants and the Philadelphia Eagles on Thursday Night Football. You put the bets away for a second, and we could talk about like all the betting implications of Jacksonville's win last night. It's an unbelievable football game. Like from start to finish, an incredibly compelling game with more twists and turns than an early M. Night Shyamalan movie. Notice I said early, because basically since The Sixth Sense, they've all been bad. But the early ones, they're pretty good. Lots of twists and turns in those. This game had it all. Had everything you could possibly want, including a quarterback falling down at the end of the game and then running for a touchdown, which made me lose a fantasy football matchup by 0.2 points. No good there. But man, what an incredible football game. As the Jacksonville Jaguars, down 14-0 in the first half, I tweeted at that moment, and it was like, people will tweet you when you get things, when you tweet something during a game and you're wrong. They'll write you back like, this aged poorly. How about this? Go walk in traffic. If that's your MO is to tweet people stuff, whatever. Did anyone, I want to know the person that thought the Jaguars were coming back to win the game last night, down 14-0. I tweeted, turn out the lights, the party's over. I also like to know, like, what % of the audience actually knows what that's from. Anyway, shout out to Don Meredith. I thought the game was absolutely finished. The Jaguars come back from a 14-0 first-half deficit, and almost more impressively, from a 28-24 deficit with 1:45 to play, to slay the Dragon and beat Patrick Mahomes and the Kansas City Chiefs 31-28. And we can start with the winners. The 4-1 Jacksonville Jaguars. Duval. And before we talk about them, I'm going to talk about me. One of my favorite things to do. Yesterday, we talked about a couple teams on Sunday that I did not bet in their respective games, but I have futures positions on. The Denver Broncos won outright as dogs in Philadelphia. The New England Patriots won outright as dogs in Buffalo. And then last night, and look, I love the Chiefs also, my Super Bowl pick, obviously. Who loved the Jaguars more than me coming into the year? Bet them to win the AFC South. Liam Cohen to win Coach of the Year. And I have $0 on the Jacksonville Jaguars last night, and they win. That's 3 games, week 5 in the NFL, where my futures positions improve, and I get $0 today as a result. My wife made a Whole Foods order. We needed to get like some snacks for my daughter, like a dozen eggs, some peanut butter. I tried to pay with CLV, closing line value, that I've accrued from these bets. Amazon turned me down. I didn't think that was very nice of Amazon. I got great closing line value from some of these bets right now. Man, I wish I had bet plus 3.5 with the Jaguars last night, but such is life. Jacksonville wins the game in improbable and unbelievable fashion. And we need to start talking about Jacksonville, talking about their franchise quarterback, Trevor Lawrence. Last night was the full Trevor Lawrence experience. The full encapsulation of what Trevor Lawrence has been as an NFL quarterback. The absolute highest of highs and the lowest of lows. Throws that he makes where you say, there are not many quarterbacks in the league that can do this, that have his physical ability. And delay of game penalties he takes, where you're thinking, does this guy's brain work? Does he have functioning brain cells? You got the full Trevor Lawrence experience in last night's game. Trevor Lawrence, on this final drive, the pass to Brian Thomas Jr., which Troy Aikman compared to Eli Manning's pass to Mario Manningham on the game-winning drive in Super Bowl 46. I don't know if it was quite that good, but man, a tremendous pass from Trevor Lawrence. How about Lawrence's pass in the third quarter to Travis Hunter, where I love the tweets before the game. Like, the Jaguars have some surprises planned for Travis Hunter today. In the first half, here was the surprise. Travis Hunter doesn't play. Surprise! We traded 2 first-round picks and a second-round pick for this guy. He's not going to play. Surprise, everybody! That's the surprise, is we traded all this capital for a guy who doesn't play. He finally got on the field a little bit in the second half, and lo and behold, had his best game as a receiver of his rookie year. Wow, what a shock. Play the really good player, and good things might happen. Great catch from Travis Hunter on that play, and a great throw from Trevor Lawrence. All the scrambles from Trevor Lawrence. The team's leading rusher, 10 for 56, 2 rushing touchdowns, and of course, the game winner. Falls down on the goal line, and I'm thinking in that moment, just like, can someone please touch him? Just frickin' touch him. Touch him down, please, as someone who wanted the Chiefs to win the game. And you've got Chris Jones. Is this the laziest player in the league? Chris Jones, who decided to literally if he were a lesser player, he would be cut today. Like, there's no way if this were like a borderline roster player that he's still on an NFL team today if you do that. He literally watched Trevor Lawrence get up and run into the end zone and said after the game, well, I felt like we had him dead to rights. How about this? You play professional football. Go tackle him. Pathetic from Chris Jones. We'll get into the Chiefs' defense and how pathetic they were for large swaths of this game. But unbelievable performance from Trevor Lawrence. Like, you got the best of Trevor Lawrence. You also got the worst of Trevor Lawrence. The goal line fumble on the quarterback sneak in the first quarter, where it's just like, man, what, Trevor? What are you doing? And these delays of games are incomprehensible. How's it possible? I'm telling you, I say this all the time. I'm not joking. I have been blitzed. I'm not talking by like the weak side linebacker or the cornerback. I'm talking, man, I've gotten real stoned. Like real stoned. Like gravity bonged straight to the face and played Madden. I don't think I've ever once taken a delay of game penalty. Not once. Here's Trevor Lawrence in a huge spot in the game. Just has like zero clue what the play. How's it possible? How's it possible? And it doesn't end up making a difference because he makes the plays that he needs to make, and the Jaguars win the game in a game that felt over to me about a zillion times. I can't believe they won, and credit to them. And I'm not even saying they didn't deserve to win. Credit to the Jacksonville Jaguars for winning this game because throughout basically the Jaguars' entire history, but let's even call it the last however many years, and certainly the Chiefs since Patrick Mahomes took over, this is a game that the Chiefs always win and the Jaguars always lose. Unreal. And if you're a Trevor Lawrence truther, like I have been over the years, I bought in this offseason Lawrence and Liam Cohen. And despite the 3-1 record going into last night, I can't say that I'm like fully on board with Trevor being what we thought he was going to be when he was drafted first overall in 21. You still see the glimpses. I don't know if you'll ever put it together and get to that level, like the truly elite tier. I don't know if he's ever going to be able to win a Super Bowl, but I think he's good enough to win an AFC South, good enough to pilot his team back to the playoffs this year. And to be fair to the Jaguars, it's not just Trevor Lawrence. How about, I'll do my best Ari Gold imitation here. Lloyd! Devin Lloyd. Another interception. This one on the goal line, baiting Trevor Lawrence when he like goes to blitz and drops back into coverage. Like this was a deserved interception from Devin Lloyd, who then did his best James Harrison Super Bowl 43 imitation and takes it back all the way, like hurtling over Kansas City Chiefs players, stiff-arming them, breaking tackles, en route to a 100-yard pick six. A tremendous swing in the game. And yeah, the Jaguars defense gave up a bunch of explosive runs to an offense that can't have explosive runs. Also, Trevon Walker didn't play. Like, if Walker plays, I don't think you see Kareem Hunt and Isaiah Pacheco breaking off those long runs. Very impressive performance by Anthony Campanile, a good paisan, and this Jaguars defense. The problem now with the Jaguars, if you're like, wow, I'm so impressed by this, so is everybody else. A huge favorite to make the playoffs at BetMGM. Liam Cohen, the second choice to win Coach of the Year. You needed to make these bets in August. On the other side, we will talk about last night's losers, the Kansas City Chiefs.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
me, it feels like they win the division or they're out. Like, I don't think the AFC North is getting 2 teams.
Correct.
So if you're going to bet Baltimore, I would rather you just bet the division than bet the minus 140 or whatever, minus 150 to make the playoffs. It doesn't feel like it's a 2-team division. There's a long way to go, of course, but these defensive injuries are not going anywhere. And my big issue with Baltimore is that the team might just give up. You know, how many more losses can you take before you wave the white flag and just give up? I've covered teams in Chicago, gave up week 8, week 9. The year Brandon Marshall was screaming at the team in the locker room, none of y'all have any heart. And then they all just gave up because they're like, I hate everybody. I hate Brandon Marshall. I hate the coach. We're not going to try anymore. We're not going to tackle. Like, that's a thing in the NFL. And a team like Baltimore, to its core, is based on winning. Look at the Ravens with Lamar Jackson. Look at what they've been through together. 12-5, 13-4, 10-7 the last 3 years. They're used to winning. They're used to having a good time. They're used to being better than you. But if they go 1-6, what's the point of trying anymore? So they have a huge game this week against the Rams, and I don't think Lamar is going to play. Current number in the game also says Lamar is out because Baltimore is a 7.5-point dog at home. So let's assume they lose this one. Why would you bet any Ravens stock right now? You'd have to basically wait until they go 1-5 because you're going to get a bad number. They're going to lose this weekend. So why would you bet plus 105 or minus 140 when they're likely going to lose? So now they're 1-5. Let's play this out. Now you got to take on Chicago. You're at home, and maybe Lamar comes back to save their season. Is he healthy? Can he do what he's supposed to do? Can he do what we've expected him to do? Man, it's very difficult for me to get to any pro Ravens bet. If anything, I'm looking at this plus price on the no. You could bet them to miss the playoffs right now plus money. They're going to be 1-5 on Sunday.
First and goal with 30 seconds left. Now Lawrence goes down, has to get up, breaks a tackle, touchdown Jacksonville.
We got to be better. You know, we've lost too many games already, and so we got to find a way to be better as a team and come together and play better throughout the rest of the season.
You're tuned in to You Better You Bet with Nick Costos and the crew on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary.
Joe Buck, Troy Aikman on the call last night on ESPN, and then the voice of Chiefs quarterback Patrick Mahomes. Jake Hassan, good job coming back from break, vaulting himself to the top of the power rankings to win Nick Costos' money? Some are saying. I texted Tyler Morales earlier today, just not even about sports, just about like something just life-related. Didn't respond to me. I'm not even talking like from a work perspective. Like, doesn't that suck when you text someone and they just like don't write you back? Especially someone that you think is your friend, like Tyler. I'm not saying that this won't be taken into consideration for when Nick Costos' money, but it might. But it might. All right. Let's talk about the losers of last night's game now. The Kansas City Chiefs. What an unbelievable disappointment the result of last night's game is. for the Kansas City Chiefs. What an unbelievable disappointment for me. I love the Chiefs this year. My Super Bowl pick. To lose that game last night to Jacksonville, up 14-0 in the first half, up 28-24 with less than 2 minutes to play. And I'll credit the Jaguars big time. I did in the first segment, right? I bet Jacksonville to win the AFC South. I mean this sincerely. Like, Jacksonville did what it needed to do to win the game. This was not like the Chiefs lost the game and Jacksonville gets no credit. I just can't believe Kansas City lost. This is a game, again, that the Chiefs always win. And forget about, like, the Jaguars always lose. We could just end the sentence right there. That is a game that the Kansas City Chiefs always win. And last night, they lost. And the truly stunning thing about Kansas City losing the game last night, the truly stunning thing, is that they lost and Patrick Mahomes looked like Patrick Mahomes. And the Chiefs' offense looked like the Chiefs' offense. And you can couple that with, and this is where I really felt, like, nature's healing, man. Like, this might be, honestly, everyone's like, it's a divided country. I don't know. I get along pretty well with pretty much everybody. But it's a divided country, right? Everyone hates everybody, whatever. You know, I feel like nothing. I'm actually being serious. That this is not a setup to a joke. That nothing brings the people of this country together. The United States of America. Nothing brings Americans together and makes Americans unite more than bitching and moaning about the Kansas City Chiefs getting believed preferential treatment from officials. We even had that last night. And as this is happening, I'm in ecstasy. I'm delirious. As someone who loves the Chiefs this year, my team that I bet to win the Super Bowl. Mahomes looks awesome. Offense looks awesome. They're up, and everyone's complaining that they get all the calls. Oh, baby, I was in Shangri-La. Move over, Kubla Khan. Easy, Kubla Khan. I was in the Pleasure Dome. I can't. That was rough. That was a rough one. That was brain moving too fast for mouth. Kubla Khan and the Pleasure Dome. I was in the Pleasure Dome last night watching the Kansas City Chiefs. Mahomes threw for 318 yards. He was great in the game. He was absolutely sensational. You actually got explosive plays in the run game for Kansas City. Like, I don't think we've seen Kansas City have like a 20-yard run since like Larry Johnson and Priest Holmes were in this backfield. Like, unbelievable. Here's Kareem Hunt for 15 yards. Here's Isaiah Pacheco, like running through quicksand, breaking a long run off. It was unreal. And I know Travon Walker didn't play in the game, but still, Chiefs offense looked absolutely awesome. Even Travis Kelce looked pretty spry last night. Caught a touchdown, the first touchdown of the game. Like, actually, like looked pretty good out there. I think that's the best he's looked physically all season long. And they still lost the game. They couldn't stop Trevor Lawrence on the final drive. And I like Trevor Lawrence. And I can't believe what I'm about to say. And I thought it in the moment, and I like dismissed it from my brain. Said, you know, what I'm about to say is true, but there's no way it's going to matter. Because we're talking about the Kansas City Chiefs. When Kareem Hunt scores the touchdown with 1:45 to play, on my father's grave, I'm sitting on my couch in my mother-in-law's basement. It's like 20 years have passed. 20 years ago, I was on in the couch on my mother's basement. Now I'm on the couch in my mother-in-law's basement. The more things change, the more they stay the same. And I thought to myself, they scored too soon. Like, Like, they gave the Jaguars way too much time here. They actually, did a poor job navigating that situation and scoring too soon and giving Jacksonville all that time. So, when Trevor Lawrence takes a brutal sack, or Liam Cohen doesn't use a timeout, or they complete a pass and 40 seconds ticks off the clock, you can't take advantage of it because there's so much damn time that the Jaguars could fool around and mess around and make asses of themselves, and they still have a minute to try and score a touchdown. That's a terrible job, right, by Andy Reid. And honestly, Mahomes is the best. It's a terrible job by Mahomes. The Jaguars tried to screw up on their final drive, and they had too much time that they could get bailed out on a Trevor Lawrence laser to Brian Thomas Jr. Great pass and a great catch. And then the Chiefs' defense folds. Just folds. Like a cheap suit. I'm nervous. I'm a little nervous about this. I'm nervous about the Chiefs' defense. I have no qualms in saying I still think the Chiefs are going to the Super Bowl. Oh, and we'll talk about that in a second. But I am nervous that in the closing moments of big games, can the defense hold on? Can the defense make the big play to win a game? Just think about Chris Jones, for instance, who has long been the star player on the Chiefs defense for this dynastic run. And what a curtain-jerking jabroni he was on that Lawrence touchdown. Broken play, Lawrence falls down, gets up, and Chris Jones watches him run into the end zone. Absolutely ridiculous. Ridiculous. You bet on this Tuesday. So, Kansas City's now 2-3. And many of us, including me, are forced to confront a situation where maybe things won't go as well for the Chiefs as I expected. Or as you expected, you the listener, you the viewer. Maybe you agree with me, and you felt like the Chiefs were the class of the AFC. Not Buffalo, not Baltimore, but Kansas City. How do you feel today? Because I have a pretty strong feeling. And in order to illustrate that feeling, I'd like for all of us collectively to hop in the old You Better You Bet time machine. And let's go back 25 years. The year of our Lord, 2000. Kerry Collins. I'll bet no one expected to hear that name in today's show. Kerry Collins and the New York Football Giants, coached by the late, great Jim Fossil, start 7-2 and lose 2 games in excruciating fashion to drop to 7-4. Jim Fossil gets up there in front of the New York media and is being grilled about the Giants' postseason chances. And remember, Giants and Fossil's first year in 97 make the playoffs, win the NFC East in surprise fashion, and then 98, 99, bad seasons don't make the playoffs, so his job's on the line. He gets up there in front of the New York media and delivers a famous line. I'm pushing all my chips into the middle of the table. Whoever's in is in. Whoever's out is out. This team's going to the playoffs. What followed from there? 5 straight wins to end the regular season, including the next game on Sunday Night Football against former Giants luminary Dave Brown and the Arizona Cardinals. And a trip to Super Bowl 35, where they were eliminated off the face of the earth by the Baltimore Ravens, which is not the point of the story. The point of the story is the chips were pushed into the middle of the table. And today, on Tuesday, October 7th, in the year of our Lord, 2025, me, Nick Costos, I'm going all in. Taking the chips, and those sons of bitches are going to the middle of the table. Whoever's in, is in. And whoever's out, GTFO. Sunday Night Football this week. The Chiefs host the Detroit Lions. The Lions' defense and secondary is battered and bruised. The Chiefs are going to win on Sunday night and are going to score 35 points in the process. And when that happens, Kansas City will be 3-3. And then, let me remind everybody what happens after this week. Rashee Rice returns. This Kansas City Chiefs offense is about to go into hyperdrive. It's about to be broken. But not broken in a bad way. Broken in the way people talk about video game characters, like in Street Fighter 2, the first edition, when Ryu kills everybody. And then he's nerfed for Street Fighter 2 Tournament Edition. Ryu was broken, and then they fixed him. The Kansas City Chiefs offense is about to be broken. And no one in the NFL is going to be able to do anything about it. Broken in the best possible way. They are about to rain hellfire and brimstone down on everybody. Last night, think about how good this Jaguars defense is, and it deserves the flowers it's getting. Mahomes sliced and diced them. Over 300 passing yards, and you give Devin Lloyd credit for the pick, but you know what? That goes differently. Chiefs win the game. Mahomes looked great last night. This offense looked great last night, and Rashee Rice isn't even there yet. Rice, Worthy, Hollywood, Thornton, Juju, Kelsey, Hunt, Pacheco, Brashard Smith, Andy Reid, and the best quarterback in the league, Patrick Mahomes. I'm in. The offense is about to be so good that it's not going to matter what the defense does. This is going to be like 19, 20, 21, 22. They going to outscore your ass. And at the ends of games when it's close, they've got number 15. I know it didn't go well last night, but wait till Rashee Rice is back. Just wait until Rashee Rice is back. 10-1 to win the Super Bowl. 5-1 to win the AFC. Plus 185 to win the AFC West. Come January, do you want the Bills or the Chiefs? The Steelers or the Chiefs? The Ravens or the Chiefs? The Patriots or the Chiefs? The Colts or the Chiefs? The Jaguars, I don't care about last night, the Jaguars or the Chiefs? The Chargers or the Chiefs? The Broncos or the Chiefs? Or do you just want Kansas City? Like Jim Fossil 25 years ago, I am all in. On the other side, we'll talk about a bunch of news items in the National Football League, headlined by Joe Flacco, traded today to the Cincinnati Bengals.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
me, it feels like they win the division or they're out. Like, I don't think the AFC North.
Cooper Rush at the helm this week. They're just looking disarray. They're discombobulated. They're broken. They're irreparable, seemingly. And Henry's still seeing a sizable opportunity share at 69.2%. Though he's only number 36 in yards created per touch, 22 in yak per attempt. He's only forced 4 missed tackles on 64 rush attempts. But his next 3 games, and there is a bye week sandwich in here, he gets the Rams, number 20 in rush EPAD, then the bye, then the Bears. We know how miserable and lousy they have been in run defense at number 23 in rush EPA. And then at Miami, equally lousy at number 29 in that category. So could be better days ahead. But I think he desperately needs to get his dude back, and that being Lamar Jackson under center. So, Horvey, let me ask you this. Would you make this trade? These are real one-for-one deals that have been agreed upon in Yahoo leagues over the last 24 hours. Derrick Henry or Kenneth Walker III, who would you rather have rest of the season?
I would rather have Derrick Henry still.
Yeah, I'm still going with Derrick Henry. Derrick Henry or Cam Scatterboo?
I would rather have Derrick Henry still.
I'm going Scatterboo. Derrick Henry or Rome Odunze?
Oh. Ooh. I have a running back need, so I want Derrick Henry.
Rome Odunze. Last one. Derrick Henry or Jamar Chase?
God, I want nothing. Derrick Henry. Derrick Henry.
Can I plead the fifth on that one? I mean, Jamar Chase played up at garbage time. That's one of the ways he's going to be able to score any points. I guess Henry, but it's reluctant.
Down a little more than 2. Fannon's off to the right. Flacco out of the gun, looking to throw. Throws to the right. It's up for grabs, and it's caught. It was deflected. It was deflected by Humphrey and caught for a touchdown by Cedric Tillman.
You're tuned in to You Better You Bet with Nick Costos and the crew on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
CBS, courtesy of The Call. So yesterday at Bengals media availability, head coach Zach Taylor declined to endorse Jake Browning as his starting quarterback for either Sunday's game against the Packers or moving forward. I hope you've been watching or listening to the show enough to know, because we've talked about it for years. When a coach, think about Brian Dable a couple weeks ago, right? When he declined to name Russell Wilson the starter. We came on the show, and we're not the only ones that knew this. It's not like this is a secret, just like everybody should know. Like they were going to start Jackson Dart. And when Zach Taylor says that yesterday, you shouldn't need Nick Costos to tell you. Your antenna should go up. Okay, Jake Browning's not going to be the quarterback next week. So I believe it was Third Eye Blind who once famously said, and I'm paraphrasing here, I wonder who's it going to be if it's not going to be Jake Browning. Is it going to be Brett Rippon? This would be a really funny, like if it were Drake May, and I could say it's going to be May, but obviously Drake May is not leaving the Patriots. Is it going to be Jake Browning? Is it going to be, what it do, baby? It's the Iceman Mike White. Got his mouth looking something like a disco ball. No, Mike White got released today. And when Mike White got released today, I got that notification on my phone, and I immediately thought, like, okay. Like they're about to announce a signing or a trade. And obviously, like you're cutting him to bring somebody else in. I will admit, I did not expect the name to be Joe Flacco. I'm a Giants fan. I thought it was going to be Russell Wilson or Jameis Winston, with Russ being the guy that I actually felt like it would be. I was actually a little floored when I saw it was Joe Flacco. So, like, the trade details don't even matter. It's like the 2026 fifth rounder, a 2026 sixth rounder, and Flacco. It's whatever. This is the Browns, like, sending Joe Flacco out because, like, Flacco's played already this year. They're bad. They want to see what they've got in Gabriel. They want to see what they've got probably in Shedeur. We can get to that in a little bit. And the whole goal is to evaluate all the young players and get your franchise quarterback in next year's NFL draft. And you can bet your sweet bippy that the Cleveland Browns brass was not thrilled last night with Chris Jones and the Chiefs defense allowing Trevor Lawrence to score on that play, since the Browns also have Jacksonville's first-round pick in next year's draft. Just from a fantasy perspective, with Joe Flacco now in Cincinnati, and there are reports that he's going to start this weekend, which is really funny because he started in week 3 against the Packers also with the Cleveland Browns, and they obviously won that game. So it's like, here's Flacco's second start against the Packers in 5 weeks or 6 weeks, and coming on 2 different teams. Like, absolutely insane. Like, this actually brings Jamar Chase and T. Higgins back to life a little bit in fantasy football. It really does. So if you've got those guys in fantasy, and like Chase had a good game in garbage time on Sunday with Jake Brown and getting him the ball when they were down by $1 million against the Lions, like now you can at least like start these guys with some modicum of hope and confidence. And that matters to a lot of people, including me. So like it actually does help from a fantasy perspective. From a real life perspective, the question now, because Jake Browning had no hope. And I actually, because Browning played pretty well a couple years ago, Jake Browning looked like the worst quarterback in the history of the league on Sunday's game against the Lions. And I had said after last Monday, the Bengals got embarrassed by the Broncos. I came on the show a week ago today and said, the Bengals should not trade for anybody because they have no hope. I think I actually underestimated how bad Jake Browning was. Like, you can't keep doing this. Like, they had to do something. Whether it was Rippon or Mike White or make a trade for someone, you absolutely had to do it. So now, here's Joe Flacco. And the question that we should all be asking ourselves now, sports fans, sports bettors, can Joe Flacco keep the Bengals in contention in time for Joe Burrow to potentially return in early to mid-December? Can he just keep them in contention? Because if you think the answer to that question is yes, and I'm going to invent a scenario here, and then we can talk about how likely it is to happen. Let's say that the Bengals are in contention and Burrow comes back with a couple games to go. And remember the exercise that we did yesterday on the show, right? Which was, if the Ravens don't make the playoffs, and they're going to be 1-5 after this week, who makes it in the AFC? Like, what's your AFC playoff picture if the Ravens miss? So let's say Burrow comes back for the final 3 games of the year, and they're still in contention. At Miami, home Arizona, home Browns. That's their final 3 games. And they sneak into the playoffs. You have Joe Burrow in the postseason. The Bengals' prices are all massive at BetMGM. Massive. You bet on this Tuesday. So if you think the Bengals are going to be in contention, and, you know, they're 2 touchdown dogs this week, If Joe Flacco, the lightning strikes twice and Flacco beats the Packers twice with two different teams, so be it. Let's assume the Packers win the game. Okay. 2-4. The 3 games for Cincinnati going into the bye week in Week 10. Home Steelers, home Jets, home Bears. Can they win those games? Can they be 5-4? 4-5 going into the bye? Can Joe Flacco keep them afloat? It doesn't have to get them into first place in the division, but can he keep them within striking distance when Joe Burrow comes back? If you think that, there's definitely some opportunity in this market. Now, here's where I give my opinion. I don't know if we can fire it up if there's like copyrights or whatever, but this is where we would play Vince McMahon's WWE theme song. Because I believe that there's no chance that's what you got. Up against a machine so small. And then I think there's a bad word. Something politicians taking souls from us are puppets. Find their place in line. Something around your finger hardcore because it's just a matter of time. Because you've got no chance. No chance in hell. No chance. No chance. None. Zero. Zilch. Bubkiss. Nada. Forget about it. Incept yourself. Men in Black, red pen, red light thing. Not happening. Take the percent chance, multiply it by 1,000,000. 0. Ain't happening. No way. No how. No chance. On earth or hell. Okay, here's Joe Flacco. Oh, here would be my next question. Are they also acquiring, do they get TJ Watt? Is Patrick Surtain going to play corner? There's one former Raven came to the Bengals. Why doesn't Baltimore trade him Kyle Hamilton? He can play safety. The Giants might be out of it. Maybe they'll get Dexter Lawrence. What about the offensive line? You think the Bucs would trade them Tristan Wirfs? That possible? No? Maybe acquire an all-pro guard? That in the realm of possibility? Anyone think that's going to happen? The defense is still horrible. 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 The offensive line, terrible. 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 And Joe Flacco, I like him. The gargoyle. He's a statue back there. I don't think this is going to go well. Now, that doesn't mean that the Bengals aren't doing the right thing by making this move. You had to do something. You absolutely had to after what Browning's done the last 3 weeks. I think it would have been more prudent to get Russell Wilson, and I don't think Russ is very good, but Russ can at least have some mobility, and you're going to need it behind this offensive line. So I don't believe that Flacco can keep the Bengals in contention. I didn't think the Bengals were going to make the playoffs with Joe Burrow as the quarterback for 17 games. So certainly I'm not going to like it with Joe Flacco. But I wanted to just say this, right? Because I can be wrong. That if you're out there and you think that the Bengals, with all the injuries in Baltimore, and the Steelers may be a paper tiger, right, at 3-1 in first place. And I like the Steelers, but who knows how this is going to go the rest of the way. And maybe you think the Bengals could steal this division. That's probably their most likely path, right, is to win the division, not to get a wild card berth. Do you think that can happen? If so, now's the time to make these bets. Or at least wait until they lose by 1,000,000 on Sunday to the Packers. Because if you think it, the prices are huge. I don't think it's going to happen. I guess crazier things have happened. Like Joe Flacco winning comeback player of the year off his couch a couple years ago. Maybe he'll win it again. Who knows? Can he? Let's ask Rob Matty. As for the Cleveland Browns, I'm fascinated, legitimately, and this is not a betting thing. This is just, I'm interested as a sports fan. Is Shedeur Sanders going to be the backup to Dylan Gabriel this weekend? Or will they elevate Bailey Zappi to the 2 and Shedeur stays the emergency 3? If Shedeur is not the backup this weekend and he's the 3, I am going to take the L on my opinion that Shedeur will start games this year for Cleveland. I think that will be very, very telling. Hour 1 done, hour 2 for you coming up on the other side. We will start the hour talking National Football League with our friend, Odyssey Sports NFL insider, the great Mark Schlereth.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
This is a divisional game and a head-to-head win against the favorite in the division when you're playing on the road. So logically speaking, like, this was the tough one on the schedule. Then the next time that the Bills and Patriots face off, December 14th, and this game is in New England. So it feels to me, if you have a team that's trending in the right direction and Drake May is only getting better, like, that's a good thing that you have, you know, a while until you play the Bills again. And let's read off some of the schedule for the Patriots because, you know, the next few weeks, it looks like smooth sailing for New England. So they've got the Saints, the Titans, the Browns, the Falcons, and that game is in New England. I feel like their first major challenge over the next few weeks does not come until November 9th on the road to Tampa Bay.
Yeah. Although the Falcons can be feisty. Like, I think the Falcons are a good team, and you know, it's interesting to watch that quarterback class, be it Jaden Daniels, or if you're looking at Drake May, looking at Michael Penix Jr., like all these guys are sort of progressing in fits and starts, some more than others, but the Falcons could be a threat. I will say the Browns are not a good football team, but Dylan Gabriel looked pretty good. The Browns defense is solid. I just don't want to hand a team wins when they're still kind of developing because it's hard to win in the NFL, particularly if you're a team like New England that is still putting it together. So I wouldn't hand them 3 out of 3 the next few weeks, but I will say that is there a possibility they could go on a run? Absolutely.
Yeah, like obviously no wins are given in the NFL, and you know that if you play Survivor. But like my point being is that it is a winnable schedule. Like They're not going on the road and playing all these tough teams. And in general, like the rest of their schedule looks pretty easy. So if this is a team that's playing at the level that we saw last night, and it should be noted that the Bills did give them some freebies because this was far from a clean game from the Bills. And maybe you look at this game and you say, okay, if the Bills clean up some turnovers, especially a ton of fumbles that were very costly in this game, and the penalties. They had penalties for over 90 yards in this game, that this is still maybe the better football team here. And plus, when it comes to the postseason, because keep in mind that I capped my futures bets at like divisional regular season wins for the Patriots, because when it comes to the postseason, I still feel like you give the gentle nod and the respect to Josh Allen and the Bills, because they have been there and done that. And we still don't really know what to expect from Drake May, because he still is a very young quarterback.
Oh, yeah. I mean, the Bills are Super Bowl favorites, right? So they're not just the best team in the division. You can still make an argument this is the best team in football.
The biggest names in the business are on You Better You Bet with Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Hey, this is Joe Buck, and you have done it. You have found it. You are listening to You Better You Bet. Great decision.
The great Iron Eagle.
Nick and Femi are such close friends. I would even consider getting divorced, even though I'm very happily married, just to get remarried, to have them as groomsmen. That's how much they mean to me.
Hi, this is Kevin Harlan of CBS, Westwood One, and TNT, and I'm listening as you do every day to You Better You Bet with the most handsome single man in the radio business. A man who, if I was not married for 38 years, I might consider myself the kind of guy that can electrify a listening audience and a crowd of bystanders watching him do what he does so well each and every day. Continue to listen right here on You Better You Bet.
This is You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
The terrific Football Tuesday edition of You Better You Bet rolls on. Nick Costos, Femi Abebefe, our crew, and you here on the BetMGM Network. We will be joined in moments by Odyssey Sports NFL insider, the great Mark Schlereth, to take a spin around the NFL. But first, Femi, what's happening right now with the frickin' weather in Detroit as we are awaiting first pitch of Game 3 of the ALDS with the Mariners and the Tigers? I bet Seattle in the game. I am on your Mariners here. Like, we want this game to start so we can sweat our bet. What's the latest here? Anything happening with Seattle and Detroit?
The latest is that there is no update. This game was supposed to begin at 4:08 Eastern time, but of course the Mother Nature came in and it's been raining all day in Detroit. Sounds like the rain has kind of subsided a little bit here, so feels like it's lightened up. There's expected to be another light batch of rain coming up. Now I sound like a meteorologist coming in the next hour or so.
This is like Fred Schmaltz here.
I mean, honestly, Fred Schmaltz did sports. He was not a meteorologist, but they're expecting that maybe they wait that out and then try to play entirely like on the back end, but that might be a primetime game. Of course, both games tonight are supposed to be on FS1. Might be a little bit tricky there with the Yankee and Blue Jay game, but that's where it stands right now. We don't know when this game is going to be played, but we currently have a delay in Game 3 of Mariners-Tigers.
All right, so we'll keep you updated if and when the Mariners-Tigers game starts, Game 3, and obviously Game 3 of the Yankees and the Blue Jays tonight in the Bronx. Right now, we're joined by Odyssey Sports NFL insider, the great Mark Schlereth, host of the Stinkin' Truth podcast. Search Stinkin' Truth wherever you find your podcasts. Insider calls brought to you by Nationwide. For your insurance and financial needs, Nationwide is on your side. Stink, welcome back to the show. Nick and Femi, what's going on?
Oh, nothing, man. Just getting some prepared for fall. Aerated the yard today, and now I'm going to put some fertilizer and grass seed down and mowed, and so things look great right now. I'm ready for winter.
You are a real man. I spent like 20 minutes today making sure my hair was the perfect shape, just like the difference between me and Mark Schlereth. Stink, we got a lot of fun topics to talk about in the NFL coming out of Week 5. I'm fascinated to get both your thoughts on the Chiefs after Kansas City lost last night to Jacksonville. And I am guessing that you probably have some strong opinions on whatever the hell Chris Jones was doing on that Trevor Lawrence touchdown that won the Jaguars the game, literally watching Trevor Lawrence run into the end zone. So any thoughts, Stink, that you have on Chris Jones and the Kansas City Chiefs now sitting at 2-3?
The only thing I could say about Chris Jones is, did he stop playing because he thought he was down? Here's my deal with defensive linemen in general, right? Like, sacks become so important to defensive linemen. They can't help themselves. You ever watch a game when a quarterback falls on his own and watch the mad scramble? Just like these defensive linemen have rockets up their ass trying to get to him to be the first guy to touch him when he falls down so they can get credited for the sack. So, for you to just kind of stop playing that day, your guess is as good as mine. I don't know. But what an unbelievable comeback. And, I talk about it all the time, and I talked about it in the game I did between Miami and Carolina. Your ability to deal with adversity, and when bad things happen to you, not to fold your tent, but to keep on playing and keep figuring out how to win that game. Down by 14, and they come back to win that football game. It's just a tip of the cap to the Jacksonville Jaguars. What an unbelievable job they did beating Kansas City, and what an incredible game, right? That was so much fun watching.
It was an incredible game. Jacksonville coming back from 14-0 down, and then obviously the game-winning drive, Trevor Lawrence rushing touchdown to beat the Kansas City Chiefs. Stink, I'm also fascinated to get your opinion on something that happened on Sunday. Now, obviously, the Arizona Cardinals meltdown in historic fashion to lose to the Tennessee Titans. You have a unique perspective, right? Like Super Bowl winner as a player and played at the highest level. When Jonathan Gannon, Cardinals head coach, gets in Amari DiMercado's face, and DiMercado drops the ball at the 1-yard line. And look, I had Arizona Cardinals teaser bets that lost. I was pretty pissed also. Gannon gets in DiMercado's face, and there's video of him striking DiMercado a couple times in the stomach and walks away from him. Gannon's forced to apologize to the media today, apologize to his team, apologize to DiMercado. As a former player who won championships, what is your thought on Gannon and DiMercado and what this says about the Arizona Cardinals?
Yeah, well, I think ultimately you're emotional on the sideline, right? You're angry, you're pissed off, you're costing your team a chance to win, and I get it. That was how it used to be, and that's we used to coach like that, and used to have screaming matches and all those kind of things. Now you can't touch your players. And it's really funny because I played with a guy by the name of Alex Gibbs, who's one of the legendary offensive line coaches in the league, or in the history of the league. And one of our very first meetings, he said, "Hey man, I come from the old Woody Hayes days, and there used to be a time when we laid hands on players. We don't do that anymore. I will cuss you out and I'll do all that stuff." He goes, "But if I ever touch you, you have the right to cold cock me. You just have the right to beat the living piss out of me on the sideline." And so we had this kind of, understanding. Obviously it's not a good look. I know Jonathan Gannon well, and I think he's a really good coach. That was a historic meltdown, and I know how much time he spends preaching to the guys, talking to the guys. They have a rule that you can't extend the ball over the goal line unless it's, fourth down, and you got to have it for a touchdown to win the game. They have a bunch of these rules that they preach and they talk to, and it's all these things that they constantly talk about in that organization. And to watch somebody do it and completely blatant disregard for what we've coached and what we've talked about and all the things that we have done, I understand the frustration part. I really do. Now that said, you can't lay your hands on players. You can't do that. And he had to apologize, rightfully so. And hopefully it doesn't ruin the entirety of their season. Hopefully it doesn't. They don't, absolutely go in the tank. But what an incredible meltdown! It's never just one play either. You lose in the National Football League. You can always point to a play or two here or there, but there are a lot of little things that become big things over the course of 60 minutes. And so, bad look for Jonathan, but I just know he's a really good coach and a good dude, and he's intense, obviously.
Stink, we obviously just saw last night the Kansas City Chiefs lose. The Ravens, they no-showed against Houston on Sunday, getting blown out in that game. Buffalo lost Sunday night against New England. through 5 weeks, who do you think is the best team in the AFC right now?
Yeah, I still think probably Buffalo, but I said this. I did New England a couple of weeks ago, and at that time they had gone, I think, 35 missed tackles through 3 games, and they had 5 turnovers against Pittsburgh, and they were one of the most penalized teams in football. And it's amazing, they get Gonzo back at the cornerback position, Christian Gonzalez, and he's one of the top, just pure cover corners in football. And what that does for you as far as kick and coverage and being able to do things where you lock him on one side and play, some type of zone on the opposite side where you can split coverage this thing. And so he makes a huge difference for them. And I had said this on the broadcast, if they just clean up their self-inflicted wounds, I think they're a playoff team. And one thing I know about Mike Vrabel is, man, he's going to focus on the line of scrimmage. He's going to win that battle line of scrimmage both offensively and defensively. And that's how he's going to coach it. And that's what wins in the National Football League when you dominate lines of scrimmage. And just watching them and studying them, man, they definitely can do that. So they clean up the mistakes. They're going to win a lot of games. So it'll be interesting. I still think Buffalo's probably the best team in the AFC, but it's close. Like all of a sudden Denver's starting to play pretty good, and I thought they did a masterful job not only putting 2 scoring drives together and then the 2-point conversion to go up 18-17 over Philadelphia, but Vance Joseph put on a masterclass where the student became the teacher because he had worked under Vic Fangio before. So Vance Joseph became what he did defensively, the way he called the game in the fourth quarter, I thought was tremendous. And then, Philadelphia obviously just deciding they're not going to run the ball. And I don't know if that's a response, guys. By the way, is that a response to having a wide receiver, act like a petulant child and piss and moan? And so all of a sudden, Saquon Barkley, you're up by 14, you're up 17-3, and you're rolling into the fourth quarter, and Saquon Barkley in the second half gets 1 carry. He had 6 carries for 30 yards, averaging 5 yards a carry, and you give him 1 carry in the second half? Is that because you're trying to feed A.J. Brown because he's acting like a petulant child on the sideline and putting out these tweets and being passive aggressive? Because I kind of think it is. And I don't have time for guys who care more about their statistics than they do about wins and losses. It irritates the crap out of me.
This is You Better You Bet. Nick Costos, Femi Abebefe, hanging out with Mark Schlereth, our Odyssey NFL Insider. Insider Calls brought to you by Nationwide. For your insurance and financial needs, Nationwide is on your side. Earlier this afternoon, Stink, we saw the Cincinnati Bengals trade for Browns quarterback Joe Flacco. Flacco, of course, benched for Dylan Gabriel. Do you think that Flacco, does he give them any hope or chance to kind of keep this ship afloat as they hope to get Joe Burrow back late in December?
No. I mean, you can't protect Joe Burrow. You can't protect your backup core. You think that all of a sudden you're going to protect Joe Flacco? I mean, no. Again, it just goes to show you, you can invest in wide receivers all you want, and they can look pretty, and they can do all those things, and they can run fast and all that stuff. But the Cincinnati Bengals are just built upside down. They don't know how to protect anybody. They don't know how to control a line of scrimmage. They don't. They think the Cincinnati Bengals are the equivalent of going to a steakhouse and ordering a plate of sizzle. Like I go to a steakhouse, I want to eat a steak. I just don't want to smell the sizzle, and that's what the Cincinnati Bengals are. You're just buying sizzle, and it smells delicious and it sounds really cool, but it doesn't quench your appetite. That's for sure, and that's what the Cincinnati Bengals are. So, do I think Joe Flacco's going to keep them afloat? No, I don't think Stretch Armstrong or G.I. Joe could keep them afloat at this point.
Well, while we're naming 80s cartoon characters here, but I think Optimus Prime would be pretty good. You evade the pass rush for sure, even with a terrible offensive line in front of him. Stink, let's stay in the AFC North. We think the Ravens are probably going to lose this weekend, right? At home against the LA Rams. Betting market has them as more than a touchdown underdog at home, which means Baltimore would go into the bye at 1-5. If indeed that's the case, let's say Lamar comes back and like Roquan Smith comes back and Marlon Humphrey comes back. Let's say that happens. Will the Baltimore Ravens still make the playoffs?
Yeah, it's going to be tough. I mean, it's going to be tough because you've dug yourself a hole. Now, that division is your only the playing in that division is probably the only glimmer of hope you have. Do I think the Pittsburgh Steelers who are coming off their bye week, do I think they're really as good as their record would indicate? Probably not. They won a game in New England where they should have lost that game in New England, and they were +4 in the turnover category and barely won that game. So I don't think they're quite as good as they are on paper, so to speak, or record-wise. So I think they would have a chance to come back within that division, put a run together, and at least compete for a wild card spot, maybe win that division. But I'm telling you what, they're digging themselves a hole, that's for sure. And they have not played very well. And the other thing I worry about is, all right, so Lamar comes back. What if he is hampered at all by that hamstring? What if he is, if he can't do the things that Lamar does exceptionally well? So all of a sudden that threat is gone. The running threat, the quarterback designed runs, the read zone stuff where he threatens the edge. Like, if that's not part of his game, I don't know that Lamar, and I know he's improved dramatically as a pocket passer, but I don't know that Lamar is a guy that can drop back 35 times a game without the threat of a run game, and not many can, and lead you to a playoff or to the playoffs. I just don't believe that that's the strong suit of Lamar. So I think if they sit down at 1-5 and they still have injured players, I think they're probably done. They're probably out of it.
Yeah, and it appears that that's going to be the case. Stink, we have like 10 seconds to go. Did you and Eric Collins on Sunday have as much fun as it sounded like you were having calling the Dolphins-Panthers game?
Yeah, it was great. And, for the Panthers, who are not that talented, to come back from 17-0 and I had said it on the broadcast when they got the ball back after 17-0. I said, hey, listen, man, they're not good enough throwing the football to come back and win that way. They have got to run this football and have got to lean into that. Next thing you know, 200-plus yards rushing, and they come away with a victory. Pretty cool. A lot of fun.
Yeah, they hit him with the Rico Dowdle, the best game of his NFL career. Stink, we appreciate it. Stay well. We'll talk to you next week.
Sounds good, guys. Be good.
Odyssey Sports NFL insider Mark Schlereth, host of the Stinkin' Truth podcast. Insider Calls brought to you by Nationwide. For your insurance and financial needs, Nationwide is on your side. More NFL news coming up next, and a spin through the NBA.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary.
This is a divisional game and a head-to-head win against the favorite in the division when you're playing on the road. So logically speaking, like, this was the tough one on the schedule. Then the next time that the Bills and Patriots face off, December 14th, and this game is in New England. So it feels to me, if you have a team that's trending in the right direction and Drake May is only getting better, like, that's a good thing that you have, a while until you play the Bills again. And let's read off some of the schedule for the Patriots because, the next few weeks, it looks like smooth sailing for New England. So they've got the Saints, the Titans, the Browns, the Falcons, and that game is in New England, I feel like their first major challenge over the next few weeks does not come until November 9th.
Now, Navy's undefeated right now, having a very good year, have a terrific quarterback in Blake Horvath. However, Navy really hasn't played any, just regular offenses. Their last two opponents were Rice and Air Force, very run-heavy, wishbone-type teams. Really the only, kind of decent offense that throws it around all over the yard, has a decent quarterback is UAB, and they were able to put up some points and move the ball on Navy. So I think Temple's going to be able to do the same. I think they're going to be able to move the ball in this game, put up some points. I think over 52.5 is a good look in this game as well. So I like Temple at plus 7.5. I think it's worth sprinkling some money line on the Owls as well. Georgia and Auburn, we're taking under 46.5 in that game. I think it's going to be an ugly, physical, defensive slugfest type game. Last 11 games in this series, the under has hit in 9 of them. You look at Auburn's 2 games so far in SEC play against Oklahoma and A&M, they have been ugly. And I would expect this one to be the same. It's a night game at Jordan-Hare, and that is one of the toughest places to play at night in college football. So it's going to be difficult for Georgia. I think Auburn's defense is going to show up. And then on the flip side, I think Georgia's defense is going to show up and be able to make some plays as well. So under 46.5, Georgia-Auburn, I like that play. And then also give me Nevada plus 7 against San Diego State. Like getting the key number of 7 here with the Wolfpack against the Aztecs. San Diego State has been one of these teams, very, very drastic home and road splits so far up to this point in the season. You look at San Diego State and what they've done at home so far against 2 okay opponents. They beat Cal 34-0 at home, and then they just beat Colorado State 45-24 at home. However, when San Diego State has gone on the road this season, they lost to Washington State 36-13, and they beat Northern Illinois 6-3. So that's been the home and road kind of split so far with San Diego State this season. You go on the road to take on Nevada, who's got a decent team this year. They've been competitive. They've been good as an underdog. I think they're going to be able to keep this game close. I'm going to continue to fade San Diego State on the road. So give me Nevada plus 7 against San Diego State.
They're knocking on the door once again. Stroud, end zone! Touchdown! Texans! Hutchinson with his second of the day.
Got beaten every way you get beat. Very disappointed with that. Did not expect to see that. Thought we'd play a lot better than that based on the way we practiced. Just a complete disappointment.
This is You Better You Bet with Nick Costos, Femi Abebefe, and the crew on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary.
Iron Eagle with the call this past weekend on CBS, and then the voice of Ravens head coach John Harbaugh. I've been following the NFL a long time. A long-ass time. And I worked at Sirius XM NFL radio for a decade. I've heard a million NFL head coach press conferences. And I can tell you, beyond a shadow of a doubt, that it is a very, very, very bad sign when a team gets blown out and the coach gets up there and goes, "We didn't practice like this. I can't believe it happened." Like, the practice was there and it didn't translate at all to on the field. It's a terrible, terrible sign for the Baltimore Ravens. Baltimore gets blown out by Houston and the Ravens drop to 1-4. And the Ravens, about an hour ago in real time, pull off a trade. They trade young pass rusher Odafe Owe to the Los Angeles Chargers. So Owe goes to the Chargers, who obviously need pass rush help with Khalil Mack, not healthy right now with that elbow injury that he sustained on Monday Night Football a couple weeks ago. So Owe will go to the Chargers and try and help their pass rush. They get back a safety, Aloy Gilman, and a 5th-round pick. And this feels like a really weird trade. Because the Ravens right now, they need healthy players on defense. And yes, Owe has not played well this year. He had 10 sacks last year, has 0 through 5 games this year. Still, think about how many players are out for Baltimore. It feels like this is an all-hands-on-deck situation. You got to hold down the fort until Lamar's back. So maybe this is just a case of, and ESPN's Adam Schefter tweeted that the Ravens will save $8 million against the salary cap for trading Owe. Maybe this is Baltimore just saying, you know what, like, we don't think this guy's any good. We're not going to sign him to a second contract. Let's try and save this money. Like, maybe that's what it is. Maybe they think that Mike Green, the second-round pick in the draft, who probably would have been a first-rounder if not for, like, off-field character stuff, that Mike Green is ready to get on the rocket ship and rocket to superstardom and start being awesome, right, and get more playing time for the Ravens. Maybe that's why they did this, and maybe they feel like they really need help in the secondary, and Kyle Hamilton might not be healthy. I don't know. We'll find out. It's the beauty of all of this. We'll find out as time goes on. To me, my initial thought is that they are pessimistic about how the rest of the season's going to go. I don't think you just make a trade like this and trade a pass rusher, and I know he hasn't done a lot thus far this year. Maybe there's something going on behind the scenes that we don't know about, and I'm sure that'll come out if that's the case. You're not really in the business of trading young pass rushers coming off double-digit sack seasons 5 games into the next year. That's not what should be happening. Something's up here. Whether it's with Owe, and I'm not speculating, I have no idea. Or maybe the Ravens think that they're up against it. And they're trying to help themselves out with future financial flexibility. We're not going to know for sure, right? Until time passes. This one strikes me as weird. For the Chargers, is a no-brainer. You need some juice rushing the passer. I get it from their perspective. I am not sure I get this, though, from the Baltimore Ravens' perspective. And as it stands right now, the Ravens 7.5-point home underdogs against the Rams on Sunday. Again, a betting market which indicates Lamar Jackson is not playing, and the Ravens are likely to lose and go into the bye at 1-5. And like we said yesterday on the show, maybe Lamar comes back, and Roquan's back, and Marlon Humphrey's back, and Ronnie Stanley's healthy, and Kyle Hamilton's healthy, and the Ravens start getting it together, and they put together a win streak. Okay. There's no margin for error. There's very little margin for error. Could they make the playoffs? They could. Would you bet on it? I think the vibes are really bad. Really bad. I'm disappointed with the effort because what we saw this week in practice was not indicative of what the result was. That's what losing football teams say. At this point, I wouldn't bet on it. And to me, this trade shows you that the Ravens themselves might not think they're capable of making that big of a turnaround this season. And it would be, this is one of the great single-season catastrophes in the history of the league if the Ravens don't make the playoffs. Entering the year with the sky-high expectations that they did, Femi and I did 8 buckets in the summer. Like, it's a fait accompli that the Ravens they're rolling out of bed and winning 12, 13, 14 games. Easy. Now, I don't think they're going to beat the Chiefs or even the Bills in the playoffs, and I'm on record saying that. But this is stunning. Absolutely stunning. And it keeps getting worse. Until Sunday, when it will actually get worse. And after the Rams win, is John Harbaugh going to get up there and say, man, we practice much better than this? One potential wrinkle, and I actually think it does make the game a lot more fascinating, and I don't think the Ravens will win. Just listen to what I'm about to say. I think it is a realistic possibility that the Ravens will start Snoop Huntley on Sunday. That Tyler Huntley will start and not Cooper Rush. which will allow the Ravens, and look, like Tyler Huntley is like hobo under the bridge Lamar Jackson. And Huntley's been a pretty good backup quarterback in his career. That's more of a compliment to Lamar than it is an insult to Tyler Huntley. This is why, like we said last week, the Cooper Rush thing made no sense. Like when the backup goes out, think about the Jets with Justin Fields and Tyrod Taylor. Like you can run a similar, like basically the same, maybe not be as good, but you can run the same offense. Like Cooper Rush and Lamar Jackson, like are they not even the same species? Like what are we doing here? It doesn't make any sense. It's like one guy plays football and the other guy plays badminton. At least with Huntley, like you can run the similar offense. Does that give the Ravens more of a shot in this game? Maybe they could cover. I don't think they're going to win. And then we get that John Harbaugh press conference. You bet on this Tuesday. So I said at the start of the show, 2 weeks from today, the NBA season begins. It's going to sneak up on everybody. Maybe not like hockey season did, because the first game of the hockey season is underway right now. I'm not joking. It's 5:29 p.m. Eastern time, and we are 6 minutes into the opener in Sunrise as the Panthers look to make it 4 straight Eastern Conference titles and 3 straight Stanley Cup championships without Alexander Barkov and without Matthew Tkachuk until for a couple months as they host Connor Bedard and the Chicago Blackhawks. Current score 0-0. So we'll see how this game goes. And that snuck up on everyone big time. And Eddie Olczyk will join us next hour to preview the NHL season. So hockey's already underway. The NBA season starts in 2 weeks. And I got to wake up today to a report from ESPN's Shams Charania that Giannis Antetokounmpo seriously considered forcing a trade, and I'm not sure if that was the exact verbiage, but that he would be open to playing for the New York Knicks if things didn't work out with the Milwaukee Bucks. And Sham's article, which you can read on ESPN.com, like details how Bucks general manager John Horst flew to Athens to meet with Giannis this summer, and that Giannis kind of expressed his pessimism that the Bucks are a championship level team. And just to refresh everybody, and I'm going to get to, because you might be like, why are we doing NBA now? Like, I think there's actually a point that I'm going to get to here that I think is going to matter. So you might remember that Milwaukee used a very little known thing called the stretch provision to waive Damian Lillard. And Lillard signs with the Portland Trailblazers, so he goes back home to Portland. He tore his Achilles, he's not going to play this season. I mean, this guy's got the life. Who says you can't go home again? Lillard gets to go home, not work, and make $50 million. God bless him. We'll see if his leadership can help the Portland Trailblazers get to the playoffs this year, get Scoot Henderson Most Improved Player, or Denny Avdija, we'll see, for Portland. So Milwaukee waives Lillard, but still is going to have basically all of his money on their books for the next however many years. So it's a financial hit to the team. But they're desperately trying to stay competitive to keep Giannis around, right? And then, in the wake of Tyrese Halliburton's Achilles, which I still can... Did that actually happen? Game 7 of the NBA Finals, Halliburton hits 3 threes at the beginning of the game and then pops his Achilles. I can't believe that actually happened. It did. And the Pacers, were like, hey, we ain't winning this year without Halliburton. So they let Miles Turner walk. And the Bucks signed Miles Turner. It's a big, big contract. Again, with the hopes of keeping things competitive so that Giannis stays, be a playoff team, and then roll the dice, and you've got the best player in the conference, and who knows what could happen. I think Giannis feels like a lot of us feel that ultimately the Bucks don't have the horses to truly compete. Forget about an NBA championship, because, great, you win the East, and then here's Oklahoma City, the death machine known as the Thunder, or here's the retooled Denver Nuggets to absolutely obliterate you. I'm not even talking win the championship. I'm talking, I don't even think Milwaukee can win the East. So Giannis is going to be on the Bucks to start the season. If things aren't going great, would anyone really be surprised if A, Giannis tried to force his way out, or B, the Bucks themselves say, we have no hope of contending for years because of all the assets they gave up in the Lillard trade and in other deals, trying to get another championship for Giannis after the first one in 21. And the only way out for us is to trade Giannis and just tear this thing down and try and build it back up. I don't think I'm speaking out of turn when I say, is that the favorite to happen? If there were a betting market, the betting market doesn't have to be will they trade Giannis, but will they seriously consider it, and will Giannis try and force his way out? Is that the betting favorite? And if that happens, it's out there that he wants to come play for my New York Knicks. And look, I'm always real with you, our listeners and viewers. It's borderline sexually arousing for me to think about that. We'll even take Thanasis back. I'll go sit on the bench. We'll get all the Greeks on the bench for the Knicks to take Giannis. Now let's talk about the Eastern Conference. The Cleveland Cavaliers are currently the favorite to win the East, plus 220. 64 regular season wins last year, and a washout against the Pacers in the second round. Does anyone trust the Cavs to get over the hump? Really? 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 I don't. I love me some Orlando Magic this year. I love the trade for Desmond Bane, joining Franz Wagner and Paolo Banchero and Jalen Suggs. That team's, they're going to win 50 games. It feels like they're at least a year away, right? Is that fair? Acknowledging they're going to win 50 games, but I don't think they're going to win the East. The Hawks are at 9. And look, Atlanta's had a great offseason. Porzingis, Luke Kennard, Dyson Daniels, and Reese Uche, and obviously Trae Young, Okongwu. I like Quinn Snyder. Do you think the Hawks are going to win the East this year? Really? And they could win 50 games also. I don't think they're winning the East. The Pistons and Cade Cunningham at 12 feel like they're at least a year away. And I'm not trying to be a hater. I'm being honest, right? The Sixers at 15, good luck. The Bucks at 18, kind of detailed my thoughts there. The Celtics at 22, Jason Tatum looks all, I don't know if he's coming back, and maybe it's too late. It is worth noting, Jaylen Brown says that the Celtics resemble a track team now. Celtics overs might be a thing this season to at least start the year before the market adjusts. I think that's going to be fascinating. The Pacers are 30. They don't have Tyrese Halliburton. Which leaves my New York Knicks at plus 250. How are the Knicks not the best bet to win the East? I didn't say win the title, to win the East. And if it comes down to it, and here's Mikal Bridges and OG Anunoby for Giannis Antetokounmpo, then we can have a Knicks NBA championship conversation. On the other side, we'll talk some college football ahead of one of the best Saturdays of the season.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
if you got $100 of fab cash, how much money are you going to spend on Haskins? How much money are you going to spend on Vital as well? Would you take either of these guys at all? What kind of split are you expecting there in the City of Angels for this Chargers club?
Man, I mean, if I'm really desperate, right, I don't even know the answer because I don't really like either option because I think it's going to be a committee. And I could look like an idiot come next week if Haskins goes off for 120 yards. But the problem is, man, even with Greg Roman calling plays, this is what surprised me about the Chargers. It's been a pass-first offense, especially on early downs. And the offensive line has been one of the biggest disappointments, I think, in all of football, especially the last couple of weeks. So you got a pass-first offense, not a great offensive line, getting a whole lot of push up front. Whew, I don't even know. What about you? I'm going to cop out here.
Yeah, Kamani Vidal is the guy that I would certainly go after. Vidal is a guy that I think is built to handle a little bit more of a rigorous workload. He's 5'8", 213 pounds. He's built like a fire hydrant, built like a mailbox, one of those old like steel ones you would see on every street corner in the United States. He's got more appreciable secondary analytics, a 3.25 yak per attempt. Haskins at 2.60 in that category. Now, Haskins is a big dude, 6'2", 228 pounds. But Vidal, I think, is going to be the primary weapon of choice on the ground. I think it's going to be close to a 50-50 split. It'll probably be like 55-45 Vidal to 1 Haskins, but I would spend a little bit more money on Kamani. I want emptying the account. It's like probably 10 to 15 bucks if you're desperate for a running back. Haskins maybe like 5 to 7. Next 3 games, and they got the Baltimore Ravens upcoming. Sensational matchup there as the Ravens are number 31 in rush EPAD entering the week. Meanwhile, they get the Jags after that, number 14 in rush EPAD, then the bye, then New Orleans. And the one strength in New Orleans defense is in the trenches where they're number 9. They're top 10 in rush EPA. So again, don't smash the piggy bank if you got a lot of fab cash and you're like, yeah, I need a running back, but there's always another train a coming. If you got to spend the cash, though, Vidal's a guy to target, 10 to 15 bucks. Haskins just a handful, and that's about it.
Barring a penalty, Pavia on target. Bryson Coleman swung down, and that's it. Ty Simpson and the Crimson Tide now 5-1 against ranked opponents.
This is You Better You Bet with Nick Costos, Femi Abebefe, and the crew on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary.
Sean McDonough with the call this past weekend. Tyler, pop on here. Tyler Morales with us. You don't have to turn your video on if it's not ready. Tyler, what did you make of Jake's board work there? Fading the cutout while Sean McDonough was still talking.
Yeah, a little rude to our guy Sean McDonough there. Maybe it was a little late there. Could have cut it a little smoothly. Maybe the earlier stuff here. Maybe that ending kind of ruined Jake's chances of winning the money.
Tyler, if you had to right now, if you had to set a favorite, we're not even 2 shows into the week, who would you, and you can be the answer, who should be the favorite this week to win Nick Costos' money?
Oh, I think me. I think I'm minus like 400. Although Jake's had a great show. I will say that Nice had a great show. He was a little rough there right now.
Don't patronize me. I don't want your pity.
No, but you've had a great show. But I still think I'm like minus 400. I'm just going to keep it real. I'm minus 400.
Jake?
I don't want your pity points. Don't patronize me.
Jake, who do you think should be the favorite right now to win Nick Costos' money?
Femi.
I didn't think I was eligible.
Jake, are you like trying or no?
I was slightly offended.
No, because you, Jake, no, I'm being serious. Because like you do things like that, and I'm like, do you like pay attention to anything that goes on or no? You've been on my good list for like a really, really long time, and I love you, but like, what are you talking about? How is Femi the answer to that question? Like, it's not funny, and it doesn't make sense.
I'll never say Tyler at this point. Addie's ineligible for lack of innings.
You could have said Mike Brown or Bill Zimmerman or yourself. How is Femi the answer to that question?
Didn't want to give it to myself. Don't deserve it. Didn't want to give it to Bill after back-to-back weeks. Mike Brown still climbing out of the hole from last week. So Femi had a really great first hour. Did last week as well. So here we are.
Femi, do you think you should be eligible to win $20 for me at the end of the week or no?
No, I should not be eligible.
What are your thoughts on Jake naming? Yeah, go ahead. Tell him how you feel.
Yeah, no, I'm slightly offended, Jake. I'm like this is for the crew. This is not for me. I'm not. No, that's I should not be eligible. Well, I appreciate the compliments for the Femi hour last week and this week, but no, there's no way I should be eligible.
Addie, right now. Addie, does your microphone work? I would love for Addie to pop on here because she is making a strong case for herself right now in our show chat. Addie, are you available? Oh, okay. I think it sounds okay. Addie, make the case for yourself to win Nick Kostos' money.
Yeah, so let's see. It's Tuesday. Already got 3 promos done. 2 from Nick, 1 from Femi. Got RoFlo booked for 5 o'clock on video on Friday. And I'm auditing today's show, which means I'm taking notes on every segment on what I like, I don't like, and ideas. So,
love that. A good audit. Just we work for the IRS. We love that. So honestly,
I'm on furlough.
So Femi, I want to consult you on this. Should Addie be the favorite? So I'm just going to say this right now. So Bill won last week. Mm-hmm. Bill is eliminated from consideration this week because he needed to bring up to me that we needed to ask Mark Schlereth about Eric Collins. And he totally dropped the ball on that. Now I did also, but like I always say, as a host, you're on the high wire and you need a net underneath you. The producer's supposed to be the net. I fell to my death. Bill Zimmerman was not my net. So Bill is disqualified from this week. He cannot win Nick Kostos' money. He's
one strike policy for the reigning champion. One strike policy.
Well, listen, to whom much is given, much is expected. Bill is the executive producer of the show. Last week, Bill was great. Yeah. And look, Bill's done a good job this week, but Bill can't be missing things like that and expect to win $20.
It's a tough one, Bill. It's tough.
$20 for me.
I would say right now, because amongst the crew, obviously we have Tyler, Jake, Addie, Mike. Bill is not under consideration. Sean Ha, is Sean under consideration?
It's a great point. Sean needs to be in consideration.
He needs to be under consideration because he is a part of the crew.
That is fair.
But I would say that
I think Addie's the favorite.
She laid out a great case. She laid out a great case to be the favorite. And the audit, that's going above and beyond. I don't know if anybody likes to be audited, but sometimes it's needed. And I think doing that right now, it's early in the week, a lot of ball game left. Addie's not going to be with us tomorrow. So she's kind of leaving the door open a little bit for someone to kind of go out there and regain favorite status. But with Thursday and Friday, it seems like she's on her A game. I think she's the leader in the clubhouse right now. But once again, it's rather early.
Tyler, what do you think of Femi's assertion that Addie should be the favorite this week or right now?
Yeah, I'm going to be honest. None of what was said moved the needle to me. I still think I'm minus 500. It is early in the week.
But what have
you don't want to catch me in the next 2 days.
But what have you done? And I'm not insinuating. I'm not saying you haven't done anything. I'm just saying, for our audience, make the case. What besides for ghosting me this morning when I texted something, so you're not responding.
So you don't have to read in the chat for this segment for you to read. We haven't gotten to it, so you're not going to win Tyler Morales' money. You're probably last on that list. So I put the reads in there. I've posted some great social clips with the help of our guy Sean Ha. Done the podcast. Again, I'm gonna let everybody have their moment now. I'm telling you, you don't want to see me on Thursday, Friday. You don't want to see what happens. I'm coming in with a blaze of glory.
How did you pronounce Sean's last name?
Sean Ha.
No, you did not pronounce it that way.
No, I don't know what it was, but it was not even.
It was not
even close to accurate. also, like, he goes, I put the reads in the chat. Like, Tyler, you copied and pasted something. And yet, and like, when was it that you pasted it incorrectly? And you Ron Burgundy'd it. When was that?
Maybe it was last
I'm
week
just
with
saying
today's read.
the reads are in the chat for someone to read.
Control Z, Control V.
I'm just gonna say.
We're in there.
I'm just gonna say this. I'm gonna say it. I'm gonna make a prediction right now. Tyler, this is gonna come down to the injury reports on Friday.
Better have them guys in IR. Not just a 53-man roster.
Will there be the proper context on Friday in the injury reports? Like, will we have all the information in there that's needed for that segment? Will we have it? Femi, I have to tell you something. I mean this sincerely. I think I'm more excited for Tyler's injury reports than I am for anything else on the show this Friday. Like, that is, like, I can't wait to see these injury reports on Friday.
It's like, Tyler, you better not say the Lions have a clean bill of health, man. You gotta look beyond the 53. They got a couple corners on IR.
Like DJ Reed's on IR. Tyler's like, everyone's healthy.
Clean bill.
No one's hurt. Everyone's good to go. All right.
Yeah,
You
IR.
better bet on
you got people coming back from IR too. Yeah, better have it right.
Listen, to whom much is given, much is expected. Tyler, you've been given a big responsibility. You nail that responsibility, you gonna get that $20 free bet. Like it's like $1,000. Okay. So college football. Here's the point I want to make, Femi, and then I want to get your opinion on the Texas-Oklahoma markets just very quickly. Great slate, obviously, this weekend in college. I think, and this is very square, but I think it's true. I think the three best teams right now in college football, the three most likely teams to win, and again, like, I understand like how this is going to sound when I say it. I think it's the three teams at the top of the market. And I know that's square, whatever. Ohio State plus 425, Oregon plus 500, and Alabama plus 700. And I am willing to take the L. Tyler, you can post these reads in the chat 500 more times. I'm not doing them. I won't do them. I guess I kind of have to. You know what?
Yeah.
With today's MLB postseason no sweat same game parlay token, you'll get your stake back in bonus bets if your wager loses. Step up and find your pitch. Make it legendary with BetMGM. Download the app and please gamble responsibly. I think I was wrong on Kalen DeBoer. I don't think he's a Michael Penix merchant. And Bama looks awesome, and I like them against Missouri this weekend. Now, Miami is right behind those three teams, and I do think Miami's going to the playoff, Femi. But I know like Sam disagrees with this, and he can be right. He's like, oh, like too much Mario Cristobal slander. I don't know. I still think he's a terrible game manager, and it's going to cost them at some point in a big spot. So here's what I want to do this weekend. Independent of my Michigan bet against USC, I want to take the three teams that are all the best teams in my estimation, Ohio State, Oregon, and Bama. Moneyline parlay this weekend. Ohio State at Illinois, laying 14.5.
Yep.
Oregon now 7.5 or 7 at Indiana, and Bama 3 at Mizzou. Moneyline parlay those three teams, plus 152 right now at BetMGM.
Ooh. Yeah, I'm surprised
Bama,
you get some plus.
Oregon, Ohio State. Yeah.
I guess because Bama's only like, 3.5 on the road. So that's why it's going to bring it to a plus money. But I like all three of those teams to win. How could you not? I mean, I know some people are going to want to make the case for Indiana, but I kind of think Oregon kills them, honestly. I think Oregon's just much better. Way different weight class.
Well, I think you'll agree with this. If anyone out there likes Indiana to win the game, you should be betting Fernando Mendoza to win the Heisman right now. Like, without question, right?
Yes.
What do you make right now of the Texas-Oklahoma side movement here and what it means about John Mateer potentially playing in the game for the Sooners?
I think people believe there's a very realistic chance that John Mateer is going to play. And we saw earlier this afternoon, Pete Thamel, ESPN's college football insider, he reported that Mateer has been pushing to play in the game. And I don't know how many people at OU are going to stop him. Like, I mean, Venables is probably going to get the last call here, but it's also Red River. He's going to want to win this one, obviously being a very massive game for their CFP chances to kind of keep this undefeated train rolling. Whenever Mateer gets ruled in, because I'm working under the assumption that he might play in this game, when that happens, I'm be on the other side betting Texas. I don't like this at all from Mateer with a broken hand, 17 days out from surgery, now going to be against the Texas defense that at their peak is still incredibly talented. I will be looking to bet the Longhorns in this game. I think Texas actually pulls off the small upset in Red River. I like the Longhorns a decent amount.
I kind of want to wait and see what happens here. I think I'm going to like Texas no matter what in the game as well. I do think we get a good Arch Manning game. Yeah.
I think the defense might just win it. I don't know about the good Arch game.
All right. Final hour, power hour coming up on the other side. We'll give you all our bets for tonight in Major League Baseball and the National Hockey League. The whale capper Drew Dinsick, his best bets for Week 6 in the NFL. But we'll start the hour talking puck with our good friend Eddie Olczyk of the NHL on TNT.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
Mike Vrabel has a very good track record of doing this kind of thing. These big upsets on the road in big spots. Like, that is right up Vrabel's alley to a T. Mike Vrabel can do this. I mean, I always think back to Mike Vrabel and that Tennessee Titans team, and we've talked about this on this show as well. 12.5-point underdogs Sunday Night Football at Kansas City, and the Titans are starting Malik Willis. Guess what? That game goes to overtime. 12.5-point dogs at Mahomes in primetime. And in that game, Malik Willis, he completed 5 passes. But somehow, some way, Vrabel voodoo, it gets them to OT. Kansas City ultimately won the game, but it still got them to OT, and they covered the number with ease as a 12.5-point dog. Even go further back. 2019 playoffs, AFC divisional round, that Saturday night. I remember this one because I had the Baltimore Ravens tied into every single moneyline parlay that weekend. 10-point underdog, it's Ryan Tannehill, it's Derrick Henry, and it's this Vrabel upstart Titans team. They go into Baltimore as a 10-point dog, and they win the game outright 28-12, beating the then juggernaut Baltimore Ravens. That Baltimore Ravens team 14-2 that year. Vrabel, no issue. Go in there, they win the game. And last night, just another moment that you can add to the Mike Vrabel resume as a 7.5-point dog, and this time getting his first signature moment as head coach of the New England Patriots. And this, what we saw last night, is why the betting market was so high on this team throughout the offseason. Like, you go back to that and you see, wow, like the Patriots all offseason, people were betting hand over fist over on the win total, Patriots to make the playoffs, Patriots to do big things, Vrabel coach of the year. He was the second choice. We all remember behind Ben Johnson in that market. Like, this is why everybody loved New England, because we've all seen it with Mike Vrabel. He's taken teams to the AFC title game. He's won multiple playoff games. Like, we all know what kind of a coach he is and how he builds that culture in that building. And finally, for Mike Vrabel, it appears that he has his quarterback. He has a guy. And that's not to throw shade at past quarterback for Vrabel, Ryan Tannehill. He was very productive in Tennessee, but at the end of the day, it's Ryan Tannehill. You can only go but so far with Ryan Tannehill when you want to go ahead and go up against the big-time teams like the Kansas Cities of the world.
This is You Better You Bet with Nick Costos, Femi Abebefe, and the crew on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary.
Bring it up, Jake. Final hour. Hour. You Better You Bet on the BetMGM network. Nick Costos, Femi Abebefe, Eddie Olczyk, our crew, and you. Power Hour and every hour here on You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM. Make it legendary by downloading the BetMGM app and visiting BetMGM.com. The whale capper Drew Dinsick from NBC Sports joins us in 20 minutes. His best bets for Week 6 in the NFL. Femi and I give you all our bets for tonight's action in sports 40 minutes from now. But joining us right now, and what a pleasure it is. The puck has dropped on the 2025-26 National Hockey League season. The Florida Panthers lead the Chicago Blackhawks 2-1 in the first game of the year. A couple more games coming up tonight. But tomorrow is really when the season starts because we get to watch Eddie Olczyk on the NHL on TNT. And Edzo is back with us here. He's also going to be part of NBC's Breeders' Cup coverage in about 2.5 weeks. We can't wait for that. We'll make sure we get a Breeders' Cup question in at the end. Eddie, it feels like the offseason was like 6 weeks long. It's great to see your face. It's great to hear your voice. How's it going?
Hey, Nick, Fem. Nice to be with you guys. Thanks for having me. And yes, the season just kicked off in South Florida with the defending Stanley Cup champions and having a 1-goal lead over the Blackhawks after the first period of play. And I'm in Vegas getting ready for tomorrow night's game on TNT. We're the second half of the doubleheader here in Vegas. It'll be the LA Kings, who play tonight, by the way, at home against the Colorado Avalanche. So something to take into your possible wagers tomorrow with the Kings playing the second game of the season in a back-to-back situation. But before I get into it, I want to ask both of you, because you're both the professionals. How in the hell are the Kansas City Chiefs favorites 2.5 points at home against the Detroit Lions on Sunday?
Well, I'll take this one because I talked about it earlier in the show. The Lions starting corners are both out. Mahomes threw for 300 yards against the Jaguars last night. Even with no Rashee Rice, I think it's bombs away for the Chiefs offense. I think they're going to score 38 points. I love the Chiefs on Sunday night. So maybe you should bet this.
Really?
I love Kansas City. Yeah, I love the Chiefs.
Okay. Well, love you agree with me on the total then, obviously, because there's going to be a lot of points scored in that game.
So total of that game for that Sunday Night Football is 52. Yeah,
52?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
Yeah, I do like the over. Kansas City's,
Okay,
and to be fair, Kansas City's pass defense has not been great this season. I think you're going to see both teams pass the ball a ton on Sunday night. I do like that over, and I do like the Chiefs. I love that we talked a little.
Might be a major teaser game in there. I think it's got to, for at least for me, anyways, it'd be tease the Lions to 8.5 and tease it down to 46 and see if we can get lucky.
I've said this to you before, and it's really evident now. You've got great jobs already, but if you ever wanted to do like betting content, you would be so. I'm not just saying that. You would be so good. You don't need any coaching. You're just like, hey, I'm going to do a teaser, and you give us a Wong teaser. I loved it. All right. Last time we had you on, one of the big topics of conversation was Connor McDavid's future in Edmonton. Will he sign an extension? How's this going to go? I actually couldn't believe that McDavid signed a 2-year, $25 million extension just because of how the last couple seasons have gone. Are they ever going to win? Is he going to try and win somewhere else? So stop me if you've heard this one before, Eddie. The Edmonton Oilers are the favorite to win the Stanley Cup. At our show sponsor, BetMGM, co-favorites along with the Vegas Golden Knights. What do you expect this year from Connor McDavid in Edmonton? 2 straight years in the finals, 2 straight losses to the Panthers.
Well, I think it's a hell of a commitment by a player that probably is, selling himself short, probably $6 or $7 million a year by playing nice in the sandbox. For some people that might know, there's a hard salary cap in the National Hockey League. There is no luxury tax. It's a hard salary cap. So when you have somebody like Leon Draisaitl, his teammate, I think making in that annual average salary in that 14-plus range. You just signed Evan Bouchard, I think, to 10.5 a year. You already got Darnell Nurse, their defenseman, at 9.5. All of a sudden, you do the quick math and go, well, that's $34.5 million just for 3 guys. And then Connor McDavid, if he goes to 18 or 19, which he probably should be making, now you got 4 players, and you're almost at $60 million. So I think for him to be able to have the confidence and the wherewithal to say, you know what, my job is not done here. It is not finished. And even though I have 1 more year left on my existing contract, and then I signed the 2 years, I think it gives them a little bit of maneuverability to be able to push this thing over the goal line. So am I surprised? Because everybody would say, I'll say this, Nick and Fem, is that going into the summer, everybody said, oh, he's going to sign a short-term deal, 3 or 4 years. As a former player and somebody that's been in the game since I was 18 years old, that's a long time ago, by the way, a short-term contract to me is 1 or 2, not 3 or 4. So with the year left on his deal, he signs an extension of 2 years. I think he pretty much says, look, I'm going to give it a run for this year and the next 2 years of the deal. My contract is very team-friendly. They're going to be able to go out and make some moves. The cap's going to go up in the next couple of years. That's the projection. So I give the guy a lot of credit, but I hate to see what that insurance or disability policy, what that is, because, when you project it out another 10 or 12 years at, probably 18 to 20 million a year, do your math. So I'm sure he's protecting himself in that way. So I love it. Can Edmonton push it over the goal line? Only time will tell.
I have to be honest, and I don't want to spend a ton more time on this because there's so much we have to hit. I hate it. I hate it.
You hate it in what sense?
I hate it because I don't know if they're going to be able to get this over the finish line. Are they going to have the goaltending that they need to win it? And I know they went to Game 7 a couple of years ago, didn't win, and then last year, through the first couple games, it looked like this was going to be an all-time Stanley Cup final, and then the Panthers just obliterated them, and it looked like they didn't even belong on the same ice. I would have liked to see McDavid hold them up a little bit. Take this to the deadline. Force them to go out and do something. Get a better goaltending situation so you can win a championship. To me, this kind of feels like he's a great competitor, won the Conn Smythe on a losing team. I am not trying to disparage him, one of the greatest players of all time. Maybe he goes down as the greatest. Eddie, I saw he signed the extension, and my first thought was, and I can be wrong, my first thought was, I want nothing to do with this team to win a championship. It seemed like a cop-out to me from Connor
Yeah.
McDavid. I know I'm not an athlete.
No, I don't.
Right?
I don't think so. I don't think so.
Is that fair or unfair?
Yeah. I think more loyalty. The understanding is that they're right there, Nick. I think that the realization of, again, talk about just the numbers and the business of it when it comes to the salary cap, and knowing that, okay, this is what I've been making the last couple of years. I'll, like I said earlier, play nice in the sandbox, and then we're gonna give it a go. Now, if by chance, if they win, could there be I'm just thinking out loud here, is there a handshake agreement, or like, look, once we win, I'm out. Like, I don't know. I'm just, you know what I mean? Like, I'm trying to think this through from a management side, and then obviously a player side. It may not happen obviously this year. It may not happen in the second year, but he is committed, and I respect him for that. And look, they have a very, very good team. Do they have holes? Absolutely. But before you guys brought me on, we talked about it. I could make a case, considering the injuries, unfortunately, in Florida, I could make a case for 10 teams right now and go, yeah, well, if they can shore up this, if they can get this, if this guy has so I think you can go. I think it's absolutely wide open. And why can't Edmonton get to the Cup final again? Because obviously they have two of the best players in the entire league.
You better you bet on this Tuesday. Our guest is the great Eddie Olczyk. He'll be on the call tomorrow night. NHL on TNT of the Kings at the Golden Knights in Las Vegas. Breeders' Cup coverage in a couple weeks for our friends at NBC. And so we've got like 5 minutes left, and I want to hit three things with you. We want to do East, we want to do West, and then we want to do Breeders' Cup to close in 5 minutes. So give us, 60 to 90 seconds. The Eastern Conference, a team you like, maybe a team you don't. Who do you think is going to ultimately represent the East in the Stanley Cup Finals in 60 to 90 seconds?
Wow. I think you got to look at the usual. I think you have to look at the usual suspects when it comes to the Eastern Conference. I mean, the injuries to Florida, certainly, especially to Sasha Barkov. We don't know what's going on with Matthew Tkachuk, but I think that certainly brings them back a notch or two. Look, remember when you guys had me on, the Maple Leafs had the Florida Panthers over a barrel. So did the LA Kings, by the way, have the Edmonton Oilers over a barrel in their series, both up 2-0. Both had some leads in game threes, weren't able to get it done, and eventually those two teams they played, lost to. They ended up going to Stanley Cup Finals. So I don't think there's any doubt. There's pressure in New Jersey. Like, I look at New Jersey and see that, I think they got to get off to a good start. Like, I like the Devils. I like some of the things that have happened there over the last couple of years. I think they might be one of those teams that maybe are a little bit under the radar. I don't know about the Rangers. I mean, obviously they went out and got Mike Sullivan behind the bench, who's got 3 Stanley Cups with the Pittsburgh Penguins. Tampa Bay, it comes down to matchups and staying healthy. I mean, they were really banged up at the end of last year. So, and look at Toronto's going to be an interesting team. The biggest concern I have for the Leafs is, are they going to be able to score enough without Mitch Marner? Because he's obviously a huge loss. So pick your poison with the 4 or 5 teams I just mentioned.
Eddie, well, how do you see the West playing out here? Obviously, there's something like Colorado, Dallas, all these teams. Dallas now with a new coach. How do you see the West playing out?
Yeah, I mean, I look at Vegas. I do. I think that up front, you could argue, as good as a forward grouping that any team has in the entire National Hockey League. They're very healthy right now, but as we know, they've had some guys that have had some injuries, in particular their captain, Mark Stone, but they have tremendous depth in Vegas. I still think that they might be a tad light when it comes to the back end. Alex Pietrangelo, the great venture defenseman, it doesn't look like he's out for the entire season, so it doesn't look like he's going to play this year. So I think they need to fill that void with some experience a little bit, but I believe on the surface is that you're going to have to go through Vegas this year. It doesn't matter within the division, out of the division. I think that they are the team to beat. The LA Kings, to me, with the news, I'm sure you guys heard, but maybe a lot of your listeners and viewers have not. the great centerman, the two-way center, Anze Kopitar, announced that this is his last year. I thought the LA Kings, I told you guys last year, I thought the LA Kings were a sleeper team to make a real run. They did lose one of their top defending defensemen. They brought in a couple of veteran guys on the back end, in particular a guy like Brian Dumoulin. I would look at their team and go, they need to make a move or two to send Anze Kopitar on his way with a Stanley Cup. So I would not, I still like the Kings. They did lose a little bit, but I would put them again as another this year again, because I don't think a lot of people talk. They talk about talk about Vegas, talk about Colorado, talk about Edmonton, talk about Dallas. It takes you a little while to eventually get to LA. So I think it goes through Vegas, but I would not count on LA because I thought they were a good team last year, and unfortunately, they just weren't able to get the job done and really missed an opportunity to make a run last year.
That game 3 will stick in my craw and Femi's craw as people who bet the Kings in that series against the Oilers for a while to come. Eddie, my hope is we can get you on before the Breeders' Cup and do maybe a full Breeders' Cup interview and do some hockey before then, because we only have about 30 seconds left. So in the next 30 seconds, who will hoist Lord Stanley's Cup? And we will obviously hold you to this here as the season starts today. 30 seconds.
I am not going to give you a pick. I'm not.
You have to.
Okay. If you're saying I have to, I will say Vegas. I will say Vegas and what the hell? I'll take a shot in the dark. I'll say Vegas and the, how's that?
You literally broke up. Vegas and who is the Eastern Conference team? I'm not joking. You broke up.
Toronto. So Maple Leafs.
Vegas. Yeah. Oh baby. Eddie, you're the best. On the coverage tomorrow night, watch them NHL on TNT, Turner Sports, Kings and the Knights. We'll talk to you before the Breeders' Cup, my friends.
Love it.
The great Eddie Olczyk joining us here on You Better You Bet. Hockey's back. You love to see it. On the other side, we love to see the whale capper Drew Dinsick. His best bets for Week 6. Next.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
Same could be said of this next guy, Xavier Hutchinson. Only 1% rostered right now in Yahoo leagues. Had a pair of touchdowns. But Horvey, a guy's consistently seeing 3 or 4 targets per game. Is averaging 2.8. He's only number 90 in air yards, number 81 in total yak. At Seattle, coming off the bye, which is upcoming for Houston, and then San Francisco and Denver. Is he even worth a buck or two? Or are you saying, hey, just stay there swimming in the free agent pool?
No, I think he's worth a couple bucks, man, right? Nothing that I would break the bank on, but 4 to 6 maybe, just because I think he could be a red zone favorite for CJ Stroud, especially, if defenses play or double team, or they look to bracket cover Nico Collins, that's where I think Hutchinson could be a stud. He's never going to have 10 targets in a game. That's just not his game. But I think that, I was trying to think of who it was last year. I can't remember off the top of my head, but I think he could be a touchdown guy every week. So a couple bucks. I think he could be a red zone favorite for Stroud.
Yeah, 1 to 3 max. By the way, got 2 names left. I'll just go and fly through them real quick. Ryan Flournoy of the Dallas Cowboys had 100 yards. Again, they've had a lot of injuries. CeeDee Lamb, most notably. He's probably worth about $3 to $5 in Fab Cash. A.J. Barner, if you need a tight end, he scored a touchdown in 3 of his last 4 games. Looking outstanding, becoming a real weapon for Sam Darnold in Seattle. I would invest as much as 10 if you need a tight end upgrade. And there you have it, Hawk of the waiver wire in fantasy football.
This is You Better You Bet with Nick Costos, Femi Abebefe, and the crew on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
Oh, baby. Love that spot with Eddie Olczyk. Great to have hockey back. We'll give you our hockey bets for the games coming up later tonight at the end of the show, as well as, we get to do Mariners-Tigers because first pitch has been announced for Game 3 in Detroit for 7 o'clock Eastern. So literally 40 minutes from now, we'll have Tigers-Mariners, and then a little bit after that, we will have Game 3. My Yankees against the Toronto Blue Jays as the Yankees look to stave off elimination. So that's coming up 20 minutes from now. But joining us right now to talk Week 6 in the National Football League. Got a goatee now. I think I like it. The whale capper, Drew Dinsick from NBC Sports. On Twitter at whale_capper. My friend, welcome back to the show. Happy Week 6. What was the thought process that went into the goatee? I like it.
I still have a beard. It was a little shorter on the sides and kind of looks like a goatee. But I'm probably going to grow the beard back if we're being honest.
Yeah, I would say it doesn't kind of look like a goatee. It just looks like a goatee. Drew, first question always to you is what is your favorite bet this weekend in the National Football League, side or total, and why?
Saints plus 3.5. Because the Patriots are good and not great, and they find themselves on a road against a team that can go score for score with them. Decent little kind of sell high spot here as everybody is glossing Drake May and the Patriots after beating the Bills in a game where the Bills beat themselves for a lot of that game, in my opinion. And I think ultimately fair is on the other side of 3 here. So the fact that you're capturing 3 with the plus 3.5 is a pretty decent bet. My fair would be about 2.9. So not a huge edge, but definitely one of the more valuable points you can score with the home dog.
Wow, Saints plus 3.5, your favorite bet of the week. Do you love the card this week like you said you did last week?
Not even remotely. I think I have four sides in pocket so far, and haven't bet any totals yet. Haven't had any news or information come across the wire that has really inspired me to get involved with anything. So right now, looking a little light.
Well, it's Tuesday, and you said you had four bets. You gave us one. Give us another.
Sundays, I'm back in the 2 road NFC West teams. We'll go with the Niners +3 first. Expecting that Mac Jones is your starter, and I know he's limited with the PCL injury, but they are playing him through it, and he is performing very well. I think the wizardry that Kyle Shanahan is drawing up in terms of the way he's scheming the offense, he's having quietly one of his best years, is just in terms of getting players in position to make plays, even if they're not winning, talent-wise. And there's also a world where San Francisco gets a couple of extra players back this week with the 10 days of extra rest coming off of that Thursday night football game. If you start to see and hear a little bit of buzz that Jennings and Pearsall in particular are available for this one, I think the threes evaporate. So this is one that I bet pretty early, looking to score a little value beyond just liking the Niners as they're in their matchup against Tampa Bay. In general, I think Tampa Bay is a really tough handicap right now. Obviously, Ibuka having the breakout rookie season is an awesome story. The fact that Baker Mayfield is slinging it so confidently, particularly at the end of games when the going gets tough and he kind of makes the right plays to get his team in position to win is cool. And I think Tampa Bay is pocketing wins now that are going to matter a ton for playoff seeding when it comes to NFC getting home field. This Niners Bucks is massively important for 1 seed when it all boils down. I have the Niners as a healthy lead right now in the NFC West with the losses that Seattle and the Rams took last week, and just the Niners having the 2 road wins against Seattle and LA is huge. I'm scoring them to get through as your NFC West champion, and pretty close in terms of projected wins between the Niners and the Bucks. So this game flipping one way or the other is going to really guide, I think, a lot of who gets the 1 seed in the NFC right now. And I don't mind going to war with the wizard that is Kyle Shanahan and his cast of misfit toys, who are just absolutely still just lighting the world on fire. It is way cool to watch them on offense. It's pretty magical. And I think in general against the Tampa Bay Buccaneers defense that has some good breakout stars in the secondary, but ultimately still relies pretty heavily on generating pressure and leaving those stars on an island, I think that's going to be a problem up against Shanahan and company. So I think the Niners can probably win this one outright, but I just took the +3 -114, thinking that ultimately this thing closes inside the field goal.
So New Orleans +3.5, San Francisco +3. You said you've got 4. I know you're good at math. That means we have 2 more. Give us another.
I fired Seattle money line against the Jags. Congratulations to the Jags for very, very compelling victory on Monday Night Football. I didn't have skin in the game one way or the other from a side perspective. I just needed the second half over, and that got there pretty easily. But I felt like watching the game, like that freaking pick 6 from Lloyd was so unbelievably pivotal in terms of outcome. And then, yes, there was a turnover thereafter that set the Chiefs up with a pretty important game tying score. But I still felt like that a lot of what the Jags are doing success-wise, particularly on defense, is so clearly fueled by these fluky turnovers. And maybe they continue to keep hitting that button, but now up against the Seattle team that takes care of the ball well, and Sam Darnold, who's playing at a top 5 level right now, I think the Jags are in a little bit of trouble, and the Seahawks are going to be able to score on this team, play from ahead, and dictate game state to a degree. Seattle Seahawks defense was exposed through the air, surprisingly, against the Buccaneers, but I felt like that was the 99th percentile Baker game. You put the ball in Trevor's hands and you say, don't make a mistake for 4 quarters. So that you're asking him a lot. He's going to give you a couple of put the ball to the ground once, put the ball up for grabs once or twice. And I think Seattle can ball hawk their way to a couple turnovers here. And then On the flip side, Seattle's run defense right now, top 2, standalone, no, very, very peerless, really, with how well they're defending the run so far this season against a pretty tough slate. And I think the Jaguars are going to have a really tough time getting anything going on the ground. So they're going to be behind the sticks. They're going to be asking Lawrence to get it done 3rd and long. And I think that's going to set things up for Seattle to get a couple of takeaways. Meanwhile, the Jaguars can't keep hitting that pick 6 button. It's going to run out at some point. So Seattle for me is power rated 2 points better than the Jags on a neutral field. So I will take the money line at plus 100 in Jacksonville.
All right. So you like New Orleans, you like San Francisco, you like Seattle. What's the last one that you really like this week?
This one's a leap. Bear with me.
Oh boy. Right, let me put the seatbelt on real quick.
You kind of you can't look at this year's data and say that this is a good bet. The Bears stink. They're getting by also basically on turnovers and fluky stuff that's not repeatable. But they're taking on a Commanders team in a really good spot where the Bears coming in are going to be coming off their bye. I'm expecting, in general, I had this one circled preseason, just expecting that Ben Johnson was going to be able to take what he had through 4 weeks, make the adjustments needed to have this Bears offense take a meaningful step forward coming out of the bye. And so this is basically just a bet on Ben Johnson having his team ready to punish a Commanders defense that I do not think warrants the kind of the superlatives that you're seeing with how they're rated EPA per play and or just generally, the general defensive ranking wise. They're kind of coming in like the 10-12 range. This is a very, very beatable defense. And I'm kind of excited to see what Ben Johnson has up his sleeve for how he wants to take advantage of these guys, how he wants to put Bobby Wagner and company in a blender in this one. And while the Bears defense is certainly done nothing to suggest competence through 4 weeks of the season, at least they're getting guys healthy and back. I know that important players will not be back at all this season for them, but I think they'll be a little bit stronger team just in terms of available personnel against the Commies. And ultimately, I don't know that the Bears win this game outright, but my fare would be 3.3. So the fact that you're getting 4.5 and that my most likely outcome is that the Commanders win by 3. Happy to have 4.5 in pocket with the Bears and think we're going to get a pretty competitive contest here in Washington in the second of the 2 Monday Night Football games.
You better you bet on this Tuesday. Nick Costos, Femi Abebefe, the great Drew Dinsick with us, the Whale Capper from NBC Sports on Twitter at Whale_Capper, also co-host of the Deep Dive podcast with our buddy Andy Molitor. Well, Sunday Night Football, Chiefs laying 2.5 against the Lions, total 52. I'll be the square favorite and the over. What say you in about a minute, Chiefs and Lions?
My projected score is 26 to 23.5. So 2.5 would have been exactly where I would have lined this sucker. My total is just under 50. Yeah. My total is just under 50. So if I'm playing anything, I'm playing the under here, which doesn't feel great considering how when these two quarterbacks are really, really cooking, this could be a 1st to 40 type of game, and I wouldn't be shocked. But no, the Chiefs offense was, I thought, pretty doggone impressive yesterday. Incredibly successful, just down to down, drive to drive. But this is a tough test now. This Lions team, despite missing a couple of pieces in the secondary, has been really, 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 really solid at the linebacker level all year long. Hutchinson obviously looks like he has returned to form pre-injury, and they may be even getting Alan McNeil back this week, which is a huge boon for the Lions D-line. But there are clear ways to pick on the secondary, in my opinion, and I think the Chiefs are going to be able to find ways to do that. And then on the flip side, not entirely sold that everything is fixed here for the Lions offense, despite their run of form and the points that they're scoring. This is a massive step up in competition from what we've seen from them this last couple of weeks. And I think that there's certainly a world and a game state here where the Chiefs are playing a little bit of keep away if they can generate a lead. So this may be one where I'm playing the under. I know that there's been a little bit of enthusiasm today for this over. It's up to 53 at some spots. So I haven't bet it yet, but under's probably going to be on my card.
What are your thoughts on Joe Flacco, new QB1 in Cincinnati? Bengals 2 touchdown dogs this week at Lambeau. And can Flacco kind of keep this team afloat if and when Joe Burrow comes back in December?
I doubt it. I didn't really see anything from Flacco so far this year that suggests that he has any of the magic that was up his sleeve in his comeback year 2 years ago when he took the Browns that final leg to the playoffs. My general read is that the Bengals offense right now is looking for any spark. The offensive line is rating bottom 5. The wide receiver group obviously is very, very talented, but they can't do it by themselves. The running game is atrocious, and in general, keeping the Bengals behind schedule. Flacco doesn't really solve any of the problems that I clearly kind of think exist for this Bengals squad. And I think you're going to squint and be like, oh, cool, they got old Jake Browning back there now. Like he's kind of doing a lot of the same stuff before he got benched, to putting balls up for grabs and just in general not making good decisions when the pocket breaks down. And the pocket's going to break down pretty aggressively in this game. Kind of unfair to make 40-year-old Flacco play Micah Parsons and company twice through 5 weeks of the season or 6 weeks of the season. But this is going to be a 31-3 type of beatdown, I think, for the Packers. And I wasn't really sure how the market was going to react to bringing Flacco in. It doesn't really feel like anyone is making this a clear upgrade for them, which I agree with. But if this does drift to 14, people believing that the Bengals are going to be competitive, I might lay 14 with the Packers, because I think a lot of what you saw from them last week with kind of the backdoor garbage time scoring against the Lions isn't going to fly against the Packers team, and the Packers defense in particular, that I think is going to make a statement coming out of the bye and matches up extremely well against this Bengals squad.
I want to ask about Ravens-Rams, but we need to see a couple injury reports for the Ravens before I think we can have any conversation about this game. And I'm not Lamar's not going to play, but we need to know if is Huntley playing, are the defensive players back. So we'll table that for at least a day until we can see an injury report. So instead, let's close here. We have a minute to go. I want to ask you about a really gross underdog that I like for this weekend. Now, last week you came on and said, and look, it was early in the week pre-Brock Bowers. So you wanted to bet against the Colts as a huge favorite. I don't even know if you bought out of that bet. You said that on Tuesday, and then Bowers ruled out over the weekend. I look at this Cardinals spread, Colts minus 6.5, and every Cardinals game comes down to the final play. And they lose, but they're in there until the end. Any desire to bet the Arizona Cardinals this week against the Colts? We have a hard 30 seconds.
My numbers say to do it, and I haven't pulled the trigger, so I think I'm ultimately going to walk away.
By a
not
lot,
by
right?
not by a lot. I'm at
what's your point spread?
3.9, so 4. I'm at 4.
It's 6.5.
You're not capturing hugely valuable numbers though. It's really just 6.
It's 4 and 6.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I would make it 4, right? So it's like you're not really capturing a ton there. 300. Money line, I'm close enough on just outright winning probability here for the Colts. I think maybe it should just be a little bit tighter. I got to tell you, the Cardinals coaching staff and
we have some news here, by the way, on this. We have some news on this, by the way. Jonathan Gannon, Cardinals head coach, just got fined. He did not get fired, which I think you were probably expecting me to say. Got fined. So N instead of R. Got fined $100,000. For punching one of his players in the chest on Sunday. We're out of time.
Brutal
Will, great job as always on the show. I don't even know if you had them in Survivor. It's just the worst of all time.
I did not. I have Mike McDonald, first coach fired, though, so I was sweating.
I was
like,
Mike
no.
McDaniel.
Mike McDaniel. Sorry.
All right, all our bets for tonight coming up on the other side.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
Same could be said of this next guy, Xavier Hutchinson, only 1% rostered right now in Yahoo leagues, had a pair of touchdowns. But Horvey, a guy's consistently seeing 3 or 4 targets per game. Is averaging 2.8. He's only number 90 in air yards, number 81 in total yak. At Seattle, coming off the bye, which is upcoming for Houston, and then San Francisco and Denver. Is he even worth a buck or two? Or are you saying, hey, just stay there swimming in the free agent pool?
No, I think he's worth a couple bucks, man, right? Nothing that I would break the bank on, but like 4 to 6 maybe, just because I think he could be a red zone favorite for CJ Stroud, especially, if defenses play or double team, or they look to bracket cover Nico Collins. That's where I think Hutchinson could be a stud. He's never going to have 10 targets in a game. That's just not his game. But I think that, I was trying to think of who it was last year. I can't remember off the top of my head, but I think he could be a touchdown guy every week. So a couple bucks. I think he could be a red zone favorite for Stroud.
Yeah, 1 to 3 max. By the way, got 2 names left. I'll just go and fly through them real quick. Ryan Flournoy of the Dallas Cowboys had 100 yards. Again, they've had a lot of injuries. CeeDee Lamb, most notably. He's probably worth about $3 to $5 in Fab Cash. A.J. Barner, if you need a tight end, he scored a touchdown in 3 of his last 4 games. Looking outstanding, becoming a real weapon for Sam Darnold in Seattle. I would invest as much as 10 if you need a tight end upgrade. And there you have it, Hawk of the waiver wire in fantasy football.
This is You Better You Bet with Nick Costos, Femi Abebefe, and the crew on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary.
All right, some thank yous to Joel Lapp before we wrap up the terrific Football Tuesday edition of You Better You Bet with our bets for the Major League Baseball playoffs and the National Hockey League. 3 tremendous guests joined us on today's show. The whale capper Drew Didzik, you just heard from him. Eddie Olczyk of the NHL on TNT, previewing the season for us. We appreciate Eddie O. And Odyssey Sports NFL insider, the great Mark Schlereth. Our executive producer is Bill Zimmerman. Our technical director, Tyler Morales. Our engineer, Jake the Snake Hassan. Our associate producer, Addy Bates. And our video producer, it's like a freaking clown car. And Sean Hall works on the show also. We got like 19 people that work on the show. We love all of them. It's like a lot of names. And Sean Hall doing a great job as well. Thank you very much to all of them. Coming up after us is a 4-hour live betting extravaganza known to you and yours as BetMGM Tonight, featuring our pal Ryan Horvath and our guest at this time, the one, the only, the great, Brad Evans. Brad, happy Tuesday. Hola, amigo.
Hola, amigos. Happy Team Huevos Tuesday to you and yours.
Is it a Team Huevos Tuesday?
It is on my show.
I love that. Absolutely love it. Brad, what is your best bet coming up for tonight in the world of sports?
Well, Carlos Rodon, who was your daddy? It is indeed Vladdy, as in Guerrero, a man who's absolutely owned the Yankee starter tonight. I'm going to take the over on total bags with Vladimir Guerrero Jr. at plus 125. Hell yes, I got seduced by that juice. You look at Vlad Guerrero, a guy who's absolutely tearing it up, not only against New York on the season, but so far in the series. And game 2, a guy that absolutely went off. Game 1, absolutely went off. Has already got 6 RBI in this season, in this series, I should say. Batting .328 with a .948 OPS against LHPs this year, which Rodon is. So he crushes southpaws, and Rodon specifically, he's 10 for 17 against Lifetime with a home run, 5 RBI, and a redonkulous 1,609 OPS. I'll put all together. Vladimir Guerrero Jr. on the over 1.5 total bases at plus 125. Also like him to knock in a run at plus 185 at BetMGM.
Be honest. Did you go tanning?
No, I just been on walks, and it's been appreciably warm for early October here in Central Illinois.
You have nice color right now.
Yeah, maybe there's some Greek blood somewhere in my system. I have no idea.
Hopefully, Brad, have a great show tonight.
Jackson Dart over 38.5 rush yards. Thursday Night Football. I'm out.
Brad Evans joining us here on You Better You Bet. I am excited for tomorrow, Wednesday on the show, for Brad to join us, where Femi and I will predict that prop.
See, I was ahead of the market on that one. I had Diggs way over. The market was sleeping, putting him at these 40s or whatever. Should have bet that over.
That was wasn't my favorite. My favorite prop on Sunday, unfortunately, was Jacoby Myers over, and he had like 8 yards. Diggs was my second favorite. Thankfully, that smashed, which was awesome. At over 100 yards. Yeah. Before we get into the bets for tonight, just off last night in Major League Baseball, do you want to make the case for either the Cubs or the Phillies to come back, both down 2-0 in their respective NLDSs? Phillies to the Dodgers and the Cubs to the Brewers.
No, I think they're both cooked. It's over.
Like sweeps?
You could convince me that the Cubs lose in 4. I think the Phillies get swept, though. I don't think that one's going to 4. It's definitely not going back to Philadelphia for a Game 5. That top of the order, I just can't get past how pathetic they've been in the playoffs. And this is not just this year, also last year as well. I think they're absolutely done. It's over.
I'll tell you, like, I tend to agree with you. The betting market is crazy for the game tomorrow. Crazy for Dodgers Phillies.
Yeah.
So it's Yamamoto against Nola. And look, like, I bet the Dodgers in the series. I bet them in Game 1, and I bet them last night. So obviously, like, I like LA. The Dodgers are minus 175, and the Phillies are plus 145. I might bet the Phillies just because I feel like I should. That number's nuts. No?
Maybe go Phillies first 5. Because I could see the Phillies maybe like, they're up 3-1. And then all of a sudden, like 6th, 7th inning or whatever late in the game, Dodgers just decide we're going to turn it on and get these dudes up out the paint. Maybe it's Phillies first 5. Like Phillies kind of get off to a good start. That's the way to bet it. I want no parts in the Phillies having to win a game against the Dodgers. I don't want it. Yeah. And then what the market says, and it's a massive number, but yeah, I'm good.
As far as Brewers-Cubs goes tomorrow, Jameson Taillon, I feel like, had his good start already in the playoffs, and whatever, it wasn't even that good against the Padres in Game 3 of the wild card series. I love Milwaukee tomorrow to sweep.
Even money?
Yeah.
I don't hate it. I was just dead wrong on that series. I thought the choking ways of yesteryears would get the Brewers, but maybe this Brew crew is different. Also, they're going to get destroyed by the Dodgers. So,
okay.
Yeah.
I've been marinating on a take. And for now, it's just a take. It's not a bet. Do you think the Brewers have any type of team of destiny feel to them?
I mean, you could make the like Bob Uecker passed earlier this season. I know that's been something that they've been kind of like talking about.
Uecker death as part of the handicap?
maybe this is the year. That's
Cross
what
him
people in
off
Milwaukee are saying.
He's dead. Cross him off the list.
Potentially, yeah.
Is that being factored into the handicap? Like Bob Uecker, like croaking is in the handicap?
It's not into my handicap, but that is something that they are rallying around. Like, or just people think there's like some magic going on there in Milwaukee.
Okay. I could when we get Brewers Dodgers, I want to kind of like reconsider, but it's like just drilled this, which is great. I mean, it's not over yet, but Brewers Dodgers in the National League Series. Well, because of the rain delay in the Mariners-Tigers game, we get to talk about that game together, which is awesome. So let's get to it right now. MLB and National Hockey League. Jake, please drop the dope-ass beat. With today's MLB postseason no sweat same-game parlay token, you'll get your stake back in bonus bets if your wager loses. Step up and find your pitch. Make it legendary with BetMGM. Download the app, and please gamble responsibly. And don't forget to download and subscribe to You Better You Bet in podcast form. Femi broke down the Heisman Trophy market. That's always awesome. Femi's giving out some great bets. If you, honestly, you've been listening to Femi, you got some great prices right now in the Heisman Trophy market. So good job by Femi. Search You Bet wherever you find your podcasts. And like, comment, and subscribe to our video streaming pages, youtube.com/@the BetMGM Network, twitch.tv/the BetMGM Network. All right, Femi, let's start with the Mariners and the Tigers. First pitch, about 20 minutes from now in Detroit. Tigers plus 118, the Mariners minus 140 on the road. Total in the game, 7.5. I said to you earlier, I bet the Mariners. I'm in on Seattle to take a 2-1 series lead.
Yeah, I think Seattle wins the game. I have my bet that's from prior to the start of the series. Mariners to win in 4. Obviously, they need to win this game to accomplish that and win also tomorrow in game 4 as well. I'm just going to ride that bet. It's a little over 3-1. I like that. But like if I didn't have that, I would bet Seattle tonight. I think Gilbert gets it done. Also, Jack Flaherty in these big spots. I'm never going to be a fan of him, even if he's getting the plus money price. So give me Seattle. Obviously, a weird setup with the game being delayed many hours, but I think the Mariners pull it off.
So I'm on the Mariners also. And then we'll get to the Yankees-Blue Jays game. Carlos Rodon against the Beeb, Shane Bieber. Yanks minus 175, Jays plus 145. Total of the game is 8. You know, if I'm going to tell you that I think the Phillies represent a decent value at plus 145, I kind of have to say the same thing about the Blue Jays here. Now, I'm a Yankees fan. I don't want to bet the Blue Jays. I did parlay Seattle and the Yankees to reduce the Yankees price a little bit. But, Femi, I'm just being honest. It does feel like that. It feels like it's a little baked. And I know it's baked in that it's like Yankees season over if they lose the game. Yeah. I don't know. I feel like if I'm walking in here with no fan bias and I'm betting the game, I'm probably betting Toronto. But I'm a Yankee fan, so I'm parlayed the Yankees and the Mariners. The You Better You Bet Memorial Parlay. My favorite team, Femi's favorite team to win today.
I love it. Here's the thing with this betting market. Like, would I bet the Yankees at this price? No. But I do think the Yankees are going to win. So I'm going to bet the Yankees to win the series. That's what I'm doing. You can get it a little under 4-1. Yeah. So like right now, like you can get it a little under 4-1. I think the Yankees win tonight. I also think they win tomorrow. I don't know what happens in game 5, but I want that 4-1 ticket to where I can decide what I want to do once we get to Friday. So Yankees to win the series. This is the buy point for me. Obviously, egg on the face could happen in like 3-4 hours, but I do think they're going to pull it off. I like the Yankees, and we'll try to hedge this bad boy on Friday for game 5.
No, we're not hedging. And I said it yesterday. I bet the Yankees to win the series. And they'll be favored in all 3 games. They win tonight. They'll be favored tomorrow with Schlittler. And then if it's game 5 in Toronto, they'll be favored in that game also. So, I'm in. Can't win 3 unless you win 1. It starts tonight.
Don't let them get hot.
All right, 2 games in the National Hockey League. Still to come. Rangers hosting the Pittsburgh Penguins. The Rangers are huge favorites in the spot against the Pens, kind of in like a half-assed rebuilding year. And then at the Colorado Avalanche, a small road favorite at the LA Kings. Total in that game, in both games, is 6. I'm gonna bet the Penguins for a little, just because I can't believe that line is so big. So a small bet for me on the Penguins, just to have even though I'm a Rangers fan, just to have something to bet. Small bet for me, Femi, on the Pittsburgh Penguins tonight.
Frozen Femi is here, baby. We got the goal scorer bets back in the NHL. I'm going to go with Mika Zibanejad, a favorite of mine last hockey season. He's at plus 185 to score a goal. I like him tonight. I also like Arturi Lehkonen of the Colorado Avalanche in the late night game between Colorado and LA. Lehkonen is around plus 290. So Zibanejad plus 185, Lehkonen plus 290. Let's light the lamp.
I can't believe that we're here. Goal scorer bets in the National Hockey League. Like this
Frozen
really
Femi
came up on us fast. Yeah.
He's here.
Dude,
let's go.
Dude, the NBA's back in 2 weeks.
NBA props back into our lives. Oh my God. Have you
Is there
seen
a fan
Zion?
graphs for that?
He looks great. Dunks and threes. I think that's the NBA version of Fangraphs.
Yeah, Zion has legally changed his first name to Ozempic. He's now Ozempic Williamson.
It's like smaller than he was when he was at Duke.
Yes. Yeah. Yes, the New Orleans Pelicans theme song this year will be Oh, 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 Ozempic. You know. Also, LeBron's decision was stupid. We'll see you tomorrow on a Wednesday. Until then, I'm Nick Costos wishing you minimal sweats, winning bets, the absolute very best of luck.
Thanks for listening to You Better You Bet. Up next, it's BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
We've discussed at length over the course of the last couple of weeks how slow the Eagles' offense has started. Saquon Barkley is a major reason for that. Only 267 yards through 5 games. He's yet to have 100 yards rushing in a game. But with all of that said, I still believe he is eclipsing 1,200 yards this year.
Chelsea?
So he has to have like 1,000 yards for the rest of the season. Is that the math?
1,000 yards over the next 12 games.
It's definitely in the realm of possibility, but at the end of the day, it just feels to me like the Eagles need to focus on winning games. And like with the current situation with like A.J. Brown wanting the ball as well, I'm not so sure. And sometimes it can be really difficult to reproduce those type of seasons and stay healthy for the entire year, because think about the wear and tear that he had on his tires last year, and especially playing in a Super Bowl, because it wasn't just, oh, he rushed for all these yards during the regular season. He played more games than just about every other team in the NFL because they played in the Super Bowl. So I'm not so sure.
I'm going to say I agree with Denton here. So if you do the quick math, then he needs to average, Saquon does, almost 78 yards a game over the next 12 games. And, you know, it's one thing to slow down in your career, but I just don't believe, as talented as Saquon is, that we're suddenly seeing this precipitous drop-off. Like, he went from all-world, best running back on the planet to, oh, he can't run the ball. Like, that's too much of a drop-off for me to believe that he can't eclipse this number. And ultimately, I think the Eagles want to find a way to get him involved. He's been more involved in the passing game this year. He's still getting some carries, but I think he's the key to unlocking that offense. So no matter what it takes, they're going to find a way to do it. They're going to get Saquon involved, particularly after that loss to the Broncos. And also, he'll probably run wild against the Commanders, frankly. I hate saying that. May struggle against the Giants on Thursday, but I think Saquon gets there, so I'm going to say yes.
Is on. Yeah, the sweat is on.
With your hosts, the big noise, Brad Evans.
I got to duplicate that. No way. No shot in the HE-double-L hockey sticks.
And the mad better Ryan Horvat.
You don't got to bet every game. That's how you see those guys that live under the bridge? They lay 25.5 with UNLV week 0.
It's BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
Hola, amigos! It's time to bring the noise, another ballin' edition of BetMGM tonight. I'm Brad the Big Noise Evans, joined by the one, the only, the ever so handsome Ryan Horvat, and on this hashtag Team Huevos Tuesday, we have got a lot of stone-filled bets that we're going to be cranking out here momentarily. Of course, going to be reviewing our top 3 wagers on our cards here in a second. From there, we'll do a little choose-your-own adventure, some breaking NFL news that came down the pipe. We're going to spin some of that here in a minute for fantasy football devices and for your sports betting purposes as well. Then we're going to do another crew to cash in Major League Baseball. We got one game on a later night tip. Looks like Tigers and M's are about to start right now in Detroit, but we will have some wagers in the next matchup between the New York Yankees and the Toronto Blue Jays. And our crew to cash will say hello to our little friend, the Sledgehammer Special. Roll the shoulders and get seduced by the juice and working some bonus time bets as well. From there, College Football Week 7 edition of Fade or Follow to the 4-pack of games. We're going to break down at some of the marquee matchups upcoming this weekend. And then Bob Socci, the voice of the New England Patriots, he's going to be dropping in, still riding the high, probably that organization, that monster win in Western New York, taking down the previously undefeated Buffalo Bills. So don't want to miss our conversation with Bob Socci in Seg 4. That it's a Totals Tuesday. Got a 5-pack NFL games. We'll decide if we're going to go over or under on those game totals. There's one team in particular I got my salivary glands triggered over as I'm betting the overs every single week, and they just continue to cash. Will it happen again in week 6? So you're going to have to stick around and find out in Seg 5, followed by Team Huevos Tuesday. All plus money all the time, whether in the NFL or college football. Then we're getting down with our dude Rob Brown in the NFL, in college football, maybe working a little MLB question to boot, as Rob knows a little bit of everything, covering the smorgasbord of spitting and quarterback flames, lames, and shocker specials. Getting your fantasy football lineups prepared for week 6 of the NFL season. And to talk to you, the 2.02 average listeners and viewers of this fine broadcast. If you have any fantasy football questions for us, maybe get your waiver wire priority set ahead of the processing tonight. Maybe you're looking at some start-sit questions in week 6. Maybe you got a fantasy trade offer on the table and you are seeking some additional opinions. We're here to help, and we want to hear your sports betting picks as well, whether Major League Baseball postseason, the NFL, or college football week 7. Some way to contact Horvath and I here on the show. Just pick up the phone and dial us fools at 833-732-3875. 833-732-3875. You can also hit us up via the X or the Twitter at BetMGM Tonight. Again, on X at BetMGM Tonight, where we have our pole dancing poll question of the day. And it's asking you this: what surprise top 10 fantasy football player at their position is most likely to hold value this NFL season? Your options are Matthew Stafford, who right now is quarterback 4, Javonte Williams at RB2 overall, living up to that juggernaut hype that I bestowed upon him a few years ago in Denver, Quentin Johnston, who was WR7 for the LA Chargers, or AJ Barner, tight end for Seattle, who is right now tight end 7. Overall, we have nearly 250 votes cast. Make your voice be heard. Exercise your democratic right. Keep the votes coming and drop us a comment, a.k.a. bring the noise, on X at BetMGM Tonight. Again, on X at BetMGM Tonight. All right, let me bring in my esteemed colleague and ever so wise one as well, and Ryan Horvath. Horvy, here are your choose your own adventure topics tonight. Topic number 1, Joe Flacco traded from Cleveland to Cincinnati. Odds will be placed at a full body cast, open at minus 120 by year Z at BetMGM, because the Cincinnati Bengals, they ain't blocking a soul. Option number 2, Errol is pointing up for Jalen Warren to return from a knee injury in week 6. According to Mike Tomlin, his rush yards prop opened at 50.5 at BetMGM in a difficult matchup, taking on the Cleveland Browns. And option number 3, Arizona's Drew Petzing says he wants to get Marvin Harrison the ball more in light of the meltdown against Tennessee. Next up for Arizona, a road matchup against a shockingly good Indianapolis Colts. So out of Flacco getting traded from Cleveland to Cincinnati, staying with the Cleveland theme, but focusing on Jalen Warren in that matchup, and again, his rush yards prop at 50.5, or Drew Petzing saying that he wants to get the ball more to Marvin Harrison after that disastrous game against the Tennessee Titans. And, of course, Arizona on the road taking on the Indianapolis Colts. So, Horvy, choose your own adventure.
I actually have to be selfish and start with the Petzing comments, man, because I had high hopes, not only for Marvin Harrison, who I do have in 2 leagues, but also for the Arizona Cardinals. I bet them plus 150 to make the playoffs. I went over on the win total. You know, I was actually a fan of Jonathan Gannon as a defensive-minded head coach, which I don't really like hiring in the year 2025. But Petzing has been the issue. You know, I'm not all the way out on Gannon. I kind of want to be all the way out on everybody in Arizona. But, yeah, I mean, you know, Marvin Harrison, he could get open. Obviously, worked a lot on, you know, his body. He's in great shape. I just don't, and I'm a Kyler guy, I just don't think that they're a good combo together, man. Like the route tree that he excels at running, Kyler can't get him the football. So if I could take back one bet this NFL season, for me, it would be the Arizona Cardinals, man. They're a mess. Not only did they blow that game this week and cost me my survivor pool in Ostrowski's Survivor League, also, they almost blew that game a couple weeks back as well against Carolina, man. They play with their food too much. Yep. They build these big leads, and then it's one mistake after another. You know, maybe Kyler could be a quarterback elsewhere. I just don't think it's going to happen in Arizona. So, I don't know. Hopefully Marvin Harrison does get it going on here and they get him the rock a little bit more because, you know, it hasn't been a terrible season, compared to what he did last year, but he's been a little bit of a letdown for me, man, as wide receiver number 2.
Yeah, look, if he's going to be peppered with targets, I'll be really curious to see what his receiving yards prop opens at. I'm venture to guess it's going to be somewhere in the mid-50s against the Indianapolis Colts. So I might be an investor pending what that number is. We'll be breaking down some of the other major headlines in the NFL a little bit later. But hey, Horvey, we already got a caller right now on line 1. Sam from Providence, dial the digits at 833-732-3875. Sam, welcome to BetMGM tonight. How can we help?
Hello, what's up? How you doing?
Hey, Sam.
Good, man.
Hi. I just want to say first, I'm in and I'm working right now at WPRO. And where are you guys out of? Because we're doing your stuff. I think it's cool. I like what you do. We just finished our stuff, and I imagine this is syndicated from somewhere.
Yes, we're on Odyssey and iHeart stations, the BetMGM network. I'm based in Nowhere, Illinois, and Horvat is in Bethesda, Maryland. So we're kind of scattered all over the place. But yeah, BetMGM network syndicated across some major stations across the country. So we appreciate you listening.
Yeah, it's always entertaining. So here's my thing, right? I drafted too well. My team is too good. So I need to get even better, my fantasy football team, because I got all these good players that I can move. So I have Jonathan Taylor at RB1. I have Kieran Williams at RB2. And I can move. My team is so good. I want to move. I was thinking of trading JSN, but I can't do that. I'm glad I didn't. And Emeka Egbuka. Who are the running backs that are elite RB1s that are better than Kieran Williams that I would be okay trading Egbuka for? Who do you recommend?
Well, I tell you what, man, if it ain't broke, why try to fix it? That'd be my first recommendation to you. I mean, obviously you got Jonathan Taylor, and he has been utterly outstanding, downright incredible, almost nearly incomparable at the position. I mean, you were talking about at this point, Emeka Egbuka, you're getting probably a top 10 running back overall. I mean, obviously Bijan Robinson's not going to be a player that you can lure given the high price tag. I think CMC is in that same conversation. But if you feel like you need a running back upgrade, like a fair trade right now would be Emeka Egbuka for, say, Juggernaut Javonte Williams, who is RB2, maybe even, say, Emeka Egbuka for Devon Achane. If you're in a full-point PPR league, that's a caliber of back that you have to get in return, because I think Egbuka is here to stay as possibly a back-end WR1 in 12-team leagues. Harvey, your thoughts?
Yeah, I don't really have anything to add, man. I mean, that would be my only advice as well, because if I have that roster, I'm not trading any of those guys, especially Egbuka. Every single week he gets better. He has the full trust of Baker Mayfield. Right now, Baker Mayfield is top 4 in the MVP conversation. In some spots, he's all the way down to 8-1, man. I thought maybe, that would be the case that you could make against the Tampa offense, regression, and Bucky Irving's beat up, so I got to be honest, I'm not moving any of those guys. And I just traded 2 first-round picks in the future in a dynasty league for Jonathan Taylor. I think he's going to win Offensive Player of the Year. I think he's going to finish with more than 20 touchdowns. So I'm not moving him or Williams. Yeah, I'm going to hang on to those guys.
Yeah, just hang on to those guys, ride the gravy train. They're probably going to make the postseason, and maybe it will take you to Titletown. Good luck there, Sam in Providence. All right, let's get after it with our cards this evening. These are our top 3 bets. Whole lot of action on the diamond as we got a game that is yet to begin. Seattle-Detroit already underway, so we're going to abstain from any action in this contest. But, Harvey, what do you got at numero uno on your card this evening or looking ahead?
Yeah, I'll be cheering on my Seattle future, so go Mariners every single year. Major League Baseball, I'll start with. I am going to bet the Blue Jays tonight, plus 144. I've bet them both games so far this series. It's Bieber on the bump. He's 4-2 this season with a 3.57. Yankees season on the line with Rodon. But, if you look at the history, man, I mean, I know you're about to talk about what Vladdy's done, but this entire lineup's had pretty good history against him. Vladdy's batting 588. You got Schneider. Granted, he's only hitting 182, but I got Springer in this lineup. He's got 6 RBI against Rodon. I don't trust the Yankees. I think season over. Give me the Blue Jays tonight, especially at plus 142. We're getting the better team. Plus 142, I'll take that.
Absolutely love that price. Numero uno on my card. Let's correlate, synergize, and bring it all together. Carlos Rodon, who's your daddy, is indeed Vladdy, as in Guerrero Jr. Give me the over 1.5 total bases at plus 125. The guy's already done this in this series, and he's absolutely raking against southpaw pitchers all year, which Rodon is, batting .328 with a .948 OPS on the season. Against Carlos Rodon, he's owned that backside, 10-17 with a home run, 5 RBIs at over a 1,600 OPS. Again, give me Vladimir Guerrero Jr. over 1.5 total bases at plus 125. Numero dos on your card. Horvat, please share.
NFL bet number 1 for the week. We're going to go with the Chicago Bears, catching 4.5 here in my hometown, out in Landover, Maryland. So Commanders coming off an impressive victory. Obviously, Jaden Daniels looked really good. But the Bears are coming off the bye, and I like what I've seen from Caleb Williams the last couple of weeks. In fact, I really like what I've seen from Caleb Williams outside of the second half against Minnesota. Defense can't be much worse than it's been the first couple of weeks. Give me the Bears. This is a rematch in that game that they lost last year on the Hail Mary, and that changed their season. Commanders go on a run all the way to the NFC Championship game. Bears go all the way to the toilet bowl. Eberflus becomes the defensive coordinator. I think the Bears get their revenge and at least keep this within a field goal.
All right, I got a Beaver fever at numero dos on my card tonight. I'm going to take the under on 2.5 earned runs. A little bit heavier juice here against the Yankees at a minus 135. Bieber, entering the postseason, has done this in 3 consecutive turns of the rotation. Decent, but not outstanding. 3.57 ERA overall. A little bit better at home at 3.27. Doesn't strike out a ton of guys like he used to, but still decent. 8.26 K per 9, 1.56 walks per 9 of the year. I understand the Yankees are number 1 in WRC Plus of the year. They're number 2 in that category over the last couple of weeks. So, but give me Shane Bieber under 2.5 earned runs at a minus 135. Numero trace on your card. Quickly, Horvat, bring it home.
Nice and quick. Last night, this was the first bet that I placed. As soon as I cashed out my Jags ticket, my plus 3.5 winner, I put it on the Kansas City Chiefs. I watched the Mahomes presser, and he's like, we lost too many games already. And I was like, all right, I'm in. Kansas City minus 2.5. They get their revenge. They beat the Lions by at least a field goal at Arrowhead.
All right, no more trace on my card. I'll just give it to you. I will refrain from giving any reasoning. Same game parlay, Blue Jays plus 1.5 on the run line, and Blue Jays 4+ runs. Somehow, some way, I get to plus 125 there at BetMGM. All right, we got to take a little siesta here on the program. We come back. Bets, and more bets, including Crew to Cash. Don't go anywhere. This is BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
On the move? Take the BetMGM network with you. Catch live Wagertainment anytime on Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn.
In the American, number 24 South Florida taking on North Texas. North Texas actually opened as the 1-point favorite in this game. We've seen some USF money come in. They're now a small favorite at -1, -115 on the money line. I don't have a play yet in this game. I do feel like North Texas is definitely going to be the contrarian play, right? USF had the big win against Florida. They had the big win against Boise. North Texas is undefeated, but not a lot of people have gotten a chance to watch them play. I think they're probably the right side in the game, but ultimately I don't know if I'm going to end up with a bet in that one. Number 1 Ohio State takes on number 17 Illinois in Champaign. Buckeyes favored by 14.5. I'd lay the lumber with Ohio State in this game. Look, we already saw Illinois go up against one decent team in Indiana, and we saw how that went, losing by 50. Now they're going up against arguably the best team in the country. I just don't know how much Illinois is going to score on that Ohio State defense. So I'd look to lay it with Ohio State against Illinois. Number 8, Alabama at number 14, Missouri. Bama 3-point favorite in this game with a total 51.5. Very interesting game, right? That spread feels a little tricky, but it makes a lot of sense because this is a very difficult spot for Bama. Off the bye week, they've played 2 Super Bowls, essentially. You play Georgia at night, massive game to save your season. Then you get the revenge game against Vandy, College game days there. Next week, they host Tennessee under the lights. And then you get this, sandwich game against Missouri when they're coming off a bye. It's at noon Eastern time, 11 a.m. local. It's a very tricky game. Missouri's got a very good run game with Pabula, the quarterback, and Ahmad Hardy, the running back. I still kind of like Bama in the game, though. I would lean towards them -3, but I think it's going to be a very close game. Might be a game that you just want to end up and live betting. Number 7, Indiana takes on number 3, Oregon. Ducks a 7.5-point favorite. Total is 55.5. I think Indiana's a pretty easy team to handicap. They're so well coached. They don't beat themselves. They don't make mistakes. They don't turn the ball over. But we have seen that when they go up against teams that are more talented than them, that's when they tend to struggle. We saw what they look like against Ohio State and Notre Dame last year. Now they're going up against a very talented Oregon team that's very well coached. Cignetti is terrific off of a bye week. I'm hoping this thing continues to go down. If we can get a 7 with Oregon, I'm going to lay it with the Ducks. We also have Oklahoma and Texas Red River. Texas, a 2.5-point favorite. Total in the game is 42.5. Talked about this one yesterday. Anything under 3. I like the Longhorns in the game. Now, there is some rumors swirling out there that John Mateer might be back in this game for the Sooners. If he is, that would kind of make me like Texas more. I don't think Oklahoma should rush him back, but it's a do-or-die game for Texas, must win. I like the Longhorns. Florida, 7.5-point dog at Texas A&M on Saturday. Total in the game, 46.5. This is going to be the best defense that Texas A&M has faced all season. Florida, in these games against great teams, LSU, they were hanging in there. If it wasn't for the 5 interceptions from Lagway, Miami, who might be one of the top 2 or 3 teams in the country, they hung with them for about 2.5 quarters and then had the nice win against Texas last week. I think Florida can keep this game close. I'd probably look at them plus the points. Georgia and Auburn should be a good one under the lights on the Plains. Talked about the under yesterday. I like under 46.5. I think Georgia wins the game, though, and I think Georgia -160 on the money line. Good bet in that one. I just trust Kirby, and I think they find a way to win a close game. Number 15, Michigan at USC. The Trojans are 2.5-point favorites with a total of 57.5. For me, it's simple. USC's at home. They're off of a bye. I think they're going to find a way to win this game. I'm still not really sold on Michigan all that much. Yes, Michigan should have a big advantage on the trenches with the way that they can run and USC's inability to stop the run. But I think coming off a bye and this game being in LA, again, we talk about it all the time with the Big Ten, these teams that have to travel through multiple time zones, big disadvantage. I'll take USC.
Now it's time to roll the shoulders and break out those sledgehammers right here on BetMGM tonight.
Welcome back to BetMGM tonight. Brother Big Noise Evans with you. Ryan Horvat in the house on this Team Huevos Tuesday. Do you have the Stones? Well, we certainly do, and we're going to be flashing them. It's a family show. We'll do it appropriately here in a second. We're getting some more plus money on the board. We're going to cash parlay play tonight in the world of Major League Baseball with the postseason and the action underway tonight. 0-0 right now, top of the second inning in Detroit between the Seattle Mariners and Detroit Tigers. Jack Flaherty looking pretty good so far against the M's. We'll keep you up to date on the action there. Of course, game coming up a little bit later. Blue Jays, who were awesome last time out, winning 13-7 over the New York Yankees. Are they going to break out the Thundersticks again tonight? Well, we're going to get some action on that Crew to Cash here in a second. We're also going to say hello to our little friend in the Sledgehammer Special, Rose Shoulders, that gets seduced by the juice and working some bonus time wagers as well. Before we present all of those offerings, a friendly reminder, if you want to lock and load your fantasy football questions, we know you got them. If you want to share some of your favorite sports betting picks, whether on the diamond, on the gridiron, hell, it could be on the ice as the NHL is beginning tonight. Though I have zero action in that sport because I never drop the puck and try to make some bucks unless it's on a song, like the dogging up every time I hear song. It just draws my attention. It's the only thing I bet on in hockey. I don't know jack nor squat about the sport, admittedly. Horvat may know a little bit more than I do, putting those big biscuits in the basket, but I'm going to refrain from any NHL action on opening night. However, if you want to get a bet on MLB, there's an awesome opportunity for you right at MGM. Let me tell you about it. Swing big on your next bet with an MLB postseason odds boost token. Use your token to net a bigger payout on a winning bet. So opt in right now on the MLB postseason odds boost token only at BetMGM. And after and use that odds boost token and build a redonkulous parlay for the masses. It's time for Crew to Cash. And we're going to lock and load some action game tonight between the Toronto Blue Jays and New York Yankees. So we're each going to build a leg here, our entire crew here on the show. So I'll bat lead off. And again, I'm all in on Vladimir Guerrero Jr. So all I need is a hit to cash in on my leg. Again, if you missed it earlier on the program, 10 for 17 lifetime against Carlos Rodon, a guy he is absolutely crushed with over a 6 OPS. You look at the last game, Guerrero went 3 for 5. He's batting .328 with nearly a 950 OPS against LHPs this year. So I say Vladimir Guerrero Jr. connects and splits a gap and gets at least a hit tonight in that matchup. Horvey, who is your pick to click on the diamond this evening?
Season on the line tonight for the Yanks. I don't like the Yanks. I like the Blue Jays, but so if you're going with Vladdy, I'm going to go with Aaron Judge. And I know what you guys are thinking. Monty, I know what you're thinking at home right now, right? Oh, but Aaron Judge, he's 1 for 13 in his career against Bieber with 1 homer, 2 RBI, and 8 Ks. Well, that's called the due process, the due theory tonight. Aaron Judge, 1 hit.
All right, judge, jury, and executioner. Hopefully he's going to be able to find a soft space and touch some ground with that, and we go 2 for 2. So we got Guerrero so far to get a hit, Judge to get a hit. Brandon Combs, our outstanding EP and man work of the board. Who is your selection tonight? And you were actually sensible instead of building like multiple legs, so we appreciate you.
Sensible instead of building multiple legs. I hit a home run last night, sir. Have some respect.
You did.
With a Cub.
We've
only
with
seen
a Cub. Would say yeah. But anyway, I'm going to go with a Cody Bellinger over 1.5 HRR or her tonight against the New York Yankees. I like Cody Bellinger against the Yankees or against the Blue Jays tonight. 288 with 23 hits, 4 home runs, and 13 RBIs. 17 runs scored in 21 games against the Blue Jays.
I'll bet that.
Former Cub there, and Cody Bellinger is only appropriate, keeping it somewhat within the family there. Monty, also a diehard Cubs fan, like myself, like Horvat, like Brando, work of the video board, and also the mastermind behind an awesome site. If you want some additional resources and takes, numerical ones at that, deep dive at batters-box.com. I can't recommend enough. Monty runs that bad boy. So, Mr. Montgomery, who is your selection tonight and Crew to Cash?
Yeah, we're getting a little sweaty here. We're going to go Andres Gimenez under half a hit. So no hits for him tonight. He's hitting 9th, so fewer at-bats, potential pinch hit candidate maybe. Tough matchup. I got it as a poor matchup rating against Rodon, lefty-lefty. In 29 games with a poor matchup on batters-box.com, he does not get a hit 62% of the time. And this is only priced at -105, so big edge there. He only hit 175 against lefties this season, almost 50 points lower than his average against righties. And he's got hits in back-to-back games in the postseason. when he hit 210 in the regular season. So he's way hot right now, and I don't think he can sustain it and keep it up. So under half a hit for Andres Gimenez.
All right, 60% of the time it works every time. Tonight's Crew to Cash, I'm going with Vladimir Guerrero to get a hit. Horvy's going with Aaron Judge to get a hit. Brando is rocking Cody Bellinger on the over 1.5 HRR, also known as her. And Monty rounding things up in the cleanup spot with Andres Gimenez under a half a hit. Uno, dos, tres, and cuatro, mi amigos. A cool plus 584 there at BetMGM. All right, it's time to pivot, and say hello to our little friend, Ryan Horvat. What is a phrase that pays?
Daddy wants, daddy needs, daddy's got to have it. Give me the sledgehammer. Oh, yeah. So we're going to talk about this game. This is kind of a little tease, but big game this weekend. Should be a lot bigger, but Texas, they kind of stink. As Arch Manning turns out he's a huge bust. Maybe one of the bigger busts in college football history. That said, though, I still like Texas, and so Oklahoma took some money, and we're still waiting to see if my Heisman, John Mateer, plays. So this is also kind of like a little bit of a hedge, right? I'll be cheering for Oklahoma because I want them to run the table. I want that 25-1 Mateer ticket, but I think that's dead. And I don't know that he goes. Give me Texas, though. Right now, you could actually get Texas plus 1.5. minus 125, or you could get them on the money line, minus 110. I'll bet some money line right now, minus 110 on Texas. I'm guessing Mateer probably plays in the game, but I actually like Texas. I think at home, I think they get themselves right. Too much talent, even if Arch is a dud. So I'll bet them right now as a pick.
All right, you know what? I like that selection so much. I'm going to stay in the college gridiron as well and go to a battle in the Big Ten. Daddy want, daddy need, daddy gotta have a brother. Let's go! Breaking out the old sledgehammer, Peter Gabriel style, on the Maryland Terrapins. I'm going to do this one for Master Splinter. I think the Terps and that turtle power are going to earn all the pizzas in the world at plus 6.5. The exact same line they had last week against Washington, a game in which they blew a 20-0 lead in, but still covered. They won by or lost by 4 points. So hopefully going to keep this one ultra close as well against Raiola and the Nebraska Cornhuskers squad. Look at the Football Power Index. Pretty wide divide between these two teams. The Terps number 55 in the country. The Huskers at number 22. You look at the offensive efficiency stats. Again, Nebraska has a definitive edge at number 29 in that category in the PFF. Maryland at number 77. However, the rubber hits the road in defense. Maryland number 3 in the nation in defensive efficiency, according to Pro Football Focus. Nebraska at number 46. It's because of their defensive chops and their acumen in that category. Maryland covers against Nebraska. I'm taking a plus 6.5 at a minus 110 on my Tuesday Team Huevos edition of the Sledgehammer Special. All right, it's time to roll the shoulders, my man, and get seduced by the juice. Oh, yeah, bartender, thank you for the healthy and generous pour, as always. So let's belly up to the bar, throw back some shots, catch a buzz, and hopefully count our cash. What do you like at plus money? Maybe look ahead of the weekend or some action on the diamond tonight. Horvey, what do you have?
It's our last dance with Avery Johnson and the Bill Snyder Family Stadium for the season. So you have TCU 4-1 on the season. Everybody loves Sonny Dykes. Everybody loves Hoover, their quarterback. Yet they're only 1.5-point favorites against a total disappointment this year in Kansas State, who's coming off another loss. They're 2-4. But the reason I like them, and I think they win this game outright, you could get them right now plus 115. TCU, they've been much better, but I still think that Kansas State's going to be able to run the football against them, and they can't get off the field on third down. They allowed Colorado to convert 9 of 14 third downs. And also TCU, I like Hoover. I like their passing game. They can't run the ball, man. So if they're one-dimensional against Kansas State, I think they're going to lose this game outright. So give me Kansas State for the final time this season, and then I turn my back on them for the rest of the year. But right now, you can get them plus 115. We're going to take the Fighting Avery Johnsons against TCU this weekend.
Oh, the things I would do to have Avery Johnson's long flowing locks. I will say that. Very envious of that. I'm going to down, maybe really a quadruple down on Vladimir Guerrero. Give me him to knock in a run to book an RBI. It's plus 185. Hell yeah. I got seduced by that juice. Again, all the pertinent stats, I already give it to you. 6 RBI. He already has logged in this series, batting .328 against outball pitchers on the year. And Carlos Rodon, he has owned that ass. 10-17 with a home run, 5 RBI, and a 1,609 OPS. So I think Guerrero's got to get at least a couple of bags. I took the over 1.5 total bags plus 125. I think he's going to get a hit. That's what I had in crew to cash. And I say he knocks in at least a run at plus 185. Don't let me down, Vlad. Do it for whole Canada and my wallet as well. All right, let's work in some bonus time. Weather in Major League Baseball. Maybe you're looking ahead at college football in Week 7, the NFL in Week 6. We have a smattering of player props that are already available on BetMGM. All that I ask, Ryan Horvat, is for you, my guy, to give me another bet. So give it to me. Give it to me.
So a couple of weeks ago, even though I really like Tech, I took Utah because I never bet against Utah at Rice-Eccles Stadium, and they got boat raced. But I think they just ran into a really, really, really good football team. So I like them to bounce back at home. They're 5.5-point favorites against Arizona State. I think Sam Leavitt's a little overrated. Good college quarterback, but I'm hearing like top 10, top 15 pick. I don't know about all that, man. And this is not the same team without Cam Scatterbo. I really like Kenny Dillingham, but also I question some of his decision-making. So I think they lose this game by a full touchdown. Give me the Fighting Devin Dampiers. Give me the Utah Utes at Rice-Eccles, 10:15 p.m. Eastern on Saturday night. It's late night. It's my birthday. We're going to celebrate with an old-fashioned Utes ass kicking. We'll lay the 5.5 against Arizona State.
My nephew, Devin, who is a student at Utah, definitely concurs with you, Captain. He's going to be in attendance at that game, rooting on his Utes to not only win, but probably score the cover there as well. All right, I'm going to go with the NFL. One of those aforementioned player props that I immediately grabbed today because the number was so low. Troy Franklin of the Denver Broncos. Give me the over on 36.5 receiving yards, taking on the Jets, Jets. A bunch of puddle jumpers. You look at the Jets, they are dead last right now in pass EPA defense. Again, number 32 with 32. Got to get a mixture of Malachi Moore and Brandon Stevens in coverage. You look at Moore, the primary slot DB for the Jets, giving up an 80% catch rate, 118.8 pass rate. You look at Brandon Stevens, he's allowed a 68.2% catch rate and 129.9 pass rating, along with 3 touchdowns as assignments. Franklin seeing a healthy dose of targets, 6.8 per game. He's gone over 36.5 yards and 3 of 5. Again, split action between the slot and outside, lining up in the slot 57.6% of the time. He's also top 10 in total yak among all wideouts in the NFL, and number 11 in average yards of separation per target. So if you're debating him in the player props market, you're debating his services, maybe a wide receiver 3 or flex in a 12-team or deeper fantasy league, I say get some action on Troy Franklin. Giddy up with the Denver Bronco. I'm taking the over on 36.5 receiving yards against the Jets. Horvey, quickly, I'm going to go back to my Sledgehammer special. Your thoughts on my Maryland play at plus 6.5 against Nebraska?
Yeah, I like that play, man. Something's just missing with this Nebraska team. I thought that they were going to be a threat to make the college football playoff this year. I think I was wrong, man. I think Matt Rule, I think the game may have passed them by, to be honest with you. So I think they might win that game outright.
Yeah, hopefully they won't melt like they did last week. All right, we got to take a little siesta. We come back. More college football thoughts ahead of Week 7. Another edition of Fade or Follow. Stick around right here. BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Wherever you go, we're there. Listen to the BetMGM Network live on Odyssey, TuneIn, and now on the iHeartRadio app. Wagertainment for every fan.
And I think you're right on Vrabel. And you're not knocking him by saying third favorite. Like, he's in that conversation. I get it, third favorite. What I don't get is the number. Like, you could make a case that he could be the favorite, especially after the win on Sunday night, and you can get a plus 850. That's a good number for Vrabel. If you told me before the season, Vrabel, who was a co-favorite entering the year, okay, in week 5, they're going to win in Buffalo. Here's the record, and look at their schedule. And by the way, when they play Cincinnati, there's going to be no Burrow in November. All these wins on the schedule, man, am I talking myself into Vrabel? That's nuts. I usually play the longer shots with Coach of the Year, but I think his number should be much shorter.
Yeah, it certainly wasn't pretty, but listen, it's the full Trevor Lawrence experience. Jenks, I think this might be my favorite highlight of the entire year. Just because it wasn't the fact that he just fell down, he was almost flat on the ground.
Mhm.
Like, he was down to the point where there were several Chiefs players who stopped going. And they're
Yeah.
like, okay, the play's down. No. He kept running, and, it eventually cost the Chiefs the game. Like, maybe Trevor Lawrence would have scrambled past him, but still, what a resilient play from Trevor Lawrence, and a resilient win from the Jags, who overcame some really big, miscues in the first half of this game where Trevor Lawrence didn't know where the line of scrimmage was, and he made a forward pass. You're like, they're paying this guy $275 million, and then he fumbles at the goal line. But that's why you stay in the game. And we've seen this over the past couple weeks in the NFL. You can overcome some of these miscues if you just stay in the game. And what a massive win for the Jags. I feel like this is a team where I was thinking this last night because they were telling us, oh, they've got the throwback uniforms on. You're like, throwback to what? 15 years ago? It feels like a team that doesn't have a ton of history. So they need these big primetime wins to kind of like build some culture in a team that I feel like a lot of us kind of find untrustworthy. So I felt like this was a massive game in primetime for Trevor Lawrence and the Jags as an organization.
Yeah, the Jags just don't have much of an identity. They play in Jacksonville, which doesn't have a lot of pro teams. They don't have a great history. They've had some moments over the years, but then they've been so dysfunctional in their front office for so long. There was the whole Urban Meyer debacle, and they brought in a bunch of head coaches who just couldn't get it done, so they bring in Liam Cohen, and they draft Trevor Lawrence. So they're trying to sort of identify who they are and what they stand for. And look, they've already matched their win total from all of last season. They're now 4-1. And to give credit to Trevor Lawrence here, it's so interesting watching him play. Also, on that final play where he stumbled into the end zone, it wasn't just because he was uncoordinated. His right guard stepped on his right foot, which is why he fell to the turf initially and then found a way to get in. But he'll have a play where, he's rolling out to his left and Travis Etienne is right in front of him for an easy 6-yard pass. And instead he's like, I'll look to the end zone and try and find BTJ, who's completely covered, and, throws it away. And you're like, what are you doing? Or you talk about when he passes the line of scrimmage, then tries to throw it. And so those are maddening. And then he'll have a moment where it's a brilliant throw downfield or it's a heads-up play at the end of the game. So you see that talent right there, which is why they drafted him number 1 overall. And you would think if they can win a game like this and Trevor Lawrence can continue to grow under Liam Cohen, the Jags are really opportunistic on defense. They might have something here.
Oh, absolutely. And I think that's the question that we've been asking ourselves for a while now is Trevor Lawrence going to take
We're headed to the college gridiron right now on BetMGM Tonight.
Welcome back to BetMGM Tonight. Brad the Big Noise Evans with you. Ryan Horvat in the house on this Team Huevos Tuesday. We're going to be digging in a little bit more on 4 different matchups. Feature 4 different matchups every single Monday through Thursday during the football season. Of course, they're going to be focused on the junior circuit here momentarily, and some of the bigger marquee affairs slated here for college football week number 7. A friendly reminder before we dive in on the college football action, if you want to talk college football bets with us ahead of week 7, if you want to talk the NFL, whether in standard sides, totals, maybe my personal favorite, the player props market, maybe some action in the MLB, or some fantasy football. We know you're already racking your brain about some of those waiver wire priorities, those fab spends that you may have, those tough and difficult start-sit decisions. By all means, please pick up the phone and dial us fools at 833-732-3875. 833-732-3875. You can also fire off your questions and comments via the X or the Twitter at BetMGM tonight, where we have our pole dancing poll question of the day, and it's asking you this: what surprise top 10 fantasy football player at their position is most likely to hold value this NFL season? Your options are Matthew Stafford, who's right now quarterback 4 overall, Javonte Williams, who was RB2, Quentin Johnson of the Chargers, who was WR7, or A.J. Barner of the Seattle Seahawks, who is at tight end 7. So far, over 250 votes cast. Make your voice be heard. Exercise. Yeah, Democratic, right? Keep the votes a-coming. And again, drop us a comment, a.k.a. bring the noise on X at BetMGM tonight. Again, on X at BetMGM tonight. Sticking with the Seattle theme, Mariners draw first blood in the game as they grab a 1-0 lead. Got a runner on second base and nobody out against Jack Flaherty of the Detroit Tigers. Will keep you up to date. All the action there on the diamond in the Motor City. But right now, it looks like that's a base hit up the middle. Runner coming in to score 2-0. Seattle Mariners now. So there you go. Instantaneous update for you if you have some action on this matchup, as Rosarena, Randy getting the RBI single to extend that Mariners lead. All right, again, we'll keep you up to date on all the action in the MLB, but right now it's time for another edition of Fade or Follow.
Will you fade or will you follow?
Whose car are we going to take?
On BetMGM tonight.
All right, here's how this game works. Again, we do this every Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday here on BetMGM tonight. Got a 4-pack of college football games. I'm going to give you the matchup. I'm going to give you the favorite in the matchup by whatever the number is. The numbers nerd is going to come on out, give you a little background information based on the metrics and numerics that are out there. Then I'm going to kick it back to my esteemed colleague and Ryan Horvat and simply ask him, hey, you gonna fade or follow the favorite? So let's go ahead and dive in. And maybe the mother of all matchups this week, that's a battle of the Big Ten, and a behemoth one at that. The Oregon Ducks welcoming the Indiana Hoosiers, both teams undefeated. A lot on line here in terms of playoff positioning. A lot on line here of who may be the number 1 seed come the Big Ten championship game. Ducks are laying 8.5 against the visiting Hoosiers there in Eugene. The numbers there, to give it a little bit of background, a Football Power Index at ESPN has the Ducks at number 2 overall. Indiana just a little bit further down at number 4. Offense efficiency, according to Pro Football Focus, Oregon at number 10. Indiana numero uno in the nation. Defensive efficiency, Oregon at number 35, and Indiana a little bit better in that category too at number 8 nationally. So right now, based on the values, Indiana probably a damn good value at -8.5, but it's not my call. It's Ryan. So Oregon -8.5 against the Hoosiers. Horvey, fade or follow?
Yeah, I haven't bet this game. If I were to bet this game, I would follow Oregon. I would actually take Oregon. These are two really good football teams. I like Curt Cignetti, very good coach. Fernando Mendoza might be even better than Curtis Rourke. And I really like this Indiana offense. He is a top 5 quarterback throwing the intermediate routes. They're protecting him. But as good as they looked, Indiana, that is, against Illinois, struggled a little bit against Iowa. They had 337 yards of total offense against an Iowa defense that gave up 400 total yards to Rutgers, who's 0-2 right now in the Big Ten. They were also only 6 for 15 on third down against Iowa, and that's been their issue this season, which is rare. They're 62nd in third down success rate. And then Indiana also on the defensive side of the ball allowed Iowa, who's 107th right now in passing EPA and 105th in passing success, to have a pretty decent, solid, efficient passing day, man. Gronowski got hurt, but before that, they had a late down passing success rate of 47%, which for Iowa, that's like the greatest show on turf type stuff. I think Oregon's a really damn good team. I think this is going to be a close game for 3 quarters, and then they're going to pull away late. So maybe I'm going to wait and probably try to bet this live if it's tied late. Dante Moore is a legit Heisman candidate. The Will Steen offense is just so damn good, it doesn't matter who's running it. And I don't really want to bet against Dan Lanning. I've done that once this season with Penn State, and it was a huge mistake. I did it last year in the regular season with Ohio State, and he beat me. So Ducks or pass for me. I like Oregon here.
I gotta lay the chalk with the Ducks at home, -8.5 against the Indiana Hoosiers. Can't wait to watch that game. All right, let's move on to the Red River Showdown, the Red River battle against a guy, as you already called a bust, that being Arch Manning. His Texas Longhorns laying 3 in this one against Boomer Sooner. The numbers nerd, to give you a little bit of background info here. Football Power Index has Tejas at number 8 in the country, OK at number 15. Pro Football Focus, the offense efficiency, Texas number 48 in the nation, Oklahoma number 41. Defense efficiency, Texas at number 5, Oklahoma at number 17. So do what you want with all of that pertinent statistical background. Texas -3 against Oklahoma. Horvey, fade or follow?
Yeah, so if I'm wrong on any games this week, I'm fine with being wrong on this one because it means John Mateer does give it a go. He says he's pushing to play in this game. I think they're going to need him to beat Texas. When he's been on the field, I think Oklahoma's been the better team, right? That defense is top 10. But if he does go, how healthy is he? He had hand surgery a couple weeks ago, man. He's a quarterback. And this is do or die for Texas. If they finish 10-2, they'll be in the college football playoff, just like they were last year. If they finish 9-3, they're out. And even if Arch ends up being a first-round pick, for him, unfortunately, he had to be the next big thing, right? Like Andrew Luck at Stanford, but he just hasn't been, man. Too many turnovers, too many turnover-worthy plays, that weird sidearm thing that he does. That said, I just think that Texas, I think they find a way to win this game with their season on the line. I think Sark, a lot of pressure on him. He has not won a big game in a long time. So I'll go Texas here. I think they win this game by exactly a field goal. I think probably 31-28 is the final here.
Going with the fight, McConaughey's. Let's move on. We got Georgia Tech -14.5 against Virginia Tech. So a Tech-on-Tech showdown. Football Power Index at Georgia Tech, number 42 in the country. VT at just number 68. Offense efficiency, according to PFF. Georgia Tech at 58. Virginia Tech at 115 nationally. Defense efficiency, Georgia Tech number 103 in the country. Virginia Tech, a more respectable number 55. With all that info coursing through your brain, what do you say? Georgia Tech -14 in the hook against Virginia Tech. Fade or follow?
So I don't like laying big numbers with Georgia Tech because they kind of almost remind me of a service academy team, right? They like to pound the football, really good in the trenches, good defensively. But here, I'll follow Georgia Tech. I have to fade Virginia Tech the rest of the way. I know they won a couple weeks ago, man, but last week against Wake Forest, Drones was 14-28 passing for 111 yards through another pick. He's a guy, he's like the guy like Anthony Richardson, who seems, great dual threat quarterback. He just can't make the throws, though. So I like Georgia Tech. I think they win this game by 17 to 21 points. I would only lay the number here.
All right, not at all afraid of shiver me timbers and Captain Hook there. Gotta lay it with GT. All right, last one. Iowa State -3.5 on the road in Boulder against the Colorado Buffaloes. According to the Football Power Index at ESPN, the Cyclones number 31 in the country. Colorado at number 55. Offense efficiency according to PFF. Iowa State number 34. CU number 107. Defense efficiency. Both these teams in a similar range. Iowa State number 95. It's a bit stunning. Colorado at number 98. So what are your thoughts here? Iowa State -3.5 on the Boulder, taking on the Colorado Buffs. Fade or follow?
Fade. We're betting Dion for the first time this season. I bet Colorado here. This opened at 5.5. We're at 3.5 right now. This is just me fading Iowa State again, and I really do like Matt Campbell, but I just don't think this is a good football team, man. Now, they burned me like they did in Ireland against Kansas State, but Colorado also, don't get me wrong, like they're not a good football team whatsoever, but they've been juggling their quarterbacks. They played 3. Now they've went back to Caden Salter. He's another guy that he could run. He can't really throw the football, but I think he's going to make enough plays. I think Colorado wins this game outright. I think they shock the world or the 30 people that are watching. So give me the Buffs here.
All right, got to roll with the Buffs and try to make some bank on that matchup. I think that's a great call there. Trust nothing about Iowa State, any way, shape, or form. So I don't blame you at all. And I don't know a whole lot really about either of those teams. There's no fading the Cyclones or Colorado or the Cyclones has been rather profitable for the most part here of late. All right, we got to take a little siesta. We come back. We're talking nothing but New England Patriots with the awesome play-by-play voice of that franchise of Bob Sosi. So you want to stick around. We're going to dig on Drake May and so much more right here on BetMGM tonight, right here on the BetMGM Network. Stick around.
We're bringing the Wagertainment wherever you are. Stream the BetMGM Network live on Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn. Open the app and listen now.
To me, it feels like they win the division or they're out. Like, I don't think the AFC North is getting 2 teams.
Correct.
So if you're going to bet Baltimore, I would rather you just bet the division than bet the -140 or whatever, -150 to make the playoffs. It doesn't feel like it's a 2-team division. There's a long way to go, of course, but these defensive injuries are not going anywhere. And my big issue with Baltimore is that the team might just give up. You know, how many more losses can you take before you wave the white flag and just give up? I've covered teams in Chicago, gave up week 8, week 9. The year Brandon Marshall was screaming at the team in the locker room, none of y'all have any heart. And then they all just gave up because they're like, I hate everybody. I hate Brandon Marshall. I hate the coach. We're not going to try anymore. We're not going to tackle. Like, that's a thing in the NFL. And a team like Baltimore, to its core, is based on winning. Look at the Ravens with Lamar Jackson. Look at what they've been through together. 12-5, 13-4, 10-7 the last 3 years. They're used to winning. They're used to having a good time. They're used to being better than you. But if they go 1-6, what's the point of trying anymore? So they have a huge game this week against the Rams, and I don't think Lamar is going to play. Current number in the game also says Lamar is out because Baltimore is a 7.5-point dog at home. So let's assume they lose this one. Why would you bet any Ravens stock right now? You'd have to basically wait until they go 1-5 because you're going to get a bad number. They're going to lose this weekend. So why would you bet plus 105 or minus 140 when they're likely going to lose? So now they're 1-5. Let's play this out. Now you got to take on Chicago. You're at home, and maybe Lamar comes back to save their season. Is he healthy? Can he do what he's supposed to do? Can he do what we've expected him to do? Man, it's very difficult for me to get to any pro Ravens bet. If anything, I'm looking at this plus price on the no. You could bet them to miss the playoffs right now plus money. They're going to be 1-5 on Sunday. Detroit, Kansas City, huge game Sunday night. Where do you want to start there?
I mean, I think Detroit's a truck right now. You know, like, and by the way, why did we get jammed with 2 random Monday Night Football games this week? That was weird. But I think the Lions are just sort of on a. Yeah, I know. It's like the final 3 games of the week. You get Bills, Falcons, Bears, Commies, and then of course Sunday night Chiefs, Lions. Like I think they're all lined at like 47 plus. So should be some shootouts, should be some fun football in prime time to close out the week. Look, I think I mean, you're giving me points of the Lions. I'm going to take the points. You know, the Chiefs look like they're coming around. You know, they're probably better than their record says they are. We talked about them already. But Detroit, that week 1 game is, I think, just looks like an anomaly from the perspective of, Detroit lost the coordinators. They're not going to be very good. They can't run the football. Like they can do whatever they want, and they're great on defense and great on offense. This is a spot where we've seen the Lions as big underdogs go in and win against the Chiefs in week 1 with the Chiefs defending Super Bowl champions. Don't think Dan Campbell backs down from anybody. Think he'll go for every 4th down he gets a chance to go for in this spot. And 51.5 total. Should be a shootout. Should be fun. I'll take the Lions. They just have more weapons. And I think, you know, as unbelievable as Patrick Mahomes is for his entire career, you know, I think Jared Goff's playing at a pretty comparable level right now.
Time to bet and sweat.
The sweat is on. Yeah, the sweat is on.
With your hosts, the big noise, Brad Evans.
I got to duplicate that. No way. No shot in the HE hockey sticks.
And the mad better Ryan Horvat.
You don't got to bet every game. That's how you see those guys that live under the bridge? They lay 25.5 with UNLV week 0.
It's BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary.
Welcome back to BetMGM tonight. Brother Big Noise happens with you. Ryan Horvat in the house on this hashtag Team Waivers Tuesday. We're going to be talking about the New England Patriots all the time in this segment with the great Bob Sosi. So you want to stick around for that. Coming off that momentous win, a monumental one against the Buffalo Bills in Western New York under the primetime lights, knocking the Buffalo Bills in the ranks of the undefeated. Before we bring on Bob, a friendly reminder, folks, so you want to talk some fantasy football with us. We know you do. If you want to talk sports betting as well, whether in the National Football League, maybe college football or the MLB postseason, that is also part of our game. By all means, pick up the phone, contact us by dialing us fools at 833-732-3875. 833-732-3875. You can also hit us up on the X or the Twitter at BetMGM tonight. Again, reach out, bring the noise on X at BetMGM tonight. Without further ado, let's bring on Bob Socci, the Patriots radio play-by-play man, and a guy you got to follow on X, where he's always giving it to you there at Bob Socci. Again, on X, at Bob Socci. Bob, welcome back to BetMGM tonight. Let's go ahead and dive right in and start with a maturation and development of quarterback Drake May, who was absolutely been balling here the last like 3-4 games in a row. What have you seen in regards to his biggest steps forward that he has made in his overall game this season? What are your thoughts as well about his matchup this week on the road against the Fleur-de-Lis down there where they pour a handsome Sazerac, that being, of course, New Orleans, Louisiana. So give me your thoughts on Drake May overall and the matchup this week for against New Orleans.
Yeah, well, first, it's great to be with you guys again, especially after the game on Sunday night. A lot of fun. Going back to Orchard Park, final time for the Patriots in the regular season at Highmark Stadium. They had so much success there through the Brady years, no success whatsoever in recent years, and now really a watershed win in a lot of ways for Drake May and Mike Vrabel. In Vrabel's first season, of course, and May's really first full season now. It's year number 2 for him, but that was the 17th career start. And what we have seen, to your point, your question, is really a remarkable period of growth for him, really from week 3 through this past Sunday. Josh McDaniels took over as the offensive coordinator for this team, changing the offense, putting a lot more on the quarterback's plate. And May made some mistakes in the first game against Las Vegas, an interception that really turned that game in the third quarter. There were a couple of turnovers in week 3 versus Pittsburgh, but otherwise really played outstandingly in that game. And then I think the big difference the last few games is just better quarterback play overall. No turnovers on his part. He's been able to lift the team up, elevate guys. We've seen him make off-platform throws. We've seen him in the pocket. He's developed a chemistry now with Stephon Diggs. He's been able to make big plays in crucial spots, third downs, even fourth down. Go back to that Pittsburgh game. I think he went 4 for 4 on fourth down attempts in that game, passing-wise. So he is somebody that really, I think, has matured a lot in different respects of quarterback play. But the biggest thing, and I think it showed in the second half against Buffalo, is that he's now become the kind of guy who can elevate the people around him. And the leadership qualities, the traits that you look for in a quarterback who's going to be your franchise guy, those are starting to emerge. And I think at the prodding of Mike Vrabel, he's really challenged him since day one this year to really assert himself in that respect. But he's got a lot of physical gifts, and now we're starting to see him come into them. And really, I think the ceiling for him remains high. But as you mentioned, he's got to go to Las Vegas, go to New Orleans with the Pats this weekend. They're coming off a win. They got to handle prosperity. They're going up against a team that played Buffalo very tough 2 weeks ago, and then came back and beat the Giants. Yeah. And they've been able to take the ball away.
Bob, even though I really like the Buffalo Bills and I'm a big Josh Allen fan, I found myself on Sunday night cheering for Stephon Diggs because, right, it was relatable. He was relatable, even though, not many of us are dating Cardi B or expecting a child with her. But all of us have a former boss or employer that maybe we would like to go back and show up. Maybe we didn't get along with, right? So he finishes with 10 receptions, 146 yards. A lot of people were tweeting Diggs performing off pure hatred. He did have 6 grabs before that. He's coming off an ACL injury. He's 31 years old. Is this what you expect the rest of the season from Stephon Diggs? Is he the clear-cut wide receiver number 1 for the Patriots the rest of the way for Drake May?
Well, I think right now he is. He had a very good game 2 weeks ago as well in the rout of Carolina. And he's played well when he's been out there, and he's been a very reliable target. You look at the catch rate for him, the number of targets that he had through the first 3 weeks in particular. But he didn't have a lot of reps in those games. And you mentioned the knee injury. It's been essentially a year since he tore his ACL 8 games in to the Houston campaign in 2024. And his rapid recovery from that has been nothing short of remarkable. And I think that, early on, I wouldn't say it was a pitch count, but certainly there was a cautious approach with him. And the Patriots used a lot of 2 tight end sets. And when they did, often Diggs was not on the field. But what I think we have seen for him in this offense now is he's become a guy that is a stick mover, and then he's capable of making the plays downfield. And he's such a savvy route runner. the speed may not be what it was, although I'll say that against Buffalo, he showed more of a burst than he had previously. Maybe that's just, the residue of shaking off the rust and getting healthier, getting stronger, coming back from the injury. But he's been able to find spaces in zone defense. He's been able to beat guys that you would think, like in the case of Tre'Davious White or Taron Johnson for Buffalo, might not be overmatched given, their careers. And yet Diggs was able to shake free a number of times in that game Sunday night. And I think with him and May, we've seen a chemistry develop on the field. He's established himself thus far as a leader in the wide receiver room. You saw him very vocal on the sidelines. And there's, I think, a lot of evidence that he had extra motivation for that game. But I think, when you look at his history, Minnesota, Buffalo, he's carried that chip on his shoulder well initially. And for the Patriots, they're hoping, obviously, that, it continues throughout this season. We'll see where it goes from here. Right now, he's being targeted. He's being productive. And he's, like I said, he's being a leader. He's been happy thus far.
Yeah, just Mr. Reliable. 34 targets, and he's caught 29 of them for 359 yards. Outside of that, though, Hunter Henry is the second leading receiver, and he's a tight end. Who do you think could be that wide receiver number 2 on this roster?
Well, for the Patriots, the question for so long has been really who's the number 1 wide receiver, and now it looks like Diggs is clearly the top target. Although you would say, if you compared him to some of the young elite receivers around the league, maybe not the same kind of target that, say, like a Justin Jefferson with his old team in Minnesota is. For the Patriots, that number 2 guy, I think, Kayshon Boutte has been a very reliable player, but he's not a guy that gets open with great separation. He makes a lot of tough contested catches. He had a big one on that final drive the other night against Buffalo. He's had a couple of high-volume games, the last game of the regular season last year, the first game this season against Las Vegas. A guy with very, very good hands. He made a remarkable touchdown catch with a defender on him, draped all over his back against Miami. So I would say if you're talking about the wide receivers in that room, he's probably the number 2. But Hunter Henry flies under the radar nationally. But he is a guy that Drake May can count on. The consistency, the knack of making plays in pivotal spots. They haven't won a lot of games over the course of the last few years, as you know. That's, no fault of Hunter Henry's. He's been there reliably week after week. When they have had wins in the recent past going into this season, it always seemed like Hunter Henry was a guy who figured prominently, or at least gave them an opportunity in close games. And now what we're seeing is that he's making plays in some wins for this team against Carolina downfield and against the Bills, a couple of huge receptions in the game on Sunday night. And he's just a very yeoman-like player. And I don't want to sell him short because he's a good athlete too, obviously. But he's a guy that, I would say has probably been the most consistent player for the Patriots offense going back to 2021.
We're talking to the great Bob Socci right now, radio voice, play-by-play for the New England Patriots. Make sure you follow him on X, would you kindly, at Bob Socci. Again, on X, at Bob Socci. Bob, turning attention to the Patriots backfield, fantasy managers are growing frustrated with TreVeyon Henderson's lack of usage. With Antonio Gibson, unfortunately, now sidelined the rest of the season with that ACL, and given Ramondre Stevenson's ongoing ball security issues, do you finally see the rookie's role ramping up, maybe starting this week down in the Crescent City?
Well, I think the first time I was on the network right before the season started, I was asked about TreVeyon. And I kind of forewarned that Josh McDaniels' approach in the past has been running back by committee. And now that we're into the season, 5 games in with this contest coming up, and you look at the injury to Antonio Gibson, it would figure that now TreVeyon Henderson's role will expand. But I still think you have to be a bit cautious. He hasn't had any kind of a breakout thus far when he has been out there. One of the things that has limited his reps, frankly, is a strength of his from college that at the NFL level hasn't quite translated, and that's pass protection. He's had 3 penalties in pass protection. He struggled toward then. One of the great plays that May made on Sunday night, rolling to his right and hitting Diggs down the right sideline with an off-balance throw to the Buffalo 5-yard line. Well, May abandoned the pocket in part because Travion Henderson in pass protection was struggling to pick up the blitzer there, and Drake, sensing that, escaped early. So, you look at everything that's required for a running back, particularly in an offense like the Patriots, where they like to use their backs to dictate their terms, set up mismatches with a safety or especially a linebacker in the passing game. And it's imperative for a guy like Henderson to prove first, I think, that he can pass protect for him to continue to be out there. But at the same time, he's not a guy that had a lot of success being an every down back at Ohio State in terms of staying on the field. He was really at his best last year when there's more of a rotation for the Buckeyes. So, I really caution anybody who expects him to become a bell cow of any sort. I really believe Mike Vrabel is trying to stick with Ramondre Stevenson as long as he can, in great part because Stevenson is a guy that represents his dual threat, but also has the well-rounded skills of an experienced back in pass protection. But as you mentioned, and I noted with Gibson out, maybe now Henderson gets more opportunities because they're down to really two backs. They've got Terrell Jennings, who's on the practice squad. They brought in a couple of backs today for workouts. They signed another to the practice squad. So hopefully that means more plays for Henderson as a runner, more plays for Henderson as a receiver. But I would just be cautious before I put him on my team any given Sunday.
Bob, we got about 90 seconds left. Yeah, definitely. I mean, a lot of people are banking on Henderson to have a strong second half. Bob, we got about 90 seconds left. 5 weeks in, how have you reassessed this Patriots team standing at 3-2 overall? Do you think they're going to make the wild card?
Well, they certainly have changed the expectations here with the win over Buffalo. At 2-2, they're going to a stretch of games where you've got New Orleans and Tennessee and Cleveland coming up. There will be Tampa Bay, but on the other side of that, you've got a 3-game stretch that includes the 2 New York teams. And you're looking at what may very well be the easiest, or certainly it is one of the easiest schedules right now based on the NFL through 4 weeks. So I think that's altered the perception of where this team could go by the end of the year. And I think for a lot of people who believed at the start of the season, if the Patriots could be an 8-win team, maybe get to 9 wins, that's a success. But with the win over Buffalo, and considering the state of the AFC East, you get the Jets in disarray, the Dolphins in disarray. They've already beaten the Bills once. You look at the schedule. You look at a team like Baltimore, who's on there later in the year, and the struggles they're experiencing. Cincinnati with no Joe Burrow. You tend to think as one of those people who starts to think about, that's a possible win. That should be a win. That could be a loss. That this team is now in a lot better shape. But it's a team that has improved. It's a team that's not especially deep. And the NFL is a game of attrition, and this team really can't afford to lose key players. They've already lost Gibson. They're going to go through, like I said, a softer stretch in the schedule. If they emerge from that the way we think they can, then I think, not only is a wild card in play, but maybe even, something better than that by the end of the year.
No doubt about it. Fantastic stuff from the one, the only, the outstanding Bob Socci, Patriots radio play-by-play guy. Bob, we appreciate the time and the insights as always. Enjoy the season. You're going to be quite happy with the results this year.
All right, my pleasure, guys. Thanks a lot.
Thanks, Bob. Thank you. There he goes. And as I was talking to Bob, there went the ball over the fence off the bat of who? Vladimir Guerrero Jr. Yeah, let's count our winnings, baby. Yeah. Again, I had the over on 1.5 total bags. Had him again an RBI. He is owned. Carlos Rodon of Vladdy continues to be his daddy. A 2-run shot as Toronto goes up 2-0. All right, we come back. It's team totals coming up next in the NFL in Week 6. Stick around. This is BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network. Way to go, Vladdy!
Don't go anywhere. Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat will be right back with more Wagertainment on BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
American. Number 24, South Florida, taking on North Texas. North Texas actually opened as the 1-point favorite in this game. We've seen some USF money come in. They're now a small favorite at -1, -115 on the money line. I don't have a play yet in this game. I do feel like North Texas is definitely going to be the contrarian play, right? USF had the big win against Florida. They had the big win against Boise. North Texas is undefeated, but not a lot of people have gotten a chance to watch them play. I think they're probably the right side in the game, but ultimately I don't know if I'm going to end up with a bet in that one. Number 1, Ohio State takes on number 17, Illinois and Champaign. Buckeyes favored by 14.5. I'd lay the lumber with Ohio State in this game. Look, we already saw Illinois go up against one decent team in Indiana, and we saw how that went, losing by 50. Now they're going up against arguably the best team in the country. I just don't know how much Illinois is going to score on that Ohio State defense. So I'd look to lay it with Ohio State against Illinois. Number 8, Alabama. At number 14, Missouri. Bama 3-point favorite in this game with a total 51.5. Very interesting game, right? That spread feels a little tricky, but it makes a lot of sense because this is a very difficult spot for Bama. Off the bye week, they've played 2 Super Bowls, essentially. You play Georgia at night, massive game to save your season. Then you get the revenge game against Vandy, College game days there. Next week, they host Tennessee under the lights. And then you get this like sandwich game against Missouri when they're coming off a bye. It's at noon Eastern time, 11 a.m. local. It's a very tricky game. Missouri's got a very good run game with Pabula, the quarterback, and Ahmad Hardy, the running back. I still kind of like Bama in the game, though. I would lean towards them -3, but I think it's going to be a very close game. Might be a game that you just want to end up and live betting. Number 7, Indiana takes on number 3, Oregon. Ducks a 7.5-point favorite. Total is 55.5. I think Indiana's a pretty easy team to handicap. They're so well coached. They don't beat themselves. They don't make mistakes. They don't turn the ball over. But we have seen that when they go up against teams that are more talented than them, that's when they tend to struggle. We saw what they look like against Ohio State and Notre Dame last year. Now they're going up against a very talented Oregon team that's very well coached. Cignetti is terrific off of a bye week. I'm hoping this thing continues to go down. If we can get a 7 with Oregon, I'm going to lay it with the Ducks. We also have Oklahoma and Texas Red River. Texas, a 2.5-point favorite. Total in the game is 42.5. Talked about this one yesterday. Anything under 3, I like the Longhorns in the game. Now, there is some rumors swirling out there that John Mateer might be back in this game for the Sooners. If he is, that would kind of make me like Texas more. I don't think Oklahoma should rush him back, but it's a do-or-die game for Texas, must win. I like the Longhorns. Florida, 7.5-point dog at Texas A&M on Saturday. Total in the game, 46.5. This is going to be the best defense that Texas A&M has faced all season. Florida, I mean, you know, in these games against great teams, LSU, they were hanging in there. If it wasn't for the 5 interceptions from Lagway, Miami, who might be one of the top 2 or 3 teams in the country, they hung with them for about 2.5 quarters and then had the nice win against Texas last week. I think Florida can keep this game close. I'd probably look at them plus the points. Georgia and Auburn should be a good one under the lights on the Plains. Talked about the under yesterday. I like under 46.5. I think Georgia wins the game, though, and I think Georgia -160 on the money line. Good bet in that one. I just trust Kirby, and I think they find a way to win a close game. Number 15, Michigan at USC. The Trojans are 2.5-point favorites with a total of 57.5. For me, it's simple. USC's at home. They're off of a bye. I think they're going to find a way to win this game. I'm still not really sold on Michigan all that much. Yes, Michigan should have a big advantage on the trenches with the way that they can run and USC's inability to stop the run. But I think coming off a bye and this game being in LA, again, we talk about it all the time with the Big Ten, these teams that have to travel through multiple time zones, big disadvantage. I'll take USC.
It's time to place your bets. This is BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Welcome back to BetMGM Tonight on this hashtag Team Huevos Tuesday. We're going to get to some team totals here in a minute in the National Football League ahead of Week 6. Got a 5-pack of games. We're going to decide whether we're going to go over or under on some of these lines. Seeing a little bit of minimal movement on a couple of them, but there is some certainly muy interesting games for the sports betting and, of course, the fantasy football audiences. By the way, if you want to talk fantasy football with us, you also want to talk sports betting, whether in the MLB postseason, NFL in Week 6, or college football in Week 7, guess what? You absolutely can. Simple way to get a hold of Jorge and I, just pick up the phone and dial those fools at 833-732-3875. 833-732-3875. You can also just up on the X or the Twitter at BetMGM tonight. Bring the noise on that platform. Again, you drop your comments and questions at BetMGM tonight on X. Seattle's extended their lead. Eugenio Suarez went deep on a solo shot, and Cal Raleigh just knocked in another run as Sanzoni also scored. So it looks like Seattle up now 4-0 heading the bottom of the fourth inning against Detroit, looking damn good there. And Vladdy Daddy does it again. A bomb that he absolutely dropped over the left field fence off a con. He's on 11 of 18 lifetime. I think the OPS now approaching 2,000 in his career against the southpaw of the New York Yankees, as the Blue Jays are already out to a 2-0 lead. 1 out in the bottom of the first inning. And your boy is up right now, Horvey, and that's Aaron Judge. You have him in the crew to cash parlay to get a hit. My leg is already cash, and that was Vladdy to just get a hit. And of course, that was the home run variety. Now, if I actually had some huevos and I were our producer, the outstanding Brandon Combs, I would have just taken Vladimir Guerrero Jr. anytime home run and been taking victory laps. But no, man, I wanted us to get a winner. So I have done my part to get a hit. Hopefully, Aaron Judge will pull through for you, Horvat, and we'll start off 2 for 2. And there it is, right on cue, base hit from Aaron Judge. Way to go, Ryan Horvat. Again, 2 legs have already cashed on our crew to cash parlay. The other 2 legs remaining, if you want to sweat alongside of us. Combs has got the over on the hair with Cody Bellinger at 1.5, and Andres Jimenez on the under a half a hit for Michael Montgomery. Work of the video known as Monty. So we may come through. Again, the juice on that, when we booked it, was at plus 584, 2 legs down. Oh, Cody Bellinger hit one in the night sky, and that's going to be caught, unfortunately. 0 for 1. So got to do some damage there. But we're still live. Again, 2 legs down, 2 to go for the crew to cash to come through this evening. But right now, we got to turn our attention to the NFL. It is a Team Totals Tuesday here on the program. So let's go and start off with a Thursday night football matchup between the Philadelphia Eagles and the New York Giants there in East Rutherford. The over-under right now at 41. I'm going to give you a little bit of background here. Numbers near time, Mr. Horvat, and then I will kick it to you, and you can decide fade or follow, and then I'll piggyback on your answer. The EPA offense and defensive rankings for Philadelphia, 17 and 10. EPA offense and defense of the Giants, 28 in offense and 26, yikes, and defense. Certainly a lot of holes on both sides of the ball. Betalytics, our outstanding friend Rachel Krychek and company there, projects this game to go over with a presumed total at 43.4, so kind of a convincing over. So what do you say, Ryan Horvat, knowing all the background information? Over or under Eagles, Giants, Thursday night in Jersey? The number is 41.
I would be on the side of Rachel and Betalytics, to be honest with you. I do agree, right? Or I don't agree, but I understand why the under money came in. Usually Thursday night football, short week, rookie quarterback going against our Super Bowl winning defense. Eagles offense struggling, especially in the second half of these games. They have not been able to get the pass game or A.J. Brown going. But I think this is a good get-right spot, actually, for the Eagles offense. The total opened at 43.5. Now that we're down to 40.5, I might wait, see if we could get into the low 30s, but I'm going to bet the over in this game. A rare Thursday night over for me. I think the offense is going to show well for the Eagles, like I said. And I think with Jackson Dart behind center, even if they're chasing points late, he's a rookie quarterback. He could throw a couple interceptions that could go for 6, or he can make plays with his legs. I don't think the Giants are going to be shut out, so I like the over. I'm going to bet the over in this game.
I'm going to take the over as well. By the way, a little bonus time. I took the over on Jackson Dart rush yards at 38.5. Actually played the alt market at 40+ at an even Steven plus 100 odds today. You can read about that bet a little bit more right now if you want to on my website. It's absolutely free at thegamingjuice.com. Check it out, thegamingjuice.com. All right, let's check out Broncos, and we'll go with the other New York franchise, the Jets. Jets. Over under right now at 43.5. Numbers nerd background on this one. Denver, an EPA offense, 16 in the NFL so far through 5 weeks. Defense at number 3. The Jets, number 23 in offense, number 29 in defense. So highly beatable, highly exploitable in that capacity. Rachel Krychak, again, she's smart. America at Betalytics projects a 46 flat overall total, again north of the 43.5. So again, with all that pertinent info, Ryan Horvat, you gonna go over or under 43.5 and Broncos and Jets?
I'm gonna go over again. I'm with Rachel in her model, man, because this total opened at 41.5. Now this doesn't take money to the under, this takes money to the over. We're up to 43.5. And the over is minus 115. This is probably the last number I want to play. Once we get to 44.5, I don't know that I want to play that. I think 24-20 sounds realistic here. I'm not the biggest Bo Nix guy, but it's looked good the last couple of weeks, and he made me money against Philadelphia by not only covering but winning that game outright. And the Jets' defense, really for the last 2 years, it's been overrated. Really the last 3 years since Aaron Rodgers got there, especially that secondary. So, yeah, I think 24-20 again, like 27-20 maybe even sounds about right here. So I like the over.
Yeah, I like the over too. My only concern is this. Look, I think Denver is going to bank at least 30 points in this game, right? That's the magic number for them. I think they're going to hit it. The question is, can I get 2 scores out of the Jets against Patrick Surtain and this defense? That's the thing. Look, garbage time is going to be a thing. I think the back door is going to be wide open in terms of us covering this total on the over. I think Justin Fields will come out smell like a rose maybe in the fourth quarter. His team may still lose by 3 touchdowns, but I think we're going to get there. I will take the over as well and follow Rachel Krychak and Betalytics Analytics and bank on that over at 43.5. What about the Cowboys and Carolina Panthers? 49.5 is the total right now at BetMGM. The EPA per play offense for Dallas, number 3 in the NFL, and they are dead last. Rock bottom, the dregs of the keg in EPA per play defense, number 32. Carolina, pair of 21s in offense and defense. I think points are going to be plentiful. The Cowboys have been a moneymaker on over and over again. How on earth can I fade them since they don't play a damn lick of defense? Carolina not much better, and Dallas really firing right now on all cylinders. Even with CD Lamb out in that offense, the Dak attack has been full real. So I'm going to take the over. Where do you stand on Dallas and Carolina? Rachel Krychak's got this exactly 50, so barely an overplay for her at Betalytics. But what's your call? Over, under, Cowboys, Panthers, 49.5.
If I got this on open at 46.5, I would have went over. 49.5, I'm kind of with Rachel again where, just not a huge advantage, but I definitely could not bet the under. Here's the case that I would make for the under, though. Both teams march up and down the field, get into the red zone, and you get Bryce Young, terrible turnovers. You get fumbles at the goal line. That's what happens if I bet an over in Carolina and Dallas. Instead, I'll sit back and play a couple player props. But yeah, my lean would be the over with these two defenses that give up a ton of explosive plays, don't get stops. But we also got to remember a couple weeks ago, man, when Carolina shut out Atlanta at home. They beat them 30-0, shut down that offense. Penix looked terrible. So that's what's weird about the NFL. Anytime it seems like a slam dunk with one of these totals, never is. But yeah, I can only bet the over here.
Yeah, I think Dallas would have to be blackout drunk not to put some points to the board against this Carolina Panthers defense. Really, the same could be said about Bryce Young and company, but man, he has been just so erratic once again this year. All right, we're over and over the first 3 games. Will the trend continue? Well, let's find out. Detroit, Kansas City, maybe the marquee matchup of the week. Almost a must-win situation for a Chiefs team. Kind of in dire straits after not taking care of business. Leighton Duval County against the Jacksonville Jaguars, who extend the record of 4-1. The over-under on this game also 49.5. Background here: EPA per play offense for Detroit, number 5. EPA per play defense for Detroit, also number 5. Kansas City at number 6 in EPA per play offense, but number 23 in EPA per play defense. You saw that front and center, how leaky they have been defensively last night against the Jags. Betalytics has got this at 51.2, so a comfortable over. My lean is also over again. What say you? Are you going to go over for the 4th straight game? 49.5 Lions. Jeez. What's your call here, Horvey?
I lean under. I only have so far bet the Chiefs, but I think Detroit's going to be able to run the ball against Kansas City, since everybody's been able to run the ball against Kansas City. Even though their offensive line is dealing with some injuries, it's still David Montgomery and Jahmyr Gibbs. So I think they should find some success. It's Jared Goff on the road at Arrowhead, so do you really want to drop him back 35-plus times? He's been pretty impressive, so you never know. And then for Kansas City, I just don't trust them to hit a bunch of explosive plays. This isn't the Tyreek Hill Kansas City Chiefs or Travis Kelce at 28, Kansas City Chiefs. So I actually lean under here.
All right, taking the under for the first time in this segment. Last game, you're on the Bears. Bear down, Chicago Bears. The total right now at 50. There's the music. The Bears right now coming off the bye week on the season. EPA per play offense number 25 in the NFL. EPA per play defense number 19. The Commanders EPA per play offense 7. And on defense they're at number 16. Betalytics has his forecast of Rachel Krychek at 54.3 total points. Well north of the 50 number. I'm also well north for the 5th straight time, so you might want to fade the living daylights out of me. I think it's going to be a high-scoring week, but what's your call? Over or under 50 total points in Bears Commanders?
Yeah, I would only be able to bet the over in this game, right? I mean, I just do not trust the Bears to get multiple stops in this game. The reason I like the Bears to cover and win this game, maybe even outright, is the Commanders' defense. I know, like you said, they're top 16 right now, but I think there will be some regression as the season wears on. So it would be an overlook for me, but instead I just took the Bears. This is probably my favorite bet of the weekend, but over for me. Maybe even a Bears team total over.
All right, to recap, if you're just joining us here on a Team Totals Tuesday, Philadelphia and the G-Men, we're on the over on 41. The Broncos and the Jets are on the over at 43.5. Cowboys and Panthers on the over at 49.5. Lions and Chiefs, a little bit split here. I'm on the over at 49.5. Horvat is on the under at 49.5, but kumbaya to finish things off. Bears Commanders on the over at 50. Again, fade or follow. That is entirely up to you. All right, let's get you an update on the dime. And again, the Mariners up 4-0 right now on Detroit in the top of the 5th inning. The M's really cruising in that matchup. Meanwhile, Toronto in a potential elimination game of the New York Yankees are up 2-1. Yankees did get one back. Giancarlo Stanton. I just love saying that name. Giancarlo Stanton had a single to left center. Ben Rice was moved on a second, but Aaron Judge was knocked in. Judge has already cashed a hit. Got a single for you in the Crew to Cash parlay. Vladimir Guerrero, he's already gone yard. He scored the first 2 runs of the game with a 2-run shot, as Davis Schneider was also knocked in on that. Again, 2-1, Toronto up on the New York Yankees in the top of the 2nd inning. Man, I've been so impressed with the Blue Jays. A lot of people, Horvat, were doubting him, even as a number 1 seed, but they're proven to be the real deal Holyfield, aren't they?
Yeah, I'm mad at myself because when we did the baseball preview before the year, I was like, nobody's giving the Blue Jays any love, man. And you got Vladdy, who's playing for a new contract, which he ends up getting right away. But it's funny because he kind of struggled out of the gate. He was hitting the ball, but he just wasn't hitting homers. And I'm not a big home run prop guy, but remember, I kept playing it because do theory. And he's on a tear. Hopefully the Blue Jays don't blow this, because I do have Series Price, and I bet the Blue Jays tonight. 2-1 game, runner on first for them, so hopefully we could get some run insurance here.
All right, we're going to take a little siesta here on BetMGM tonight. We come back. It's a Team Huevos Tuesday, all plus money all the time. Coming up next right here, BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network. Stay tuned.
We're bringing the Wagertainment wherever you are. Stream the BetMGM Network live on Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn. Open the app and listen now.
And I think you're right on Vrabel. And you're not knocking him by saying third favorite. Like, he's in that conversation. I get it, third favorite. What I don't get is the number. Like, you could make a case that he could be the favorite, especially after the win on Sunday night. And you can get a plus 850. That's a good number for Vrabel. If you told me before the season, Vrabel, who was a co-favorite entering the year, okay, in week 5, they're going to win in Buffalo. Here's the record, and look at their schedule. And by the way, when they play Cincinnati, there's going to be no Burrow in November. All these wins on the schedule. Man, am I talking myself into Vrabel? That's nuts. I usually play the longer shots with Coach of the Year, but I think his number should be much shorter.
Yeah, it certainly wasn't pretty, but listen, it's the full Trevor Lawrence experience. Jenks, I think this might be my favorite highlight of the entire year. Just because it wasn't the fact that he just fell down, he was almost flat on the ground.
Mhm.
Like, he was down to the point where there were several Chiefs players who stopped going. And they're
Yeah.
like, okay, the play's down. No. He kept running, and, it eventually cost the Chiefs the game. Like, maybe Trevor Lawrence would have scrambled past him, but still, what a resilient play from Trevor Lawrence, and a resilient win from the Jags, who overcame some really big, miscues in the first half of this game where Trevor Lawrence didn't know where the line of scrimmage was, and he made a forward pass. You're like, they're paying this guy $275 million, and then he fumbles at the goal line. But that's why you stay in the game. And we've seen this over the past couple weeks in the NFL. You can overcome some of these miscues if you just stay in the game. And what a massive win for the Jags. I feel like this is a team where I was thinking this last night because they were telling us, oh, they've got the throwback uniforms on. You're like, throwback to what? 15 years ago? It feels like a team that doesn't have a ton of history. So they need these big primetime wins to kind of like build some culture in a team that I feel like a lot of us kind of find untrustworthy. So I felt like this was a massive game in primetime for Trevor Lawrence and the Jags as an organization.
Yeah, the Jags just don't have much of an identity. They play in Jacksonville, which doesn't have a lot of pro teams. They don't have a great history. They've had some moments over the years, but then they've been so dysfunctional in their front office for so long. There was the whole Urban Meyer debacle, and they brought in a bunch of head coaches who just couldn't get it done, so they bring in Liam Cohen, and they draft Trevor Lawrence. So they're trying to sort of identify who they are and what they stand for. And look, they've already matched their win total from all of last season. They're now 4-1. And to give credit to Trevor Lawrence here, it's so interesting watching him play. Also, on that final play where he stumbled into the end zone, it wasn't just because he was uncoordinated. His right guard stepped on his right foot, which is why he fell to the turf initially and then found a way to get in. But he'll have a play where, he's rolling out to his left and Travis Etienne is right in front of him for an easy 6-yard pass. And instead he's like, I'll look to the end zone and try and find BTJ, who's completely covered, and, throws it away. And you're like, what are you doing? Or you talk about when he passes the line of scrimmage, then tries to throw it. And so those are maddening. And then he'll have a moment where it's a brilliant throw downfield or it's a heads-up play at the end of the game. So you see that talent right there, which is why they drafted him number 1 overall. And you would think if they can win a game like this and Trevor Lawrence can continue to grow under Liam Cohen, the Jags are really opportunistic on defense. They might have something here.
Oh, absolutely. And I think that's the question that we've been asking ourselves for a while now is Trevor Lawrence going to take the next step?
BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network. Presented by BetMGM. Make it legendary.
Welcome back to the BetMGM Tonight program. Brother Big Noise Evans with you. Ryan Horvat in the house on this hashtag Team Huevos Tuesday, which means we got to get some Huevos-y bets locked and loaded. We're going to do that here in this segment. All plus money all the time, possibly in college football, possibly in the NFL, possibly even in the MLB postseason. It's steal or call it, and we're going to get to it with back-to-back bets here in a second. For the reminder, we got our pole dancing poll question today live right now on the X or the Twitter at BetMGM. It's asking you this: what surprise top 10 fantasy football player at their position is most likely to hold value this NFL season? Your options are Matthew Stafford, who is currently quarterback 4, Javonte Williams, currently RB2, Quentin Johnson of the Chargers, currently WR7, or A.J. Barner, currently tight end 7 for the Seattle Seahawks. So far, over 250 votes cast. Make your voice be heard. Exercise your democratic right. Keep the votes coming and drop us a comment, a.k.a. bring the noise on X at BetMGM Tonight. Again, on X at BetMGM Tonight. BetMGM account holders will receive an Any Sport Parlay Boost token. Score a bigger payout if your wager with a Parlay Boost token hits. Tokens can be used on parlays and my personal favorite, SGP. So opt in right now on the Any Sport Parlay Boost token only at BetMGM. All right, it's Team Huevos Tuesday here on the show, which means we got to get some more plus money on the board. Yes, as Hawk Harrelson would like to say. So here's how we're going to make this thing work. Ryan's got a bat lead off. He's going to toss out a favorite plus money suggestion. It could be the NFL, could be college football, could be on the Major League Baseball diamond. He is going to give you the odds behind said bet. He is going to give you the reasons why he likes said bet. And then when he is done, he's got to hand it off to me, and I will do the exact same thing. We're going to squeeze in as many Huevos-y bets as we possibly can here in this segment and hopefully make some significant plus money juice in the end as well. So, Ryan, again, you are our consummate Ichiro Suzuki, a slap hitter, elite speed, high OPS, high on-base percentage. What do you like out of the gate with your first Team Huevos Tuesday plus money pick?
Yeah, let's go with a revenge game angle, and I got a little 2-for-1 special. I'm going to bet Rico Dowdle to have a touchdown in this game, to score a touchdown, plus 105 to have a touchdown. I sound like my wife. I'm going to take him to score 2 touchdowns, actually, which I forgot to do earlier, and it's available now. Plus 250. Now, maybe Hubbard comes back and it's a 50-50 split here, but he ran for 206 yards on 23 attempts, found the end zone in that win. Now, granted, it was against Miami, but who's he get this week? The Cowboys. In that run defense, outside the top 20 in every defensive category against running backs. He had 169 yards after contact, which was the most any running backs had in a single game this year. I like him to do it again. I don't know what happens the week after or the week after, but I like Rico again this week. Anytime touchdown, plus 105 and a little tequila shot. At plus 650 for him to have 2 revenge game narrative against the Cowboys. Yeah, I like it a lot. Rico Suave.
Rico Herrera Suave. for you Gerardo fans out there, 90s fans.
Yeah.
That was a banger back in the day. I'm not going to lie. It was a damn good song. Thoroughly enjoyed it. Thoroughly enjoyed that bet. I can't believe it's plus money, quite frankly. I don't think Chuba Hubbard's going to play. Canales, remember, we talked about it yesterday. He came out and said he is day-to-day. I mean, there was rumors floating about that he could land on injured reserve with that calf setback, which means he would automatically miss 4 games. So at a minimum, if Chuba Hubbard happened to be active, I think Rico Dowdle's going to get 50% of the opportunity share, the overall time share. So like him, anytime touchdown, revenge game. Love that narrative. Always bet on it. People are like, oh, that never cashes. See Stephon Diggs, you jackasses. All right, I'm going to go with Rome Odunze. Anytime touchdown, a game that should be plentiful in terms of points scored against the Commanders. I saw this. Eyes popped out of the stock. Half juice, which is plus 155. Yeah, rolling the shoulders, getting seduced by the juice. Roma Dunze has been a moneymaker for fantasy purposes. For those who have been betting on the anytime touchdown market, the over on receptions, the over on yards. He's seen 26.7% of the team target share, 27.8% a red zone target share. He has 5 red zone targets on the year. Remember, he already had the bye week. It's still top 10 in the NFL. A 12.6 passer rating when targeted. Already has the 5 TDs this season, and he's been a king of consistency, Horvey. He scored in all of his games, all 4 this year. Washington, middle of the pack. Number 17, a drop back EPA defense. Got to get a lot of Trey Amos, who is decent, but not like a lockdown corner. Number 40 in pass coverage grade, though he has not allowed a touchdown to his assignments this year. Still, I think Odunze crosses a chalk anytime touchdown on the road in the nation's capital, taking on the Commanders. Love the price here at plus 155. Let's keep the honk honk plus bus rolling. Horvat, what else do you like?
Yeah, I was talking trash to Brandon during the commercial break, but he was actually doing his job and getting one of our guests on the phone. But I told him to run back the tape where all summer long I was preaching about Liam Cohen and how he had a legit shot to win Coach of the Year and how even though he had the weird soundbite, the Duval. I like what he can do with an offense. There it is. I like this Jags team, and I had them last night, and they went outright against the Chiefs. Perfect time to sell some stock, though. Give me the Seahawks. Coming off that field goal loss to the Buccaneers as 3.5-point favorites. Usually I like Seattle a lot better at home, but we'll trust them away. They're catching 1.5 right now, so it's pretty much a pick, but the plus 1.5 is minus 112. Keep the point. I think they win this game outright, so I'll go Seahawks on the money line, plus 105. Bounce back spot. Sam Darnold's been damn good, and now you have Trevor Lawrence going against that Seahawks pass defense. I think he's going to turn the ball over probably a couple times here. So I like the Seahawks a lot at plus 105 right now.
Yeah, look, I think he's going to look like a late career Mark Brunell, former Jags great, one of my favorite players as a teenager, believe it or not, back in the day. So it's not going to be pretty, I think, for Trevor Lawrence against that Seahawks D. I'm going to go with Ted McMillan. I'll go with another anytime touchdown prop. Same price as Roma Dunze, plus 155. Take it on the pathetic Dallas Cowboys. Just money in the bank when you go against them. McMillan has not scored yet this season, and in his NFL career, he's a rookie, but he's going to get off the schneid, going to get his first end zone spike of his career. Dallas, number 31 in drop back EPA defense, have allowed 10 touchdowns, 10 just to the wide receiver position so far. Probably going to get a lot of Deron Bland in coverage. Who's given up a 72.2% catch rate, 110.9 passer rating, and 1 touchdown. McMillan, a favorite. Bryce Young in this offense, 8.8 targets per game. He's seen 3 red zone looks. Again, no touchdowns, but I think he scores for the first time this season, this week. So give me Ted McMillan, Teteroa McMillan, if you want the full name. Anytime touchdown against the Cowpokes at plus 155. Loving that juice as well. Horvat, you're going with a guy you believe is going to finally lead the struggle bus on Thursday. Who is that?
Yeah, A.J. Brown, Jalen Hurts, Saquon Barkley, who's beat up. I don't think he practiced today, but they had a little team meeting to fix the offense. I'm going to go with A.J. Brown. I'm going to ladder this, but I'm going to be cautious. I'm going to go 70-plus receiving yards, plus 152 Thursday night against the Giants. Like I said, I like an Eagles team total. I do think that their offense is going to bounce back against this Giants defense. The trends aren't good. A.J. Brown last game against Denver, 43 receiving yards. A.J. Brown against Tampa Bay, 7 receiving yards. A.J. Brown against the Rams, 109 receiving yards. If you go back even last year, though, Brad, let's set this number 64.5. He's went over 65 receiving yards twice the last 10 games. This goes back to last year. He had 96 against the Commanders on January 26th, NFC Championship game, and then 109 against the Rams. I think he's going to get force-fed targets, though. I think he sees at least 10 targets. I like him to have 70 receiving yards and a touchdown. A.J. Brown, bounce back, coming out party against the Giants this Thursday. I like that a lot.
He's got to snap out of the funk, man. Look, I know a lot of people are down on him. They were selling for like pennies on the dollar right now in fantasy via the trade market. But I think the buy low opportunity, that window is about to slam shut because I agree. He's overdue for a breakout. And why not against the Giants? That defense stinks. Makes all the sense in the world. All right, let's go with one of your favorite guys, Tucker Kraft. Anytime touchdown against the Cincinnati Bengals, plus 125. Can't believe this is a significant plus juice. That's why I grabbed it today. You look at the Bengals, they're number 24 in drop back EPA defense on the season. They've allowed four tight end touchdowns already this year. Remember, they just had their bye week. They've also given up a very nice 69 yards per game to the tight end position. So you want to double down on Kraft or maybe put it together in an SGP, anytime touchdown, and the over on whatever's yardage number that comes out. I am certainly game for it. You look at Kraft, he's averaging 5 targets per game, healthy. He has got 5 total red zone targets, seeing 20% of the Green Bay Packers red zone target share, and he scored twice. And honestly, he could have another couple of touchdowns on the board because it fell just short in the last game that we saw him in a couple of weeks ago. So Tucker Kraft, anytime touchdown, plus 125. I will also probably bet on the over on receiving yards as well. And I'm waiting and I'm demanding, please drop this tonight. BetMGM, Romeo Dobbs, anytime touchdown. I don't give 2 craps what the number is. I am buying it. I'm locked. I'm loaded. Take my money, BetMGM. Take it. Love me some Romeo Dobbs this week. And Horvey, I know you agree.
Love Romeo Dobbs, man. I'm starting him in fantasy. I do think as well he gets in the end zone. I keep playing these Matthew Golden anytime touchdowns. And it's Romeo Dobbs with a golden sombrero, 2 touchdowns, 3 touchdowns. So I think you just got to keep playing him, man. He's leading the team in targets, target share. He is the guy right now.
All right, we got to take a little siesta here on BetMGM tonight. Next up, we're getting down with our guy, Rob Brown. Stick around. This is BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
We're bringing the Wagertainment wherever you are. Stream the BetMGM Network live on Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn. Open the app and listen now.
To me, it feels like they win the division or they're out. Like, I don't think the AFC North is getting 2 teams.
Correct.
So if you're going to bet Baltimore, I would rather you just bet the division than bet the minus 140 or whatever, minus 150 to make the playoffs. It doesn't feel like it's a 2-team division. There's a long way to go, of course, but these defensive injuries are not going anywhere. And my big issue with Baltimore is that the team might just give up. You know, how many more losses can you take before you wave the white flag and just give up? I've covered teams in Chicago, gave up week 8, week 9. The year Brandon Marshall was screaming at the team in the locker room, none of y'all have any heart. And then they all just gave up because they're like, I hate everybody. I hate Brandon Marshall. I hate the coach. We're not going to try anymore. We're not going to tackle. Like, that's a thing in the NFL. And a team like Baltimore, to its core, is based on winning. Look at the Ravens with Lamar Jackson. Look at what they've been through together. 12-5, 13-4, 10-7 the last 3 years. They're used to winning. They're used to having a good time. They're used to being better than you. But if they go 1-6, what's the point of trying anymore? So they have a huge game this week against the Rams, and I don't think Lamar is going to play. Current number in the game also says Lamar is out because Baltimore is a 7.5-point dog at home. So let's assume they lose this one. Why would you bet any Ravens stock right now? You'd have to basically wait until they go 1-5 because you're going to get a bad number. They're going to lose this weekend. So why would you bet plus 105 or minus 140 when they're likely going to lose? So now they're 1-5. Let's play this out. Now you got to take on Chicago. You're at home, and maybe Lamar comes back to save their season. Is he healthy? Can he do what he's supposed to do? Can he do what we've expected him to do? Man, it's very difficult for me to get to any pro Ravens bet. If anything, I'm looking at this plus price on the no. You could bet them to miss the playoffs right now plus money. They're going to be 1-5 on Sunday. Detroit, Kansas City, huge game Sunday night. Where do you want to start there?
I think Detroit's a truck right now. And by the way, why did we get jammed with 2 random Monday Night Football games this week? That was weird. But I think the Lions are just sort of on a. Yeah, I know. It's like the final 3 games of the week. You get Bills, Falcons, Bears, Commies, and then of course Sunday night Chiefs, Lions. I think they're all lined at 47 plus. So should be some shootouts, should be some fun football in prime time to close out the week. Look, I think you're giving me points of the Lions. I'm going to take the points. The Chiefs look like they're coming around. They're probably better than their record says they are. We talked about them already, but Detroit, that week 1 game is, I think, just looks like an anomaly from the perspective of, Detroit lost the coordinators. They're not going to be very good. They can't run the football. They can do whatever they want, and they're great on defense and great on offense. This is a spot where we've seen the Lions as big underdogs go in and win against the Chiefs in week 1 with the Chiefs defending Super Bowl champions. Don't think Dan Campbell backs down from anybody. Think he'll go for every 4th down he gets a chance to go for in this spot. And 51.5 total. Should be a shootout. Should be fun. I'll take the Lions. They just have more weapons. And I think, as unbelievable as Patrick Mahomes is for his entire career, I think Jared Goff's playing at a pretty comparable level right now.
And sweat.
The sweat is on. Yeah, the sweat is on.
With your hosts, the big noise, Brad Evans.
I got to duplicate that. No way. No shot in the HE-double-L hockey sticks.
And the mad better Ryan Horvat.
You don't got to bet every game. That's how you see those guys that live under the bridge? They lay 25.5 with UNLV week 0.
It's BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary.
Welcome back to BetMGM tonight. Brad the Big Noise Evans with you. Ryan Horvat in the house on this #Timo Huevos Tuesday. We're going to be getting down with our dude Rob Brown here in a second. Breaking everything down in the world of the NFL and college football. And hell, if we have a little time, maybe we'll even ask him a question on baseball. And as I'm talking, it looks like the Blue Jays got another run. 4-1 head first. A diving slide by Vladimir Guerrero Jr. Could be putting the finishing touches here start on the New York Yankees. On the top of the third, Yankees fans, they got their head in their hands, asking questions beside themselves. By the way, Seattle up 5-1, heading in the bottom of the sixth inning against the Detroit Tigers. I'm all for Seattle and Toronto in the ALCS. I think it'd be one hell of a series. Again, further reminder, phone lines remain wide open if you want to talk a little fantasy football with us. You want to talk sports betting in the NFL ahead of Week 6, college football ahead of Week 7, or the MLB postseason. Hey, you absolutely can. All you got to do is pick up the phone and dial us fools at 833-732-3875. 833-732-3875. You can also fire off your questions and comments via the X or the Twitter at BetMGM Tonight. Again, on X at BetMGM Tonight. Now, through the power of animated picture and sound, let's bring in the sexiness that is Rob Brown, host of the Rob Brown Show on the Fan Upstate. And a man you gotta follow on X, where he's always giving it to you there at the Rob Brown Show. Again, on X at the Rob Brown Show. Rob, welcome back, my friend, to BetMGM Tonight. It's straight out of the gate from me. There are zero unblemished teams remaining in the National Football League. Several teams are severely hampered by injuries as parity reigns supreme. Of the following surprise teams, who is your pick to make the playoffs? Here are your options. New England, Jacksonville, massive win last night against KC, San Francisco, and probably still at 4-1, or the Minnesota Vikings at 3-2, and may get J.J. McCarthy back here in short order. They are on a 1-week CS, so hope get him back after the bye week. So, Rob, what do you like out of that group, and how the hell are you?
Hey, guys, good to be back. Thanks very much. I appreciate it as always. To jump right into the question, there was a team that I tried to sell you guys on before the season started, and that is the Jacksonville Jaguars. Now, let me tell you a little personal anecdote. Jacksonville, Florida is the butthole of America. It is the worst big city in the United States. That place can be carved off of the coast of Florida, float off into the Atlantic Ocean, and the states would be better for it. That being said, they put together a pretty good football team because we have said, and I have been working on this for a long time, and I think courtesy of Sam Darnold, Baker Mayfield, Danny Dimes, Mac Jones, and now Trevor Lawrence, I think I've got enough evidence to conclusively say that sometimes when a franchise quarterback fails, it's not because of the quarterback, it's because of the franchise. And for all of the hell that we have given, say, the Carolina Panthers the last couple of years, a team that has watched Baker Mayfield and Sam Darnold move on to become $100 million dudes, the Jacksonville Jaguars were every bit as inept, every bit the dumpster fire Carolina was. The only difference is Shad Khan was much better about keeping his BS out of the press, as opposed to David Tepper, who loved to dive headfirst into the commode whenever given the opportunity to do so. Well, let's look at what's happened to Jacksonville. They went and they got a GM who is not a yes man beholden to Shad Khan. Shad Khan decided, I'm going to go put all of my efforts into my soccer team in England and just let the Jaguars do their thing. They went and they got a head coach who is not a walking, talking piece of human garbage. Am I right, Urban Meyer? They got a guy who understands how to work within the process. And they went and they got the guy a couple of weapons in Brian Thomas and in Travis Hunter, who kind of had a bit of a coming out party last night on both sides of the football. They built around Trevor Lawrence, and oh my good gracious, would you look at that? Trevor Lawrence looks kind of like a dude now. Maybe it was the franchise, not the quarterback and franchise quarterback, that was the problem. Guys, I have a ticket out on the Jags to win the AFC South. And yes, they are shockingly tied with the Indianapolis Colts because Danny Dimes is kind of a dog too. But this team is for real. They are the 5th best rushing team in the NFL, and they are getting better by the game. That is the key. They are saying, yes, Trevor's a dog. We're going to turn him loose, but we're going to make sure we can run the gosh dang football. They're running the gosh dang football, and now they're getting home wins over the Chiefs because of it. I like New England in the upward trajectory. I like that Mac Jones is proving me correct that Brock Purdy is not a stellar, amazing all-time quarterback. He's just a quarterback in a great situation. Am I right, Mac Jones? But the Jacksonville Jaguars are for reals, boys. I tried to tell you preseason, and here we are.
Yeah, I bet the Jags to win the South too, Rob. So self high five from both of us. So I got 2 sports questions, but I got to throw like a little one at you, and you only got 60 seconds to answer, right? Aliens show up to planet Earth. You're in charge of saving the universe. You have to sing one Justin Timberlake song, Near Perfect, without karaoke lyrics. You only have 60 seconds to answer this. Which song do you choose and why?
Do NSYNC songs count as Justin Timberlake songs?
Yes.
No, it's got to be Justin.
Yes.
No, Justin Timberlake solo.
Oh, come on.
Ryan Horvat laid down the question. But I'm going to allow to, for the sake of saving mankind, I'm going to play by Brad's rules. If it's allowed to be NSYNC songs, I can go bye from back in the day. And not only that, can still hit every dance move from that song because I won a talent show in 2002 with my fellas doing the full choreography to it. Boys, not only is planet Earth saved, the aliens are probably going to give us some future technology as a thanks for my entertainment. You're welcome.
Sexy back. You have Senorita. You have the troll song.
Cry Me a River.
Cry Me a River. Come on, Rob.
You said no karaoke lyrics. And the reality is I understand the entertainment level of solo Justin Timberlake. I am a pro Timberlake guy, but I'm going to keep it buck. I'm also an old man. And like anything that came after, say, 2015 just isn't in the memory bank for me. You let me go back to 2001, 2002. Not only is the planet saved, but we're all going to be better off for it.
All right, let's get to the sports.
Amen.
Let's get to the sports. I would go with Senorita. I like the "it feels like something's heating up" part. Gets the ladies going. So let's go to sports. I don't know what you call this now. Let's just call it the Red River game. Oklahoma, Texas. First question: do you think John Mateer is behind center for Oklahoma? Second question: can Texas get their you-know-what together? And can Sark actually win a big game? Who do you like?
So let's start with this. It was, and forever will be the Red River Shootout, just like Florida and Georgia. Your game in Jacksonville will always be the world's largest outdoor cocktail party. I do not give a damn if you tell me not to say it. I will be saying it forever. It is the world's largest outdoor cocktail party. Just because you got a bunch of dumb frat boys who can't hold their liquor doesn't make it my problem. Okay, thanks. I will say the answer to that is, Ryan Horvat, they better hope that John Mateer is under center, because if he is not, we have all been dialed in on Arch Manning, and we should be. We got told this dude is football Jesus, come to save us from the clutches of bad quarterback play for the next few centuries, and he's not that. In fact, quite the opposite. I think we have gone from, I want to hold my horses because it wasn't Arch Manning who built up the hype, it was the media. Now I'm all the way around to, no, Arch Manning's just bad. He's just not a good quarterback, and I think we have to acknowledge that. That being said, I would also like to point out that the Texas Longhorns have a top 5 defense in just about every statistical category. They are one of the best 5 in stopping the rush, one of the best 5 in stopping the pass. We've all been brought into the gravitational pull of the Arch Manning verse, and nobody's talking about the fact that Texas is fielding an elite level defense. Granted, they absolutely crapped the bed against DJ Lagway and the Florida Gators last week, but I would also point out that because Arch could not sustain drives, and Florida plays with high up-tempo football, even if it's not always graceful, they were out there for a long stretch at a time, and I think they got gassed. If they end up having to go with Michael Hawkins Jr. under center for Oklahoma, or Oklahoma has not been able to sustain drives. If John Mateer is back for this game, they can sustain drives and they can get Texas on the back foot. So I'm going to play this right now, taking Texas and the points, which last I saw, or laying the points, which was -3.5. I'll actually take that. I might alt line it down to -2.5 and give myself the field goal grace, which is going to take it from even money down to like -135. I'm willing to buy as much as a full point, probably the half point down here. If Mateer goes, that changes everything. But as of right now, I have not heard that he is. It is Tuesday, almost Wednesday. Even if he does go, I suspect ring rust. I'll take Texas's defense to understand, okay, it is on us at this point. Give me the Longhorns to lay the points for now.
Okay, Rob, so I'm with you on that one too. So everybody around here, like everybody in my apartment building, I love it. They're all Penn State fans, Penn State graduates. And I've heard the same thing all week. We got the wrong quarterback. If we would have stuck with Bo, then we would have won that game against And I'm like, guys, but here's the thing. You wouldn't have, because I wanted to believe too, and it's still at the end of the day, it's James Franklin, and I think that he's cursed. But Bo has been really good. Missouri's been really good. What do you think about this Bama game? Bama only laying 3, because right now they look like the best team in the country. They've won 4 straight since losing to Florida State. Who do you like here?
I am going with Bama on this one. Listen, I love Mizzou. And Ahmad Hardy, that running back that they got at Mizzou, y'all aren't, and by y'all, I mean all of the United States of America, y'all aren't talking about Ahmad Hardy the way that young man deserves to be talked about right now. That's like a new school Craig Ironhead Hayward running the football right now. There's a throwback reference for you old people like me. You're welcome. I love Ahmad Hardy, but the reality here is what Ty Simpson is doing right now. That's another guy we're just not talking about. Ty Simpson right now is magical with the football. We came into the year, or at least I came into the year saying this year's college football was going to be determined, and the SEC was going to be determined by quarterbacks. We were talking about Arch Manning. We were talking about Gunnar Stockton, Garrett Nussmeier, Lenora Sellers, DJ Lagway, etc. And one of the teams we wrote off because they did not have that guy to compete at quarterback was Alabama with Ty Simpson. Holy crap, Ty Simpson's the best one in the SEC right now, boys. Like, he is hands down, except for, no fear, John Mateer, but he's been out. As far as the guy who's played every week, he's the best quarterback in the Southeastern Conference, and Alabama's showing it. I am more and more buying into the belief that Alabama was looking at Florida State, at a team that went 2-10 last year, and thinking, we'll just roll the Crimson Helmets out there and we'll ruin the folks' nights in Tallahassee, Florida. And it turns out FSU, again, not a great team. Not a great team. They're going to be 8-4. Maybe they can get to 9-3, but it's still respectable. I think they took that game a little bit of sleep at the wheel. And since then, Ty Simpson has just been getting better and better and better. I think the Alabama defense got embarrassed in that Florida State game. Since then, those numbers have statistically been coming up. If you take the Florida State game off the books, and oh, by the way, that includes Georgia on the road, and it includes a top 15 Vanderbilt Commodores team with Diego Pavia, who I tried to tell you is a good football team. If you take the FSU number off the books, Alabama's defense is one of the top 10 defenses in football, and Ty Simpson's the best quarterback in the SEC, and they are so spread out that Ryan Williams, who is a fantastic wide receiver, they don't have to lean on him. It doesn't have to be bleep it, Ryan Williams down there somewhere offense. They can utilize him in the way that he plays the best football, and that is fantastic as well. I think Kalen DeBoer shifted gears after that Florida State loss. Not only do I like Alabama in the cover like I did against Vandy last week, I like Alabama, and I might take it from 3.5 up to 4.5 to get myself a plus money bet on that, because I think they are going to cover with some comfort behind them.
Ooh. All right, we're about to wrap things up with our guy, Rob Brown, host of the Rob Brown Show in the Fan Upstate. Give him a follow on X, would you kindly, at the Rob Brown Show. Rob, will get you out here on this. Got about 60 seconds left. My first Bloody Maria or Mary is going to be poured at approximately 7:56 a.m. Central Time on Saturday outside Memorial Stadium. Who is your pick in Illinois and Ohio State? Right now, the Buckeyes laying 15.5 against my ILL. Do they remotely have a chance to even be competitive at home in this one?
Brad, they sure do. Not at all. I'm sorry, buddy. I'm here for you. If you need an emotional support radio host, you have my number. Text me. I'll walk you through it. No, the team that got drummed by Indiana by 53 points is not going to go up against a defense that is allowing less than 3.8 yards per play and win this game. If you'd have asked me this 2 weeks ago, maybe I could have given you some grace because the Buckeyes took a little while. But this past weekend, I think they upshifted. I think they hit the offense they need to be behind Julian, saying, I love you, buddy. I'm here for you. If you need somebody to talk you off the ledge on Saturday, somebody to just kind of tell you how special, important, pretty, and unique you are, text me. You're getting rolled this weekend, pal. I love you, though. Taylor Swift heart hand emojis.
Yeah, that's what the bloodies are for. I appreciate you, Rob. I got to get on out of here. When we come back, Fantasy Flames, Lame Shocker Specials, Week 6 at quarterback. Don't go anywhere, fools. This is BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Don't go anywhere. Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat will be right back with more Wagertainment on BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
In the American, number 24 South Florida taking on North Texas. North Texas actually opened as the 1-point favorite in this game. We've seen some USF money come in. They're now a small favorite at -1, -115 on the money line. I don't have a play yet in this game. I do feel like North Texas is definitely going to be the contrarian play, right? USF had the big win against Florida. They had the big win against Boise. North Texas is undefeated, but not a lot of people have gotten a chance to watch them play. I think they're probably the right side in the game, but ultimately I don't know if I'm going to end up with a bet in that one. Number 1 Ohio State takes on number 17 Illinois in Champaign. Buckeyes favored by 14.5. I'd lay the lumber with Ohio State in this game. Look, we already saw Illinois go up against one decent team in Indiana, and we saw how that went, losing by 50. Now they're going up against arguably the best team in the country. I just don't know how much Illinois is going to score on that Ohio State defense. So I'd look to lay it with Ohio State against Illinois. Number 8, Alabama at number 14, Missouri. Bama 3-point favorite in this game with a total 51.5. Very interesting game, right? That spread feels a little tricky, but it makes a lot of sense because this is a very difficult spot for Bama. Off the bye week, they've played 2 Super Bowls, essentially. You play Georgia at night, massive game to save your season. Then you get the revenge game against Vandy, College game days there. Next week, they host Tennessee under the lights. And then you get this like sandwich game against Missouri when they're coming off a bye. It's at noon Eastern time, 11 a.m. local. It's a very tricky game. Missouri's got a very good run game with Pabula, the quarterback, and Ahmad Hardy, the running back. I still kind of like Bama in the game, though. I would lean towards them -3, but I think it's going to be a very close game. Might be a game that you just want to end up and live betting. Number 7, Indiana takes on number 3, Oregon. Ducks a 7.5-point favorite. Total is 55.5. I think Indiana's a pretty easy team to handicap. They're so well coached. They don't beat themselves. They don't make mistakes. They don't turn the ball over. But we have seen that when they go up against teams that are more talented than them, that's when they tend to struggle. We saw what they look like against Ohio State and Notre Dame last year. Now they're going up against a very talented Oregon team that's very well coached. Cignetti is terrific off of a bye week. I'm hoping this thing continues to go down. If we can get a 7 with Oregon, I'm going to lay it with the Ducks. We also have Oklahoma and Texas Red River. Texas, a 2.5-point favorite. Total in the game is 42.5. Talked about this one yesterday. Anything under 3, I like the Longhorns in the game. Now, there is some rumors swirling out there that John Mateer might be back in this game for the Sooners. If he is, that would kind of make me like Texas more. I don't think Oklahoma should rush him back, but it's a do-or-die game for Texas, must win. I like the Longhorns. Florida, 7.5-point dog at Texas A&M on Saturday. Total in the game, 46.5. This is going to be the best defense that Texas A&M has faced all season. Florida, I mean, you know, in these games against great teams, LSU, they were hanging in there. If it wasn't for the 5 interceptions from Lagway, Miami, who might be one of the top 2 or 3 teams in the country, they hung with them for about 2.5 quarters and then had the nice win against Texas last week. I think Florida can keep this game close. I'd probably look at them plus the points. Georgia and Auburn should be a good one under the lights on the Plains. Talked about the under yesterday. I like under 46.5. I think Georgia wins the game, though, and I think Georgia -160 on the money line. Good bet in that one. I just trust Kirby, and I think they find a way to win a close game. Number 15, Michigan at USC. The Trojans are 2.5-point favorites with a total of 57.5. For me, it's simple. USC's at home. They're off of a bye. I think they're going to find a way to win this game. I'm still not really sold on Michigan all that much. Yes, Michigan should have a big advantage on the trenches with the way that they can run and USC's inability to stop the run. But I think coming off a bye and this game being in LA, again, we talk about it all the time with the Big Ten, these teams that have to travel through multiple time zones, big disadvantage. I'll take USC.
It's time to place your bets. This is BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Welcome back to BetMGM Tonight. Brad the Big Noise Evans with you. And in the house with Team Huevos Tuesday, Ryan Horvath. Hey, the Yankees ain't dead yet. Aaron Judge, RBI double. They have trimmed the lead of the Toronto Blue Jays from 6-1 to 6-2. And it's still an eternity to go in this game. It's only in the bottom of the third inning. Meanwhile, in the Motor City, Seattle up 5-1. Only need 6 outs to take care of business there against the Tigers. So there's your update on the Diamond. We're going to stay with a little fantasy football conversation here in this segment. We're going to be talking some quarterback flames, lames, and shocker specials ahead of week 6. A friendly reminder, if you guys want to talk some fantasy football with us, you absolutely can. Don't be shy. Don't be a wallflower. Don't be weak-minded. Just pick up the phone and dial us fools at 833-732-3875. 833-732-3875. You can also fire off your questions and comments via the X or the Twitter at BetMGM Tonight. Again, bring the noise on X at BetMGM Tonight. Further reminder, too, we have our pole dancing poll question today live right now on X, and it's asking you this, and it is a fantasy-related question. What surprise top 10 fantasy football player at their position is most likely to hold value this NFL season? Your options are Matthew Stafford, who right now is quarterback 4, Javonte Williams of the Cowboys, who is RB2, Quentin Johnson of the Chargers, who's WR7, or A.J. Barner of the Seahawks, who's currently TE7. So far, over 250 votes cast. Make your voice be heard. Exercise. Yeah, Democratic, right? Keep the votes a coming and drop us a comment, a.k.a. bring the noise on X at BetMGM Tonight. Again, on X at BetMGM Tonight. Cody Bellinger got a hit, so he's halfway there in the HRR for our Crew to Cash parlay. Ooh, baby. Hopefully that sticker's going to come through. We already hit the first 2 legs. Aaron Judge get a hit. He's got a pair. And Vladdy Daddy get a hit. And again, he had a 2-run home run in the first inning. Runners on the corners right now for the Yankees. And they're still cooking. Still registering balls. So we've got miles to go until we sleep. With the Blue Jays up 6-2 and nobody out right now in the bottom of the third inning at Yankee Stadium, which feels reinvigorated, to say the least. Again, we'll chime in. Any updates, if any of them do crop up here in short order. But right now, we got to talk some quarterback flames, lames, and shocker specials for the fantasy footballers there in attendance ahead of week 6. Again, a fantasy flame is somebody that is under 60% started right now in Yahoo League. So, Horvey, who you got to have a banner week 6?
Yeah, I'm going to go with Sam Darnold against the Jags. And Sam Darnold right now is rostered only in 31% of leagues. I'm figuring like $1 fab cash. But he's coming off a game where he threw for 341 yards. He looked really good, man. I just figured whoever had ball last was going to win that game. 4 touchdown passes and only 1 pick. That was his second top 10 finish through 5 weeks. He's been one of the better quarterbacks if you're looking at QBR. And I like the weapons. I like JSN. I think we both do, obviously. Cooper Kupp's been all right, even though he's aging. I like Horton, A.J. Barner, Arroyo. They got some studs. And the Jags defense has been pretty solid, but they're going to be on a short week. And they've given up 287 passing yards, 1.8 touchdowns, and 19.9 fantasy points per game to quarterbacks since week 1. Mahomes had 26.7 fantasy points, even though he only had 1 passing touchdown. They've lived off takeaways. They're taking the football away, but they're giving up yardage. So I like Darnold to continue his strong play.
All right, going to go with Sam Darnold. A guy made me some moolah last week. Took the over 1.5 passing touchdowns. He breezed past that. That was a plus 125, mind you. I'm going to go with Matthew Stafford. Age ain't nothing but a number. Aaliyah fans out there know all about that. But Stafford, a guy at 37 years young, is absolutely flying high. Again, he is top 5 among fantasy passers so far this season. A guy that's also top 10 in red zone completion percentage. He's been ultra accurate there inside the 20-yard line and is really elevating his overall fantasy point output. And I think he's going to continue to soar because the Ravens are absolutely atrocious, not healthy. Not even really functional pretty much everywhere right now defensively, as that is a unit that is number 29 in dropback EPA defense on the season. They've allowed the second most opponent fantasy points on a per-game basis to quarterbacks, giving up 7.11 pass yards per attempt, 270.2 pass yards per game, 2.6 passing touchdowns per game. I think Stafford's going to go for at least like 270 and a couple of TDs. Horvat, his over on 1.5 passing touchdowns, open at BetMGM at minus 220. That's crazy. So Matthew Stafford, I think, is going to dissect a beaten up Ravens defense yet again. So I think he's going to be a top 10 finisher. Give me him for at least, again, 270 and a pair of scores this week. By the way, Cody Bellinger is in. The herd just hit for our guy, Brandon Combs. So all we need is Andres Jimenez not to get a hit. I haven't checked. Monty, let me check in with you real quick before we get to our fantasy lames at quarterback. Has Jimenez slapped a hit yet tonight?
He has not. He got hit by a pitch and grounded out.
Love it.
Oh, fantastic. So we're very much alive here at better than 5-1 odds on our Crew to Cash parlay this evening. Again, we'll keep you abreast of how that develops. Right now, though, let's talk a little fantasy lame at quarterback. These are guys over 50% starting Yahoo leagues that we think are going to drop. Or who do you like this week? And you're going with a guy that has been a surprise sensation, to say the least.
Yeah, I'm playing against him this week. Now, I am in a 2-quarterback league, but I would fade Danny Dimes, the man formerly known as Danny Dimes. Now he just goes by Dimes. So he's been excellent running the offense. But really who's been excellent is my offensive player of the year and the guy that I traded 2 first-round picks in a dynasty league for, and that's Jonathan Taylor, who right now is on pace to go over 1,632 rushing yards. And I think they're going to be able to run the ball here. And Daniel Jones has actually failed to score 17 fantasy points now in 3 straight games because they're leaning on that ground game. And I know Arizona cost me in Survivor. I hate them. But they've also given up only the 5th least, I should say, fantasy points to quarterbacks in 2025. So I like Danny Dimes next week. The week after, this week, not so much. I think it's going to be a big Jonathan Taylor game.
All right, I'm going to stay in the same game, go with a different name. Give me the Dachshund of the Desert as a fantasy lame. Not going to earn his sausages this week. That's Kyler Murray against the aforementioned Indianapolis Colts, a guy that has a couple of subpar games already under his belt. With the duality, always has a fairly high floor. Probably going to be good for another 30 rush yards, but he looked through the air. Could be tough sledding for him as the Colts are number 5 in dropback EPA defense on the season. They've allowed the 13th fewest fantasy points on a total basis against the quarterback position, giving up 6.67 pass yards per attempt, 234.8 pass yards per game. However, they've allowed 8 touchdowns vertically to opposing signal callers. You look at Kyler Murray, better than advertised, number 11 in adjusted completion percentage, but he has gone for 20-plus fantasy points in just 2 of 5 games. I think it's going to be around 16, 17 fantasy points. Decent in a pickle, in a pinch, in a super flex, but you spend high draft capital on him, and chances are in a single quarterback league, he's going to let you down. So I don't like him on the road there in the Circle City. All right, let's dig a little bit deeper and go with a shocker special, my man. Under 15% started is the requirement based on those track ratios at Yahoo Sports. And you're looking at them making making it Mac, Daddy, assuming he gets the nod again. And that is who?
I'm thinking that Mac Jones does get the nod again. I heard our buddy Brian Baldy, saying that the Niners should ride the hot hand. I don't think that they can now because they paid Brock Purdy all that money. But, man, if they didn't, they probably would. Mac Jones has looked awesome, though. He's completing 66% of his passes for 301 yards, 2 tutties, and he's averaging 19.1 fantasy points per game in his 3 starts. He's had at least 2 touchdowns and 21 fantasy points twice. And, even though the weapons have been beat up, man, he's looked pretty damn good. And now he's going against Tampa, who just got in a shootout against Sam Darnold. So if Mac Jones starts, and I think that he does, I'm looking at him, man. I like him quite a bit. If, again, deeper leagues, if you need a quarterback this week, guy on a bye, I would look at Mac Jones. I wouldn't be scared away because he's Mac Jones.
Yeah, we'll see what the status is of
Yeah.
Right, and we'll see what the status is of Jamel Dean, right? I mean, that secondary at Tampa Bay is beat up, and even when they're at full strength, they're outside the top 20 right now in dropback EPA defense. I mean, Sam Darnold erupted. He was like Vesuvius out there, leaving all kinds of ash and debris on the field, and of course, a lot of fantasy points are in the box score. So, look, if Darnold can do it, he certainly can. So Mac Jones, and we'll see who he's throwing the rock to. Is Jawan Jennings going to be back? I think he is very much in the air. I heard some positive reports on Ricky Pearsall earlier today. I think he's going to be good to go. Of course, George Kittle is still out, but it doesn't really matter. I mean, Kendrick Bourne as his WR1 last week, and that guy went nuts for over 100 yards, caught 10 balls. Mac Jones, man, surprise sensation. Doing it for all the dad bods out there, which I greatly appreciate. So thank you there, Mac Jones. All right, my guy, shocker special quarterback, and I may regret this, but the matchup's so damn good. He's got to take advantage. It's Bryce Young. I have him in too many leagues. Now, granted, I play in like 4 or 5 different Superflex formats. Largely invested in him as my quarterback, too. Thought he would be, taking the strides, maybe build off the last 5 games of last year in which he was a top 12 producer at the quarterback position. But he's kind of gotten back to where he was over the first half of last year, which is just sort of ho-hum and wildly erratic, wildly unreliable and undependable, and I think it's going to be more of the same. Now, Dallas, I will say this, he has to be able to take advantage of this defense because they're number 31 in dropback EPAD. They've allowed the most fantasy points to the quarterback position, surrendering 8.39 pass yards per attempt, 306 pass yards per game, 14 passing touchdowns. Bryce Young, again, he's only quarterback 22. But my fearless forecast for him, I think this could be a season high in pass yards. He may flirt with 300 pass yards. I think he's going to go for multiple touchdowns and then pad the bottom line with, say, 20 to 30 rushing yards. That game's got a lot of shootout appeal. You and I both like the over at 49.5. I'm just going to keep betting overs on Dallas, and they can prove me wrong because they ain't stopping anybody right now. I mean, Jake Browning could go out there and probably throw for like 5 touchdowns against the secondary, and he's god-awful. So, Bryce Young, step your game up, young man. I need at least 20 fantasy points out of you. I think that's doable. He's my shocker special pick this week. Update. In New York, Yankees got another run on the board now, 6-3 into the 3rd inning. Could have been far worse. Shane Bieber out of the game. Bullpen comes in, is able to salvage things and limit the damage somewhat. By the way, now 6-1, Seattle in the bottom of the 8th inning. It's Detroit. Detroit very much on the ropes, taking body blow after body blow after body blow. I don't see how they're going to recuperate and get back in this game in time. But the Yankees still have a pulse, Horvey. So, team, maybe you might want to investigate doing a live dive on.
Yeah, I'm on the Blue Jays, so I'm hoping that does not happen. Right now, the Blue Jays minus 322 on the live money line. But if you like the Yanks to make the comeback, oh my God, you could actually get plus 630 if you shop around, better than 6-1. Okay, that's off the board right now. That may have been a mistake. Total 14.5. Yeah, I'm good on any live dives there. I'm just going to hope that the Blue Jays wrap up that series, hope that the Mariners wrap up that series. And I would love a Toronto-Seattle ALCS. Sign me up for that, man. Right? 2 unlikely candidates. I just I like new blood, and I don't need to see the Yankees. With all due respect to our people listening out in New York, I didn't need to see the Yankees in the series.
Yeah, look, I'm sick of the brand names too. I want some fresh blood in there as well. And, I love to see a team from, Canada playing Elite Baseball right now. I mean, they're killing it. That's a fun team. Great franchise, great fan base there in Toronto. They might be the team to beat, but a lot of people right now on the Mariners. I did build this parlay earlier today. At BetMGM, I want to get your early thoughts on this. It's a 3-leg anytime touchdown in the NFL. One with Jonathan Taylor, Ashton Genty, who I think could be the RB1 of ones this week because he's got a primo matchup against the Tennessee Titans, and Josh Jacobs is the other one. Plus 218. Fade or follow, Horvey?
Follow that one, man. I really like Jonathan Taylor and Josh Jacobs this week. So, yeah, I would follow that one. I think that's a really good one. I like going with running backs, man. I never trust receivers.
Yeah, I never trust receivers either, but I've got a couple of anytime touchdowns in that market. All right, got to take a little siesta. We come back. Our cars, full rundown right here. BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network. Stay tuned.
Don't miss a second of the Wagertainment. Listen to the BetMGM Network live, now streaming everywhere on Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn.
And I think you're right on Vrabel. And you're not knocking him by saying third favorite. Like, he's in that conversation. I get it, third favorite. What I don't get is the number. Like, you could make a case that he could be the favorite, especially after the win on Sunday night. And you can get a plus 850. That's a good number for Vrabel. If you told me before the season, Vrabel, who was a co-favorite entering the year, okay, in week 5, they're going to win in Buffalo. Here's the record, and look at their schedule. And by the way, when they play Cincinnati, there's going to be no Burrow in November. All these wins on the schedule. Man, am I talking myself into Vrabel? That's nuts. I usually play the longer shots with Coach of the Year, but I think his number should be much shorter.
It certainly wasn't pretty, but listen, it's the full Trevor Lawrence experience. Jenks, I think this might be my favorite highlight of the entire year. Just because it wasn't the fact that he just fell down, he was almost flat on the ground.
Mm-hmm.
Like, he was down to the point where there were several Chiefs players who stopped going. And they're like, okay, the play's down. No. He kept running, and, it eventually cost the Chiefs the game. Like, maybe Trevor Lawrence would have scrambled past him, but still, what a resilient play from Trevor Lawrence, and a resilient win from the Jags, who overcame some really big, miscues in the first half of this game where Trevor Lawrence didn't know where the line of scrimmage was, and he made a forward pass. You're like, they're paying this guy $275 million, and then he fumbles at the goal line. But that's why you stay in the game. And we've seen this over the past couple weeks in the NFL. You can overcome some of these miscues if you just stay in the game. And what a massive win for the Jags. I feel like this is a team where I was thinking this last night because they were telling us, oh, they've got the throwback uniforms on. You're like, throwback to what? 15 years ago? It feels like a team that doesn't have a ton of history. So they need these big primetime wins to kind of like build some culture. And a team that I feel like a lot of us kind of find untrustworthy. So I felt like this was a massive game in primetime for Trevor Lawrence and the Jags as an organization.
Yeah, the Jags just don't have much of an identity. You know, they play in
Right.
Jacksonville, which doesn't have a lot of pro teams. They don't have a great history. They've had some moments over the years, but then they've been so dysfunctional in their front office for so long. There was the whole Urban Meyer debacle, and they brought in a bunch of head coaches who just couldn't get it done, so they bring in Liam Cohen, and they draft Trevor Lawrence. So they're trying to sort of identify who they are and what they stand for. And look, they've already matched their win total from all of last season. They're now 4-1. And to give credit to Trevor Lawrence here, it's so interesting watching him play. Also, on that final play where he stumbled into the end zone, it wasn't just because he was uncoordinated. His right guard stepped on his right foot, which is why he fell to the turf initially and then found a way to get in. But he'll have a play where, you know, he's rolling out to his left and Travis Etienne is right in front of him for an easy 6-yard pass. And instead he's like, I'll look to the end zone and try and find BTJ, who's completely covered, and, you know, throws it away. And you're like, what are you doing? Or you talk about when he passes the line of scrimmage, then tries to throw it. And so those are maddening. And then he'll have a moment where it's a brilliant throw downfield or it's a heads-up play at the end of the game. So you see that talent right there, which is why they drafted him number 1 overall. And you would think if they can win a game like this and Trevor Lawrence can continue to grow under Liam Cohen, the Jags are really opportunistic on defense. They might have something here.
Oh, absolutely. And I think that's the question that we've been asking ourselves for a while now is Trevor Lawrence going to take the next step?
It's time to place your bets. This is BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Welcome back to BetMGM Tonight. Probably the big noise Evans with you. Ryan Horvat in the house on this hashtag Team Waivers Tuesday. We're going to be viewing our cards here momentarily. And as well, we're going to give you the pole dancing poll question of the day results. Friendly reminder, if you want to talk fantasy football with us, you're prioritizing your waiver wire options as we speak. Maybe you're debating a trade or possibly already looking ahead some of those tough start-sit decisions ahead of Week 6. Hey, we're here to help. And by all means, don't be shy. Don't be a wallflower. Just pick up the phone and dial us fools at 833-732-3875. 833-732-3875. You can also fire off your questions and comments via the X or the Twitter at BetMGM Tonight. Again, on X at BetMGM Tonight, where we have our pole dancing poll question of the day. Let me go and shut that down. It was asking you this: what surprise top 10 fantasy football player at their position is most likely to hold value this NFL season? Your options are Matthew Stafford, who is a quarterback for, Javon Williams, who is currently RB2, Quentin Johnston, who's WR7, or A.J. Barner, who shockingly from the Seattle Seahawks, tight end 7, official 257 votes cast. Horvat, who led the way?
That's a tough one. I'll go Quentin Johnston.
Third place finisher was Quentin Johnston. A little bit surprised by that. At 19.1%, leading the way in resounding fashion was juggernaut Javonte Williams. People are really buying in the belief that he is going to be able to sustain a top 10 fantasy season. 51.4% of the vote. Matthew Stafford in second place at 23.3%. It's amazing what he's doing at 37 years young. And then dead last, somebody buying A.J. Barner at 6.2%, that he scored a touchdown in 3 of his last 4 games. A couple of comments, of course. Brandon Combs, our sensational EP and man working the board here on BetMGM Tonight. He chimed in and said this: if he stays healthy, it has to be Stafford. The Cowboys defense will allow Williams enough second half touches. Johnston is a wild card because we don't know really what he is yet, and Barner has too many weapons on his team. Stafford is the only proven commodity. Kind of don't disagree with that point of view there, Brandon.
Yeah.
Matt Mayer also chimed in and said tight end is the easiest to maintain due to the fall off at the position. So way to not answer the question, Matt. Just a general comment. Yeah, tight end is pretty easy to fill in. See A.J. Barner, only 4% rostered right now. We talked to him last night in our Hawk the Waiver Wire segment. Somebody I'd probably throw like $5-10 at right now if I need an upgrade at the tight end position. I don't think he's going anywhere, folks. I know Elijah Arroyo is still involved in kind of a loose timeshare of sorts there at the tight end position, but Sam Darnold trusts him. He's like his new TJ Hawkinson, target him a lot underneath. He's coming off a 7 target, 7 catch, 50+ yard, 1 touchdown game. And again, he's crossed a chalk in 3 of his last 4. So don't sleep too hard on A.J. Barner, even in, flex leagues where maybe you got a better starting tight end, like an elite at the position, like a Jake Ferguson. You could plug in Barner in a flex position, and, he could get you some sexy results, 10 to 12 points in a PPR any given week, especially this week. Against the Jacksonville Jaguars. So I like them quite a bit. All right, let's go in and get after it with our cards this evening. I've had a killer night. I don't know about you, Horvey. How are your wagers looking here on this Tuesday? I know you had one bet tonight, and you had a lot of look-ahead lines that you featured as well. So please share.
Yeah, we have the Seattle goes up now 8-1. So Mariners, but that was supposed to be before the show started. I like them -135. I have them to win the AL. It was a good hedge opportunity. The 2 futures I placed were the Tigers and the Mariners. So there goes Detroit, it looks like. Or about to be. So then I also like Toronto tonight. They're up 6-3 right now. That game's in the top of the 4th. They're -306 on the live line. So Blue Jays so far so good for play number 1, so hopefully they don't blow this. I trust that they won't. This was a fate of the Yankees. Play number 2, I like the Bears catching 4.5 against the Commanders. This is a rematch of that Hail Mary game from last season. Bears are coming off the bye. I think Ben Johnson's going to have a few tricks up his sleeve against that Commanders defense. Probably going to be a shootout, but I think Chicago at least keeps this game within a field goal. So I'm going to grab the Bears right now at 4.5. And then I like the Chiefs to bounce back. I bet this last night at 1.5. Now it's at 2.5. Anything under a field goal, I like the Chiefs, but I just went money line as well, -135 against the Lions. Lions defense has surprised me, especially that pass rush. A couple weeks ago, they had 6 or 7 sacks against Lamar Jackson. Offense hasn't really skipped a beat even without Ben Johnson, but the Chiefs are desperate, man. And it's at Arrowhead. They're at home. We get Jared Goff on the road. I think the Chiefs win this game, so Chiefs money line to close it out.
All right, I'm liking that quite a bit. Break out the brooms, folks, because, again, I've had a whale of a night. All of it on one game in Blue Jays and Yankees. Play numero uno. I took the over on the Vladdy Daddy. Hit a bomb in the first inning, and that over was on 1.5 total bases. Cha-ching at +125. Second play, Shane Bieber. I had a fever, and I needed more Shane Bieber. I had the under on 2.5 earned runs. 3 runs were given up, but only 2 were of the earned variety. So that under hit on 2.5 earned runs at a -135. Double cha-ching! And the third one, looking good so far. We can't use the sound effect yet, but the same game parlay Toronto +1.5 on the run line, and Toronto 4+ runs. They've scored 6, so we're halfway there. That was at +125. So the broom, again, might be sweeping on my card tonight. Now, what is really interesting is our crew to cash, which was at +534. I had Vladimir Guerrero to get a hit. Cha-ching! You had Aaron Judge to get a hit. Cha-ching! Brando had Cody Bellinger, on the over. 1.5 HRR, also known as It's RBI, also known as Her. And guess what? Cha-ching! We're only waiting for Monty, so the sweat is on. Hey! The sweat is on. He had Andres Jimenez under a half a hit. So far, Jimenez is over 1, batting in the 9 spots for the Toronto Blue Jays. So hopefully that's going to come through. That's a last leg. Hopefully it's not going to get screwed up. And if it does come through, we cash in at +534. But wait! We had more. I had Vlad Guerrero with again RBI. Cha-ching! At +185. And the other bets that I shared looking ahead. Sledgehammer special of the Maryland Terrapins, +6.5. at home against the Nebraska Cornhuskers. I honestly can't believe it's 6.5. I thought that line was going to be like 3.5, maybe 3, 2.5. 6.5, I'll take it again. Doubling down the exact same line they had last week against UW. Hopefully they won't melt, although they did cover last week despite being up 20-0 in that game. And then Troy Franklin, my bonus time. I'm going to get your thoughts on this one real quick, Horvey. The over on 36.5 receiving yards against the Jets, who are dead last in pass EPA defense. And Franklin is a guy who has certainly had his moments this season, building a nice duck-to-duck chemistry, at least rejuvenating that from his college days with Bo Nix. He could absolutely ball out this week based on matchup alone. So your thoughts on Franklin, fade or follow my overplay, 36.5 receiving yards at a -115.
Yeah, no, I would only follow that one, man. I like his skill set, right? He's got, if you're talking fantasy, he's got 2 top 36 wide receiver finishes. I got him on the bench, but one week he was wide receiver number 7, the other 36. He has a 72.8% route share and 19.7% target share. I like these next couple matchups, to be honest with you, man, right? The Giants, the Cowboys. I mean, these are 2 teams that have given up top 10 fantasy points to perimeter wide receivers, and that's where he's primarily running these routes. He saw 5 targets week 5. I really like the skill set of Troy Franklin. So I think he finishes closer to 45, 44. I would price that in the 40s. So I think that number's a little short. So I'm going to join you on that one.
Yeah, look, I'm in on Franklin. I cannot believe the number is south of 40 yards. Bottom line. Just point of reference, we will not have this and predict the prop tomorrow, but I want to get your thoughts too. Cortland Sutton opened at 60.5 receiving yards in that same matchup against the Jets. I'm waiting for the anytime touchdown on him. If it's anywhere near plus money, I'm in.
Yeah. Anytime touchdown is what I would look for. In the low 60s, I'd probably play that as well. I think those would be the 2 guys that I would look at, though. Franklin and then Sutton. I think I would prefer, though, the anytime touchdown rather than the receiving yards, because I do think that there's going to be a couple red zone targets for him. That'd be the way that I would look to go with it.
Let's do an impromptu game of predict the prop. Go ahead and predict the prop on J.K. Dobbins in that matchup against the Jets rush yards.
All right, J.K. Dobbins. Let's go 72.5 -115 to the over.
Oh, just barely. It's under that. It's at 67.5, so you got to play the over. I certainly am.
Yeah. I think he finishes with anywhere from 72 to 75. I think he gets in the end zone once. I've been playing a lot of these 2 touchdown props with running backs. I might look at J.K. Dobbins with one of those. I usually look for like at least a 5-1, 6-1 price. Pizza money, but, just a little fun on a Sunday. Rather than doing the touchdown parlays, just because it's so hard to hit those, man, right? Like to hit 4 or 5 guys. 2 is like where I go now. Like Saquon Barkley and Jahmyr Gibbs, although Saquon Barkley isn't a great example this year because he's really struggled compared to what he did last year, obviously. Yeah. But, yeah, I would look maybe 2 touchdowns for Dobbins. I think it could be a big week for him. So I do like that rushing prop quite a bit.
Yeah, J.K. Dobbins, I don't think gets enough love right now in fantasy. I mean, he's coming off a 100-yard game. A lot of people are thinking, R.J. Harvey is going to be the guy. He's going to eat into the opportunity share eventually. R.J. Harvey's role has steadily grown as a runner. And by the way, the over on 2.5, again, it's significant plus money. It's like plus 130 if you like that. But I think game script is going to be really contingent on whether or not that's going to cash. I think the Broncos got to take care of business on the road against the Jets this week. All right, I got to exit stage left. Horvat sticking around for a bonus hour of BetMGM tonight. Until tomorrow, adios, amigos. Take care of business, Blue Jays.
We're bringing the Wagertainment wherever you are. Stream the BetMGM network live on Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn. Open the app and listen now.
me, it feels like they win the division or they're out. Like, I don't think the AFC North is getting 2 teams.
Correct.
So if you're going to bet Baltimore, I would rather you just bet the division than bet the minus 140 or whatever, minus 150 to make the playoffs. It doesn't feel like it's a 2-team division. There's a long way to go, of course, but these defensive injuries are not going anywhere. And my big issue with Baltimore is that the team might just give up. You know, how many more losses can you take before you wave the white flag and just give up? I've covered teams in Chicago gave up week 8, week 9. The year Brandon Marshall was screaming at the team in the locker room, none of y'all have any heart. And then they all just gave up because they're like, I hate everybody. I hate Brandon Marshall. I hate the coach. We're not going to try anymore. We're not going to tackle. Like, that's a thing in the NFL. And a team like Baltimore, to its core, is based on winning. Look at the Ravens with Lamar Jackson. Look at what they've been through together. 12-5, 13-4, 10-7 the last 3 years. They're used to winning. They're used to having a good 10. They're used to being better than you. But if they go 1-6, I mean, what's the point of trying anymore? So they have a huge game this week against the Rams, and I don't think Lamar is going to play. Current number in the game also says Lamar is out because Baltimore is a 7.5-point dog at home. So let's assume they lose this one. Why would you bet any Ravens stock right now? You'd have to basically wait until they go 1-5 because you're going to get a bad number. They're going to lose this weekend. So why would you bet plus 105 or minus 140 when they're likely going to lose? So now they're 1-5. Let's play this out. Now you got to take on Chicago. You're at home, and maybe Lamar comes back to save their season. Is he healthy? Can he do what he's supposed to do? Can he do what we've expected him to do? Man, it's very difficult for me to get to any pro-Ravens bet. If anything, I'm looking at this plus price on the no. You could bet them to miss the playoffs right now plus money. They're going to be 1-5 on Sunday. Detroit, Kansas City, huge game Sunday night. Where do you want to start there?
I mean, I think Detroit's a truck right now. You know, like, and by the way, why did we get jammed with 2 random Monday Night Football games this week? That was weird. But I think the Lions are just sort of on a. Yeah, I know. It's like the final 3 games of the week. You get Bills, Falcons, Bears, Commies, and then of course Sunday night Chiefs, Lions. Like I think they're all lined at like 47 plus. So should be some shootouts, should be some fun football in prime time to close out the week. Look, I think you're giving me points to the Lions. I'm going to take the points. You know, the Chiefs look like they're coming around. You know, they're probably better than their record says they are. We talked about them already. But Detroit, that week 1 game is, I think, just looks like an anomaly from the perspective of, Detroit lost the coordinators. They're not going to be very good. They can't run the football. Like they can do whatever they want, and they're great on defense and great on offense. This is a spot where we've seen the Lions as big underdogs go in and win against the Chiefs in week 1 with the Chiefs defending Super Bowl champions. Don't think Dan Campbell backs down from anybody. Think he'll go for every 4th down he gets a chance to go for in this spot. And 51.5 total. Should be a shootout. Should be fun. I'll take the Lions. They just have more weapons. And I think, you know, as unbelievable as Patrick Mahomes is for his entire career, you know, I think Jared Goff's playing at a pretty comparable level right now.
It's time for more Wagertainment.
I wake up feeling really good about the day. We hit the gym, we hit the squat rack, more than 3 plates still, even though we're pushing 40 years old.
It's time for the madness.
You just go right on Twitter or X. That's where you're going to see me giving out college football bets. We don't win every week, but we are going to win 8 of the 12 weeks.
It's BetMGM Tonight, After Dark, with Ryan Horvat.
BetMGM Tonight After Dark. Ryan Horvat with you here for the next 60 minutes. Right now, we got postseason baseball going down. Puck drops in the NHL season. Blackhawks, already losers. They lose 3-2. Right now, though, the Yankees just made this interesting. Down 6-3. Aaron Judge homers to left field. The 3-run shot to score Trent Grisham and Austin Wells. And it looked like it could be over for the New York Yankees. And just like that, we got a 6-6 game. Toronto, still favored as of right now. It hasn't updated yet. Minus 210. You can get the Yankees plus 260. Yeah, now that's off the board. But we got a tie ball game with Cody Bellinger at the dish, 2 away, as the Yankees looking to avoid going down tonight. The Blue Jays looked out of this world the first 2 games. Really, the first 3 games of this series up until that 3-run shot there for Aaron Judge. But yeah, we got a 6-6 game. Man, wow. So Judge homers earlier tonight. Vladdy stays hot. He hit a 2-run shot to make it 2-0 in the top of the first. That one caught me off guard. Postseason homers in franchise history, Aaron Judge now with 17. Bernie Williams leads the Yankees with 22. Derek Jeter's second on that list. But man, Aaron Judge, guy's good at baseball. 6-6 game, though. Yankees looking to not be eliminated tonight, to stave off elimination at home against the Blue Jays. Earlier, actually about 10 minutes ago, this one goes final, is the Mariners in Game 3 take a 2-1 series lead over the Detroit Tigers. They win 8-4. They were minus 138 on the money line, total 7.5. So we got some things breaking, going down in Major League Baseball against Seattle. 8-4 winners over Detroit. And then right now, the Yankees, it look like their season could be dead in a 6-6 tie, bottom of the 4th. Plenty of baseball to go down in the Bronx. NHL, like I said, the puck drops on the season tonight officially. We had 3 games, I believe. Yeah, 3 games. One earlier, Chicago, the Blackhawks, 3-2 losers, unfortunately. Florida wins that game. They were big favorites, minus 285. Total goes under 5.5. And then right now we got the Pittsburgh Penguins up 1-0 on the Rangers. They're minus 270 favorites in the third period with 14 minutes to go. Live total in the game is 3. Nightcap, one more game to go tonight. Kings and Avalanche. Colorado a minus 118 favorite. Total in the game, 5.5. All right, that's all the hockey talk you get and all the baseball talk until I want to rag on the Cubs a little bit later. You know, I want to talk about some college football mixed with a little NFL football. And I was texting my buddies this weekend. And I say the same thing now every weekend. And I try to say this to my wife even when I'm watching the games on Sunday, especially if I'm having a bad Sunday, betting-wise. But I think the league right now has a real quarterback problem. Outside of if you have Josh Allen, if you have Joe Burrow, and he could actually stay healthy, Pat Mahomes, right? Jalen Hurts has proven to be a winner. But some of these guys, man, like I don't think quarterback play has ever been this bad. Now, if you're a Bears fan, you're probably like, what the hell is this guy talking about? But I think you guys also have a good one. I think Caleb Williams is the real deal. But, I mean, there's some bad quarterback play. I think it starts right now with the college level. And what's funny is when we were talking about teams like the New York Giants or the Saints going into the draft, I kept suggesting that maybe some of these teams, even if they needed a quarterback, which I know the Giants end up going quarterback and they take Jackson Dart after going Abdul Carter in the first round. But I suggested maybe that some of these teams would hold off on quarterbacks and draft best available player, especially if they're years away from contending. Because this upcoming 2026 class, I thought was going to be loaded at the quarterback position. So today I was looking at the Phil Steele magazine, and I got this one in front of me right now, the Lindy's College Football magazine. And it's funny because they have the Heisman Watch article, right? And they list all the Heisman favorites. Number 1, Arch Manning. And that's where I want to start is Arch Manning. A couple weeks ago, I was like, okay, we may have overhyped Arch Manning. If his last name was Williams or Smith, he'd probably be the quarterback at Tulane, Bowling Green. Not to rip those programs, right? But right now, he's the starting quarterback at Texas. and he was the overwhelming favorite, despite only playing or starting 2 or 3 games last season against garbage teams because Quinn Ewers suffered an injury. But he was the overwhelming favorite. Why? Because of high school tape when he played 2A? No, because of his last name. His last name is Manning, right? He's the nephew of Peyton and Eli Manning. But a lot of people who had never even seen the kid play were like, okay, he's the next big thing, right? Saints fans, Giants fans, let's hold out for Arch in 2026. And if he doesn't come out, if he goes back like the family's saying, we'll hold out until 2027. He's the next big thing. He's the next Tom Brady. He's the next Pat Mahomes. I don't even know that he's a backup quarterback in the National Football League. And I'm not trying to be hard on the kid, and he deserves more time. And I do actually like Texas to beat Oklahoma. And I still think maybe there's a shot they win 9 or 10 games and sneak into the playoff, although they'll probably need to win 10, meaning they have to go undefeated the rest of the season. And even with all that talent, and I do like the head coach, I like Sark, I just don't think that he can make all the throws. There's something missing. I think we all watched this against Ohio State. And we're in people were asking the same question, like, is Arch hurt? Does he have a shoulder injury because he's side-arming throws out there? You've seen, like, the glimpses. You've seen the hope, or where that comes from. Where the hope comes from, I guess I should say. Because there hasn't been a whole lot of good, but there's been a couple throws where you're like, okay, that's it. And he has the athletic ability. He's more of a dual threat quarterback than Peyton or Eli. He's a better athlete. But I went from being like, let's pump the brakes. He's probably not a once in every generation quarterback, not a franchise quarterback, to I don't know that he could play in the league, man. And everybody, number 1 on this Heisman watch here in this magazine. Upcoming draft preview, number 1 overall pick. Arch Manning. And he's been a complete bust so far. And I don't know that it gets any better. But you know who else has been a bust? A lot of these college quarterbacks that I was hyped up about coming into the season. Drew Aller, last season, the numbers were pretty decent until we all saw him actually play in the college football playoff game. Right? If you're just a casual college football fan, or you're an NFL football fan, and you only watch the big games, the primetime games, the top 25 matchups in the college football playoff, you're probably like, yeah, Arch is the real deal. Drew Aller is going to be the real deal. And then you watch him and you're like, oh my God, this kid sucks. This is who everybody's been hyping up. But it's been a disappointing season, to say the least, for Drew Aller. They just lost Penn State as a 24.5-point favorite to UCLA, who is 0-4. Drew Aller has cost himself millions of dollars. Luckily for Arch, he's already made millions of dollars, and his family's loaded. He's a Manning, right? So Arch has it made. But some of these other guys have cost themselves a lot of money. Cade Klubnik. Clemson has been a huge disappointment. Clemson was plus 110 to win the ACC. They were 14-1, 15-1 to win the national title. Look at these games that they've lost. They lost as a 24.5-point favorite a couple weeks ago. To Syracuse, they lost as a 24.5-point favorite. Syracuse's starting quarterback, Steve Angeli, got knocked out of the game, and the offense didn't skip a beat. The next week, Syracuse didn't score a touchdown against Duke. So I think we overhyped a lot of these quarterbacks. I like Lenora Sellers, and I do think that he's going to be a really good pro, but he hasn't lived up to the hype. DJ Lagway, on this list right here that I'm looking at, he's number 4 as a pro potential quarterback and on the Heisman watch. He's got more interceptions right now than he does touchdowns. He's a mess under pressure. I've been a little let down by Garrett Nussmeier, even though LSU's winning football games. He hasn't looked all that great. The best quarterbacks this year probably won't even be pro quarterbacks. Like, I don't know if John Mateer is a starting quarterback in the NFL. He's a little undersized. He's more of a dual threat guy. I don't know if he could take those kind of hits in the NFL. You got to slide. You got to get out of bounds. I don't know who of these guys is going to be any good, man. So we may have overhyped this quarterback class. And then you look in the NFL and you look at like all these young guys. Who's any good? Is Michael Penix any good? I have no idea. Cam Ward just won his first game, and he made some really nice throws. I do like Cam Ward, but going into last week, the Titans had the worst offense in the league. I'm not there with Bo Nix. The counting stats might be nice because Sean Payton is still an offensive genius, but go and watch Bo Nix when he has to go off script in the third quarter, fourth quarter of these games. But I think a lot of it is we overhype these kids. You know, this guy's a 4-star. He's a 5-star. How many quarterbacks in college football have we said that about? And then it turns out, oh no, this guy sucks. Connor Wegman. And I never want to say a kid sucks, but like, go back and watch these Arch Manning games, man. Watch the tape. It doesn't look good. And what's crazy is these takes, because, you know, like recruiting kids out of high school, there's no such thing as a for sure. Like, there's very few, I should say, things as like a for sure thing, right? Now, if you're talking like high school basketball, we all pretty much knew LeBron James was going to be a stud because he's 6'8", 250 pounds. How do you defend that guy? But football's a little bit harder, I feel, to evaluate talent, especially some of these kids that are playing at the high school level. Like, you know, look where they're playing as well. But these Arch takes that are coming out and some of these like headlines, these articles are insane. This comes from The Athletic, and I'm a fan of The Athletic. I pay for the subscription. My mother-in-law does. You know, it's usually my Christmas present, but somebody does. I read the articles. Listen to this. This comes an hour ago. It was tweeted. Many people are having a bad year, but Arch Manning is having one of the worst. One, it should be like, there's many players that are having like Arch Manning is having a bad college football season. Is he having a bad year? He's rich. His family's loaded. He's making a ton of money. He goes to Texas. He's getting an education that, you know, like for most of us, we have to take out student loans that'll haunt us for the rest of our life. So that already is crazy. Many people are having a bad year, but Arch Manning is having one of the worst. Is he college football's first flop? Yeah, first ever. Arch Manning, the first flop ever. How many 5-stars don't pan out, right? Or they get injured. It's just crazy. I don't know. I don't understand how he was crowned so early just because of his last name. And the funny thing is, even last year, right, Quinn Ewers really struggled at times for Texas. And everybody's like, you got to go to Arch. You got to go to Arch. And Sark wouldn't go to Arch. And so people rip Sark. No, I think that he just knew what he had. And Quinn Ewers, even though will probably never be an NFL starter, he was the better option. He gave them the better opportunity, the better chance to win every single week. It wasn't Arch Manning, and it's because Arch might be nothing but a last name, man. We'll see if he even – I mean, I don't want to be all hot takey here. It's his first year, technically his second year. His first year as the full-time starter. But, I mean, let's look at Arch Manning's stats real quick. Stats don't tell the full story, but Texas just lost to Florida last week. Arch Manning. Right now, if you look at his QBR, 60.1. That's 69th in the country. This is your overwhelming Heisman favorite. This is who, I'm a big Rob Brown fan. He's one of my good buddies, but he was like, as a Saints fan, I want to hold out for Arch. Do ya? He's got a 60.1 QBR. Quarterback 69 right now in college football. 11 touchdowns to 5 picks. I mean, he's played 2 real teams. Ohio State. And they scored 7 points in that game. And Florida, how the hell has he thrown 5 interceptions already? 1,151 yards. So, yeah, it's safe to say I'm out on Arch. Maybe he proves me wrong later on this year or next year, but I'm out on Klubnik. I'm out on Lagway. If I had the first overall pick and I needed a quarterback, I don't know. The decision, I don't think it's as easy as I thought it was going to be coming into the season. And I was really, really hyped up about a lot of these guys. The other thing I want to hit on, coming up in about 5 minutes, we're going to get the overreaction or make sense with our guy, Brandon Combs. We're going to rip the Cubs. At least I know I'm going to rip the Cubs because down 0-2 right now to the Milwaukee Brewers. Small mid-market team. We're market, 3? And we just can't have nice things outside of the year 2016. I did the math. Going to be 40 years old coming up this week. I've seen the Cubs in the postseason now 6 times. I had high hopes back in July. This team, obviously, like right now, they just can't hit. They can't score runs. Anyway, I'll get to that in a second. I got to bitch about the Arizona Cardinals because I used them in Survivor, and I bet them to win 9 games this season, over 8.5 wins. I bet them to make the playoffs plus 150. Kyler, I mean, I still do think that there's a chance they win 9 games and that they make the playoffs. They're going to need a win this week. But the way that they blow that game, if I have to watch another NFL player drop the ball at the 1-yard line, run to the back of the end zone, hold on to that thing like Darnell Jefferson in the movie The Program, right? When he's having the fumbling issues, So the coach, they make him carry the football around, and everybody's got to knock it out of his hands. And if they bring it back to the coach, he's going to make life a living hell. Like, carry that thing, man, to the back of the end zone. It has to be a great feeling to score an NFL touchdown. Do not drop the ball at the 1-yard line when you have a walk-in touchdown. After that went down, and I have the Cardinals in Survivor in Joe Ostrowski's Survivor pool, even though they were up 2 scores, they could have been up 3 scores. I looked at my wife, who didn't care at the time, and I said, they're going to lose this game. And slowly but surely, it's like death by 1,000 paper cuts. One thing goes wrong, one thing goes... I'm done with the Arizona Cardinals. That was the worst Survivor loss ever. And now, I will not win 25. I won't win 25 grand. I won't win the Circa Millions. All because some idiot dropped the ball at the 1-yard line, and Kyler Murray's more worried about playing video games. And the Cardinals they can't close games. They almost blew that game a couple weeks ago to the Carolina Panthers. When we come back, overreaction makes sense. BetMGM tonight.
We're bringing the Wagertainment wherever you are. Stream the BetMGM network live on Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn. Open the app and listen now.
In the American, number 24 South Florida taking on North Texas. North Texas actually opened as the 1-point favorite in this game. We've seen some USF money come in. They're now a small favorite at -1, -115 on the money line. I don't have a play yet in this game. I do feel like North Texas is definitely going to be the contrarian play, right? USF had the big win against Florida. They had the big win against Boise. North Texas is undefeated, but not a lot of people have gotten a chance to watch them play. I think they're probably the right side in the game, but ultimately I don't know if I'm going to end up with a bet in that one. Number 1 Ohio State takes on number 17 Illinois in Champaign. Buckeyes favored by 14.5. I'd lay the lumber with Ohio State in this game. Look, we already saw Illinois go up against one decent team in Indiana, and we saw how that went, losing by 50. Now they're going up against arguably the best team in the country. I just don't know how much Illinois is going to score on that Ohio State defense. So I'd look to lay it with Ohio State against Illinois. Number 8, Alabama. At number 14, Missouri. Bama 3-point favorite in this game with a total 51.5. Very interesting game, right? That spread feels a little tricky, but it makes a lot of sense because this is a very difficult spot for Bama. Off the bye week, they've played 2 Super Bowls, essentially. You play Georgia at night, massive game to save your season. Then you get the revenge game against Vandy, College game days there. Next week, they host Tennessee under the lights. And then you get this sandwich game against Missouri when they're coming off a bye. It's at noon Eastern time, 11 a.m. local. It's a very tricky game. Missouri's got a very good run game with Pabula, the quarterback, and Ahmad Hardy, the running back. I still kind of like Bama in the game, though. I would lean towards them -3, but I think it's going to be a very close game. Might be a game that you just want to end up and live betting. Number 7, Indiana takes on number 3, Oregon. Ducks a 7.5-point favorite. Total is 55.5. I think Indiana's a pretty easy team to handicap. They're so well coached. They don't beat themselves. They don't make mistakes. They don't turn the ball over. But we have seen that when they go up against teams that are more talented than them, that's when they tend to struggle. We saw what they look like against Ohio State and Notre Dame last year. Now they're going up against a very talented Oregon team that's very well coached. Cignetti is terrific off of a bye week. I'm hoping this thing continues to go down. If we can get a 7 with Oregon, I'm going to lay it with the Ducks. We also have Oklahoma and Texas Red River. Texas, a 2.5-point favorite. Total in the game is 42.5. Talked about this one yesterday. Anything under 3, I like the Longhorns in the game. Now, there is some rumors swirling out there that John Mateer might be back in this game for the Sooners. If he is, that would kind of make me like Texas more. I don't think Oklahoma should rush him back, but it's a do-or-die game for Texas, must win. I like the Longhorns. Florida, 7.5-point dog at Texas A&M on Saturday. Total in the game, 46.5. This is going to be the best defense that Texas A&M has faced all season. Florida, I mean, in these games against great teams, LSU, they were hanging in there. If it wasn't for the 5 interceptions from Lagway, Miami, who might be one of the top 2 or 3 teams in the country, they hung with them for about 2.5 quarters and then had the nice win against Texas last week. I think Florida can keep this game close. I'd probably look at them plus the points. Georgia and Auburn should be a good one under the lights on the Plains. Talked about the under yesterday. I like under 46.5. I think Georgia wins the game, though, and I think Georgia minus 160 on the money line. Good bet in that one. I just trust Kirby, and I think they find a way to win a close game. Number 15, Michigan at USC. The Trojans are 2.5-point favorites with a total of 57.5. For me, it's simple. USC's at home. They're off of a bye. I think they're going to find a way to win this game. I'm still not really sold on Michigan all that much. Yes, Michigan should have a big advantage on the trenches with the way that they can run and USC's inability to stop the run. But I think coming off a bye and this game being in L.A., again, we talk about all the time with the Big Ten, these teams that have to travel through multiple time zones, big disadvantage. I'll take USC.
Let's get back to the madness. It's BetMGM Tonight After Dark with Ryan Horvat.
BetMGM Tonight After Dark, the best radio show after 10 p.m. since Howard Stern was canceled and then moved to his basement and then didn't really do radio anymore. Just kind of shows up whenever and then announced his retirement, only to announce that he was joking, I think, on the retirement. I don't know. I used to be a big Stern fan, as you could tell. Got the book right behind me if you're watching the show on Twitch or YouTube, but I rarely catch it because I never know when he's on anymore. All right, so Jazz Chisholm, I just saw this, Brando, a Yankees buddy of mine, was tweeting that the season was over and he was ripping Jazz because he yawned in the bottom of the 4th inning. Well, Jazz just hit a solo shot to give the Yankees a 7-6 lead. They trailed 6-3. Aaron Judge hits a 3-run shot to tie the game up. Now Jazz, who... the dude yawned, which is a reflex. It's an automatic response that involves opening the mouth wide, inhaling deeply. Like, what did you want him to do? Not yawn? He's tired. It's late out here on the East Coast. But anyway, he just homered. Yanks take a 7-6 lead. If the Yankees win this game tonight, can they come back and win this series, Brando?
I mean, yeah. Look, any of these teams that are still playing have a chance to come back and win this series. But will they? No, I don't think so. I think Toronto's too good. I think Toronto, if they don't end it tomorrow, they'll end it in Toronto, I think.
Sorry, I was just getting out of the way now because during the commercial break, we're both Cubs fans. If you're watching the show on Twitch or on YouTube, you see Brando's got the Cub hat going. I'm not repping the Crew because I'm a little angry, although we do have the great Pat Hughes right behind us from the Old Timers Baseball Reunion. He signed this for me. He said, "Good luck, Ryan!" ! You know who's going to need some good luck tomorrow? The Chicago Cubs going against Quinn Priester. 13-3 this season with a 3.32 ERA. Cubbies tomorrow, Brando. Minus 118. That's the best price you could get. I saw him as high as minus 120. Total in the game, 7. Minus 125 to the under. First pitch, 5:08 Eastern, 4:08 at the friendly confines, Wrigley Field. Do the Cubs stay alive like John Travolta tomorrow?
Yes. And here's why. Look, the last time the Cubs faced Priester was the last time that Priester had a bad outing. They haven't lost a game since the Cubs beat Priester back in July or August, I think it was. And he had a 6.2 ERA in that game against the Cubs. So, and the Cubs are coming back home. Look, this series itself, when you're talking about what it has been, part of it for me, when I look at this team, and I look, I'm angry too. Don't get me wrong. I mean, I'm always going to rep the Cubs. You're always going to see me with a Cubs hat, Cubs shirt. Like I just love this team, but I'm honest about it. And part of it is on Jed for never going out and getting a top starting pitcher, never going out and getting an ace, sitting and buy with his hands underneath his butt during the trade deadline and not doing anything with this rotation. And then the other part of it to me is the manager, Craig Counsell, not putting the pitching staff in a position to succeed. You've got a guy who is 34 years old in a season where he's coming off of Tommy John surgery, and who was a great story in the wild card round. Don't get me wrong. Like that, his whole pregame press conference where he's emotional about his grandfather and he comes in.
Yeah, I don't
But
care
you
about
still
that
only
stuff.
trusted him for 58 pitches in that wild card game that they did win. And then you're going to bring him back on short rest when you have a guy in Javier Assad who you leave off of the roster, who has a 2.19 ERA in his career against the Milwaukee Brewers. You're going to leave him off of the roster, and you're going to start the 34-year-old off of Tommy John, who, by the way, got shelled a lot in September and a little bit in August as well. Hadn't been pitching very well, and you're going to pitch him on short rest. And then you're going to bring Shota back on short rest in Game 2 in a ballpark where it is conducive to home runs, and he's a fly ball pitcher, when you could have pitched him in Game 3 in 60-degree weather at Wrigley Field with the wind howling in. So I don't understand the thought process behind which pitchers were pitching in games 1 and 2. Me personally, I would have went Assad game 1. I would have went with Boyd game 2, and then I would have saved Shota for game 3. And I said that on Friday before the series even started. I just thought it was a bad idea to pitch Boyd on short rest. Because even though you don't have the tool, like I don't believe that you were given the proper tools in your rotation to be a legit team in October, you still have to try to put your team in a position to succeed. And I don't think that that's been done for the Cubs. So that's my problem with it.
Yeah. So, all right. So when I covered the Brewers in Milwaukee, and so I am a big Craig Counsell guy because I think Craig Counsell is a good person. I like him as a human being, but I'm frustrated as well, man. And I really like the hire. And the reason I like the hire, and they did change the way that you could manage your bullpen, I know, right? But the reason I like Counsell so much in Milwaukee was the way that he managed his rotation, but the way that he managed his bullpen. It also helped, though, the arms that he had. Brent Suter, who could eat up innings. Devin Williams is your setup man, eventually the closer before he, punched a wall and broke his hand going into the postseason. And they had Josh Hader, who I still hate to this day because none of the Cubs outside of Anthony Rizzo could even make contact against Josh Hader. But I mean, he had the arms. Listen to those 3 names that you just brought up, right? That's the thing about Major League Baseball, man. When I'm making bets, and that's what this is, a betting show. We're not a Cubs show, but we're going to talk about the Cubs because we're Cubs fans. And, it's affecting my life right now like it does every baseball season. I'm just happy, and I'm not going to lie, though. I am happy always to be here when it's October 7th and we get to talk about the Chicago Cubs along with college football and the NFL. But, I would prefer them to at least make it to the NLCS. That would be better. So if I was going to do the blame game, man, like you bring up those arms, and yeah. Like I'm a little angry with Counsell as well. But at the end of the day, they don't have an ace, and I don't think that there was that arm at the deadline. There wasn't like how you could go out sometimes and you could get like a Luis Castillo, right? Or you could ride an arm. Not that the Brewers won a World Series, but remember the year that they went out and got CC Sabathia,
yeah,
and then they rode him to the postseason. I don't think that there was like that guy. Maybe you could correct me if I'm wrong. But if I'm going to do the blame game, I'm going to go 7. Let's say the Cubs, and they could still win this series, right? Like they could still win the World Series. That's why I love baseball, but it's probably not going to happen. We're realists here. So if they don't win this series and they get eliminated by the Brewers, and I have to listen to all my buddies in Milwaukee talk all this nonsense because this rivalry's gotten so silly where people are making up false rumors on the internet. This Cubs fan punched a 10-year-old. Nobody did that. Right? Like the Milwaukee police and like everybody, that didn't happen. So quit making up things online. Like rivalries also, one last thing on that, Brando, should be fun. All right?
Yeah.
I'm a Cub fan who lived in Milwaukee and covered the team. So if it's a postseason game and I'm in Milwaukee and I want to take my 12-year-old to the game and he wants to wear his Cubs jersey, that should be fine. Like people shouldn't be dumping beer or throwing things at anybody at the end of the day. Right? And
Right.
Also, I don't get the Brewers. I always say this. The Brewers' hatred for the Cubs fans is so weird to me, right? Because they were in the American League my entire life growing up. My great uncle, Earl Gillespie, the last time Milwaukee actually won a World Series, they weren't even the Brewers. They were the Braves. But growing up, I cheered for the Cubs, and I kind of like the Brewers because they were in the American League. Like, I still hate the Astros to this day. Now I hate the Brewers. Now it is a rivalry because they continue to win the Central, and to me, it doesn't make any sense because every year I'm like, all right, this is the year where they take a step back. There's got to be regression. I don't know half of these guys on the team. It's like the movie Major League. But yet every year, here they are winning 92 games, more. But if I'm doing the blame game, I'm going 70% Jed in this front office, 20% council, 10% the team, because right now, the team just can't hit. And at the end of the day, like, we can't fault them for that. I thought the 2016 team, I thought that was going to be a dynasty, and then everybody somehow regressed. Nobody could hit. Everybody was looking for the same pitch was the problem. Right now, this team just can't hit. They can't score runs. They are still young. I mean, there's some guys, Tucker's hurt, but there's some guys that I wish would show up. But I just don't think that they have the arms. The bullpen, second half of the season was fine. But, I don't know, man. I just don't think that they have the talent. I think the Brewers are a better baseball team. So that's why if we're playing the blame game, it's easy for us just to rip Counsell. But I just don't think he has the horses.
And
Not
to
to say
your
he's
point,
perfect, but I go 70% front office, 20% manager, 10% team. What say you?
To your point with the trade deadline, right? Like, there were some, I don't think the Cubs were willing to give up enough to get some of the arms that they could have had. Like, I felt like they held on to too much. They held on to some of these guys in the minor leagues that just don't have a position. I understand the talent that's there, but they don't have anywhere to play on your team over the next 3 years. So why are you hanging on to them? But wouldn't Merrill Kelly pitching game one sound a lot better than Matthew Boyd on short rest? You know what I mean? Just one solid pitcher changes. Why didn't the Cubs go out and get Mason Miller and JP Sears for absolutely nothing? That too. But no, why? I mean, seriously, how did the Padres beat Jed Hoyer and the Cubs in the third largest market in the country? How do they beat you to Mason Miller and JP Sears for nothing?
Well, and that's my issue, dude, right? And I'm not giving Jed, I'll give him some, like the Tucker move. I was really excited, but he don't want to be here. He's hurt and he doesn't want to be here.
Yeah. Yeah.
What are the odds the Cubs, I'm not even following the situation because I'm betting too much football these days. What would you say the odds are that Tucker actually re-signs in Chicago? And what would you be willing to pay him?
1%.
1%.
And he's not getting more than $350 million from me if I'm a GM, because you didn't show much this year, other than the fact that you're not a $600 million player. You're not.
No,
so,
I mean,
I don't know.
Somebody's going to pay him. What do you think he gets though? I think he gets
the Bellinger deal. I think he gets the Bellinger deal where he gets a 3-year deal with 2 years worth of opt-outs. He's going to be able to opt out after the first year of his contract. And I think it's going to be a team and a player. I think that's the contract that he's going to get. And then he'll get his big deal like Bellinger did with the Yankees.
Man, that's brutal, though. I mean, Anyway, so the Cubs are minus 120 favorites tomorrow against Priester. Total 6.5. Let's save overreaction or make sense for the final segment, and then maybe save some of it for tomorrow, because I want to ask you about Seattle-Detroit, because they just posted the line. So Detroit is a minus 122 favorite. Seattle plus 102. Total in the game 8.5. Right now we do have a pitching matchup. So Casey Mize is going to go for Detroit, 14-6 this season with a 3.87 ERA. Seattle's going to throw Bryce Miller, who's got a 5.68 and a 1.41 WHIP. Who do you like tomorrow? You got Detroit, a slight favorite, minus 120, or does Seattle close out this series?
What's Seattle at? Money line?
Plus 102.
Give me that. Yeah, absolutely. I think Seattle ends it tomorrow. Casey Mize has not been the same pitcher over the last month. He's been prone to get shelled here and there as well over the course of the entire season. So I think the Seattle lineup's just hitting too well right now, and now you got Kyle Raleigh hitting home runs again. So I think Seattle ends it tomorrow, and at plus money, absolutely.
Yeah, I'll roll with Seattle. And then last one for you, tomorrow night, Dodger Stadium. My Dodgers, Brando. I told you. Everybody said, nope, Phillies are going to beat them. Dodgers, do they wrap it up tomorrow? Yamamoto, going. He's 12-8 with a 2.49 ERA against Aaron Nola, who, man, what a disappointing year. 5-10, 6.01 ERA. The Dodgers are minus 174 favorites. Will you be betting your Phillies at plus 150?
Man, the lineup has to show up. I don't trust Yamamoto either, as much as I don't trust Nola. The Dodgers flipped a switch in October, man. They are not the same team they were all season long, which was a team that was beatable, which was a team that you could compete with and that you could beat, and they just flipped a switch, man. Look, we talk all we want about how bad the Cubs were in the second half of the season. They finished with a better record than the Dodgers. The Dodgers spent money. You know what I mean? So, the Dodgers flipped a switch that I didn't see coming. I didn't think that they could do. I thought they were going to lose to the Reds in the wild card round.
I told everybody, I said, man, we're getting the Dodgers. The Dodgers were plus 250 to win the World Series before spring training. We were getting plus 550. I had to play them and I had to play the Mariners. That's what I want. Give me.
Do you think they could beat the Mariners pitching staff? I think the Mariners pitching staff shuts them down.
I don't. I think the Dodgers win it all, man. And I feel like we were all duped into what Dave Martinez and what they were trying to sell us coming into the season. We're going to treat every game like it's game 7. We want to break the record. We want to win 130 games. They didn't care. Half their arms were dead the entire year. I just think that they have too much talent, and I think they pulled one. I think, what is it in wrestling? I think they worked us into a shoe. I think that's what they did. I think the Dodgers. It's like when I go and me and my buddy when we go throw bags, or whatever you guys call it on the East Coast, or I'm on the East Coast, cornhole or whatever the hell, right? You lose the first game and then you play for money or drinks the second game, and you wipe the table with them. All right, we wrap up the show next with a little overreaction or makes sense here on a Tuesday night. BetMGM the night.
Don't miss a second of the Wagertainment. Listen to the BetMGM Network live, now streaming everywhere on Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn.
And I think you're right on Vrabel. And you're not knocking him by saying third favorite. Like, he's in that conversation. I get it, third favorite. What I don't get is the number. Like, you could make a case that he could be the favorite, especially after the win on Sunday night. And you can get a plus 850. That's a good number for Vrabel. If you told me before the season, Vrabel, who was a co-favorite entering the year, okay, in week 5, they're going to win in Buffalo. Here's the record, and look at their schedule. And by the way, when they play Cincinnati, there's going to be no Burrow in November. All these wins on the schedule. Man, am I talking myself into Vrabel? That's nuts. I usually play the longer shots with Coach of the Year, but I think his number should be much shorter.
Yeah, it certainly wasn't pretty, but listen, it's the full Trevor Lawrence experience. Jenks, I think this might be my favorite highlight of the entire year. Just because it wasn't the fact that he just fell down. He was almost flat on the ground.
Mm-hmm.
Like, he was down to the point where there were several Chiefs players who stopped going. And they're like, okay, the play's down. No. He kept running, and, it eventually cost the Chiefs the game. Like, maybe Trevor Lawrence would have scrambled past him, but still, what a resilient play from Trevor Lawrence. And a resilient win from the Jags, who overcame some really big, miscues in the first half of this game where Trevor Lawrence didn't know where the line of scrimmage was, and he made a forward pass. You're like, they're paying this guy $275 million, and then he fumbles at the goal line. But that's why you stay in the game. And we've seen this over the past couple weeks in the NFL. You can overcome some of these miscues if you just stay in the game. And what a massive win for the Jags. I feel like this is a team where I was thinking this last night because they were telling us, oh, they've got the throwback uniforms on. You're like, throwback to what? 15 years ago? It feels like a team that doesn't have a ton of history. So they need these big primetime wins to kind of like build some culture in a team that I feel like a lot of us kind of find untrustworthy. So I felt like this was a massive game in primetime for Trevor Lawrence and the Jags as an organization.
Yeah, the Jags just don't have much of an identity. You know, they play in Jacksonville, which doesn't have a lot of pro teams. They don't have a great history. They've had some moments over the years, but then they've been so dysfunctional in their front office for so long. There was the whole Urban Meyer debacle, and they brought in a bunch of head coaches who just couldn't get it done, so they bring in Liam Cohen, and they draft Trevor Lawrence. So they're trying to sort of identify who they are and what they stand for. And look, they've already matched their win total from all of last season. They're now 4-1. And to give credit to Trevor Lawrence here, it's so interesting watching him play. Also, on that final play where he stumbled into the end zone, it wasn't just because he was uncoordinated. His right guard stepped on his right foot, which is why he fell to the turf initially and then found a way to get in. But he'll have a play where, you know, he's rolling out to his left and Travis Etienne is right in front of him for an easy 6-yard pass. And instead he's like, I'll look to the end zone and try and find BTJ, who's completely covered, and, you know, throws it away. And you're like, what are you doing? Or you talk about when he passes the line of scrimmage, then tries to throw it. And so those are maddening. And then he'll have a moment where it's a brilliant throw downfield or it's a heads-up play at the end of the game. So you see that talent right there, which is why they drafted him number 1 overall. And you would think if they can win a game like this and Trevor Lawrence can continue to grow under Liam Cohen, the Jags are really opportunistic on defense. They might have something here.
Oh, absolutely. And I think that's the question that we've been asking ourselves for a while now is Trevor Lawrence going to take the next step?
That makes sense.
Let's get back to the madness. It's BetMGM Tonight After Dark with Ryan Horvat.
BetMGM Tonight After Dark, final segment. Sometimes we talk Major League Baseball. Sometimes we whine about the Cubs for 40 minutes. Sometimes we talk some UFOs and time portals and time travel. So that's usually the best part about the final hour. I'll tell you what's not great. Yankees up 8-6 on the Blue Jays, and they got runners in scoring position with Ben Rice, who is 0 for 3, hitting .222 in the postseason, looking to knock home a couple insurance runs for the Yanks. They trailed in this game, but now they got an 8-6 lead, and they're looking to tag on a couple more runs. Earlier tonight, Mariners do beat the Tigers. We already talked a ton of baseball, so if you missed any of that, check out the podcast, BetMGM Tonight. Tell a friend's friend. Like, subscribe, review, rate, wherever you find your podcasts. Brando, I want to get to a little overreaction or make sense, but before I can, again, I promised myself I was done talking about the Arizona Cardinals after they cost me in Survivor. We all know the story by now. We got running backs dropping the ball at the 1-yard line on what should have been a walk-in touchdown. We got Kyler Murray in that game gets hit in the face on a snap in the shotgun, just gets hit in the helmet, and he leaves the game. But this quote is going to drive me off the edge. Jonathan Gannon, who is the head coach of the Arizona Cardinals, was interviewed, went to the podium today, and he said he nor offensive coordinator Drew Petzing liked the 3rd and 8 play call, but they still went with it. He said not calling a timeout there and letting the bad play call go through is a learning experience for him. Also said he wouldn't override the offensive coordinator, but talk to Drew about it. So today in their press conferences, the offensive coordinator who called the play on 3rd and 8 said, well, I didn't really like the play call. And the head coach also said that he didn't like the play call. Then why the hell did they call the play on 3rd and 8 and cost me $25,000, Brandon? Why?
Because they're the Arizona Cardinals and you didn't listen to me.
Overreaction. I know when I wanted to use the Saints and everybody was looking at me like I was I was just going crazy, man. Like I was like rambling about nonsense for 20 minutes when I was telling you guys the Saints are going to win this game. the Saints are going to maybe even win this week as 3.5-point dogs against the Patriots. And
because there's 18 weeks in an NFL season, which means that there's 14 teams you don't have to use, and the New Orleans Saints should be on that list. So should the Arizona Cardinals, though.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I was just rambling on and on about Survivor for like a whole segment, and I ended up using the Cardinals.
Oh.
And anyways, that's what happened. So now I'm knocked out of the Survivor pool. Somebody else gets to win the $25K, and I get to be poor, all because Drew Petzing and the head coach, Jonathan Gannon, called a play they didn't even like. They didn't like it. I didn't like it. Nobody liked it. Life goes on, as Tupac once sang. All right, hit me with some overreaction or make sense to close out this Tuesday. We'll do some more of these tomorrow night.
All right. Well, like a good producer should, when your host is in pain, you keep him there. Players who fumble the ball short of the goal line in breakaway plays should be benched and maybe even punched by their coaches. Overreaction makes sense.
That's the other hot topic today. Everybody is very, very upset. Everybody's hurt, really hurt on the internet about Jonathan Gannon going off on the player. Somebody was in my mentions like, well, he punched him. I don't think he punched him. I think he got in his face a little bit. He may have even hit him in the helmet. If you even played high school football before 2004, back when two-a-days were a thing, dude, how many guys, your coach, you just get yanked by the face mask? Look, it's a violent sport. Here's the thing. I don't blame Jonathan Gannon. I do blame the kid for dropping the ball. That should never happen in the National Football League. That shouldn't happen in Pop Warner. IHSA high school football in Illinois, high school football here in Maryland. I should never see that. But yeah, I mean, that should be, I don't know what the punishment should be, man. I mean, but that is just so, it still pains me to this day. And now people are going off on Jonathan Gannon. Look, man, there's a lot of pressure. Not only on these players to perform, because you could get cut or you could lose your job, but on these coaches. Jonathan Gannon, you get one opportunity usually as a head coach, right? He could be a college defensive coordinator like Matt Patricia. Granted, he's doing that at Ohio State and he's doing a fine job, but no, I have no issue with what he did. I do have an issue with these guys continuing to do it. It should have happened maybe one time ever. And then everybody else saw it and was like, oh, God, I got to hold on to the ball. Like, go to the back of the end zone. Celebrate with the cheerleaders. Hand it to a fan. Just make sure. Look at where you are. Oh, $25,000. Hit me with another one.
And a $100,000 fine to Gannon for the way that he reacted is absolutely. And DeMarcado should have to pay that fine because it's a joke. He should pay that fine. He should be fined $100,000 for fumbling that ball.
You should have to pay me $25,000 for costing me in Survivor. I was going to win it this
I agree.
year, too. I was very confident. Yeah, I'm with you.
I agree. As long as you don't pick the Saints. All right. The Chiefs proved on Monday Night Football that they are not the team that many expected them to be, which is back in the AFC title game and Super Bowl contenders.
I am so glad that you threw this on here because I wanted to talk about this and I completely forgot because I ragged on Arch Manning for 12 minutes and then the Cubs for 15. The Chiefs are going to be just fine. That was a really bad spot. And again, I like the Jags in that game because it was a number play at 1.5, but I didn't really trust the matchup because I didn't really trust Trevor Lawrence. But somehow, some way, the most awkward dude on the planet, he falls, gets up, and walks into the end zone. Yeah, the Chiefs have some issues. It's not Mahomes, though. Mahomes' issue is the guys that he's throwing the football to, right? Like, I like some of these dudes as, like, number 3s or number 4s. Tyquan Thornton, Kelsey at this stage of his career. Right now, they don't have a clear-cut number 1, but eventually they are going to get Rashee Rice back. Then Hollywood Brown becomes your slot guy, right? Then everybody goes back to their natural role. Xavier Worthy's your gadget guy, not your number 1 wide receiver year 2. I actually worry a little bit more about the defense. I trust Spags to figure it out, but Chris Jones has been lazy this year. They're not filling the right gaps in run defense, but I can't write off the Chiefs. I'm betting them this week against Detroit as 2.5-point favorites. And I would still bet them to make the playoffs. And I would still bet them to win the AFC because until proven otherwise, they're going to be there. Mahomes has been in the AFC Championship game every single year since he's become the full-time starter. So I just figure at worst, you get a good hedging opportunity. I don't know that they make it to the Super Bowl, but I do think that they're going to be there in the AFC Championship game. But maybe I'm wrong, man. I don't know. It doesn't look very good right now, but I just I would rather buy low on the Chiefs than sell high, if that makes sense.
Yeah, and people are going to overblow this, and they're going to hop all over the Jacksonville train and Jacksonville this and Jacksonville that. Look, if that's not the luckiest damn team I've seen in I don't know how long, how does not one Kansas City defender touch him while he's like flopping around on the ground like a dead fish? Like, I don't know what the hell was going on last night. The Chiefs are just, I mean, they're not good, man. You have Mahomes last night, 29-41. You look at this team, they don't have all of the weapons that you would want a team to have. I definitely still don't think that they're winning the West, and I question whether or not this is even a playoff team anymore, to be honest with you. Because that Chiefs team from the last 5-6 years, they don't lose that game last night. They just don't.
Let me ask you a question.
Yep.
You don't get the Buffalo Bills. You got to take away the Bills. Who do you like in the AFC?
Take away the Buffalo Bills. Who do I like?
There's not a team.
AFC?
That's why I'm not ready to write off the Chiefs. The Chargers just lost to the Commanders, right? Like, in the Bills. I mean, the Bills just lost to the Patriots. So that's the thing. Like,
I would still trust the Chargers more,
I don't think
though.
the Chiefs are a playoff team, but like, who's dethroning them? Bo Nix? That's my
The
thing.
Chargers.
Well, I can't. They just got smoked.
But it wasn't
2
like
weeks in a row.
I mean, I still trust that team more. I trust them to figure it out. I trust that coaching staff. I trust that quarterback more than I trust Trevor Lawrence.
I mean, I'm fine there too, but that's where I like the Steelers. Like,
yeah,
I like the Steelers, dude. I mean, they're not even the favorites to win the division at 3-1. Somehow the Ravens are a 1-4 football team, and they're the favorites to win the division. So I don't know. I feel like people are sleeping on the Steelers. Aaron Rodgers is playing some good ball right now, and that defense, like, they just keep making enough plays. They're leaky right now, but with a veteran defense, I feel like Mike Tomlin's going to have them playing lights out second half of the season. That's my buy low right now. The Steelers.
I like
in the
it.
AFC. Yeah. Hit me with one more before we get out of here for the night.
All right. I'm going to let you take a victory lap here. The Miami Hurricanes are, in fact, the best team in the country.
Yeah, it really is looking like that right now, man. Alabama also looks really good, but I actually think that Alabama might get knocked off this weekend against Missouri. Miami is a team. It's an NFL team. Like, they're an NFL team right now. Their defensive line is so good. All those guys are going to be in the league. And that's Georgia's problem, right? Like, not to jump around too much here because you asked me about Miami, but everybody like Georgia coming into the year, they have 3 sacks still somehow, and they're all from linebackers. I've said this 3 weeks in a row. They're not getting any natural pressure. Miami, they don't even have to blitz, dude. And Carson Beck has been really, really good. When he's kept clean especially, and that's the thing. They have maybe the best offensive line in the ACC, maybe in the country that nobody's talking about. But if you look at Beck's numbers, 11 touchdowns, he's only been sacked 4 times. They could run the ball. Fletcher's already got over 400 receiving yards. They got 2 receivers already with over 20 grabs in Tony and in CJ Daniels. But the best player on the team, and he should be the Heisman favorite, but he won't win the award because he plays on the defensive side of the ball. The best player in the country, if I had that number 1 overall pick and we got done talking about the quarterbacks, I think they're all a little overrated. I would take Reuben Bain Jr. So far this season, he has 26 total tackles, 2 sacks. He had that interception against Notre Dame. He's got a forced fumble. Reuben Bain right now is the best player in the country, and he's double-teamed on every single play. I can't wait to watch him at the next level. He's a junior, so he could come out next year. He's 6'3", 275 pounds. The numbers, the 2 sacks, doesn't speak for how good he's been. He's been the best player in college football. And I think right now Miami is the team to beat. What helps them, Brando, is they should be a shoo-in for the playoff, right? Because, Bama's a really good football team, but they could get beat by Missouri. They could get beat by these tough SEC teams. Who the hell is going to beat Miami? Clemson's a bust. SMU's a bust. The ACC is down and Miami is up. And they just took care of business against Florida State, who looked really good week 1 against Bama. So, yeah, I think that makes sense. I think Miami's the best team in the country. We're back tomorrow night on a Wednesday. BetMGM tonight. Myself, Brandon Combs, Mike Montgomery, and my co-host Brad Evans, 7 to 11 p.m. Eastern here on the BetMGM Network. Enjoy the rest of your Tuesday. Unless you're a Yankees fan, go Blue Jays. Come back. Win this game.
That's a wrap. Come back for more Wagertainment on BetMGM tonight, Monday to Friday, 7 to 11 p.m. Eastern on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
To me, it feels like they win the division or they're out. Like, I don't think the AFC North is getting two teams.
Correct.
So if you're going to bet Baltimore, I would rather you just bet the division than bet the minus 140 or whatever, minus 150 to make the playoffs. It doesn't feel like it's a two-team division. There's a long way to go, of course, but these defensive injuries are not going anywhere. And my big issue with Baltimore is that the team might just give up. You know, how many more losses can you take before you wave the white flag and just give up? I've covered teams in Chicago, gave up week 8, week 9. The year Brandon Marshall was screaming at the team in the locker room, none of y'all have any heart. And then they all just gave up because they're like, I hate everybody. I hate Brandon Marshall. I hate the coach. We're not going to try anymore. We're not going to tackle. Like, that's a thing in the NFL. And a team like Baltimore, to its core, is based on winning. Look at the Ravens with Lamar Jackson. Look at what they've been through together. 12-5, 13-4, 10-7 the last 3 years. They're used to winning. They're used to having a good time. They're used to being better than you. But if they go 1-6, what's the point of trying anymore? So they have a huge game this week against the Rams, and I don't think Lamar is going to play. Current number in the game also says Lamar is out because Baltimore is a 7.5-point dog at home. So let's assume they lose this one. Why would you bet any Ravens stock right now? You'd have to basically wait until they go 1-5 because you're going to get a bad number. They're going to lose this weekend. So why would you bet plus 105 or minus 140 when they're likely going to lose? So now they're 1-5. Let's play this out. Now you got to take on Chicago. You're at home, and maybe Lamar comes back to save their season. Is he healthy? Can he do what he's supposed to do? Can he do what we've expected him to do? Man, it's very difficult for me to get to any pro Ravens bet. If anything, I'm looking at this plus price on the no. You could bet them to miss the playoffs right now plus money. They're going to be 1-5 on Sunday. Detroit, Kansas City, huge game Sunday night. Where do you want to start there?
I think Detroit's a truck right now. You know, and by the way, why did we get jammed with 2 random Monday Night Football games this week? That was weird. But I think the Lions are just sort of on a. Yeah, I know. It's like the final 3 games of the week. You get Bills, Falcons, Bears, Commies, and then of course Sunday night Chiefs, Lions. I think they're all lined at 47 plus. So should be some shootouts, should be some fun football in prime time to close out the week. Look, I think you're giving me points of the Lions. I'm going to take the points. The Chiefs look like they're coming around. They're probably better than their record says they are. We talked about them already. But Detroit, that week 1 game is, I think, just looks like an anomaly from the perspective of, Detroit lost the coordinators. They're not going to be very good. They can't run the football. They can do whatever they want, and they're great on defense and great on offense. This is a spot where we've seen the Lions as big underdogs go in and win against the Chiefs in week 1 with the Chiefs defending Super Bowl champions. Don't think Dan Campbell backs down from anybody. Think he'll go for every 4th down he gets a chance to go for in this spot. And 51.5